Chapter 1. Traversing the Beastly Realm. Shirhuan tossed and turned on the stone bed, ultimately pressing her head in agony, beginning to groan, her feet flailing restlessly, sending the hay in the nest flying in disarray. Heavens above, having granted her the mercy of rebirth, why must she find herself in such an incomprehensible era? And the mess left behind by her predecessor, Shirhuan was overwhelmed with frustration. Indeed, Shirhuan had met her demise once before, just as she graduated from university and faced the daunting task of job hunting. Her family home was slated for demolition, unexpectedly granting her financial freedom. Just as she was preparing to embark on a lavish journey abroad, she had yet to experience the allure of foreign lands when disaster struck the plane she boarded met with a catastrophic accident, leading her instead to this strange new world. The primeval forest loomed high, the grass growing taller than she herself, and a rodent emerged, larger than a cat. How could she possibly survive in such circumstances? This body was not her original one at the moment of the plane's disintegration. She felt her soul detach from her physical form, and upon awakening, she found herself inhabiting this new vessel. This body could scarcely be considered human. It was a large, pure white feline of an indiscernible breed, notably larger than any cat she had ever known. With such a colossal rodent present, a larger feline seemed hardly a cause for alarm. Yet, she longed to return home. She could hardly bear to part with such a significant sum from the demolition. The desire to return home was overwhelming. Since her arrival, she had not ventured outside, only scavenging through the chaotic memories of her predecessor for useful scraps of information. This was a world where beastmen existed, divided into males and females essentially akin to our own gender dichotomy, which she comprehended. Here, females were exceedingly valuable, treated with utmost care and reverence by the entire tribe, reminiscent of our primitive societies where food, resources, and shelter were all rudimentary, subsisting on raw meat, foraging for wild fruits, and dwelling in caves. She yearned to venture out in search of sustenance. Yet fear gripped her. To step outside would mean confronting the chaos her predecessor had left unresolved, a burden she felt ill-equipped to handle. The original owner of this body also bore the name Shirhuan, and aside from her appealing exterior, she was both foolish and indolent, with a penchant for mischief. Relying on her status as a precious female, she had, while still underage, flirted with various males in the tribe, seeking not only beauty but also prowess in a warrior. It was not uncommon for a female to have multiple males at her disposal, yet she had entangled herself with a man, compelling the tribe's warriors to charge into danger to procure rare resources for her. Once she had received these gifts, she devoured them entirely, only to turn her back on her suitors, refusing their advances. One or two might have been manageable, but she had drawn the ire of 8. From different tribes and diverse kinds, she had played the field extravagantly. It was not unusual for a female to reject males, and while those males might fume, they could do her no harm. With time, Shirhuan had grown confident she could endure. What troubled her most, however, was that her actions had incited widespread anger. Her predecessor, relying on her beauty and charm, had audaciously snatched males from other females in the tribe, declaring that any male who had pursued other females should not seek her affection. Having taken them, she showed no appreciation. The younger females in the tribe had suffered greatly at Shirhuan's hands. Each of the 8 males she had courted was exceptional, coveted by many other females, yet she had spurned them all, inciting a collective fury. The nearby females banded together to condemn Shirhuan, demanding her expulsion from the tribe. Otherwise, they would refuse to mate, thus refusing to procreate. The situation escalated, and no one dared speak to Shirhuan, nor did any male dare to bring her food. On the day preceding her arrival, the original owner, starved and desperate, had ventured out to forage, returning with only a few wild fruits. Mistakenly consuming toxic fruits upon her return, she had met her untimely end. While Shirhuan had indeed died, she loathed the thought of following suit. What kind of fate was this? Having experienced death once, she now understood the value of life. She did not wish to die again, yet felt utterly powerless to live. I'm going to lose my mind. Shirhuan's feline paws wreaked havoc upon her own fur. From her predecessor's memories, she learned that the beastmen could switch between beast and human forms at will. Yet why was she limited to a single beast form? How could she transform into a human? She had no idea. Ah! Another bout of impotent rage surged within her. Shirhuan? Huan, what are you thinking? Your mother is coming in. Someone was searching for her? Who would dare approach her at this moment? It was a womano, a female's voice. Who is it? Shirhuan asked ungraciously. The female outside the cave bristled at her words, ready to storm in and reprimand her, but the male accompanying her quickly restrained her, offering soothing words. Mei Duo let out a sigh of relief, reminding herself to remain calm no matter her frustration. She had to endure, for this was her only daughter, the sole female she had born. Finally managing a smile, she asked her partner to wait outside as she entered to find Shirhuan. Shirhuan regarded the older female who entered, recognizing her from her memory as it was the original owner's mother. In their culture, beastmen referred to their mothers as Amu and their fathers as Afu. Shirhuan had grown up under her father's care, with little memory of her mother, who had several strong partners. Though they lived together, it was understood that each parent would care for their own offspring. Differences in breed and hunting habits necessitated guidance from the biological father. Originally, her father was among the top 3 warriors among Mei Duo's partners, but after a fateful encounter with a fierce beast, he sustained grave injuries, rendering him unable to protect Mei Duo and instead requiring the assistance of her other partners. In a fit of anger, Shirhuan's father had taken her away and raised her alone, granting her every wish and doting upon her excessively. Thus, the original owner had developed into the unruly individual she had become, a consequence of her father's indulgence. In a bid to procure unique berries for Shirhuan, her father had ventured into the dark forest. Never to return, it was widely accepted that he had perished within. Yet the original owner could not accept this, spiraling further into unreasonable behavior and reckless abandon. Mei Duo, a beautiful female herself, exuded a mature and alluring charm, her every gesture radiating grace. Shirhuan bore the features of both her parents, a fact that contributed to her reputation as the tribe's most esteemed female. Usually, without permission, the original owner would not allow anyone in her nest, so Mei Duo's uninvited entrance filled her with trepidation. She had little interaction with this only female offspring and felt no closeness. Shirhuan, undeterred by the potential revelation of her identity, adopted the original owner's demeanor, sitting up and brusquely inquiring, "What do you want? Here to mock me, are you? You're quite early." Chapter 2. Biological Mother Mei Duo. Mei Duo gazed at the feline Shirhuan with eyes full of affection. No matter how ungrateful she was, she remained her child. Shirhuan lifted her feline head, frowning in suspicion at the approaching female. The feline face bore an expression of great confusion. She felt that her feline form placed her at a disadvantage, as though the female might reach out to stroke her fur at any moment. Mei Duo took a couple of steps closer, sitting at the edge of Shirhuan's stone bed, gazing at her with understanding. "The tribe is clamoring to expel you. Although the chief has given you 3 days to discuss the matter, it will be difficult for you to remain in the tribe." Indeed, today marked the final day of that 3-day period. Shirhuan found it unlikely they would expel her after all. Females were quite rare, and the shaman had once remarked on her strong fertility, which was a significant reason for her success in attracting so many males. She suspected that, to quell the outrage, they would likely pair her with a male who, while contributing to the tribe, was not favored by the other females. The tribe would not squander the resource of a female, for even in this beastly world, profit held paramount importance. Thus, the tribe would incur no loss, and the other younger females would find satisfaction. Of course, this was merely Shirhuan's speculation. Even if they did expel her, she would not fear. She had once lived in the countryside as a student, accustomed to surviving in the wild. It was hardly a daunting prospect. Unless absolutely necessary, she had no desire to sleep outdoors. Residing in a cave was not particularly appealing either. Mei Duo, filled with concern, urged, Huan, why not soften your stance and coexist harmoniously with the other females in the tribe? With me and your other fathers, you could easily be supported." Shirhuan sighed in resignation. If an apology could truly resolve the situation, she would not hesitate to humble herself. Yet, those females would undoubtedly seek her ruin. Even if she managed to stay, it would be preferable to wander outside. Life, after all, was but a breath. Impossible. she declared with resolute finality. Mei Duo had anticipated her response. Your father's nephew is a formidable warrior in our tribe. I have spoken to him, and he is willing to bond with you and take care of you. With the chief's intervention, if Shirhuan were to form a partnership, the other females would gradually quiet down. Yet, Shirhuan found no mention of this individual in her predecessor's memories. The outstanding warriors that her predecessor had meticulously courted had all been dismissed. Did she now expect Shirhuan to simply select a scapegoat? I refuse, she reiterated firmly. Mei Duo's barely contained temper finally burst forth. You stubborn girl! Nothing is acceptable to you. What do you expect? Do you truly wish to leave the tribe and seek your end outside? Shirhuan found herself at a loss. She could not allow herself to be wronged. The cat lay languidly upon the bed, silent and seemingly devoid of purpose, as if life held no allure and death might not be an unwelcome release. Mei Duo, filled with exasperation, voiced her thoughts aloud, yet Shirhuan remained motionless, offering no response. With a resigned sigh, she implored, take a moment to consider. AMU would never wish you harm. As she turned to depart, a soft call echoed, AMU. Mei Duo turned back, disbelief etched across her features, her eyes wide with astonishment and her mouth slightly agape. It was only then that Shirhuan realized the significance of that name. The original self had never once uttered AMU since gaining awareness, which explained the shock. Tears swiftly filled her eyes. You call me what? Mei Duo abruptly embraced Shirhuan, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. How infuriating to be so vulnerable. It was inevitable that the cat would succumb to the fate of being petted. You should let go first. Upon hearing this, Mei Duo immediately released her hold on Shirhuan, turning away to wipe her tears. Once composed, she faced Shirhuan again. Huan you? But Shirhuan interjected. I've forgotten how to change into my human form. Could you teach me? Though surprised, Mei Duo was overwhelmed with joy at finally being addressed as AMU by her beloved child, leaving no room for contemplation. Aren't we supposed to change forms at will, guided by our thoughts? How could you forget? She then proceeded to demonstrate. Shirhuan focused intently on the concept of transforming into her human guise, repeatedly affirming to herself, I am human. I am human. After several attempts, she sensed the change and extended her hand to confirm it was indeed human. Now, she longed to gaze into a mirror to see her new appearance. However, she quickly realized she was unclothed. Fortunately, she was in her own cave, surrounded by females, so the embarrassment was somewhat alleviated. What shall I do about my clothes? I refuse to remain bare. Shirhuan crossed her arms over her chest, feeling awkward. Mei Duo gradually comprehended the situation. The child had forgotten everything, utterly stunned. With patience, she explained that their kind naturally donned fur, which would transform into a hide skirt during the change, or they could opt to wear a skirt fashioned from collected hides. This clarification granted Shirhuan a clearer understanding of her beastly world. Nodding, she began to acclimate to her human form, finding it much more comfortable. All right, you may leave now. There's nothing more for you here. She resumed her position, sprawled on the bed, akin to a lifeless figure. It was not rudeness, it was simply how the original self treated her. AMU, though she did show a bit more respect towards her father. Though puzzled, Mei Duo dared not provoke Shirhuan. As she left, she glanced back multiple times. Faintly, she overheard Mei Duo conversing with her partner about her, their voices gradually fading, indicating they were departing. Lying there aimlessly was unproductive. Shirhuan resolved to venture outside to plan for her future. Gazing down at her hide skirt, the pristine white fur unblemished, complemented by a matching bandeau that only concealed her essential parts, she shook her head and stepped outside. The moment she emerged from her cave, the once lively tribe fell into a sudden hush. Shirhuan raised an eyebrow, realizing the original's influence was greater than she had anticipated. A headache began to throb. A few small females congregated nearby, casting resentful glances her way. One bold enough could no longer contain herself and taunted, Shirhuan, how dare you show your face here? You should clean up and leave. Shirhuan scrutinized the female, frowning as she rifled through her memories. It seemed she was one of those whom the original had bullied, mocked for her appearance and perceived inability to bear offspring. Had she been male, she would have never pursued her. Sherwan felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. The original truly had no regard for others. How wicked! Did those males truly allow themselves to be manipulated by her? Had she not inherited the original's body, she might have joined in the outcry. With a deep breath, she took a few steps forward. The small female, having spat her venomous words, retreated until she was backed against the stone wall, looking at Sherwan with a pitiful expression. Sherwan felt a mix of sympathy and exasperation. No wonder the original had bullied her so easily. With deliberate slowness, she advanced towards her. Chapter 3. The original owners mess you. I am not afraid of you. There are rules in the tribe that prohibit striking females. This female, seemingly named Siyu, clung pitifully to her companions, evoking a sense of sympathy. Sherwan found it incomprehensible why such an adorable female would compel those males to forsake a vast expanse of forest for the sake of an original owner who offered nothing but disdain. Shaking her head, she passed by Siyu, whose position was along the path she must take to exit. After she had walked a considerable distance, Siyu and her companions finally reacted, bewildered by her unexpected amiability. She hadn't scolded them this time. Another companion, Lin Ming, echoed her astonishment. Siyu, you were so brave just now. Siyu replied, I was terrified. This encounter was far removed from her expectations. At the very least, she imagined Sherwan would tug her hair or spit at her, which would seem more fitting. Torn between fear and resentment, Sherwan could hardly muster the energy to retaliate. As she strolled, both males and females offered her curious glances, yet none approached to engage her in conversation. Having newly arrived in this foreign world, she remained ignorant of its intricacies and refrained from causing trouble, opting instead for a faint smile. The surrounding beastmen gazed at her as if she were a specter. Sherwan's smile faltered as she mused that the mountain pig, unable to digest fine grains, deserved to be manipulated by the original owner. She now sought a small stream to glimpse her current appearance. But the original owner's memories were jumbled and incoherent. Casually seizing a nearby male, robust and muscular, she inquired, Excuse me, where can I find water, perhaps a small stream? The unfortunate soul she had chosen was taken aback. Despite his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he appeared almost bashful in her presence. He stammered, avoiding her gaze. If you leave the tribe, you'll find a stream. But don't stray too far. It could be dangerous. Sherwan mentally charted her route and nodded. Thank you. The male replied in no problem. Stepping towards the path she recalled from memory, Sherwan had recently spurned 8 warriors from the tribe. Although the males were irate, they seemed to recognize their unworthiness in her presence. The chieftain, under pressure, forbade any beastman from disturbing her. Everything awaited the judgment of the following day. Their tribe was a medium-sized one, comprising several amicable races that had united to form a community. Occasionally, she could overhear beastmen discussing her, yet none posed a threat. Sherwan walked with grace, akin to a cat, as she approached the small river outside the tribe. The water was crystal clear and appeared shallow. Yet Sherwan knew it ran deep, serving as the tribe's primary water source. As she neared the stream and gazed into its reflection, she discerned her appearance was not too dissimilar to her original self. Save for the conspicuous pair of white cat ears atop her head, a testament to her beastly lineage. Had those ears sprouted elsewhere, she might have found them endearing, but attached to her own head. They were a source of frustration. After more than 20 years as a pure human, transforming into a half-human, half-beast was disheartening. As she toyed with her charming ears, contemplating her surroundings, she suddenly felt a palpable gaze upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. Turning stiffly to locate the source of the scrutiny, she beheld a muscular man, at least 6 feet 2 inches tall, whose visage seemed meticulously crafted by the heavens. His chiseled features, prominent nose, and sun-kissed skin radiated an air of wildness, accentuated by his tousled silver hair and penetrating gaze, which was fixed upon her. Most striking were his blue eyes, sparkling like gemstones. Though they bore a hint of weariness, Sherwan's instincts kicked in. This handsome man was undeniably striking, yet he seemed vaguely familiar. He was the one the original owner had rejected from the neighboring large tribe. What was his name? Lowe's, the expression in his eyes was unmistakably one of lingering attachment to the original owner. Observing him closely, Sherwan was uncertain of his species, as the original owner's memories were sporadic and unreliable. Before he could speak, Sherwan offered him a nod and a faint smile, intending to slip away. However, the riverbank was slick with moss, and as she stumbled, she felt herself teetering towards the water, in a heartbeat. The muscular man dashed towards her, wrapping his arms around her waist and deftly lifting her to safety. "Are you all right, Huan?" he inquired with genuine concern in his eyes. Recovering from her shock, Sherwan met his gaze. Noting the authenticity of his care, which made her waver. This strikingly handsome man was far superior to those youthful beaux. What was the original owner even thinking? Stepping back to maintain a safe distance. She replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Unable to piece together the reasons behind the original owner's rejection of this exquisite male, she dismissed the thought. After all, the original owner was no more. She was now the sovereign of this body, free to act as she pleased. Lowe's looked wounded as he regarded her. "Must you be so distant? We were once quite close. There's something about me that displeases you. I can change." The heart-wrenching appeal of the muscular man was difficult to resist, and Sherwan nearly succumbed to his charm. Just then, a playful voice interrupted her thoughts. "Sherwan, since you've already turned down Brother Lowe's, you shouldn't linger around him any longer. He belongs to me." A large rabbit, a blend of black and white, hopped towards them, transforming into a humanoid form as it snuggled against Lowe's arm. "Brother Lowe's, she has rejected you. I will soon come of age. Be my first beast husband, and I promise I won't treat you like this wicked female." Sherwan observed the rabbit female's affectionate display, noting that although Lowe's gaze was on her, he did not rebuff the rabbit's advances. Her expression hardened. Such a man, whether male or female, was not for her. "I have made my stance clear. Not suitable, not liked, not accepted, not willing to deal, you understand?" With that, she flashed a captivating smile, shrugged, and addressed the rabbit female. "If you like him, go pursue him. I wish you the best." Without a moment's hesitation, she departed, leaving the other approaching females in disbelief. How could Sherwan be so amiable today? Among beastmen females, 10 combined could not match her in verbal prowess. They were often at a loss against her. In the tribe, young females were discouraged from meddling in conflicts, as any male attempting to intervene, no matter how valiant, would be cast out, becoming a wanderer. No female would accept a wanderer, while adult females were required to choose a beast husband. Following disputes, duels between husbands ensued. In essence, females were precious and must not be harmed. Their well-being and ability to bear offspring were of utmost importance. Chapter 4. The silver-haired handsome man Sherwan found herself unable to accept this stipulation, yet she understood and respected it. Females were, in essence, instruments of reproduction, and in this harsh survival environment, it seemed natural for males to protect females. Hunting and returning with sustenance for the females was the rule of the beast world. Yet Sherwan, hailing from the 21st century and steeped in modern civilization, was unwilling to accept that her purpose here was merely to find a male, mate, and bear children, perpetuating her ancestors' lives. What was the difference between this and living like an animal? The distinction between beastmen and animals indeed appeared minimal. In her former life, she had been proud and unyielding, never settling for a mere marriage for the sake of compensation, remaining single to this day. Would she now be compelled to submit? No matter how handsome. That was out of the question. As she wandered, lost in her thoughts, she unwittingly ventured far from her intended path. Observing her surroundings, she realized she was in uncharted territory. A place the original owner had never visited. A valued female, the original owner had rarely left the confines of the tribe. Even when she did, it was always in a group, now lost. Sherwan gazed at the towering trees, a sense of unease creeping in. "Steady yourself. Don't be afraid," she reassured herself. Retracing her steps, a chilling sensation gripped her as she hurried along, the sound of hissing echoing behind her, urging her to quicken her pace. Suddenly, a massive, snow-white snake emerged before her, flicking its bright red tongue, its body thicker than her waist. Oh, what a gigantic snake! How terrifying! Sherwan shrieked, pivoting to flee, her short legs propelling her forward in a panic, only to crash into a similarly white tree. Gazing at the unexpected tree before her, she marveled at the presence of white trees in the beast world, pondering their potential for study. Curiosity piqued. She looked upwards, only to meet the gaze of 2 piercing serpent eyes. With a resounding thud, she collided with the tree. She cried out, feeling the impact. The sound of Sherwan collapsing startled her, causing her to turn and collide with a massive tree. Before she could call for help, she was knocked unconscious by the impact. Two streams of crimson blood flowed from her nostrils, trickling down her cheeks, one to the left, the other to the right, creating a rather comical spectacle, though regrettably, Sherwan was unable to witness it. Otherwise, she would surely have mustered the strength to rise and wipe away the blood before succumbing to her faintness again. As Ming Hao observed the unconscious Sherwan, a smirk crept onto his lips, revealing his true form. This little female was quite intriguing. He bent down, cradling the petite figure in his arms, his upper body manifesting as that of a human with a robust chest, while his lower half morphed into that of a serpent. With a graceful flick of his serpentine tail, he swiftly traversed a considerable distance to be by the time Luo Zhe and the others, delayed in their arrival, reached the scene. Sherwan had already been whisked away by the wandering serpent beastman. Damn it! Luo Zhe, frustrated, struck a fist against the giant tree, causing a flurry of leaves to cascade down. It was evident that the serpent beastman had appeared and taken Sherwan. Known for their capricious and irritable natures, the serpent beastmen were products of a harsh environment that shaped their formidable strength. Aside from those isolated tribes in remote areas, serpent beastmen typically roamed as strays across the continent. Unlike the males from tribes who treated females with care and affection, the strays were notorious for their cruelty. Females who fell into the hands of these wandering beasts seldom returned alive to their tribes. The males within these tribes could only lament, as the captured females were their most cherished companions, whom they rarely scolded even when trouble arose. When news of Sherwan's departure reached the tribe, many young females were left dumbfounded. They had never truly intended to drive her away, merely wishing to teach her a lesson. To their shock, she had actually left the tribe and been captured by a wandering beast. Some timid ones were so frightened that they broke into tears. Being a group of unseasoned young females who had been sheltered and were utterly naive, Siu felt considerable guilt. She shouldn't have uttered those hurtful words against Sherwan. Meanwhile, Sherwan, rendered unconscious by fear, remained oblivious to her surroundings until her stomach growled insistently, forcing her to awaken. She felt utterly drained and starved, crying out for help. With great effort, she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in a dark cave, indistinguishable between day and night. Deep within the cave lay a nest of grass, cushioned with a generous amount of dried hay, offering a surprisingly soft place to rest. A gentle breeze wafted through the cave, stirring the air. Just as she contemplated rising to explore, footsteps echoed nearby. Sherwan turned her head and could faintly discern a tall man, around 6 feet 3 inches, whose presence made the cave feel even more confined. She held her breath, unable to discern his features in the dim light. "Did you save me?" she asked cautiously. The man approached her in silence, gathering some firewood and igniting it with a swift motion, illuminating the cave. After a moment of adjustment to the brightness, Sherwan was finally able to see him clearly. A blush crept across her cheeks. He was stunningly handsome. Sherwan, enamored by his looks, struggled to maintain her composure. His chiseled features were flawless, and even in profile, he could captivate anyone. His flowing silver hair added an air of mystery to his appearance. "Thank you so much for driving away that large snake and saving me," Sherwan exclaimed, her shyness evident. The silver-haired man regarded her with an odd expression but remained silent, continuing with his task. The contrast between Luo Zhe and this striking individual was stark. The silver-haired man was undeniably her type. If she were to choose a partner, it would certainly be someone as handsome as him. However, the growling of her stomach interrupted her daydreaming. Hearing her stomach's protest, the man tossed her a parcel wrapped in leaves. Sherwan opened it to find a piece of meat that appeared fresh and bloody. Though she was starving, the thought of consuming raw meat made her uneasy. "I prefer it cooked," she said timidly. Avoiding his gaze, aware that the man shot her a disapproving look before, with a good-natured sigh, he proceeded to roast the meat over the fire. Sherwan sat cross-legged in her grassy nest, watching him cook, the flickering flames casting a warm glow on his handsome features. The longer she gazed, the more entranced she became, resting her chin on one hand while the other lay on her knee. She unabashedly admired him. Even the most composed of men would find it challenging to remain unaffected under such scrutiny, especially from a beautiful, unattached female like her. At last, the meat was ready. Sherwan had watched intently as it cooked, oblivious to any sense of discomfort. "Here, eat," the man said, placing the meat before her and stepping back a few paces, his voice devoid of emotion, yet rich and melodious. Not only did he possess striking looks, but his voice was equally captivating. Chapter 5. The demanding Shirhuan using a clean leaf, she wrapped the perfectly cooked piece of meat, feeling as though she were about to indulge in a gourmet steak. With a silly grin, she blew away the heat and cautiously took a bite, striving to exude an air of elegance and poise. However, her attempt at grace faltered. "Oh no, this is so pungent and foul," she exclaimed, unable to swallow the meat, which she promptly spat out. Examining the remaining piece in her hand, she noticed that while the exterior appeared adequately cooked, the interior was still bloody. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes as she looked at the man who had provided her with this ill-fated meal, accusingly stating, "I refuse to eat this. It's foul and raw." Ming Hao pursed his lips, realizing that this was his first encounter with a female, and he was unprepared for her finicky nature. His brow twitched in irritation as he asked patiently, "What would you like to eat instead?" With a voice as clear and crisp as a mountain stream, Shirhuan found herself unable to voice her grievances any further. Despite having just vomited, she, the original owner, astonishingly, chose to disregard such a formidable male, instead pursuing only those of lesser quality, which she found utterly unappealing. Mingho cast a glance at Shirhuan, filled with unutterable sentiments, and pressed his lips together. Meanwhile, Shirhuan, oblivious to her surroundings, chattered to herself, playing with fire, completely unaware of the tension brewing. Mingho parted his lips to utter two words, yet Shirhuan, engrossed in her own musings, was momentarily taken aback by the sound of a male voice, responding with a confused, "Huh." Once she grasped that he was called Mingho, she found the name befitting of his demeanor and joyfully exclaimed, "Mingho, Mingho." For the first time in his life, Mingho felt as though his name could possess such melodic charm, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips at Shirhuan's exuberant tone. Gradually, the aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, and Shirhuan eagerly gazed at Mingho as he prepared the fish, her hunger reaching an unbearable peak. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps only a mere 15 minutes, Shirhuan, in her excitement, was rendered too fatigued to speak. That was Mingho's first attempt at grilling fish, and he handed her the skewer with the fish, which she accepted with trembling hands, inadvertently brushing against him. The touch was icy, and Shirhuan shivered slightly at the contact. "You've been cooking for so long, yet your hands are still so cold." She teased Mingho that he lowered his gaze in silence, discreetly rubbing his fingers together out of her sight, savoring the sensation, unconcerned about the weight of the fish. Shirhuan held it firmly, one hand clutching the skewer, the other supporting the fish, for it was rather cumbersome. Tentatively, she bit into a piece of the fish, savoring its fresh flavor, a taste fundamental to its essence. Although it lacked the exquisite taste of those from the fish grill shops, it offered a unique experience. Mingho kept a watchful eye on Shirhuan as she swallowed, allowing himself a subtle sigh of relief. Famished, Shirhuan paid little mind to her appearance, devouring the fish with abandon, relishing each bite, exclaiming in satisfaction as she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling revitalized. However, after a few mouthfuls, she found herself unable to eat further. Though it was fresh, it lacked flavor, and her appetite waned. With longing eyes, she looked at Mingho, pitifully asking, "Do you have any salt?" "It lacks taste, making it hard to swallow." Mingho, accustomed to a solitary existence, had always consumed his catch raw, never realizing a female could possess so many demands, particularly one he found himself unable to refuse. As thoughts of escape filled his mind, Mingho silently berated the complications females brought. "No," he stated flatly. Shirhuan pouted, unwilling to relent, taking another bite of the fish and defiantly extending it towards him, declaring, "I won't eat any more." Mingho, unfazed, snatched away the remaining grilled fish and devoured it in a few bites, leaving Shirhuan feeling somewhat wronged. Pouting, she slowly retreated to her little grass nest, choosing silence. Having barely satisfied her hunger, she could not comprehend her sense of grievance. After all, Mingho owed her nothing. Yet the thought of enduring such meals in the future left her feeling disheartened. Was this what it meant to be reborn? Life, after all, was about enjoying good food, drinks, and comfort. With nothing satisfactory in her existence, she lay languidly in her grass nest, unconsciously exhaling a sigh. The wandering serpent beast Mingho found it perplexing to decipher what females thought. Warrior, Once you are full, could you take me back to the tribe? We would be grateful, Sherwan pondered, ultimately deciding the tribe was preferable. After all, what was the harm in bowing one's head from the original owner's memories? She recalled that the tribe possessed salt, albeit in limited supply, and wild fruits were abundant. The thought of berries tantalized her. She remembered that females in the tribe would gather them. Mingho remained silent. Turning to depart, Sherwan, unperturbed, acknowledged that while he was indeed handsome, indifference was part of his charm. Uncertain of his whereabouts, she stood and stretched, feeling invigorated. Her feline attributes began to reveal their advantages, particularly her night vision. With a thought, she effortlessly transformed into her cat form, gracefully padding forward, drawn by the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, she turned a few corners and found herself before a magnificent waterfall. Realizing she was behind a cave concealed by the cascading water, occasional droplets splashed against her, and though she could not see the entirety of the waterfall from her vantage point, she could imagine the ferocity of the torrents. The thundering sound reverberating in her ears. Daring not to approach, she marveled at the existence of such a water curtain in her lifetime. Yet a thought crossed her mind. Could cats swim? She knew dogs were natural swimmers. Perhaps she should test it out. With cautious steps, she advanced, extending a paw, but before she could touch the waterfall, a powerful tail suddenly coiled around her waist, swiftly pulling her away from the cave's mouth. Feeling disoriented, Sherwan struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. When she regained her footing, she found herself bound by a large serpent's tail, the coolness of its scales sending shivers down her spine. Once Mingho had ensured she was safely away from danger, he released her and towered over her in his beast form. The sudden appearance of the great white serpent, with its fierce gaze and flickering crimson tongue, sent chills through her as the hissing echoed like a death knell in her ears. Mingho, save me! There's a snake! She screamed before succumbing to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by fear. After transforming back into his human form, Mingho lifted the fainted Sherwan, his expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. He had merely been intrigued by the gossip surrounding the nearby tribe and had come to observe this little female, who had now piqued his interest significantly. He placed her gently on the bed of grass he had prepared for her, his gaze fixed intently on her. This little female was undeniably beautiful. Yet her intellect seemed lacking. Would such offspring be affected by her shortcomings? The solitary young male found himself at a loss, his decisiveness in hunting contrasting sharply with his current predicament of confronting a delicate, somewhat foolish female. When Sherwan regained consciousness, she lay in the grass nest, devoid of the great white serpent-esque presence, and Mingho was nowhere to be found. The cave remained unchanged, but beside her lay some wild fruits wrapped in leaves, red, purple, and yellow berries that appeared delicious. Sherwan had a fondness for fruits, and though she had never seen these particular berries before, their proximity suggested they were safe to eat. She picked up a purple-red fruit resembling a larger raspberry. Savoring its sweet tart flavor, she relished the taste, devouring several until her belly felt pleasantly full. This was her first hearty meal since entering the beast world. After satisfying her hunger, she reclined in her grass nest, discovering an unexpected comfort in it. Gradually, her mind began to clear, and she recalled the chilling sensations, the icy touch of Mingho and the sudden appearance of that formidable tail, each reminder underscoring a terrifying truth. Mingho might indeed be that fearsome great white serpent. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Here she was, a dignified maiden, feeling an inexplicable attraction towards a striking male who happened to be a cross-species serpent. Fear gripped her, and sensing the opportunity to escape while the serpent was absent, she decided to flee. After all, her life was paramount. The exit of the waterfall cave was not a viable option. She doubted her swimming abilities. The cave had a draft, suggesting the possibility of another exit. Transforming into her beast form, she moved lightly, following the direction of the wind, navigating through the twists and turns until she discovered a passageway just wide enough for her to pass through. Leading upward as she ascended, the breeze grew stronger, and light began to filter in. Sherwan's heart raced with anticipation. Dawn was near. She crawled forward and was met with an expansive view. A sheer cliff awaited her. Staring in disbelief, she realized this was no better than the waterfall cave. The steep drop appeared as if sliced by a knife, offering no footholds. That a slip here would mean no second chances. Frowning in despair, she retreated slowly, her journey proving arduous and exhausting. Feeling drained, she paused to rest, realizing her hunger had returned. The physical exertion had depleted her energy, and the fruits were insufficient to sustain her. A sense of helplessness washed over her, as if the universe were indifferent to her plight. This was far more challenging than facing a horde of dim-witted females. The more I think about it, the more infuriated I become, and the more aggrieved I feel that I wish for her to have a splendid journey, yet she encountered such a misfortune. Tears flowed uncontrollably down my cheeks, and as I cried, exhaustion eventually overtook me, leading me into slumber. The tardy Mingho, observing the tear-streaked face of the weeping female, felt a sense of helplessness, but he was at a loss as to how to confront her. What had initially been a spontaneous decision now seemed difficult to relinquish. Taking on a human form, he sat on the ground, propping one leg up, resting one hand upon it, and gazed at Shirhuan with a smile that was enigmatic in nature. Chapter 7. The Shaman Yu. When Shirhuan awoke once more, she felt both hungry and thirsty, utterly drained of energy. Her gaze fell upon the head of a large serpent, causing her to leap up in alarm. It was no exaggeration to declare that this was the most lucid moment of her life. Without exception, she retreated repeatedly until there was nowhere left to go. The fragile, pitiful, and helpless Shirhuan huddled tightly in the corner, warily watching the great white snake. Fear rendered her speechless. "What do you want? Please don't come any closer. I warn you." The serpent flicked its tongue, hissing twice, and Shirhuan, terror-stricken, clasped her hands over her head and wept. It had long been anticipated that her not fainting this time exceeded Mingho's expectations. The fainting Shirhuan, however, left him speechless. When she finally lifted her gaze again, she found Mingho in human form before her. Even Shirhuan, with her sluggish reactions, understood that Mingho was the serpent. Words eluded her. As Mingho took a step forward, Shirhuan shrieked in fright. Don't come closer. I'm scared." Mingho halted his advance, silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. After a pause, he exhaled softly and placed several pieces of meat, wrapped in leaves and still steaming, before her. "I've added salt." Shirhuan stared at the meat without moving, afraid to touch it. The aroma was enticing. Yet she hesitated. Mingho retreated to a distance, sitting aside, neither watching her nor leaving her side. Swallowing hard, Shirhuan slowly extended her hand, gingerly picking up a piece of meat, peeling back the leaves. Unable to discern much, she inhaled the delightful scent and tentatively took a bite. Some parts were charred, but the flavor was quite good. There was no overwhelming fishiness. She quickly devoured the piece, wiping her mouth, still craving more. Mingho, who had been secretly observing her, exhaled in relief that he picked up another piece of meat, this time not even glancing at it before taking a bite. Doubting her luck, she reached for another piece. Unwrapping the leaves, not waiting to taste it, she merely sniffed, then opened another, taking a bite. Oh, the delight! With tear-filled eyes, Shirhuan lay sprawled on the grassy nest. Mingho felt a twinge of concern for her and wanted to check on her condition. However, as he dared to stand, Shirhuan instinctively recoiled into the corner. "Don't come closer. I am thirsty, I need water." Mingho considered saying something, ultimately pursing his lips and nodding before departing. Shirhuan released a breath of relief. The berries from yesterday had dried out somewhat, but they were better than nothing, a small relief for her palate. Soon, Mingho returned, holding a peculiar object resembling a coconut shell, which he used as a vessel to offer her a bowl of water. Shirhuan accepted it, examining the clear liquid. Without hesitation, she took a large gulp, quenching her thirst and wiping the water from her lips. After drinking, the two exchanged glances, the atmosphere tightening with tension. Shirhuan felt no fear toward Mingho in his human form. However, the thought of him being a transformed large serpent sent shivers down her spine. "Hey, can you let me go? You've seen it. I can hardly take care of myself, and you don't even want to eat me." Shirhuan attempted to reason with him, hoping to appeal to his emotions, despite the dim prospects of success. Mingho regarded her with an impassive expression, remaining silent as Shirhuan prepared to speak again. A sudden cramp gripped her abdomen, as if a hand were stirring within her, causing her immense pain and rendering her speechless. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Mingho noticed her distress. "What is wrong with you?" Shirhuan writhed on the ground in agony. Unable to pay him any mind, in a state of confusion, Mingho embraced Shirhuan. The best course of action was to take her to see the shaman. However, his identity as a wandering beast might lead to them being attacked before they even reached the shaman's tribe. At that moment, he set aside his concerns, wrapping Shirhuan in a piece of animal hide, and with a swift motion of his serpent tail, hoisted her onto his back, carrying her toward the tribe for healing. When Shirhuan regained consciousness, the pain in her abdomen had subsided. She sat up, surveying her surroundings. She was no longer in the dark, damp water-curtained cave. However, she found herself in a bright cavern, faintly scented with medicinal herbs. A familiar piece of animal hide lay over her, soft and comfortable to the touch. "That you're awake. How wonderful, Granny. The little female is awake." Shirhuan's attention was drawn to the voice, and before she could clearly see, the beastman dashed outside. From the sound, it was evident that it was another female. The female returned accompanied by an obviously elder female, her face painted with incomprehensible symbols, dressed in peculiar animal hides that endowed her with an air of mystery. With a long staff resembling a tree root, she appeared frail, yet exuded a warm demeanor. She trembled as she reached out, lightly tapping Shirhuan's forehead before quickly withdrawing her hand. "That you're awake. There is no problem now." She then ambled away leisurely. The earlier female remained, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shirhuan. Confused, Shirhuan inquired, "Who are you? What happened? How did I end up here?" The younger female, appearing no older than 14 or 15, introduced herself. "I am Au, and the one you just saw is our tribe's shaman, Granny Fei." After a brief introduction, Au curiously asked, "Is the wandering beastman who brought you here your mate? But you don't carry his scent." It was evident that the wandering beastman was willing to risk injury to bring her for treatment. Shirhuan was utterly bewildered. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Au, being a child and studying under the shaman, quickly gleaned the situation from Shun. It turned out that Shirhuan was unaware whether it was the food or the water that caused her ailment. She simply needed time to acclimate to the customs of the beasts. Mingho had brought her to this large tribe for help, but as a wandering snake beastman, he was likely to be attacked before he could even reach the shamaness village with a fragile female in tow. Somehow, the tribe agreed to treat Shirhuan, but Mingho was not allowed to enter the village and had to hunt daily as payment for her treatment. The tribe presumed that Shirhuan was the mate of some wandering beast, which explained their concern for her, though it was evident from her scent that she was not yet mated. This was a significant reason why the tribe accepted her for treatment. Most wandering beastmen were notorious for their misdeeds. Yet a few did no harm, and some even thrived after securing a mate. Au was now quite curious about Shirhuan. Shirhuan rubbed her forehead. She and Mingho were hardly acquainted, having barely exchanged a few words. Yet perhaps this disaster had turned fortuitous, allowing her to escape the clutches of the serpent. She understood the value of a female. As long as she desired, she could live well in any tribe, provided she had a mate from that tribe. Her head throbbed. Chapter 8. The little white tiger. Shirhuan chuckled softly, a sheen of sweat upon her brow. Noticing her reluctance to speak further, Au did not press her. Females were indeed precious. She handed Shirhuan a piece of roasted meat. "You must be hungry." Here to Shirhuan's past experience with undercooked meat left her apprehensive. She suspected her stomach pains had been caused by consuming raw meat and drinking unboiled water. Her gaze fell upon the roasted meat, which looked tantalizingly succulent, the aroma wafting invitingly. That it was marbled with fat and grilled to perfection, causing Shirhuan to mentally prepare herself. This was their tribe's fare. If she fell ill, treatment would be available. That I would rather not starve, she resolved, taking a substantial bite. The flavor was delightful, with a hint of saltiness that was quite palatable for her minor ailment. Having quickly finished a piece of meat, Shirhuan let out a satisfied burp. The Au remained by her side, relieved to see her eat normally. She then stood to fetch something from the outside of the cave, returning shortly with a stone bowl filled with a greenish substance that appeared unappetizing. Au offered it to Shirhuan. "This is the medicine Granny prepared for you. Please drink it." Au, with her bright eyes and charming smile, appeared somewhat eerie to Shirhuan. Did she really have to drink this medicine? Understanding the necessity of compliance, Shirhuan firmly grasped the bowl, steeling herself to down the concoction in one go. Having finished, she smacked her lips, pondering the taste. "The taste seems rather acceptable, though its presentation leaves much to be desired. That I feel significantly lighter in spirit. This shamaness, Granny Fei, certainly possesses remarkable skills. After a satisfying meal, stepping out to bask in the long-awaited sunlight brings a sense of tranquility." It is then that Shirhuan realizes they are situated in an expansive valley, surrounded by towering cliffs adorned with numerous caves, much like the one she currently occupies. Various verdant plants, many unfamiliar to her, are scattered throughout the valley, interspersed with vibrant blooms peeking through the greenery. The view from above is breathtakingly beautiful, that as Shirhuan admires the valley, the orcs from the tribe observe her in return. Ayu, your tribe is truly magnificent. Living here must bring you immense joy every day, she exclaims with pride. Ayu replies, our tribe has produced a high priestess, blessed by the beast god, making us quite exceptional. What is this high priestess? Shirhuan, having experienced rebirth, feels a mix of reverence and skepticism towards the existence of the beast god. Her gaze remains fixated on the luminescent grass, prompting Ayu to explain. This is a unique grass from our tribe. Flourishing under the blessing of the beast god, it cannot survive elsewhere. The soup you consumed today was made from this luminescent grass. Ayu leads Shirhuan around the tribe, where she observes several orc cubs playfully frolicking together. Their fluffy forms utterly adorable. The new females in the tribe greet her with friendly smiles. Shirhuan's attention is captivated by a litter of white tiger cubs that a few lively little tigers, adorned with white fur and black stripes, eagerly prance around her feet, showcasing their most endearing sides, utterly enchanting Shirhuan. Unconsciously, she reaches out to pet them, but hesitates just before contact, shyly asking, they are so adorable. May I touch them? A cheerful female voice responds, what is the harm? You can take one home to play with. That a live female effortlessly scoops up one of the rolling white tiger cubs and places it in Shirhuan's arms. I am Yu Yin. They are all my cubs. Feel free to play with them, she beams. The cub seems to have recently weaned, its teeth yet to sprout. Shirhuan cannot resist stroking the soft fur along its back. The texture is exquisite, being mindful of the cub's mother-esque presence. Shirhuan refrains from overindulging. Yet her hand continues to caress the tiger, eliciting delighted purrs from the little creature. Shirhuan is completely smitten and plays with the cub for a considerable time before reluctantly returning it to its mother. If you truly adore cubs, you might consider finding a white tiger warrior in our tribe and have a litter of your own, Yu Yin teases Shirhuan. She laughs awkwardly, aware that Yu Yin means no harm. Indeed, she adores the cubs, but the thought of childbirth is daunting. After all, it is painfully torturous. The observing male orcs react with surprise to Yu Yan's words. Their tribe is predominantly composed of white tigers and is among the strongest. Ayu seizes the opportunity to add, indeed, Huan, our tribe's warriors are formidable, that if you wish, you can choose any of them. Shirhuan feels a sense of helplessness akin to facing the relentless matchmaking of elders during the new year. This inevitably brings to mind Ming Hao, prompting her to hesitate before asking, the beastman who brought me to your tribe? Shirhuan's arrival is no secret. The females she has been playing with are all aware of Ming Hao, and their expressions vary. Ayu explains, he hasn't done anything inappropriate. After delivering prey, he has merely kept his distance from the tribe, but we have already informed him of your situation, that if you wish to see him, we can send someone to escort you. Shirhuan shakes her head. Though Ming Hao has not harmed her, and even brought her to see the shamaness, her feelings towards him are complex. Just his appearance alone is enough to captivate her, but her fear of snakes lingers, that Yu Yin perceives her dilemma and gestures to her cubs, who eagerly rush to Shirhuan's feet, vying for her attention. With several clamoring for cuddles, Shirhuan quickly becomes engrossed in play with the cubs and, after a while, begins to feel fatigued. She promises Yu Yin they shall play again soon. Ayu then escorts her back to the cave. While chatting, Shirhuan learns that Ayu is the next in line to be the shamaness after Granny Fei, though she is a bit playful and volunteered to accompany Shirhuan. The females in the tribe receive supplies. Yet Ayu, being young and without a partner, has already learned to prepare her own meals. Recalling the delightful roasted meat from the morning, Shirhuan muses that it must have been Ayu's handiwork. It was delicious, besides salt. Did you add anything else? Shirhuan inquires curiously. The meat retains a gamey flavor. Merely adding salt would not suffice. ASA shamaness. Ayu must have some knowledge of herbs. That Ayu's eyes light up. Did you notice that? She rummages through the herbs in the cave, extracting several green plants and something resembling tree bark, exclaiming with excitement. You are the first beastman to recognize it. I enjoy experimenting with these. Adding them makes the meat taste much better. Shirhuan inspects the herbs, bringing one to her nose and inhaling the rich fragrance, reminiscent of their spices. Many of the plants in this world are unfamiliar to her, but their effects seem promising substitutes. Sherwan feels a newfound confidence regarding her future meals. What are these called? I particularly enjoy roasted meat, she exclaims eagerly. Au appears to have found a kindred spirit, enthusiastically explaining each plant and its uses. The two chat animatedly until a gurgling sound from Sherwan's stomach halts their conversation. Au then prepares to roast some meat while Sherwan joins her to learn, recognizing that she must eventually fend for herself and understand her own tastes. Au skillfully ignites the fire and begins roasting the meat, sprinkling her aromatic herbs and salt. Before long, the enticing aroma of sizzling meat fills the air. As a guest, Au serves Sherwan first before preparing her own portion. Sherwan, truly ravenous, wastes no time in taking a bite, but after swallowing, she feels something amiss that I in disbelief. Sherwan thinks, earlier, everything seemed fine. If it weren't for my clear memories, I might question whether I am with cubs. It appears that the issue does not solely lie with Ming Hao's skills. Au's roasting is indeed commendable. Perhaps the problem resides with the meat itself. Au, still a child at heart, is soon frightened and rushes out to summon Granny Fei. Sherwan yearns for a drink to wash away the unpleasant taste. Feeling quite uncomfortable, Au quickly returns with the shamaness, who appears winded and aged, causing Sherwan to feel a pang of guilt that I sincerely apologize for troubling you with such a minor issue. She expresses remorsefully. Granny Fei nods and proceeds to examine Sherwan. After a thorough check, she furrows her brow in disbelief and states, "You are in excellent health." Anticipating this, Sherwan asks Au, "The meat you served me this morning and the one I just ate, are they from different beasts?" Au ponders for a moment before responding. The morning's meat was from a buffalo hunted yesterday evening, while the midday portion is freshly caught wild boar. That explains it, Sherwan replies with an apologetic smile to Granny Fei. "I must have a delicate constitution and cannot consume wild boar. I regret the trouble I caused you." Granny Fei, understanding, assures her, "Many females can be picky eaters, yet few are selective about meat." She then admonishes Au, "Do not overreact. I am not as resilient as you think." Au sticks her tongue out playfully at Granny Fei, eliciting a chuckle from Sherwan. Meanwhile, the male orcs, having heard about Sherwan's summons of the shamaness, gather outside the cave, eager to learn what transpired. After escorting Granny Fei back, Au is approached by the waiting males, who inquire about the new female's condition. Au nonchalantly replies, "It's nothing serious. Huan is simply a bit picky. I was startled, which is why I called for the shamaness. You may disperse now." Picky eating is quite common among females, prompting one male to boldly declare, "Whatever the female desires to eat, I shall hunt it for her." Hearing the commotion outside, Sherwan steps out to investigate, causing the orcs to fall silent, that a few even blush and avert their gazes from her. Au, however, is gleeful, saying, Huan, feel free to express any cravings. These fellows are eager to win your favor." Sherwan breaks into a cold sweat at the thought of their intentions. She cannot afford to make the same mistake as before. The lessons learned from her previous life loom large. Taking a couple of steps back, she declines, "No, thank you for your kind offers." Pulling Au back into the cave, Sherwan feels a lingering apprehension. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she admits her helplessness. With no meat to eat and unable to hunt for herself, her gaze drifts over the lush valley that a grass soup would suffice. "Au, could you teach me how to make that luminescent grass soup?" With her eyes blinking pitifully, Sherwan instantly softened Au's heart. The verdant grass was abundant, yet it was of little interest to the orc's palate. It merely possessed some healing properties that Au harbored concern for Sherwan's health. Realizing that subsisting solely on grass would lead to frailty, which would not bode well for her future offspring. However, Sherwan was unconcerned about such matters. She felt as though she might starve to death. If she knew she need not bear any offspring, her spirits would soar even higher. But Au's cave was stocked with provisions, and Sherwan decided to prepare herself a pot of grass soup, the color of which was somewhat difficult to describe. Taking advantage of this time, Au ventured out to see if she could procure some beef for Sherwan. The tribe cherished each female, and given Au's fondness for Sherwan, she personally attended to this small task, telling Sherwan to wait a moment before transforming into her beast form and swiftly departing. Sherwan, bored, propped her chin on her hand while gazing at her grass soup. her stomach growling with hunger, her eyes fixed eagerly on the stone POT'd ATV entrance of the cave. A young white tiger cub, carrying a leather pouch, paused to peek inside, asking in a small, innocent voice, "Are you sure, Juan?" Upon receiving her affirmative reply, the little tiger cub entered the cave and chirped, "This is from that big snake. He's waiting for you outside the tribe." Curious, Juan wondered what Ming Hao could possibly offer her. Knowing he meant her no harm, she took the leather pouch from the little tiger and opened it to find it filled to the brim with fruits and a sizable chunk of meat. Despite not having sought him out, he still thought to send her food. The little tiger, watching her with curiosity, asked, "Do you want me to pass a message to him? If not, I'll have to leave." Juan playfully ruffled the little tiger's fur, handing him a few fruits to eat, saying, "I'll go see him once I'm full." The cub twirled around her feet, delighted. Ming Hao had sent a piece of raw meat this time. Likely aware of his culinary limitations and opting instead to provide her with ingredients, knowing there would be someone in the tribe capable of cooking. Juan weighed the meat in her hands. It was substantial enough for 2 meals. Though she had never cooked before, she had enjoyed watching late-night cooking videos. Having never tasted pork, she had often seen pigs running around. Having just consulted AIU, she decided to put her newfound knowledge into practice, seasoning the meat with AIU's spices and salt to let it marinate. In this beastly world, iron tools were evidently non-existent, which left her pondering how to cut the meat. The cave was devoid of suitable instruments, and Juan found herself at a loss. Just as she was contemplating her predicament, AIU returned. Juan, I managed to get you a large piece of beef. Let us see if you can eat it." Juan, distressed at her inability to cut the meat, turned to AIU. "You returned just in time. How can I cut this meat into smaller pieces?" AIU effortlessly demonstrated a partial transformation, her arm morphing into a claw. With swift, precise motions, she cut the meat into manageable portions. This satisfactory. Recovering from her astonishment, Juan exclaimed, "Yes, this is incredible. How cool." She was now eager to learn how this transformation was accomplished. AIU did not inquire about the origin of the meat, but Juan willingly divulged that it was sent by Ming Hao via the little tiger. As AIU munched on some fruits, a knowing smile spread across her face, teasing, "That wandering beast seems quite concerned about you, remembering your picky eating habits and going out of his way to deliver food." It would be disingenuous for Juan to claim she was unaffected by this. In Chapter 10, titled Clouds Rise, having a partner to care for her in this beastly realm might indeed be the best option for her at present. Yet the snake orc was not her choice. She did not wish to settle for just any beast. The smaller pieces of meat cooked much faster, and at last, Juan savored her lunch. The marinated meat was delectable, and she devoured nearly half of what Ming Hao had delivered, complementing it with some fruits, leaving her quite satisfied. Preparing to meet Ming Hao, Juan felt a flutter of nerves. AIU noticed her unease and reassured her. "In a few days, our tribe will hold a grand festival to honor the beast god, where many orcs will gather. If you haven't made up your mind, you could invite that wandering snake orc to join. During the festival, no one is allowed to fight. Otherwise, they will incur the wrath of the beast god." Such customs intrigued her. Had it been in the past, she would have scoffed at the notion, but now she felt an undeniable curiosity. When Ming Hao received the message that Juan wished to see him, he was taken aback that he truly desired to meet her and had prepared himself for the possibility that she might not accept him so soon. Never expecting her willingness to see him, even a snake orc, who typically cared little for his appearance, found himself slightly anxious. He feared his beast form and could only approach her in his human guise. Juan strolled leisurely, hoping to digest her meal as she made her way to meet Ming Hao outside the tribe. A male orc, noticing Juan, approached with intentions of offering her a ride, only to be pulled back by his companion, who remarked, "This female is quite difficult to care for. She is picky and so small. It's clear she wouldn't be easy to raise." The male hesitated, unsure how to respond. Since becoming an orc, Juan had noticed a marked enhancement in her hearing. She could clearly catch the conversation carried by the wind, perhaps because they had not intended to conceal their words from her. A smirk crossed her lips. This was indeed a fine excuse. After all, anyone could choose to breed or not, and she had no intention of doing so. Her steps lightened, and distance became inconsequential as she spotted Ming Hao waiting outside the tribe. His silver hair glimmering in the sunlight, his broad shoulders and long legs striking a handsome figure. Juan shook her head, thinking how she was unworthy of such beauty. Ming Hao had been waiting for quite some time, and upon seeing Shi Huan again, he felt a rush of excitement, though his usual cool demeanor masked his delight. Shi Huan, feeling slightly bashful, assured him, "I'm doing quite well in this tribe. You need not worry about me." Ming Hao pressed his lips together and casually replied, "As long as you are well." His expression remained tranquil as he gazed at her. After a moment, he spoke gently, "I am a wandering beast, and I understand your concerns that if you do not wish to be with me or do not like me, you need not feel compelled. Just allow me to care for you until you find a partner. If that is agreeable." Such a considerate gesture was difficult for her to refuse. Shi Huan nodded in response that in a few days, there will be a festival to honor the beast god, and wandering beasts are welcome to attend. Did you know? This festival was renowned across the continent, and Ming Hao was certainly aware of its significance. Shi Huan continued, You mentioned you could be invited, but you must behave. There will be brave warriors watching over the wandering beasts." Ming Hao's lips curled into an involuntary smile. "Very well, I shall attend. For the next few days, you should remain in the tribe. I will bring you game to do you like those berries." Shi Huan was momentarily captivated by his smile, realizing how stunning he appeared when he grinned. Feeling shy, she lowered her gaze and offered a faint, inaudible agreement. For a moment, neither spoke, yet the tranquil atmosphere was not awkward for Shi Huan. She lifted her gaze to observe the sun-drenched forest around them, where sunlight streamed through the trees, accompanied by the melodious sounds of insects and birds. Turning, she glanced back at the verdant tribe, the trees screening a sprawling valley, lush and green, resembling a painted landscape. This was a sight she had never encountered before. The green grass here differed from what she had seen within the tribe. From a distance, the grass appeared to glow, its leaves translucent and delicate under the sunlight. Shi Huan marveled at the scene, recalling that she had arrived in a state of unconsciousness and was now filled with wonder. Ming Hao, watching her with fervent interest, caused her cheeks to flush slightly. "Shall we meet during the festival? I must head back now." Ming Hao replied tenderly, "All right, take these freshly picked fruits, that if you desire anything else, let that little tiger cub know, and I will fetch it for you." Shi Huan accepted the offering, feeling a bit bashful. "You need to be so kind to me that it was as though two voices clashed within her. One declared, he is already so handsome. What is a minor flaw? While the other insisted, but he is a snake. A snake." She pressed her forehead, exhaling a sigh. Clutching a large bag of berries, she said, "Then I shall return now." Ming Hao seemed about to say something further when a sudden rumble echoed, akin to 1,000 horses charging forth. Startled, Shi Huan recoiled slightly, and Ming Hao swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, frowning at the source of the disturbance that a group of adult white tigers, returning from a hunt, stirred up a cloud of dust. As they neared the tribe, their pace slowed. Shi Huan, nestled in Ming Hao's arms, cautiously peeked out, seeing numerous tigers towering 3 to 4 meters tall, their massive forms glistening with well-defined fur. The prominent mane on their foreheads added an air of majesty. Aghast, Shi Huan's mouth formed an O shape, utterly awed. Her fingers instinctively clenched onto something as her eyes remained transfixed on the magnificent creatures. The lead tiger, noticing Shi Huan and Ming Hao, paused to exchange words with his companions in beast language before coming to a halt. The remaining tigers, however, paid them no mind as they continued their journey back to the tribe. Only when all had departed did Shi Huan realize what she had been grasping, her face flushing crimson as she took 2 steps back, exclaiming, I'm so sorry," in the realm of beasts. The inhabitants have yet to master the art of garment making. They fashion skirts from the skins of animals, draping them around their waists, while the females adorn themselves with an additional piece covering their bosoms. The males, for the most part, remain bare-chested. Consequently, Ming Hao's upper body bears 2 small protrusions, now a vivid shade of red, as Shi Huan instinctively reaches out, attempting to touch them. Her body temperature is somewhat cool and absorbed in her curiosity. She pays no heed to the fact that she could use her toes to unearth a small cave that a shadow looms over Shi Huan's head, belonging to the tiger who led the way earlier. Ming Hao casts a deep glance at Shi Huan before addressing the great tiger. "Take Shi Huan back to the tribe. Pat her head. I will seek you out during the ceremony. You may return now." The great white tiger exhales a heavy breath in response, disregarding him, but obediently lowers itself before Shi Huan, allowing her to mount. Filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, she excitedly queries, "Is it really okay?" You won't throw me off, will you? I've never ridden before. Upon hearing this, the tiger's amber eyes flicker with a shadow of darkness. Mingho reassures her. He's quite stable. Just hold on tight. Encouraged by Mingho, Sherwan uses her hands and feet to climb up the tiger's tail, gradually making her way onto its back. She nestles her leather pouch against her chest, gripping tufts of the tiger's fur with both hands. The texture is delightful, prompting her to pet it, causing the tiger's massive body to shudder involuntarily. In a state of exhilaration, Sherwan remains blissfully unaware, happily waving at Mingho. As Yunk senses the female has settled securely on his back, he slowly rises, making an effort not to startle her. Sherwan, in a supportive manner, exclaims in delight, "Wow, this is so much fun." Yunk exerts his strength, carrying Sherwan swiftly toward the tribe, leaving Mingho behind to watch her depart. This novel experience leaves Sherwan utterly astonished. Chapter 11. Face blindness, feeling the gentle caress of the wind against her face. Soothing and calming. She experiences no jarring bumps as they race forward, in the blink of an eye. They arrive at the cave where Sherwan is temporarily residing. Still yearning for more, she exclaims, "Ah, we've arrived so quickly. That was delightful." The great white tiger crouches down, facilitating her descent. She clutches her berries, sliding down the tiger's back along the smooth texture of its fur, unhindered. Upon reaching the ground, she approaches the tiger's head and affectionately ruffles its fur, indulging herself with a smile as she gazes at Yunk. "Thank you for bringing me back, great tiger. It was so much fun." Yunk raises an eyebrow, his tiger form straightening. In an instant, the tiger vanishes, replaced by a young, handsome male. Sherwan stumbles back a step, suddenly reminded that she is in the beast realm, as if she were merely playing at riding a tiger. Yunk smirks, a playful grin gracing his lips. "Wasn't it enjoyable? What are you afraid of? Do I look frightening?" What could she say? To admit she had forgotten he was a beastman. However, she couldn't deny that this beastman was quite handsome, with silver hair interspersed with streaks of black, and green eyes that added an air of mystery. His waist is adorned with black and white striped animal skin, and he is bare-chested, his muscular frame exuding a raw, primal beauty. Sherwan blinks, her expression earnest. "Of course not. It's just that you are too handsome, too striking, and it momentarily dazzled me." Young's expression shifts subtly. Did this female truly understand the implications of her words? To compliment a male on his looks could be interpreted as courting. Oblivious to the nuances of her statement, Sherwan bids farewell. "I'm heading back now. Thank you." Upon returning to her cave, she finds Au has yet to return. After setting down her leather pouch, Sherwan ponders the impressive physique of the beastmen here, seemingly enhanced by some mutation. She reclines in her grassy nest, mindlessly nibbling on the berries Mingho had gathered, which are far larger than any she had seen before, satisfying her hunger with just a few. The meat she brought back cannot undergo localized beastification, so she must marinate it whole, generously sprinkling it with salt and spices. The berries possess a delightful sweet and sour flavor. Content: Sherwan experiments by adding some berry juice into the mix. The remainder of her time is spent awaiting Au's return to prepare the meat for their meal together, as she feels too bashful to dine alone. The tribe's rituals are eagerly anticipated. Au, being the next shaman, engages in many significant tribal matters, which require her attendance for learning. After Au cuts the marinated meat into small pieces, they enjoy a barbecue together. Au can tell that Sherwan has put thought into the marinated meat, but ruefully remarks, "Tomorrow I'll likely return quite late, so don't wait for me. Eat first, and don't let yourself go hungry." Suddenly remembering something, she teasingly adds, "If you find yourself bored, perhaps you could seek a beastman from our white tiger tribe as a companion. Let him handle the hunting and cooking for you." Sherwan sighs, placing a hand on her forehead. "Your suggestion is excellent, but I can't simply find someone just to have food." "Why not? As long as you like him. If one doesn't do, then find several. That big snake and our white tiger are both quite capable." Au insists earnestly in a polyandrous society. She had previously boasted of wanting many boyfriends, but now that an opportunity presented itself, she found herself struggling to accept it. "If you weren't a female, Au, I might have considered you as my beast husband. You cook so well and are so adorable." Au covers her mouth, laughing. "Goodness, that's quite terrifying. How could you think such a thing? I intend to find many beast husbands once I come of age." Sherwan gives her a thumbs up. "You're destined for greatness." Perhaps it was merely Sherwan's perception. But she felt that adding some berry juice significantly improved the flavor and texture, making it wonderfully tender. The two young females share laughter as they relish their meal. Ayu pats her belly, letting out a satisfied burp that you're amazing. This tastes far better than what I could make. Next time, you might just have to cook for me. Sherwan, equally stuffed, rubs her belly, adjusting her position for comfort. But I can't localize beastification. I can't cut the meat well, that if we cut it into small pieces before marinating, it would taste even better, that I'll teach you another day. Not today, I'm too full and sleepy, Ayu responds, after a long day. Fatigue overwhelms her. Transforming into her beast form, she nestles beside the fire and drifts into slumber. Sherwan gently drapes a piece of animal skin over Ayu, having not exerted much energy and having consumed a fair amount. She feels the need to step outside for some fresh air. Upon exiting the cave, she gazes into the distance from the steps. The night-lit green glade sparkles under the moon's glow, resembling a luminescent spectacle, with clusters of glowing grass swaying in the breeze. Sherwan stares wide-eyed, utterly captivated by the beauty before her. At that moment, she can't help but entertain the thought of settling down here indefinitely, suddenly jolted back to reality. She shakes her head vigorously. Returning to her world is impossible. It has long since turned to at least in this world. As it stands, she is living quite well, after admiring the night scenery for a while. Sherwan feels a chill and returns to cuddle next to the beastly Ayu, finding comfort in the soft, white fur of the tiger. Just before drifting off, she silently muses, having a great white tiger isn't so bad after all. When she awakens, Ayu has already departed, leaving behind some roasted meat. Sherwan sighs. Ayu is truly considerate. If only the males were this thoughtful, I wouldn't mind having several. The marinated meat from last night remains uneaten. The leftover pieces, seasoned with a bit more salt and marinated overnight, taste even better. Sherwan nods in satisfaction. Though growing weary of the constant meat, she craves some vegetables, as she has always enjoyed her greens. The remaining berries are scarce, and Ayu shares her fondness for them as well. Thankfully, Mingho gathered plenty. Otherwise, they would surely run out. Which little tiger delivered the message yesterday? They all look so similar. Rubbing her head, she realizes she might be somewhat face-blind. It dawns on her that it is her first encounter with beastmen. She senses that the beastmen greatly appreciate her beast form, as few humanoid beastmen reside within the tribe. Recalling a nature documentary, she remembers that animals attract mates by showcasing their unique traits. The more flamboyant and powerful they appear, the more likely they are to capture a female's attention, contrasting sharply with human preferences. Gradually, Sherwan comes to understand that she cannot impose her accustomed thinking upon the beastman. As she begins to sort through her thoughts, she descends the artificially carved stone steps beside the cave. Few are idling about. The beastmen are all engaged in their own tasks. The young cubs frolic and play, a flurry of white fluff that overwhelms her senses. She makes her way toward the outskirts of the tribe. She encounters returning hunters, their hands laden with bloodied prey. Sherwan instinctively covers her face, unable to look at the fear that grips her. Rather, she finds it challenging to accept at first glance. Yet, she reassures herself. She is quite brave. Mustering her courage, she tells herself that she must adapt to this reality. Chapter 12. Do not scare the females when a great white tiger suddenly appears before her. She must tilt her head back to see it clearly, straining her neck. The sight proves quite taxing. The great tiger seems to sense her thoughts and transforms into human form as he approaches Sherwan. She recognizes him instantly. Indeed, it is the same tiger from yesterday. Stopping in her tracks, she waits for the handsome male to draw near, fully aware that he has come seeking her. Young gazes at Sherwan with a roguish glint in his eye. Are you looking for him? I sent him away. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Sherwan furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, displaying a hint of displeasure. Yesterday, she had agreed to let the little messenger tiger seek him out. She was yearning for berries. Yet today, when she went to find him, he had already left. Yunqi could distinctly sense that something was amiss with Sherwan's mood, in an attempt to speak on Ming Hao's behalf. He said, "This is a message from Ming Hao for you, that if you need anything, feel free to tell me." Only then did he notice the piece of meat he was carrying, which was clearly the choicest portion from a beast. Sherwan was fuming. Though she couldn't quite articulate the source of her anger, she simply felt an urge to vent, that I want berries, the kind from yesterday. Yin-Chi smiled, of course, Shi emphatically declared. I want to pick them myself. Yin-Chi's smile began to falter, that I in their tribe. It was uncommon for females to engage in such physically demanding tasks. To send a female to hunt or forage was considered a sign of incompetence among the orcs. The jungle was fraught with dangers, not only from wild beasts but also from ferocious rogue orcs. Due to the tribe's sacrificial activities, many rogue orcs were prowling nearby. Despite the heightened patrols, there were still areas that might be overlooked. Yun-Chi, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, said, after the sacrificial rites, I will take you if you wish to go to its unsafe outside for the time being. Shi turned her head away with a huff, crossing her arms and pouting. She secretly thought to herself that she must seem quite unreasonable right now, utterly ridiculous. Yin-Chi found her amusing, just as Ming Hao had described, an intriguing little female. And he was quite interested that he beckoned over a playful little tiger, speaking in beast language and casting a glance at her, before placing the meat on the little tiger's back. The little tiger, burdened with a piece of meat larger than its own body, scampered back toward the tribe, followed closely by other little tigers that had been playing alongside. Shi mood soured even further. Wasn't that her meat? She glared at the instigator without saying a word. Yin-Chi scratched his nose, explaining, it's inconvenient to take you out to play while carrying the prey, transforming into a majestic white tiger. He crouched at Shi feet, and she felt an unexpected sense of submission wash over her. Uncertain, she asked, are you truly willing to take me out to play? You're not deceiving me. Are you? In his beast form. Yin-Chi nodded slightly. Shi, feeling a surge of excitement, climbed onto the tiger's back, only to suddenly remember, what about my meat? That was mine. Yin-Chi's voice rang with amusement as he replied. I had the little tiger bring it back to the cave for you. It was the one that delivered your food yesterday. Did you not recognize it? Instantly, two rosy hues bloomed on Shi cheeks. Fortunately, she was already on his back. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. She truly had not recognized it. All those little tigers looked alike, their patterns so similar. Using both hands and feet, she finally managed to secure herself on the tiger's back. Clutching at the long, soft fur, the texture was absolutely delightful. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the great tiger beneath her quivered slightly. After a while, she heard his somewhat restrained voice, Are you settled? Shi excitedly raised her fist and pointed skyward. Exclaiming, I'm ready, let us go. At her words, the white tiger sprang to his feet, swiftly bounding toward the outskirts of the tribe. Shi, riding on the tiger's back, joyously shouted, Wow, this is so much fun. Can we go even faster? The tiger immediately picked up speed. Shi, momentarily caught off guard, felt her legs sway, but her reflexes were sharp, and she quickly grasped the tiger's fur to steady herself. Reveling in the exhilarating breeze in that moment, all her worries faded away. Amid Shi laughter, Yin-Chi felt no fatigue. In the blink of an eye, they reached a lush thicket brimming with berries. Shi had always believed that the berries resembled the wild raspberries she had eaten before, albeit slightly larger and exceedingly delicious. She assumed they grew low among the grass in reality, the fruits she adored were perched high upon trees. Much to her surprise. Hence, it was no wonder Ming Hao could bring her so many. She recalled that snakes could climb trees, but she thought tigers could not. Could they? Feeling awkward, Shi scratched her head. Sitting atop the tiger's back, unsure of what to do, attempting to pick them herself, she realized she was unable to reach them. Perhaps from the tiger's back, she could give it as she waited for Shi voice. Yun-Chi turned to glance back, only to find her looking distressed at the sight of the abundant berries. The tiger's mouth curled into a smile. With his tail, he gently wrapped around Shi waist, carefully placing her down in a safe spot. Transforming back into human form, he lowered his head to meet her gaze, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Didn't you want to pick them yourself? Shi recognized that he was teasing her. Finding him rather insufferable, he ruffled her hair and said, Stay here and wait for me. Don't come over, it could be dangerous for you. Shi was puzzled by what this male intended to do. Surely, he wouldn't leave her here. You can't climb trees, so how will you pick them? If she couldn't reach them, then so be it. She wasn't desperate for them. Next time, Ming Hao could gather more. Just being out here enjoying the breeze made her quite happy. Please don't put too much pressure on yourself. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Shi words, startling her into a jump in that moment. She felt the instincts of a feline beastman awaken within her, her senses alert to danger. She looked toward the source of the noise, seeing Yunqi, in beast form, collide with a tall, sturdy tree laden with fruit, causing a cascade of berries to rain down around them. The fruits, the size of lychees, scattered across the ground. Yunqi shifted back into human form, approaching Shirhuan with a grave expression, realizing she had misspoken. She instinctively took a couple of steps back, only to find herself pressed against the broad trunk of a tree. Yunqi slowly advanced, one hand resting against the tree behind her, locking eyes with her as he solemnly stated, "In the presence of a male pursuing you, it is best not to mention other males being stronger than me." Shirhuan initially felt a twinge of fear, but upon hearing the word pursuing, her expression turned incredulous. "Huh? Are you serious? You're pursuing me, and yet you dare to scold me." Her posture straightened defiantly as she glared at Yunqi, asserting, "Then I shall tell you this. Next time you pursue a female, keep your temper in check and do not raise your voice at her." She extended a delicate, fair finger, poking at his bare chest, pushing him back a step. Shirhuan added, "Also, next time you pursue a female, give a heads up. Had I known you would act this way, I wouldn't have come out with you." Li Minghao would never scold her like that. Feeling wronged, Shirhuan longed to return home. Chapter 13. Ambushed. Pouting, she felt increasingly aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. She glared at Yunqi with tearful eyes, but her gaze lacked any real threat, appearing more like a sulking child in Yunqi's eyes. He swallowed hard, his throat moving involuntarily, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "Please, don't cry that I shouldn't have raised my voice at you. Don't be angry, all right?" Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she sniffled. "I want to go back." All right, all right." Transforming into his beast form, he invited Shirhuan to climb aboard. Just as she was about to mount him, she recalled her purpose for coming, with a small, teary voice. She insisted, "First, we can't go back yet. I want to eat berries. We can't waste them, now that I'm here." Yunqi shifted back into human form, swiftly gathering the fallen berries, soon filling a large bag to the brim. Shirhuan squatted beneath the tree, tears still streaming down her face. While Yunqi worked, he kept a watchful eye on Shirhuan, cautiously gauging her reactions. Frustrated with himself, he lamented how he couldn't seem to control his temper. In the past, when little females in the tribe sought his companionship, he had found them bothersome and turned them away. Now, confronted with Shirhuan's tears, he felt utterly devoid of anger, unsure of how to console her. Shirhuan's tears came quickly and faded just as fast. Drying her eyes, she offered an embarrassed smile, her eyes still red as she apologized. "I'm sorry. I was being unreasonable. That I truly appreciate you taking me out to play. And I didn't mean to belittle you. Though Yunqi had never pursued a female before, he had heard his fellow males say that when a female says such things, she is often preparing to reject you. He hastily interjected, "You can feel free to be angry with me. Vent your frustrations if you wish. Even strike me if it pleases you. Just please don't reject my pursuit. Grant me another chance." Gazing into the earnest eyes of the great tiger, which were filled with her, Shirhuan found herself at a loss for words. Was she truly going to reject him? Rubbing her head, Yunqi seized the moment. Crouching down with a pitiful expression, to allow a female to engage in hunting is considered a sign of incompetence in the tribe, that if you refuse me, I might find myself unwanted by anyone. "Ah, is it really that serious?" Shirhuan exclaimed. "But I didn't know." "You can't do this." She understood that inviting her to play was his way of pursuing her, yet how could her simply enjoying the outing be deemed a sign of his inadequacy? Yunqi, feeling nervous for the first time, pleaded, "Please don't rush to reject me. Allow me another chance to prove myself." To that moment, Shirhuan suddenly thought of Ming Hao, two handsome faces flashing before her eyes. Was she truly a fickle woman? Shirhuan rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Let us just go back for now." Yunqi smiled joyfully. "Then you're agreeing, great. Let us head back." Transformed into a beastly form, with a tail coiled around, carrying both a large beast skin bag filled with berries and herself on her back, Shirhuan walked lightly along the path back to the tribe, her eyes still tinged with red. She was reluctant to return so soon. The pace was just right, allowing her to enjoy the scenery along the way. Sitting atop the tiger's back, she opened the beast skin bag, retrieved a berry, wiped it on the beast skin skirt, and popped it in her mouth. There were no pesticide residues. A mere wipe of the surface dust sufficed. Inside the beast skin bag lay several fruits pecked by birds, which Sherwan had no desire to eat, preferring the more visually appealing ones. Such is the nature of people, as it is with fruits. After all, with such a large bag, discarding a few wouldn't matter. However, these were the fruits of Yunqi's labor. It would be only polite to inform him. Clearing her throat, her voice still nasal. She hesitated. Yunqi immediately halted, the tiger's head turning back to look at Sherwan. What is it? Sherwan extended her hand, revealing several berries marked by bird pecks, and anxiously asked, I don't like these pecked ones. Can I throw them away? Yunqi nodded, replying, You can do as you wish. My dear, just don't discard me along with them. Sherwan's face flushed crimson as she tossed the berries aside, scattering them near the tiger's paw. Feeling somewhat awkward, she averted her gaze, while Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly amused by her bashfulness, her rosy cheeks sparked curiosity in him. He wondered what it would feel like to kiss her. In response, Sherwan, embarrassed, let out a huff, her tone a mix of petulance and shyness. Yunqi's laughter boomed, his gaze filled with affection as he teased, I thought you were offering me those berries, even the rotten ones, but it seems I'm misjudged. The large tiger's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. Sherwan quickly clarified, No, these are the fruits you gathered. Why would I deny you? She reached into the beast skin bag, extracted several fruits, wiped them on her skirt, and held them up to Yunqi's mouth. The great tiger gazed intently at Sherwan, opened his mouth, and with a swift flick of his tongue, devoured the berries, the tip brushing against her palm, sending a shiver through her. Her cheeks reddened even more. How easily she blushed. Yunqi silently marveled at her vibrant femininity, which stirred something deep within him. The atmosphere was thickening with unspoken tension when an unwelcome voice broke the spell. What an enviable couple! Oh, is that an unmated beastman? A gray wolf, missing half an ear, stared intently at them with its forest green eyes. Sherwan, gripped by fear, clutched Yunqi's neck tightly. Behind the gray wolf, 3 other beastmen in animal forms emerged, a python, a lion, and a black panther, all exuding a fierce demeanor. The black panther leered at Sherwan, taunting, an unmated female daring to frolic outside the tribe. Care to join your brothers for some fun? Sherwan remained silent, trembling slightly as she clung to Yunqi, realizing her recklessness. Yunqi had warned her of the dangers, yet she had insisted on coming out. Now, she faced the grim reality of being pursued, and the thought of being taken against her will loomed ominously. She pondered whether it would be better to find a suitable partner quickly. Regrettably, there was no remedy for regret. Yunqi reassured her, Don't be afraid, Huan, that I will protect you, that we are close to the tribe. Soon, the warriors will come to our aid. Sherwan nodded, trembling, unable to articulate her fears. The harsh reality of the animal kingdom was upon them. Survival of the fittest. She resolved to not be a burden to Yunqi, though she was acutely aware of her inability to remain unencumbered. With a quiver in her voice, she whispered near Yunqi's ear, Yunqi, thank you for liking me. They are after me, if it comes to a fight. Please escape, that I won't hold it against you, truly. Yunqi let out a powerful tiger roar that resonated through the air, startling Sherwan into covering her ears. Gritting his teeth, he declared, To fight for your sake is my honor. Even if you choose another mate, I will forever remain in your memory. With that, he prepared to confront the wandering beastmen, confidently asserting, Besides, who says I will surely lose? Chapter 14. Crisis as both sides braced for confrontation. A faint noise emerged from behind the wandering beastmen. By the time Sherwan turned to look, it was already too late. Suddenly, a massive tail swept through, sending the black panther crashing into a tree, where it fell motionless. Yunqi seized the moment, engaging in a fierce struggle with the disheveled lion. Meanwhile, Sherwan sat atop the tiger's back, witnessing the battle up close, paralyzed with fear, instinctively clutching the white tiger's fur. Terrified that a moment's lapse might send her flying off. She might just find herself returning home, as the beastmen would say, to the embrace of the beast god. Amidst the tension of the battle, a thought crossed Sherwan's mind. Did the beast god truly exist? She had traveled great distances to this beastly realm, reborn. Surely the beast god would not allow her to perish so easily. Tentatively, she prayed in silence. O great beast god, if you truly exist, grant me protection from calamity and fortune in adversity. Her grip on the fur tightened, her eyes squeezed shut, fearing that opening them would reveal a gruesome sight. Yet, observing Yunqi's agile movements, she sensed his vitality. He could surely hold out until the tribe's reinforcements arrived. But who had come to their aid just now? Surely, a tiger's tail couldn't be that long. Cautiously, she opened her eyes. The first sight being Yunqi battling the lion and gray wolf, holding his ground even while carrying her down on the other side. Mingho? He was locked in combat with the great python, evidently gaining the upper hand. While the Black Panther lay weakly, waiting for an opportunity, it seemed they held the advantage. Yet something felt amiss. Sherhuan remained crouched on the tiger's back, surveying her surroundings, unwilling to let her focus waver. Before long, through their teamwork, they successfully defeated the 4 wandering beastmen, driving them off with a 2-against-4 advantage. However, because Sherhuan was present, they refrained from pursuing. Carefully, she climbed down from the tiger's back to check on the 2 combatants' injuries. Their beast forms were both white, making any wounds particularly conspicuous. But fortunately, they were merely superficial. That Sherhuan's heart ached as tears streamed down her face, helplessly glancing from one to the other, unsure of how to assist. Only knowing that she was crying, Mingho transformed back into human form, his arm bearing a particularly gruesome wound, alongside a gash on his leg, but fortunately, his face remained unharmed. Noticing Sherhuan's worried gaze, he touched his face. A faint smile gracing his lips. I took care to shield my face, so as not to frighten you. Unable to contain herself, Sherhuan leaped into Mingho's embrace. Yunqi watched the two with a twinge of jealousy, turning away in frustration. He too had been injured, yet managed to hold his own against 2 foes while protecting Shi. Yunqi was indeed the stronger one. That Mingho held Sherhuan as if she were his entire world. It was the first time someone had cried for him. With her face pressed against his bare chest, Sherhuan felt a sudden rush of shyness, hastily wiping her tears. Let us hurry back and find a shaman. It is still unsafe out here. Yunqi examined his own wounds, which didn't appear too severe. However, returning to the tribe would mean Mingho wouldn't be allowed inside. Clearly, Mingho understood this. As long as you are here, I feel no pain. Would you stay with me a little longer? I'll escort you home. Casting a subtle glance at Yunqi, he kept his focus on Sherhuan. You can go back and see the shaman first. I am tough enough to handle it. Yunqi snorted in annoyance, lying on the ground, ignoring Mingho, his eyes fixed longingly on Sherhuan. Speechless, he looked utterly pitiful. The Sherhuan's emotions were a tangled mess as she caressed the tiger's head, smoothing his fur, now stained red with blood. She couldn't help but worry. Mingho would not harm the beastmen of the tribe, but could he not enter the tribe at all? Yunqi remarked oddly. If he wants to enter the tribe, he can. He has a female mate who is permitted entry, allowing him to follow. Duh. Mingho didn't want to pressure Sherhuan. It's really all right. A male's healing abilities are stronger than you think. The fact that Sherhuan is willing to approach him marks a significant advancement. Mingho feels quite content. The other tigers from the tribe are nearly back. It is time for them to return. He lifts Sherhuan and places her gently onto Yunqi's back, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. Yunqi rises leisurely, nuzzling Sherhuan with his tiger head, and strides towards their return path. As Sherhuan glances back, she notices Mingho standing alone, watching them depart, a solitary figure. It seems he did not anticipate her turning back, and a broad smile blossoms on his face as he waves at her. With the crisis averted, Yunqi relaxes considerably, moving with grace as he senses the presence of other tiger beastmen. Sherhuan, lying on Yunqi's back, feels somewhat listless, her mind consumed by the image of Mingho standing alone, evoking a pang of sympathy within her. She senses that Mingho is not the type of savage beastman. His aura is remarkably pure, unlike the previous ragtag group of beastmen who clearly repulsed her. Although her first encounter with Mingho was steeped in intense fear, stemming from humanity's instinctual dread of ferocious beasts, especially those with serpentine forms, she found herself devoid of disgust, instead feeling a sense of bewilderment. The interactions between Yunqi and Mingho suggest a lack of substantial animosity. Rather, they appear to coexist amicably, with an unspoken understanding existing between them. Sherhuan finds herself perplexed. It is evident that both are vying for her affection. Can rivals truly coexist in such harmony? This is yet another aspect she struggles to comprehend, especially in this beastly world where she strives to adapt to its customs. Can a female have multiple partners without conflict among them? Yunqi strolls with an easy gait, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The presence of multiple partners is intended to better care for the female, much like those ruffians earlier. Had he been alone, he would have effortlessly dealt with them. However, he must consider her safety, leading to a certain restraint to assuage Sherhuan's potential worries. He adds, as long as you desire it, seeking additional partners could indeed enhance your comfort. One could hunt, another could entertain you, while yet another prepares your meals. Sherhuan finds herself pondering this notion, sensing a strange allure in the idea. The prospect of planting a husband in spring and reaping many in autumn feels like a dream materializing into reality. Could it be that anyone she fancies could become her beastly consort? Sensing something awry, Yunqi clarifies that not just any beastman can be her partner. At the very least, they must possess strength akin to his to ensure her well-being. Sherhuan chuckles softly, realizing he is almost begging her to choose him, emphasizing his prowess. Noticing her uplifted spirits, Yunqi breathes a sigh of relief. The accompanying tigers arrive, just as the two groups are about to merge when an unexpected event occurs. A hawk swoops directly toward Sherhuan, who is perched on Yunqi's back. The hawk's speed is astonishing, leaving everyone unable to react in time. Yunqi only catches a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. As Sherhuan sees the approaching troop, she straightens up, inadvertently giving the hawk an opportunity. The hawk, having trailed the duo, seizes the moment, diving down with extended claws aimed at abducting Sherhuan. Terrified, she screams, her grip on the leather pouch loosening, scattering the violet-red berries onto the ground in that critical instant. As the hawk reaches for her, she instinctively extends her arm in defense that a blinding golden light erupts, sending the hawk hurtling backward to crash against a tree, rendering it unconscious in the wake of the dazzling light. Sherhuan faints, cradled in the arms of the humanoid Yunqi. Ming Hao, having kept a distance behind them, is conscious of Sherhuan's fear of his beastly form and tries to remain in his human guise. However, it is too late. The hawk's speed is overwhelming. Yunqi manages to catch the fainted Sherhuan, while the arriving white tiger stands in shock, feeling their assistance has been in vain. Yunqi, filled with regret, holds on to Sherhuan as Ming Hao angrily snatches her away. When Sherhuan awakens, she finds herself in the familiar confines of her cave. She feels utterly drained, as if she is experiencing motion sickness, nauseous yet unable to vomit. Both Ming Hao and Yunqi vigilantly watch over her, their eyes unblinking. Yu, having heard the commotion, struggles to separate the two males and examine Sherhuan. Furrowing her brow, attempting to speak, she finds her mouth parched. Yunqi presents her with a warm bowl of green, luminescent herb soup, carefully assisting her to sit against his chest as he feeds her. After drinking the soup, Sherhuan feels somewhat better. Yu speaks in a grave tone. "How much do you remember from before you fainted?" Sherhuan reflects briefly before weakly replying. "The hawk was coming to catch me, and I was terrified, feeling something within me surge forth, and then I lost consciousness." Yu continues with a serious demeanor. "Strangely, neither I nor the elder could discern anything amiss. We only sense your current state is quite frail." Yunqi's voice, filled with self-reproach, resonates from behind her. "Huan, it is my incompetence," Ming Hao retorts sharply. "Indeed, you are useless. You should not have trusted him." Sherhuan, surprised by the intensity of Ming Hao's anger, something she had never witnessed before, despite her fear of him, realizes this incident has genuinely unsettled him. She pats Ming Hao's hand reassuringly. "I am fine, merely a bit dizzy, perhaps from the fright. Is there anything to eat?" Her focus on food indicates she is not gravely harmed. In the beastman tribe, those on the brink of death typically lose their appetite. The desire to eat signifies strength, a will to survive. Yu presents her with roasted meat, prepared using her method, though she admits it lacks the flavor of Sherhuan's cooking. "Eat a little. You have two strong ones to assist you now." Both Ming Hao and Yunqi watch eagerly as Sherhuan begins to eat, hoping she consumes more to regain her strength. Starving, she devours the food voraciously, feeling as if she has been famished for ages. As she eats, she inquires, "How long have I been asleep? I feel so hungry." The trio exchanges somber glances, with Yu stating, "A full 3 days. I was terrified, and no wonder she feels so weak." The fear must have taken its toll. Feeling no further discomfort, she continues to eat heartily until she feels considerably better, snuggling against Yunqi. She seeks a comfortable position, Her affectionate gesture strikes a chord deep within the great tiger, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Ming Hao gazes coldly at the air, deliberately avoiding his rival's ostentatious demeanor. How did Ming Hao enter the tribe? Oh, the ceremony hasn't passed yet, has it? Did I miss it? Yu, busy with other tasks, replies, It begins tomorrow. I can now set my mind at ease since you've awakened that if you feel unwell, just call for me. She departs with her small bag, leaving Ming Hao somewhat hurt. Does Huan not wish to see me here? Of course not, she exclaims, anxiously grasping Ming Hao's hand. Lowering her gaze, she admits, I confess I had some prejudices against you before. But I am aware of your kindness towards me, that I have not interacted with other vagabond beastmen, but I have heard tales. I know you are different from them, that if finding a partner is essential for survival in this beastly world. She finds Ming Hao's appearance quite appealing. However, she prefers he refrain from revealing his serpentine form before her. She is willing to accept him otherwise. After all, Su Xian managed to accept Bai Nyangzi's human form as well. As Shi Huan ponders, she inexplicably recalls the interactions between Yun Qi and Ming Hao. Could they have known each other for some time? She glances back and forth between the tiger and the serpent. Resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought, that as she tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Ming Hao smiles and asks, What troubles you? You both have known each other for quite some time, and you intentionally encourage my interactions with Yun Qi, she asserts with certainty. Ming Hao does not deny it, appreciating her quick perception. Yet, she feels as though this revelation does not serve to flatter her. What of her fruits? After enduring such hardship, she has yet to savor them. It feels exceedingly frustrating. Ming Hao exhales a sigh, retrieving a small pouch of berries from behind him. These are the ones from last time. They have aged and may not taste as good, that we took turns gathering them daily, not knowing when you would awaken. Yun Qi, still holding on to Shi Huan's waist, nuzzles her head gently, once you finish eating. I will gather more for you. The fruit should suffice to satisfy her hunger. Wiping her hands on her leather skirt, she begins to eat, even sharing some with the two males. She has always relished the sweet and tangy flavor of these berries. Their size is particularly gratifying. Following her long slumber, Shi Huan feels liberated. If seeking a partner is the way to go, then so be it. She now has two, however. How does one form a bond? With wide, curious eyes, she gazes at the two males. While the matter seemed trivial at first, Shi Huan's inquiry leaves both men momentarily flustered. As Yun Qi, still unable to see Shi Huan clearly, states, You are still quite weak. It is not the right time for bonding. You should recuperate. The tribe is a safe haven. Shi Huan nodded slightly. The memories of the original owner comprised merely of instances of bullying weaker females. Lacking in any valuable recollections, she stroked her chin, contemplating that forming a bond was akin to their marriage, involving a ceremonial rite. Yun Qi placing a veil over her, and Ming Hao doing the same. Before carrying her into her cave, that a chuckle escaped her lips as she amused herself. There was something quite endearing about this aspect of the beast realm. Ming Hao was gently combing Shi Huan's long hair, his eyes betraying an undeniable affection. Shi Huan took note of this and, feeling a tad bashful, turned her head away. She noticed that Yun Qi was still holding her from behind, glancing at the hand resting on her waist. It wouldn't be appropriate to push him away now, would it? Yawning, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Sleep beckoned. Ming Hao spoke first. Would you like me to keep you company? Chapter 16. The Market. Shi Huan, no longer a child, understood the implications of this gesture and nodded. Yun Qi, perceptive, stepped aside. Then I'll go hunt something for you to eat, all right? She nodded, though she was uncertain about what meat she could consume. Relying on Ming Hao's knowledge, Yun Qi, not one to back down, replied, I know that too. Stifling another yawn, her eyelids growing heavy, she said, Be careful. I'm going to sleep now. Finding a comfortable spot, she lay down and Ming Hao followed suit, positioning himself beside her. Seeing her acceptance warmed his heart. As he prepared to drift into slumber, he lay on his side, gazing at Shi Huan, his hidden treasure, akin to the bright moon. Watching her, his breathing deepened, and his heart raced uncontrollably, each beat louder than the last. That moment, Shi Huan stirred, extending a hand to pat his chest, even giving it a gentle squeeze, appreciating the sensation. She murmured against his heart, Don't jump, it's too noisy. Ming Hao chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair and creating some distance between them. allowing the moonlight to illuminate her exquisite features that he silently mused that even if she chose not to be his partner, this fleeting warmth would be enough for him to cherish throughout his life. However, the thought of Yunqi being by her side incited a furious jealousy within him. Her not pushing him away implied there was still a chance for him. Perhaps he could forever hide his beast form from her. Shirhuan slept soundly for a long while, her dreams hinting at something she could not quite grasp upon waking, that as she blinked her eyes open, she was greeted by a handsome face. Ming Hao smiled. "Did you sleep well?" Fixated on his face, Shirhuan noticed his sharp canines, which peeked out playfully when he smiled. She nestled her face into his chest, rubbing against him, and asked, "How long did I sleep?" Ming Hao, appreciating her instinctive gesture, replied, "About a night. Dawn is approaching. Would you like to rise or sleep a bit longer?" Shirhuan sat up from his embrace, feeling much better, though hunger gnawed at her. Yunqi stood guard at the cave entrance, having sensed her awakening, and entered with roasted meat in hand. "Care to try?" The meat was still warm, tender with a delightful chewiness. "Did you cook this?" Yunqi nodded. You mentioned you enjoy flavorful dishes that I tried it out. I'm glad you like it," he silently added in his heart, longing to always provide her with roasted meat, after taking a small bite. Shirhuan felt disinclined to eat more, staring at the remaining piece in her hand with a hint of hesitation. Ming Hao sensed her reluctance and suggested, "If you're full, don't force yourself. You can have more when you're hungry." He took the roasted meat from her hand and naturally placed it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. "Indeed, it's quite delicious, and I'll practice more and prepare some for you in the future." Shirhuan lowered her head, a shy escaping her lips, signifying her approval. That a smile broke across Ming Hao's handsome face, radiating warmth and gentleness. Yunqi sat beside her, gazing at her tenderly. "Today is the day of the festival. It will be quite lively, and I believe you'll enjoy it. It is said that those who receive the blessing of the beast god will have their wishes granted." His clear, enticing voice resonated in her ears. Shirhuan pondered, "Does the beast god truly exist? I seem to recall a golden light before I fainted. Was that merely a figment of my imagination?" The two beastmen exchanged serious looks. They had both witnessed Shirhuan's unique essence, although they had commanded the other white tiger beastmen to remain silent. Fearing the secret might slip to their own females, males could not deceive their female partners without incurring the beast goddess wrath. However, it was common knowledge that the divine power of the beast god manifested as golden light. The shaman had examined her several times without uncovering anything unusual. That if Shirhuan remained silent, they too would not dare to voice their thoughts. She was inherently special. Their attraction to her stemmed from her being herself, not due to any other reason. What if that golden light truly emanated from me? Do I possess some hidden power? The daylight gradually brightened, and outside, the sounds of festivity began to stir. Today, she would enjoy herself thoroughly, postponing any pressing matters. Shirhuan believed that the golden light had protected her. It could not possibly signify something sinister. Upon emerging, she saw numerous females surrounded by 3 or 4 males, akin to familial gatherings, which she found rather fascinating. The festival was a significant event for the tribe. The White Tiger tribe was a large community, and it was common for other types of beastmen to reside there as well. Yunqi and Ming Hao flanked Shirhuan, drawing many admiring glances. On one hand, Shirhuan's scent clearly indicated she was an unmated female. That on the other hand, Ming Hao's identity as a snake beastman was no secret. Although everyone treated Shirhuan kindly, they instinctively maintained a respectful distance. "Ming Hao, are your kind known as wandering beasts? Is there no snake tribe you belong to?" It stood to reason that Ming Hao, being powerful, must hail from a strong snake tribe as well. Yet the prevalence of wandering snake beastmen seemed unusually high. Shirhuan's curiosity piqued. She wished to understand more. He casually replied, "In the distant western continent, there exists a formidable snake tribe, but I do not originate from there. Since the day I hatched, I have been alone, destined to wander." Shirhuan felt a pang of sympathy, recalling their first encounter when the great white snake had perhaps been playfully teasing her. She had not anticipated her lack of fear. Gently patting Ming Hao's head, she comforted him. "You have me now. There is no need to be afraid." Taken aback, he accepted her gesture, gazing deeply into her eyes, his obsidian pupils reflecting only her image. Unable to resist, he pulled her into an embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sherhuan noticed several beastmen staring and quickly patted Ming Hao's back. Let go, many are watching. Yunqi interjected. Humph, anyone can feign misery. This brat got ahead of me. How infuriating. The festival would commence at night, featuring bonfires and roasted meats. The daytime resembled a bustling marketplace, with beastmen from other tribes seizing the opportunity to trade items not available in their own communities. Anything that piqued interest could be exchanged, including food and decorative shells favored by females. An array of items Sherhuan had never encountered before, presenting a delightful novelty. Yet amidst all this, another intriguing activity caught Sherhuan's attention. Chapter 17. The conflict-certain tribes would send forth their most outstanding single males, seizing this occasion to seek out their desired mates. Females would also scout for capable males to take home. To Sherhuan, it resembled a vibrant matchmaking event. The beastmen displayed their forms, believing it to be a testament to their strength, shining fur, sleekness, muscular limbs, and vibrant feathers. Sherhuan felt as if she were wandering through a zoo, utterly captivated by the beastmen's antics, far more entertaining than any performance she had ever seen. Her mouth was either occupied with food or exclaiming in excitement, "Wow, how splendid!" to the males showcasing their prowess. Her cheers held a different meaning. They interpreted her enthusiasm as interest, fueling their displays even further. Ming Hao and Yunqi watched, veins popping on their foreheads, while Sherhuan remained blissfully unaware of the tension. Clapping and cheering. Great! Wow! Incredible, absolutely marvelous. Though Sherhuan's intentions were clear, both males accepted that it was only a matter of time before they would bond with her. Ming Hao had previously considered finding a white tiger partner for Sherhuan, which explained Yunqi's involvement. However, now that the two of them had not yet established their standing, the prospect of other males vying for her attention was intolerable, though it is an inevitable matter. Both individuals are acutely aware that Sherhuan cannot belong solely to them. However, the order in which events unfold holds significant importance as it pertains to their familial standing, should a successor surpass them. Would the Baihu and Baisha clans retain their dignity? Those flamboyant males, what is there to admire? It is evident they cannot adequately care for the females and are far inferior to themselves. The expressions of the two males darkened like the bottom of a pot as they flanked Sherhuan, resembling two gatekeepers, forbidding any outsider from approaching. Fortunately, their strength was formidable. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite precarious. For a moment, both males and females seeking companionship hesitated to approach. After wandering for a while, Sherhuan began to feel fatigued, and her throat ached from calling out. She sought a secluded spot to sit down. Yunqi transformed into the form of a white tiger, allowing Sherhuan to lean against him for greater comfort. Once she had regained her composure, she excitedly exclaimed, "Today, I encountered so many types of beastmen. It was truly fascinating. There was even a horse with a human face, and..." Mingho chuckled along with Sherhuan, though the smile on his stern face seemed somewhat forced, merely a facade of amusement. Yunqi, too, maintained a rare silence. Finally, Sherhuan sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Those performances were so entertaining. I used to pay to see them and couldn't. She took a large bite of an unfamiliar delicacy exchanged with another female, finding it delicious. The flavor was reminiscent of a blend of chestnut and pumpkin, and its appearance resembled a coconut. The flesh was yellow and sticky, suitable as a staple food, and she could feel the high starch content within. The two males, surprisingly in sync, remained silent. Sherhuan, incensed, asked, "Do you have an issue with me, or are you interested in another female?" "No. How could that be?" "You know my feelings," came the reply. Sherhuan felt perplexed. If they chose not to speak, so be it. She was more preoccupied with the delightful food. "What is this called?" "It's delicious. The fruit makes for a wonderful staple, and the shell resembles that of a coconut." Serving well as a bowl, Mingho, having journeyed through various places, gazed intently at Sherhuan with his deep-set eyes. This is a unique shell found by the sea. Many young females enjoy it, but it grows on very tall branches, only accessible to flying beastmen. This implied that she could not simply indulge in it whenever she wished. Its exterior resembled a coconut, and its habitat was similar as well. She could only shake her head in regret, venting her frustration as she took another hearty bite. Some species are indeed intriguing, and as a student of agricultural studies, she yearned for opportunities to explore more. With this thought, she regarded Yunqi with a serious expression. "If I were to bond with you, It seems you hold significant standing within the tribe. Would it be inconvenient for me to travel far? Yunchi understood her concerns, as they pertained to his own ability to escape the single life. Once beastmen establish a partnership, everything revolves around their companion, that if you wish to go anywhere, I shall surely accompany you and take care of you. Mingho, of course, would follow wherever Shirhuan went on. That sounds quite agreeable. Perhaps I can finally enjoy the freedom to travel here. With the support of Yunchi and Mingho, Shirhuan exchanged for many delightful trinkets, including a large piece of jadeite. The beastmen regarded it merely as a beautiful stone, far less enticing than a piece of grilled meat. Shirhuan effortlessly traded her marinated grilled meat for a jadeite stone the size of her head, which was of excellent quality, observing the joy on the face of his beloved female. Both males silently noted her fondness for the stone. They recalled having seen something similar while hunting and made a mental note to seek it out next time. Unbeknownst to her, this was jadeite, a gemstone that would fetch a handsome price in modern times, making her quite wealthy. However, she was not one to wear jewelry, finding it cumbersome, especially since she lacked the skill to carve. Pondering this, she found herself in a bit of a quandary. What should she carve from this jade? Anything too intricate was out of the question due to the limitations of her circumstances. Suddenly, a beastman collided with her, nearly causing her to drop the stone. Who bumped into me? She checked her jade to ensure it was unharmed before seeking out the culprit. The one who had collided with her was also a female, appearing much stronger, with long green hair, tall stature, and ample curves, though her facial features remained a mystery. This female displayed no awareness of the incident, not even glancing in Shirhuan's direction as she strode directly to Yunchi, addressing him in a soft, alluring voice that I am quite fond of you. Be my male. One to you, though framed as a question. Her tone was assertive, evidently confident she would not be rejected. Typically, it was males who pursued females. It was rare for a female to take the initiative, and should she be turned down, she would be looked down upon by other males. Yunchi frowned, his brows knitting together in annoyance. This female had already bumped into Huan, and he had restrained himself from retaliating. How dare she come to him and cause further trouble? Shirhuan quickly thrust the jade into Mingho's embrace and retaliated with a forceful bump of her own. However, the other female was far sturdier, and Shirhuan's attempt merely resulted in her own discomfort. With a grimace, she felt tears welling in her eyes. Yunchi, filled with concern, gathered her into his arms. Did that hurt? I always keep a watchful eye on you to prevent you from getting hurt. If any beastman bothers you, just let me handle it. Mingho added, it matters not whether they are male or female. If you command it, I shall deal with them. Yunchi nodded in agreement. The haughty Qinglin's expression darkened. As a noble peacock princess, how dare they speak to her in such a manner? Do you know who I am? I am of the Peacock clan, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast phoenix. For you to be my partner is a privilege. Shirhuan rolled her eyes, dismissing her. And no matter how impressive the phoenix bloodline may be, it is still extinct. And what of the peacock? Are you a phoenix? Even a phoenix cannot seize my beast husband. Dream on. Chapter 18. The white beast skin garment you. How audacious. Qinglin had never endured such humiliation before. Why you're stuttering. Shirhuan replied, well, if my Yunchi heard you stutter, he would surely think even less of you. I am not stuttering. Shirhuan burst into laughter. All right, you're not stuttering. Ha ha ha. The tall female stomped her foot, crying, you bully females, and turned to flee in tears. Mingho, cradling Shirhuan's precious jade, remarked with a smile in his eyes, finally, I've witnessed the renowned wildcat Shirhuan in action. Truly wild. Recalling the mess left behind by the original owner. Shirhuan's lips twitched. She wondered how the original tribe was faring, and what had become of that female named Meiduo. With a hint of menace, she addressed Mingho. Would you like to try your luck? Mingho's gemstone-like pupils reflected Shirhuan's petite face. You may do as you wish. Just don't cast me aside. Initially fuming, Shirhuan soon deflated, casting an affectionate glare at Mingho. Yunchi, however, was more concerned about that phrase. My Yunchi, gazing at Shirhuan with fervor, wishing desperately to bond with her at that very moment. With danger behind and a tiger ahead, Shirhuan felt a bit shy and changed the subject. When does the ritual begin? I can hardly wait. Yunchi glanced at the sun. It was still early, and they would have to wait until nightfall for the festivities to commence. Nodding, Shirhuan decided to rest until then. Feeling somewhat weary, The two beastmen naturally acquiesced to her wishes, leading her back toward the cave and the tribe. Taking a different route, they continued to explore various intriguing items, with her belly full. Sherhuan let out a languid burp, feeling too lethargic to walk. She noticed several beast-shaped beastmen carrying their small females around the market, igniting a spark of desire within her. Looking at her two males, she thought that since bonding was only a matter of time, exercising her rights in advance wouldn't be too much to ask. She signaled to Yunqi and Mingho with her eyes. "Is it all right?" Yunqi readily agreed, transforming into his beast form and lying down for her to mount him. Mingho, however, wore a somewhat melancholic expression, casting envious glances at Yunqi, recalling her prior experience of fainting in fright at Mingho's appearance. Sherhuan felt a twinge of with a determined effort. She clambered onto the spacious back of the great white tiger. Once settled, she gently patted the magnificent beast beneath her, prompting it to rise and stride back. Mingho followed closely behind in his beast form, maintaining a respectful distance, as was his custom, ensuring that Sherhuan was not put in an awkward position. Cautiously, Sherhuan glanced back to see the large serpent trailing her. Its eyes filled with a profound affection for her. Unprepared for Sherhuan's sudden turn, the emotions in its gaze were laid bare, causing her to pause momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile and waving at the male. Getting accustomed to the sight, she found the serpent's round head and its glimmering, pure white scales quite endearing. The most important aspect was its kindness towards her, which was more than sufficient, comfortably seated. She admired the pristine wilderness surrounding her, the air remarkably fresh. Upon returning to the cave, she set her snacks aside and, stifling a yawn, sat on the stone bed, her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Can your beast forms change size at will?" If so, she mused, she would love to cuddle a miniature version of Yunqi for a cozy nap, perhaps even play with its soft fur. Yunqi's expression shifted slightly, incredulous. How could that be possible? Sherhuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Her beast form was already quite diminutive, and if it could change size, that would be quite extraordinary. With a flicker of thought, she transformed into her beast form. To her surprise, it was remarkably effortless this time. Satisfied with her own appearance, her paw pads, shaped like plum blossoms and tinged with pink, were undeniably adorable. The two large beastmen stared, wide-eyed, at Sherhuan's petite form, enchanted by its cuteness and yearning to touch it. Yunqi could not contain himself and reached out, stroking from Sherhuan's head to the tip of her tail, sending electric sensations coursing through her. She extended her paw to firmly grasp the male's hand, declaring, "No more touching. How rude." Yunqi gazed at her with a hint of impatience. "Just one more touch, please. The texture is delightful. I'll let you pet my fur in return. You enjoy that, don't you?" A sudden realization struck her. Something felt amiss. She glanced again at the large tail swaying behind her, now seemingly teasing her. Grabbing it firmly, she squeezed it tightly, attempting to revert to her human form. She struggled for what felt like an eternity, unable to transform back. Yunqi raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he observed her efforts. "I can't change back," she exclaimed in frustration. "Why can't I master this transformation? Is it only possible under specific circumstances?" Mingho, having organized his belongings, approached with an amused expression, watching Sherhuan's plight. Embarrassed, she covered her eyes with her paw. "You mustn't look at me anymore. I can't change back." Mingho fought to suppress a smile. "Next time, I'll teach you how to switch forms. Aren't you tired? It's time to sleep." Hearing that he would teach her how to transform invigorated Sherhuan. "All right then, no tricks. When have I ever deceived you? I will stay by your side." "That is a must." Yunqi interjected. "How infuriating." As Mingho lay down beside her, Sherhuan sensed something was off, yet her growing fatigue overtook her, and she decided to sleep first and ponder later. Yunqi coiled into a ball of fur outside the cave, keeping watch. Embracing the cool presence of Mingho, Sherhuan drifted into a comfortable slumber. When she awoke, the clamor of voices filled her ears, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Yunqi's handsome face. The irritation of waking was instantly soothed by his striking features. "What time is it?" "What time?" Huan. Realizing that in the beast realm, the concept of time was foreign, she exclaimed, "Ah, I meant, when does the ceremony begin? We must not be late. It's time to go. We will arrive just as the ceremony commences." Mingho entered, donning a pristine white beast skin garment. The Sherhuan's attention was immediately captured. "What is this?" It felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of Mingho's warmth that do you like it. Chapter 19. I've heard snakes have. Sherhuan picked it up to inspect, extending her paw only to realize it resembled a cat's paw, making it quite unwieldy. She thought to herself how much easier it would be in human form. As her surroundings blurred momentarily, she instantly transformed back, sighing in relief. She promised herself to avoid transforming into her beast form unless necessary. If she could choose, she would prefer to remain human. However, a sudden chill enveloped her. And glancing down, she realized she was completely unclothed. You all, close your eyes, she squeaked, overwhelmed that it was her first encounter with the sight beneath a female beast's skin, a breathtaking revelation. Yet, amidst her flustered exclamations, the two beastmen regained their composure and dutifully turned away. Mingho reminded her, if you like the beast's skin, you should wear that. Covering her modesty, Sherhuan opened the beast skin dress. The design was conventional, but the top resembled a short vest rather than a strapless style. Both sides were smooth and delicate to the touch, far superior to her previous garments. Delighted, she hesitated no longer and donned the new attire. The skirt and vest fit her perfectly, as if tailored just for her. All set. The two males turned back around, but Sherhuan's naturally pale skin appeared even fairer against the white beast skin, drawing Mingho's intense gaze, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. What kind of beast skin is this? It feels wonderful. I adore it. Yunqi chimed in with a hint of jealousy. Not a beast, it's from a beastman. Did Mingho slay a beastman? She questioned, concerned he was not as savage as the brutal rogue beastmen. Dante listened to his nonsense. It's from my own shedding it's waterproof too. If you like it, I can craft you another. Wearing the skin Mingho had shed, she felt an unexpected warmth radiating from it, igniting a peculiar sensation within her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, evoking an urge to bite. Thoughts of becoming mates with the two males crossed her mind, leading to the anticipation of intimate moments. Embarrassed, she hurriedly covered her face with a discarded beast skin top. Unbeknownst to her, this bashful demeanor only heightened her allure in the eyes of the two males. Mingho chuckled softly, carefully lifting her hands away from her face. Wearing my beast skin, you're not feeling uncomfortable or fearful, are you? He was prepared for any reaction, hoping she wouldn't harbor new fears towards him. Sherhuan considered it, feeling the smoothness of the beast skin skirt. It is quite all right. I don't feel any discomfort. You needn't worry about me being scared. After a moment's thought, she continued, I now clearly understand that you want to harm me, so I am no longer afraid. At least not to the point of fainting. Just give me some time, all right? In truth, she was quite brave. She simply needed time to adjust. Mingho recognized the sincerity in her words. She wouldn't regard him with disgust, even if she were to faint from fear, for she would not look at him with disdain, as if he were a filthy creature. Sherhuan was unique. She was a beacon of light in his otherwise dreary existence, stirring within him a desire to cherish and accompany her. Grasping Yunqi's fluffy tiger paw, she found her courage. Let us start today. You transform into your serpent form, and let me see. Mingho was somewhat incredulous, hesitating to transform. Observing Mingho's indecision, Sherhuan coaxingly said, consider the moment we bond. If I were afraid at that time, it might. Yunqi's attention was entirely fixated on the hand that Sherhuan held, utterly indifferent to this scheming serpent, as long as he could successfully bond. Under the allure of the union, Mingho felt a flicker of wavering resolve. He stepped back, transforming into a colossal serpent under Sherhuan's watchful gaze, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, the cave was spacious enough, or he might have struggled to expand. This time, being prepared, Sherhuan was indeed not frightened. Instead, she discovered numerous peculiarities. Snakes are typically frigid creatures, yet Mingho was not. His eyes and heart were filled with her. He was an emotional beastman. Releasing Yunqi's massive paw, Sherhuan steadily approached Mingho, step by deliberate step. The great serpent watched with trepidation as his beloved female approached him. He performed a gesture of submission, lowering his head gently, while his tail swayed lightly, signaling his master's excited heart. Sherhuan, understanding the silent communication, extended her hand cautiously to rest upon the serpent's head, feeling the texture was far more pleasant than the serpent's skin dress. The great serpent remained motionless, allowing her to caress him. His skin was smooth and icy, reminiscent of jade's quality, warm to the touch. Upon closer inspection, one could see the overlapping scales, sparkling as if illuminated from within. Shirhuan spent more time with Mingho. Her initial fear dissipated, and she came to deeply understand that the great serpent before her would not harm her. On the contrary, he would unhesitatingly offer his life to protect her. In truth. Reflecting on their initial encounter, Shirhuan realized her fears stemmed more from the unknown, new environments, new species, enough to overwhelm her. Yet now, she had adjusted quite well, her courage undiminished. The curiosity about the unknown always drove her to explore further. Having grown accustomed to it, she found it rather delightful to stroke the serpent from head to tail, finding it somewhat amusing. The recipient seemed to enjoy it, even rubbing against her palm. The cold, sharp gaze of the beast. Shirhuan detected a trace of playful affection. A sudden thought struck her mind, recalling a little science tidbit she had learned. Snakes supposedly possess 2 of those. Should she take a look? It concerned her future happiness. After all, a little sneak peek wouldn't be excessive. Noticing that Mingho showed no intention of turning to her, an ambiguous expression flitted across her delicate face. She suddenly crouched down, grabbing the tip of the male's tail, gazing toward a forbidden region. She wanted to see the serpent's eggs. A plethora of large question marks popped into Shirhuan's mind. Where could they be? Though the tail's tip was quite beautiful as well. If not at the tail, then surely in the Shirhuan's gaze shifted to the middle of the serpent's body, and with a mischievous intent, she enveloped the great serpent's form in her arms. Now, the once mighty serpent appeared rather adorable, tilting its head in confusion at the female's strange antics. Under such a direct stare, her late-blooming shyness began to falter. Clearing her throat, she attempted to mask her earlier peculiar behavior. I was just taking a look. Just a casual glance at Mingho's serpent eyes regarded Shirhuan with a cryptic expression. Even without words, she felt he understood her intentions. His increasingly heated gaze bore into her, leaving her somewhat flustered. Chapter 20. Bonding unbeknownst to her. The serpent's tail had gradually coiled around her waist, gently yet firmly securing her within his embrace. Mingho, half human, half serpent, exuded a unique allure, drawing one irresistibly closer. Huan, as long as you desire, I can belong to you at any moment. Do you want me? The captivating beauty easily entranced Shirhuan, who nodded without hesitation yes. The handsome and aloof male broke into an exquisitely enchanting smile. Shirhuan cradled that face, which alone could make one drool. Leaning in to kiss him, bang. A not-so-loud crash snapped Shirhuan back to her senses. She turned to find Yunqi, looking forlorn and aggrieved, with a handful of unfallen stone dust. Oh no, beauty can lead one astray. How could she dare flirt with one in front of another? Embarrassed, Shirhuan covered her face, feeling utterly mortified. The 2 males exchanged a knowing glance, then simultaneously averted their eyes. Mingho gently patted Shirhuan's head, a soft smile gracing his lips as he said, "All right, don't you wish to see the ceremony? If we delay, we might miss the best spots. Let's go." Shirhuan, forgetting her shyness, knew she couldn't miss the rare ceremonial event. She tidied her hair in front of the water basin, ensuring she looked her best before stepping out. "I'm ready." Linking arms with Yunqi and Mingho, Shirhuan beamed with joy. The 2 males quickly adapted to her rhythm after a brief moment of surprise. This unique interaction delighted them both. The dynamics in the beastman world differed greatly from Shirhuan's previous understanding. She could simply follow her own instincts. Being in the White Tiger tribe, Shirhuan rode on Yunqi's beastly back as he carried her to the ceremonial grounds. Mingho followed closely behind, mirroring his steps. Upon their arrival, the crowd was still sparse. Many beastmen from the White Tiger tribe were diligently maintaining the event's safety. Yunqi led Shirhuan directly to the vicinity of the altar, seemingly oblivious to others around them. Mingho, however, maintained a respectful distance, positioning himself closer than most others. Is it appropriate for us to stand this far forward? Shirhuan expressed some concern. Yunqi gently set her down, shifting back to human form before leisurely replying, "What does it matter? As long as you're happy." As dusk fell, bonfires began to ignite, filling the air with a smoky, mystical ambience around the altar. The tribe had thoughtfully prepared roasted meat, allowing everyone, whether single beastmen or family units, to gather and enjoy. Shirhuan watched all this with wide-eyed curiosity, eager to try her hand at roasting meat. Beastmen typically consumed their meat raw, as fire was hard to preserve, and roasting was cumbersome, It was primarily the young and females who enjoyed cooked meat. Now, gathered around the lively bonfire, the interaction was predominantly in human form, giving Sherwan a fleeting sense of being back in her original world. Holding a piece of meat over the fire, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Her ears perked to listen to the beastmen conversing nearby. Yinchi watched Sherwan with a nonchalant expression, increasingly fond of her, and I heard this ceremony was timed by the high priests of several tribes through divination. It is a sacrificial offering, and the beastman chosen by the beast god will receive special privileges from the tribe. What privileges? Will the beast god truly manifest? Sherwan wondered, her curiosity piqued, that I want to witness the true form of the beast god. Don't harbor such delusions about seeing the beast god. I would be content with just receiving the beast god's blessings. Sherwan listened intently, her previous staunch atheism now giving way to an open-mindedness. Observing the white tiger and great serpent beside her, unfazed by whatever might occur. Sensing Sherwan's gaze, Mingho paused in his preparations for her roasted meat, focusing intently on her. What is it? Nothing much. Just thought you both look really handsome. Handsome? What does that mean? The two males, sensing her satisfaction from the context, refrained from probing further. The delightful atmosphere of the evening made it hard to interrupt. After a nap, Sherwan awoke to the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, her stomach grumbling in response. The piece of meat she held was not large, its surface sizzling with oil, some areas charred to perfection, looking utterly delectable. Evaluating her cooking skills, she blew gently on the meat before cautiously placing it in her mouth. Taking a small bite that she chewed, the two males appeared to be preoccupied with their own tasks, yet both were subtly attentive to Sherwan's every movement. When she frowned, Mingho, quick-witted, caught the piece of meat she spat out. Swiftly using a piece of beast hide to wipe her mouth. Chapter 21. Dispersing the gloom, Yinchi approached with a stone bowl filled with water for Sherwan to drink. Feeling discomfort, Sherwan instinctively reached for the water, ready to drink it. Huan, this water will alleviate the discomfort in your mouth, but do not swallow it. Yinchi had long been aware of her delicate constitution. She could not consume raw meat or drink untreated water. Though they had not shared living quarters in recent days, he had kept abreast of her condition that Ayu had always provided Sherwan with boiled water, even allowing the cooled water to be boiled first, preventing any recurrence of her previous stomach pains. Before Sherwan's mind could fully process, she had already followed his instructions, swishing the water in her mouth and spitting it aside, finally feeling some relief. This meat, I don't like it. It resembles what you used to give me. That it smells all right, but it tastes very fishy. She lamented with a sense of grievance, asserting that all the meat was uniformly distributed within the tribe. When the warriors returned from their hunts, they would surrender a portion of their spoils to the tribe, which would then determine the fate of these provisions. For instance, during this particular sacrificial ceremony, Yunshi, who had remained unutilized until now, gently suggested, "The meat I delivered to you last time was from a young horned cattle. Would you like to have that?" The meat, indeed, resembled the young horned cattle she had consumed previously. And she replied eagerly, "Yes, that meat will do." Yunchi swiftly retrieved the piece of meat from Sherwan, and upon observing the sizable chunk that was even larger than her own head, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. Aware of Sherwan's gaze, Yunchi displayed her claws, deftly slicing even-sized pieces of meat that fell onto the stone slab. Although this was not her first encounter with such a spectacle, Sherwan was still taken aback, exclaiming, "So impressive." The meat slices on the slab sizzled and exuded an enticing aroma. Unable to contain herself, Sherwan rubbed her hands together, yet without any utensils, she could only watch hungrily, as she was not a native raised in the orc world. Observing the other orc females directly eating with their claws made her somewhat uncomfortable. However, her hunger did not permit her such pretensions. She found it impossible to emulate the other females and reach for the roasted meat. At that moment, she longed for a pair of chopsticks. Scanning the camp, she noted that the orc world was abundant in trees. With a sweet smile directed at Mingho, she said, "I would like that stick. Something straight and sturdy like this." Though puzzled by Sherwan's intentions, Mingho, known for his willingness to fulfill requests, smiled indulgently and replied, "All right." He then rose to fetch a branch for her. "How about this?" Following Sherwan's instructions, he swiftly fashioned 2 long and slender chopsticks from the branch with a few deft strokes of his hand. Taking them, Sherwan examined them closely, satisfied with the result. Eagerly, she began to handle the roasted meat. picking up a glistening piece, blowing on it gently before placing it in her mouth. The tender and chewy meat ignited her appetite. "That's oh delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she savored the experience. Having warm roasted meat to fill her belly felt like an immense blessing. That Sherwan's ability to eat brought a sigh of relief to both males that as Sherwan's prospective partner. It would indeed be a failure if he could not even ensure her proper daily nourishment. The stone slab was soon cleared as Sherwan devoured the roasted meat, leaving her only half satiated. Once her hunger subsided, she began to perceive the roasted meat as somewhat bland, that it was merely grilled without any seasoning. At this juncture, the sacrificial ceremony gradually commenced, with participants adorned in uniquely styled animal skin skirts and peculiar feathered headdresses. The orcs sang and danced, creating an even more vibrant atmosphere. After observing for a while, Sherwan lost interest, finding the chanting and dancing incomprehensible. That it's not as tasty as the roasted meat, she mused. Had I known there would be a bonfire feast, I would have brought my seasonings. Sherwan spoke somewhat sullenly, acknowledging that ensuring her partner's enjoyment was the greatest responsibility of the males. Instantly, Yunshi volunteered, saying, "You wait here for a moment. I'll quickly return with some for you." However, with the ceremony already underway, returning now seemed inappropriate. Although she yearned for flavorful roasted meat, she concluded that the current offerings would suffice. Yunshi casually glanced at the altar, a smirk of nonchalance playing on his lips. That I must have participated in this sort of ceremony countless times throughout my life. It lacks novelty. Ensuring you eat well is what matters most. With a playful pat on Sherwan's head, he transformed into his orc form and leaped toward their stone cave within the tribe. That seemed reasonable. Indeed, this sacrificial dance was rather dull, but on the contrary, Mingho appeared thoroughly engrossed, simultaneously feeding Sherwan roasted meat while also keeping an eye on the orcs dancing on the platform. Having previously been a wandering orc, he likely had little experience with communal life in a tribe. Everything he encountered now felt fresh and lively, in stark contrast to her outsider perspective. As Sherwan contemplated this, a flicker of sympathy glimmered in her eyes for Mingho. She wished to offer some words of comfort, but was at a loss for how to begin. Mingho, with a gentle smile, dispelled all the gloom. Chapter 22. The refreshing chill. Sherwan found herself smiling unconsciously alongside him. As the sacrificial ceremony reached its zenith, she spotted the great shaman who had once treated her upon her arrival at the White Tiger tribe, along with several other orc priests who bore a similar appearance. In an instant, the surroundings seemed to fall silent, all eyes fixated on the altar with reverent gazes. Some individuals bowed their heads, murmuring inaudibly. Mimicking the nearby orc females, Sherwan earnestly recited, "Respected beast god, I am uncertain of your true existence. After all, I have traversed realms and transformed into a small cat. With a mindset of better to believe than to disbelieve, I humbly beseech your blessings for me and my future partner. A life filled with safety, health, and happiness." After a lengthy soliloquy, she pressed her palms together and bowed thrice before the indistinguishable statue, tracing a cross over her chest, and murmuring, and as the collective prayers of the congregation intensified, the stone statue on the altar shimmered with a golden radiance beneath the moonlight. Sherwan clasped her hands, gazing at the statue, which evoked a sense of ancient times. Clearly, there was no electricity, yet the statue's luminescence radiated a sacred and inviolable aura. Stealing glances at the surrounding orcs, she observed their faces adorned with expressions of reverence, none daring to look up. Her curiosity swelled as she suddenly found herself turned around and enveloped in a warm embrace, nearly letting out a startled cry. Realizing it was Yunshi returning from the tribe, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? You startled me." The warmth of the embrace made Yunshi momentarily stiffen, his demeanor shifting to one of caution amidst the intimate contact. "One must show respect to the beast god. Direct gazes are forbidden," he whispered softly, gently pressing Sherwan's head against his chest to prevent her from looking around. "Fine, I want to look. I've already seen enough." Surrounded by a multitude of orcs, some maintaining their impressive beast forms, others retaining beast-like features while in human form, Sherwan's presence drew some disapproving glances from the orcs. They regarded her striking appearance, fair skin and flowing hair, with a mix of admiration and disdain. Before returning their focus to the sacrificial prayers, playfully, she stuck her tongue out at Yunshi, catching Mingho's curious gaze and responding with a flirtatious wink, earning bashful expressions from both males as the ceremony progressed. An elder orc priest began a lengthy chant, causing the statue on the altar to radiate a brilliant light, illuminating the area where the orc stood as if it were daylight. That a beam of light fell upon Shirwan, momentarily disorienting her, followed by a wave of dizziness and a warm, tingling sensation at her wrist. What is happening to me? Yunchi looked down at her with concern, perplexed by her sudden change in condition, which had never occurred before. Mingho surveyed the surroundings, noting the curious glances from other orcs. To avoid inciting unnecessary panic, he suggested, let us return and fetch the shaman to examine Shirwan. She felt increasingly uncomfortable, her body radiating heat, twisting restlessly in Yunchi's embrace. The thickness of her animal skin garment felt unbearable, and despite her attempts to remove it, Yunchi restrained her gently, anxious yet cautious not to harm her. He exchanged glances with Mingho, and they maneuvered through the crowd, entrusting Shirwan to Mingho, advising her not to move. Yunchi, in his orc form, carried both back to their cave. Upon placing Shirwan on the bed within the cave, Yunchi expressed his concern, saying, "You stay here and watch over her. Don't let Shirwan hurt herself, that I'll go find the shaman." Shirwan was engulfed by an unprecedented sensation that instilled fear within her. Ming Hao, concerned, gently placed his hand on Shirwan's forehead, only to discover the searing heat emanating from her skin. Her delicate face flushed crimson the moment Ming Hao's hand touched her. A fleeting coolness washed over Shirwan, offering her a momentary sense of relief that she instinctively sought to embrace. Don't leave, it feels so good. Clinging to Ming Hao's arm, Shirwan pressed her face against it, rubbing against him as if he were a block of ice. Finding great comfort in his touch, gradually, she became dissatisfied with the limited area of his arm and yearned for more. With her eyes closed, she explored until her hands found a chest as smooth and warm as jade, delightfully pleasing to the touch. Nestling her face against it and wrapping her arms around Ming Hao's waist, she experienced a brief respite from her body's heat. Ming Hao's calm black eyes were filled with surprise, as he dared not lower his gaze to witness the sight of Shirwan having removed her fur garment, despite his strong desire to do so. Yet, in light of her unclear condition, he refrained from acting impulsively to alleviate her discomfort. He coiled his serpent tail around her, restraining her restless hands that moment. He was grateful for being a cold-blooded beastman, his temperature perpetually cool, providing Shirwan with a fleeting moment of comfort. However, Shirwan soon craved more than the coolness of his serpent tail. Opening her hazy eyes, she caught sight of the handsome face before her. Recognizing Ming Hao, she threw her arms around his neck, exclaiming, "Ming Hao, I feel unwell. It's so hot." Her tone was filled with grievance and vulnerability. Seeing Shirwan in such a state, Ming Hao felt an overwhelming urge to offer her his very life. "Huan, what can I do to make you feel better?" Caught off guard, Shirwan was at a loss for words. Her small face nestled against Ming Hao's neck, and as she looked up, she was met with his striking, chiseled features. His tightly pressed lips betrayed his unease. In a moment of impulse, Shirwan leaned in, pressing her lips against his. Much to her delight, the taste was exquisite, cool, smooth, and delightfully bouncy, reminiscent of jelly. Chapter 23. You bully me. Shirwan, treating Ming Hao's lips as if they were soft, bouncy jelly, began to nibble and suck on his full lower lip. Startled by her boldness, Ming Hao instinctively parted his lips, inadvertently facilitating her exploration. Her nimble tongue slipped through the gap, playfully teasing him. As she savored the delightful jelly, Shirwan couldn't help but emit soft, pleasure-filled sounds. This left the youthful snake beastman, Ming Hao, in a predicament. Having been a solitary drifter since childhood, he lacked experience in interacting with females, especially in such an intimate manner. Struggling to suppress his own desires, he attempted to maintain control while Shirwan, seemingly oblivious, began to tap playfully on his strong chest, her touches akin to gentle tickles, igniting a growing itch within him. Casting a glance toward the entrance of the cave, he silently cursed Yunchi for taking so long to return. If he didn't come back soon, Ming Hao would surely lose his composure. His beloved little female was inviting him in such a way, yet he remained unmoved, feeling at a loss. Do you not like me anymore? Why do you keep pushing me away? Her misty eyes bore into him, filled with confusion and grievance. Ming Hao's voice came out husky, as if something were constricting his throat. making it difficult for him to speak. Huan, do you know who I am? You are Ming Hao, the one who bullies me. Her petulant accusation held no real bite. Just the sight of Shi Huan's body sent heat rushing to his cheeks. His heart racing, breath uneven, as a fire ignited within him, overwhelming his reason that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to control himself until Yunqi returned. Before Shi Huan, his self-restraint felt futile, especially in the face of such temptation. Unable to hold back any longer, his eyes betrayed an unmasked desire for possession over Shi Huan. How could she be so alluring, to the point where it felt as if his heart would leap from his chest? Even his normally cool blood began to simmer, urging him to take action. Ming Hao grasped Shi Huan's waist, pressing her down onto the bed, aligning himself with her enticingly pouting lips, and kissed her. Both were inexperienced, relying solely on instinct, yet the sensation was unexpectedly delightful. The kiss of the snake beastman lacked finesse, even bordering on the rough, but it didn't hurt Shi Huan. Rather, it brought her an indescribable joy. She could feel his urgency and excitement, for she too longed for this connection. While the heat of their bodies provided a momentary respite, it was far from sufficient. Shi Huan let out a soft moan. I want more. Her left hand climbed up Ming Hao's neck, tilting her head back slightly, eagerly responding to his passionate kiss, while her right hand roamed freely over his body, igniting sparks of desire. Lying atop the cool serpent tail, she felt the warmth radiating from Ming Hao's upper body. The comfort of their bodies began to dissolve the remnants of their rationality, that as Ming Hao's temperature gradually increased. Shi Huan's small hands explored the masculine form before her, eventually discovering the scales on his abdomen, akin to unearthing a new world. Her fingers ventured lower, and soon both were consumed by a wild fervor. Their bodies slick with sweat, the temperature in the cave rising several degrees that, oh dear, I'm getting older, unlike you young beastmen. Take it slow. Ming Hao, I've brought the shaman back. The sudden voice from outside the cave startled Ming Hao, causing him to hesitate momentarily as reason swiftly returned. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on Shi Huan's waist. Ouch! His unintentional roughness earned him a couple of playful slaps on his solid chest from Shi Huan, who was clearly displeased. Leaning down, he pressed a gentle kiss to Shi Huan's forehead, rasping, "Be good." Wait just a moment, that he hastily grabbed a nearby hide and draped it over Shi Huan, only to find himself immobilized beneath her. Yunqi, having forcefully retrieved the grand shaman from the ritual, approached the cave entrance with a keen sense of his surroundings, immediately sensing something amiss. Covering his mouth and nose, he widened his eyes in shock, delivering 3 sharp knocks to the beastman supporting him. Hey, you rascal. It's obvious you snuck out for some fun during the mating ritual arranged by the tribe. You didn't even notice your little female in heat and went off to find the shaman. Find what? Find your head. After scolding Yunqi, he proceeded to offer some advice before departing slowly. Yunqi stood there dazed, repeatedly mulling over the 2 words. In heat so, Shi Huan was in heat. Beastmen were naturally perceptive, particularly those as powerful as Ming Hao. The old shaman had not disguised his voice. In fact, his frustration had made it quite loud. Ming Hao, of course, heard it clearly, so Shi Huan was indeed in her heat period. No wonder she was so passionate. A flash of joy filled his eyes as he dismissed the presence of Yunqi outside, eager to continue where they left off. However, at the crucial moment, Shi Huan was forcibly halted, wrapped tightly in the hide, unable to move. She squirmed restlessly, on the verge of tears from discomfort. Opening her misty eyes, she beheld the masculine beastman before her, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, clearly struggling with his own restraint. Given the circumstances, halting their intimacy was unacceptable to Shi Huan. You bully me. Chapter 24. Taking advantage. As soon as Shi Huan was liberated from the hide, she felt an overwhelming heat surge through her. She desperately attempted to crawl over Ming Hao's serpent tail to escape, seeking Yunqi that if he wouldn't satisfy her, she would find someone else. You're insufferable. I won't pay you any mind. I want Yunqi. Yunqi, her voice, tinged with grievance, echoed as if she had suffered a great injustice to the ears of the 2 young, ardent beastmen who adored her. Her plaintive cry was the most potent aphrodisiac. Yunqi, initially hesitant to enter the cave, knew Ming Hao was with Shi Huan, and it was only natural for them to bond. Now, he found himself torn, yearning to rush to Shi Huan's side and love her properly. Though polyandry was commonplace in the beastman world, during the first mating of a male and female, the other males would typically give the couple their space. Yunqi had initially intended to allow Ming Hao and Shi Huan their privacy, especially since Ming Hao had encountered Shi Huan first. Regardless, entering now would only lead to Yunqi's discomfort. Unbeknownst to him how Ming Hao had upset Shi Huan, he heard his name called. Yunqi woohoo, Ming Hao bullies me. Shi Huan felt a sense of injustice. She was in such distress, overwhelmed by this unfamiliar sensation that threatened to consume her. Having only recently been reborn, she found herself inexplicably ignited with passion. Just as she was about to descend from the stone bed, the tail of a great white serpent coiled around her slender waist, hurling her back onto the bed. Woo! The words of grievance she longed to voice were silenced by a soothing kiss. Upon entering, Yunqi was met with this scene, locking eyes with the serpent's profound gaze. And he felt a pang of sorrow as he retreated. Sitting at the cave's entrance, he wrapped his arms around himself, feeling like a forlorn tiger, unable to articulate his feelings. Shi Huan, now roused, clung to Ming Hao, her voice laced with urgency, urging him to hurry. Woo-woo. Her impatience was palpable. Never having witnessed such fervor, she relied solely on instinct, drawing sustenance from Ming Hao. The absence of satisfaction left her yearning, and her craving was almost unbearable. As a modern individual, steeped in progressive cultural ideologies, Shi Huan, though lacking in experience, possessed a modicum of theoretical knowledge. Ming Hao's robust physique felt undeniably real, and she was enveloped by an overwhelming masculine aura, allowing her to distinctly sense his heat and restraint. Ming Hao's voice was hoarse as he murmured, Huan Huan, I am yours. A rich tide of affection enveloped them, intoxicating in its intimacy, heightening the air with an electric tension. Following Ming Hao's lead, Shi Huan became lost in the fervor of his love. The temperature in the cave escalated, and Yunqi's heart grew heavier, although they had tacitly accepted Shi Huan as a companion. The first beastman to bond with her occupied a unique status within the family, subtly hinting at a leadership role. The soft, melodic sounds drifted into his ears, igniting the beastman's boundless imagination. Yunqi sat at the cave's mouth, gazing up at the full moon with feelings of melancholy and regret. Time seemed to stretch, reminiscent of a long winter, until the sounds within the cave gradually subsided. Ming Hao looked down at the petite female, who had succumbed to slumber, his deep black eyes slightly lowered, brimming with uncontainable love and obsession. Breathing heavily, his lips, tinged with a rosy sheen, bore a small cut that only added to his allure. After tonight, he would be her male. He pressed a reverent kiss upon Shi Huan's understanding hand, declaring, from henceforth, I shall guard and cherish you with my life. The coarse beast pelts beneath them were unsightly, and he resolved to replace them with a fresh, clean hide. Once the battlefield was tidied, he settled beside her, quietly admiring the sight of his sleeping female, unable to quench his gaze. Huan Huan, thank you for accepting me and granting me a home. Wherever you are, that shall be my abode, and I shall no longer roam aimlessly. The sound of footsteps approached, yet Ming Hao did not turn, captivated by Shi Huan's exquisite sleeping visage. Upon entering, Yunqi discovered the two entwined. The cave permeated with the lingering sense of their amorous encounter. The white tiger beastman's eyes burned with jealousy, on the verge of madness. Cursed serpent beastman. He glared at Ming Hao, defiantly climbing onto the stone bed to lie beside Shi Huan. The serpent beastman's profound gaze flicked towards Yunqi, acknowledging him, before returning to Shi Huan, down on the left side of Shi Huan's lower back. A silver-white, cartoonish snake pattern slowly emerged, radiating a soft glow, symbolizing the successful bonding ritual. The partners in this union would bear the beastly insignia of one another, known as the beast mark, that a portion of the male's energy would transfer to the female for her protection, establishing an invisible connection. Since a female could have multiple partners, her beast mark might appear anywhere on her body. Conversely, a male, having chosen a female, would remain faithful, typically displaying his mark on his forehead to signify ownership and deter unnecessary complications. Ming Hao's forehead bore a golden, cartoonish cat head, adorably resembling a miniature Shi Huan. Both males had seen Shi Huan's beast form, and Yunqi's eyes filled with jealousy as he pulled the female into his embrace, letting out a soft huff towards Ming Hao. The two beastmen had long understood that the title of Shi Huan's first mate would be determined when the time was right. each relying on their own merits. Now, with Ming Hao's unexpected triumph, how could Yun Qi not feel aggrieved? He cast a scornful glance at Ming Hao. Chapter 25. Embarrassing Matters. The Serpent Beastman. Ming Hao cared solely for Shi Huan, leaving Yun Qi to wait idly. After such an event, Shi Huan would surely awaken hungry, highlighting the importance of having multiple mates. With a glance at Yun Qi, Ming Hao reluctantly rose to prepare marinated meat for Shi Huan. Knowing her preference for flavorful dishes, Yun Qi remained to guard Shi Huan. Typically, beastmen's mating season occurred in spring following winter, though some unique races had differing cycles. However, in the sweltering summer, few females were in heat. Shi Huan's sudden onset of desire was unlike any other adult female in the tribe, prompting him to be more cautious. Cradling the sleeping Shi Huan, he nestled his head against her neck, still bearing Ming Hao's lingering scent, and frowned in discontent, pulling her closer before closing his eyes to feign sleep. After he shut his eyes, a golden, intricate pattern appeared on Shi Huan's right wrist, and the silver beast mark on her lower back glowed briefly. Sensing something amiss, Yun Qi opened his eyes, but found nothing out of the ordinary. After confirming everything was well, he glanced at the slumbering Shi Huan, a tender smile curving his lips. How delightful it was that such a lovely female would choose him as her mate. After an intense encounter, Shi Huan drifted into a dreamlike realm, enveloped in a hazy atmosphere with no end in sight. In the distance, a golden light beckoned, reminiscent of the divine glow seen during a ritual, and she felt compelled to approach it. Yet, no matter how she tried, she could not draw nearer to the light. She longed to speak, to cry out, but no sound escaped her lips that I in this strange place. She felt no fear, only a sense of serene warmth. Eventually, after realizing she could not reach the end, Shi Huan gave up her pursuit. Only then did she notice the small dress she wore, the same one from the plane incident. When she had been reborn as a cat beastman, she had not possessed this attire. Could it be? Was this the realm her soul had reached? Had she truly died, and was her rebirth as a cat beastman merely a dream before her demise? The exquisite pleasure Ming Hao had bestowed upon her had granted Shi Huan, for the first time in over 20 years, a taste of joy as a woman. Was this a reward before death? She found it challenging to discern reality from illusion. Her head spinning, as she calmed her thoughts. She suddenly noticed the mark on her wrist. What was this? Skeptically, she scratched at it with her nails. It was not a mere drawing. It seemed to be a pattern fused with her very essence. What could this be? Why did she have no recollection of it? Her mind was a muddled mess, seated on the ground in a state of confusion. Yet amidst her thoughts, the familiar sensation of heat crept back in, a fervor emanating from the depths of her soul, causing her unease and an urgent desire to release it. It's so hot. Ming Hao, murmured Shi Huan in her dreams, repeatedly calling out Ming Hao's name. It's too hot. Ming Hao, I need more. Yun Qi, having sensed Shi Huan's rising body temperature, immediately opened his eyes, detecting something amiss. He observed her condition. She remained tightly shut in her slumber. This was reminiscent of the events during the ritual, another heat cycle. Why was this happening? Normally, after recently bonding and receiving the beastman's mark, one would not enter another heat so soon. Heat cycles had their duration, and variations existed among different species of beastmen. It was unheard of to experience 2 heat cycles within a single day, especially with such a short interval. Unlike Ming Hao's refreshing coolness, Yun Qi's body offered some relief to Shi Yuan in her dazed state. Driven by instinct, she nestled closer to Yun Qi, their already close embrace tightening further. The discomfort that had once lingered in Yun Qi's heart dissipated in an instant, replaced by overwhelming joy. A peculiar heat smoldered deep within him as he gently turned Shi Huan, pressing her down onto the bed and kissing her until she could scarcely breathe, only to briefly release her. Gazing at the alluring Shi Huan, in the realm where Shi Huan resides, it is customary for at least one partner to accompany the other. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they are free to venture out and enjoy themselves. Shi Huan, feeling content and drowsy, turns over and drifts back into slumber. Yun Qi, with a slight headache, exchanges a glance with Ming Hao. Having already made a promise, they must prepare themselves adequately. There is no stopping Shi Huan when she desires to run outside. They must ensure her safety. Generally, Yun Qi holds a great deal of confidence in his abilities, as facing 3 adversaries is not a daunting task. However, with his female partner by his side, he would inevitably become cautious. In the tribe, Females wishing to explore may request protection from the tribe, but such assistance requires a high degree of contribution to the community. Yunqi, once a valiant warrior of the White Tiger tribe, often hunted alongside the hunting team, which was one of the primary means of contributing to the tribe. However, based on his understanding of Shirhuan, it seems unlikely that she would be willing to have numerous beasts accompany her for protection. They can only hope to avoid unforeseen circumstances as the two beast husbands prepare themselves in advance. After Shirhuan falls asleep, her consciousness once again enters the misty expanse. This time, however, she is prepared. Fully aware that her reincarnation as an orc is a reality, not a mere figment of death. Upon this entry, she distinctly perceives an expanded view, with clarity that surpasses her previous experiences. Yet, the golden-hued area remains inaccessible. The panic that once resided in her heart has dissipated, allowing Shirhuan to calm her mind and observe her surroundings meticulously. Beyond the fog-laden expanse, she notices the land beneath her feet is remarkably fertile black soil. Scooping up a handful of earth, she examines it closely. The ingrained genetic instincts within her stir at the sight of such rich soil, which is incredibly enticing for an agricultural enthusiast that if she could cultivate rice and wheat here, could she not savor a bowl of rice in the beast realm? Indeed, she realizes that throughout her stay, her diet has been predominantly meat, with only wild berries to alleviate the monotony. It seems no household could endure a diet exclusively of meat. Huan, I've come to see you. Just as Shirhuan is lost in thoughts of the black soil, she hears someone calling her name. Her thoughts momentarily shift, and upon opening her eyes, she is greeted by the rugged ceiling of the cave. Refreshed, she sits up, and Ming Hao, noticing her awakening, kindly offers her a bowl of water, saying, "A Yu is at the cave entrance. She has heard you were unwell last night and sought the shaman. Worried about you and has come to check on you." Touched, Shirhuan gulps down the water and expresses her desire to go outside and meet a Yu is the first friend she made upon arriving in this world. Realizing she is not dressed, she turns to grab a piece of animal hide clothing. Ming Hao, blushing deeply, hands her a silvery white beast skin bandeau and skirt while she searches that it's made from snake shed. Shirhuan recalls having worn one before and fondly examines the new design, noting that it differs from the last one, which had become unwearable just yesterday. This thought, even with her thick skin. Her cheeks flush. Shyly, she says to Ming Hao, "You turn around, don't look at me." Ming Hao finds her late-blooming shyness amusing, a smile of indulgence spreading across his face that in a swift motion, she dons her new attire. Kisses Ming Hao on the forehead and declares, "I'm going out to play." A Yu, waiting not far from the cave entrance, immediately teases as Shirhuan emerges, grinning, "You look radiant. It seems your health has improved. How was the battle last night?" She knew A Yu's playful nature all too well. However, Shirhuan does not dwell on the matter excessively. The past is immutable, and she must consider her health. The orc's mating season can indeed be daunting, explaining the need for a partner's care. A Yu, a shaman in training, possesses extensive knowledge and elaborates on the intricacies of the mating period for Shirhuan. When orcs are in heat, they require the company of their partners. Typically, a female will receive the beast mark of a male orc, alleviating some discomfort and restoring clarity. However, the mating period persists for a significant duration, ranging from 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days to half a month. Certain unique races, such as the legendary Jin K clan, may experience mating seasons lasting over a month. What a month! Can there truly be such enduring creatures? Shirhuan exclaims in disbelief that A Yu nods seriously, recounting tales from her grandfather about the mysterious Jin K clan, known for their stunning beauty and ethereal dwelling places. Intrigued, Shirhuan expresses her admiration for beautiful individuals, regardless of gender, and muses about the possibility of encountering them, perhaps even bringing one home as a beast husband. These thoughts cross her mind. She shares them with A Yu, who responds with an approving glance. In the midst of their conversation, Yunqi returns from hunting, carrying a freshly processed sheep. Noticing Shirhuan, he casts a resentful glance her way, feeling a tinge of insecurity about his status now that he has claimed her as his partner. A Yu continues to fill Shirhuan in on the details, emphasizing the necessity of having a beast husband present during the mating period, which is imperative. Shirhuan nods in agreement, recognizing that even if she wished for her husbands to venture out, they would not consent. After a lengthy discussion, A Yu concludes, "Many females have received blessings from the beast god during this ritual, gaining divine strength. The high priest is quite busy, and I must assist him. Once your mating period is over, I shall return to play with you." With that, she hurriedly departs. Shirhuan regards Ayu's warnings about the potential dangers of the mating period with a light heart, feeling empowered in her current state. However, she is genuinely curious about the blessings of the beast god and the potential for divine strength. Regrettably, Ayu is preoccupied, or Shirhuan would have pressed her for more details regarding the nature of these divine powers. Chapter 28. Longing for Rice Yunqi, carrying the spoils of his hunt, casts a mournful glance at Shirhuan. Instantly captivated by the fluffy creature he bears, she observes the beast resembling a sheep, her eyes sparkling with delight. She has a fondness for lamb skewers, seasoned with cumin, which are simply divine. Moreover, she has grown weary of beef and craves a change of flavor. She senses that the meat from this sheep-like creature will be delectable. "Yunqi, you are remarkable, capturing such a magnificent prey so early in the morning." Noticing Yunqi's downcast demeanor, she showers him with compliments, which lifts his spirits somewhat. "Are you hungry? I shall prepare it for you right away." Not wishing to impose, Yunqi smiles as he heads to the riverbank to process the catch alone, fearing the scent of blood might disturb Shirhuan. Having claimed his title, Minghao now exudes a relaxed demeanor, contentedly crafting a finely polished bone needle while using his own shed snake skin to create garments. This is the first time Shirhuan has witnessed a male so openly engaged in sewing. His confidence starkly contrasts the machismo of men from her past life, who often relegated domestic duties to women. As he works, he hears Shirhuan's previous remarks and continues stitching the beast's skin, gently saying, "I've collected much shed snake skin. Seeing you or my creations brings me joy, Huan." Touching the smoothness of her own beast skin attire, she realizes that Minghao must have crafted it overnight. Now, as he begins another piece, her heart swells with affection. Minghao's physique is impressive. A single shed snake skin suffices for several garments. Although the designs have evolved, they primarily consist of bandeaus and skirts. Nevertheless, she finds herself yearning for something more intimate, feeling an undeniable desire for undergarments. As she prepares to voice her thoughts, her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Minghao notices her rosy complexion and teasingly inquires, "Why the sudden blush? Are you having me make you a new outfit?" "Yes. You like my beast skin attire, so I shall create a few more for you to alternate," Shirhuan replies, her heart brimming with delight. She quickly grabs a stick and sketches a rough outline of a dress in the dirt, exclaiming, "I want one like this. It would look lovely." She gazes at Minghao expectantly, asking, "Is that possible?" Minghao examines her drawing thoughtfully, then with a gentle tone, replies, "I will give it a try." With a playful smile, Shirhuan contentedly picked up a berry the size of her fist and indulged in its sweetness. Minghao, having just embarked on his garment-making journey, found the patterns malleable. The orc effortlessly fashioned leather, his hands deftly cutting without the need for scissors, achieving smooth edges with mere manual skill. Glancing at his hands, he contemplated trying beast transformation, yet the memory of his previous unsuccessful attempt lingered, instilling a tinge of apprehension that led him to forego the idea. The fabric for the dress was swiftly handled by Minghao, who completed the task with remarkable fluidity. Shirhuan watched, admiring the muscular gentleman crafting her attire, feeling a sense of satisfaction mixed with an itch to create herself. She selected several scraps left from the cutting and, armed with a fine bone needle and an unknown thread, commenced sewing a small garment for herself. Noticing her actions, Minghao gently cautioned, "Be careful not to prick your fingers while you play." The small pieces of leather were unsuitable for clothing, and he assumed she was merely engaging in a playful sewing endeavor. After all, the delicate female was not without her vulnerabilities, yet she could manage the bone needle with care. Shirhuan regarded the two triangular pieces of fabric in her hands, realizing they required no further cutting, and set about sewing them together directly. Yunqi returned, carrying freshly cleaned meat, only to find Shirhuan bent over, laboriously piercing the leather with her bone needle. It demanded considerable strength to penetrate the hide. Typically, orcs don garments made from the skins of beasts, processed and fashioned into clothing. However, this time, Shirhuan was stitching together Minghao's snake shed, an orc's hide that was notably more resilient than that of wild animals. Seeing her struggle, Yunqi was inclined to assist, but as he reached out, Shirhuan deftly evaded him, exclaiming, "No, I want to do it myself." For such a personal piece, she preferred to craft it alone. Despite their close bond, Yunqi had never encountered such an item and felt a hint of embarrassment. Ming Hao's dark eyes flickered toward Yunqi, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "Huan Huan enjoys her craft. Go roast your meat." Shi Huan, gripping her work tightly, nodded in affirmation, assuring, "You're right, I can manage this, no need to worry," with her partner's encouragement. She felt compelled to continue today as customary. Ming Hao began marinating the meat, tending to Shi Huan's appetite, knowing that males were less particular about their meals compared to the more delicate females, with an ample supply of meat at hand. Shi Huan yearned for more than just barbecued fare. She envisioned diverse preparations for the lamb, contemplating a rich bone broth or sautéed lamb with onions seasoned with cumin. Yet she pondered, did the beast world possess onions? If so, she dreamed of enjoying rice alongside. Chapter 29. Males are not picky eaters, describing the appearance of onions to her partners. Shi Huan hoped if they had encountered such a vegetable, they could gather some for future meals. Upon voicing her thoughts, she observed the confusion on their faces, but having prepared for this moment, she reassured them, "It's all right. Half of the meat can be marinated for grilling, and the bones can be simmered in a stone pot for soup." With this clarification, both understood her intentions. Yunqi set off to prepare grilled meat for Shi Huan, while Ming Hao swiftly continued his sewing, having completed a substantial portion of her dress. Unlike fabric, leather did not fray. As long as the seams were stitched adequately, the garment was ready to wear. After much effort, Shi Huan finally completed her small creation. Holding it up for inspection, that it looked splendid, though she fretted over the lack of elasticity in the waist, concerned it might slip down. A significant faux pas in the beast world, if only there were elastic bands. She mused aloud. Ming Hao, finishing the final stitch, presented her the dress and inquired, "What is an elastic band?" Observing her sleeveless dress, tailored to her specifications and reaching her knees, she felt reassured against any wardrobe malfunctions. Especially compared to the more revealing attire of other females in the beast world, is there anything stretchy? She gestured, illustrating a flexible form, akin to a cord that could stretch without breaking. Perhaps the tendons of beasts could work. They possess elasticity and durability. Some tribes even accumulate these tendons for use as ropes. Then that shall be my goal. I want one, Ming Hao affirmed, determined to fulfill her request, handing Shi Huan the dress. He prepared to venture out in search of beast tendons, that if he could not locate any, he would hunt a beast in the forest to procure some fresh ones. With a decisive turn, he headed outside, only to be halted by Shi Huan's swift grasp in no rush. "Let's eat first," she insisted, eager to try on the dress Ming Hao had crafted. The silver-white sleeveless garment was undoubtedly unique in the beast world, and she was certain it would turn heads. With excitement, she shed her newly donned attire to slip into the dress. Tailored to perfection, it surpassed the comfort of any high-tech fabric she had previously tried. "Wow, it fits so well. I absolutely love it." She twirled around, showcasing her new outfit to Ming Hao, the hem billowing gracefully with her movements, captivating in the eyes of the snake beastman. With a new dress, new shoes were also essential. However, it seemed she had yet to see any female in the beast world wearing shoes. Even she was barefoot, her soles dark with grime. How she managed to endure this was a mystery. Ming Hao had long planned to fashion a dress for Shi Huan from the snake sheds he had collected over the years, yet he noticed her gaze fixated on the beast hide. Speaking gently, he said, "I will make you new garments from these beast skins when the weather turns cold. For now, I will craft a few more dresses like this one." The Shi Huan examined the hide. Curious about its origin, it was remarkably resilient and breathable, making it an excellent candidate for footwear. "That I would also like a pair of shoes. Can you make them for me?" "The dress can wait. I can teach you how to make pants another day." She believed in taking things slowly. Previously, she had seen advertisements for shoes made from calfskin or lambskin, only to discover they were often crafted from artificial leather. Stifling and uncomfortable, the beast world bore no false advertising. Genuine beast hides were abundant. "Those expensive calfskin shoes are here, aren't they?" she mused, resting her feet on Ming Hao's lap. "Please make me shoes that will wrap around my feet. Walking on sharp stones can be painful, and I desire this beast hide to protect my feet, ensuring safety when I venture out." The soles of the shoes required careful crafting from the hide, and the upper part needed to securely enclose her feet. Shi Huan, not entirely familiar with modern shoemaking techniques, had only a vague idea of the general shape. Ming Hao attentively listened, as Shi Huan spoke freely, sharing her thoughts without restraint. Ultimately, she concluded, "Oh, just figure it out as you go. The sole needs to be sturdy, and the upper should wrap around my feet. Boots would work too. I'm not picky about the style. And if it doesn't turn out well, that's fine. My expectations are not high." Ming Hao nodded earnestly, taking her delicate feet in his hands, noting the dirt that had accumulated from their brief outing. Knowing his partner preferred cleanliness, he wiped the grime away and began measuring her foot size with precision. With a clean piece of beast hide to wipe his hands, he commenced the process of cutting the leather for her shoes. Shi Huan inadvertently noticed the dirt on the leather, reminiscent of the black soil she had seen in her consciousness space. "Could it be that you truly exist?" she pondered, raising her foot to inspect, only to find Ming Hao had already cleaned it, leaving her feet cleaner than her face. Shaking her head, she dismissed her fanciful thoughts, striving to clear her mind. Meanwhile, Ming Hao methodically brought to life the design of shoes he had never encountered. Inspired by Shi Huan's descriptions that I in the adjacent cave, Yanqi partially transformed, revealing his formidable tiger claws, which proved more effective than any blade. He expertly sliced the meat into uniform pieces, laying them on a stone slab to grill, sprinkled with the powdered seasoning Shi Huan loved. While Shi Huan reveled in her elaborate embellishments, the males favored the fresh, bloodied meat of beasts. They could be rough with themselves, yet when it came to their beloved partners, they exhibited unparalleled care. Once the meat was grilled to perfection, Yanqi placed it in a polished stone dish, ready to serve Shi Huan. Both Ming Hao and Yanqi shared an unspoken understanding. Each time they prepared meat, they would ensure Shi Huan received her portion first, for a male is not picky. They would eat only after she had her fill. Chapter 30. Husband Shi Huan rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Ming Hao as he crafted her shoes, the soles taking shape like a stunning piece of art. Even as Yanqi approached with the meat, she could not tear her eyes away. Observing her enthusiasm, Yanqi squatted beside her, gently grasping her chin with one hand while offering her a piece of warm, grilled meat with the other. "Look all you want, but don't forget to eat. Let me feed you." When Yanqi brought over the meat, he instinctively began to chew. Upon hearing Yanqi's words, his chewing grew even more vigorous, with the delightful prospect of being fed by a handsome man. He savored a small piece of meat that he swallowed with satisfaction, but he slightly parted his lips towards Yanqi, who was a striking male, revealing an enchanting smile as he gently offered another slice of meat. They continued this delightful exchange, bite after bite, until Shi Huan felt full. When Yanqi offered more meat, she turned her head away, signaling her satiation, and he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Feeding his female partner had become somewhat addictive, and he found himself longing for future opportunities. "You should enjoy these fruits. Give them a try," he said, placing several small wild berries resembling enlarged blueberries, dark, round, and glossy, in Shi Huan's hands. She picked one up, her eyes brightening, and leisurely popped it into her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor was reminiscent of blueberries, though the texture was more akin to that of an apple, crisp and refreshing. Each berry was about the size of her thumb, making them quite enjoyable. "These are quite delicious," she exclaimed happily, reaching for another to offer to Yanqi. Unable to refuse, he accepted one, savoring its taste while playfully halting Shi Huan's attempts to continue feeding him. "I nibbled on a few while picking. I didn't gather many this time, so save some for snacking." Realizing that Shi Huan was saving the best for herself, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. "How should I reward you for the berries you gathered for me?" Yanqi felt a rush of embarrassment at Shi Huan's teasing words, his cheeks flushing red. Despite the straightforward nature of their world, he often found himself feeling bashful in her presence. "Did I ask this how it feels to change after finding a partner?" Pulling Yanqi closer by wrapping her arms around his neck, she left a blueberry-stained kiss on his cheek, marking it with a vivid imprint that a reward for my wonderful husband. Ming Hao observed the tender interaction between Shi Huan and Yanqi. His hands continuing their work without pause, he remained silent, his deep, dark eyes fixed on Shi Huan, conveying unspoken words brimming with emotion that a good partner, he thought, ensures that love is shared equally, fostering harmony within the home. After swallowing the blueberry, Shi Huan cradled Ming Hao's head in her hands, planting a resounding kiss on his lips. "Ming Hao deserves a reward too. You are both my wonderful husbands." This seemed to lift Ming Hao's spirits immediately. Yanqi, snapping out of the moment, curiously inquired, "What does husband mean?" "Ah well." She hesitated, not wanting to reveal that it was a term from her previous life. It wasn't that she couldn't explain, but rather that she feared their reactions that it's a term from my former tribe, meaning a beastman partner, that I find it more intimate, a name that belongs solely to us. Something others in our world wouldn't understand. Upon hearing this, Yunqi's eyes sparkled with delight. Mingho, aware of the tribe Shirhuan once resided in, a small community of mixed beings, had never heard the term husband mentioned during gossip sessions. However, he chose to feign ignorance. Noticing the puzzled look from Mingho, Shirhuan glanced over, and he offered her a subtle smile before returning to his task of crafting shoes. She mused that it was unwise to reveal too much about her past, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. You can also call me wife. Doesn't that sound intimate? Wife. Yunqi's eyes sparkled with delight, a look of pure adoration washing over his face as he repeated the name. The two beastmen, like children, playfully called each other husband and wife, while Mingho resembled a watchful elder, focused on his work. After a while, Yunqi decided to check on the lamb soup simmering on the fire, needing to keep adding fuel as per Shirhuan's instructions. Finishing the wild blueberries in her hand, Shirhuan reclined on the hay-covered stone bed, propping her chin on her hands as she watched Mingho skillfully crafting shoes. Who could have imagined that the usually aloof and proud snake beast man would willingly devote himself to making shoes for his partner, and doing it quite well at that? She gently stroked the sweet-scented licorice beneath her, a plant used for bedding in the tribe, and soon grew drowsy, changing positions as sleep overtook her. Days. She felt Mingho's serpentine body gently wrap around her, the coolness of his scales easing her restless brow in the warm weather. Snuggling against the large snake, she rubbed her cheek against him, drifting off into a comfortable slumber. Mingho's onyx eyes, having transformed into slit pupils since he had gathered her into his embrace, observed his partner as he slept soundly. His gaze held a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The intricate web of their connection felt far more complex than it appeared, leaving him with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Huan, you chose me. So please never abandon me, he whispered, tenderly stroking her hair as he pressed his forehead against her cheek, deep in thought. Chapter 31. Crystal Stone in her dreams. Shirhuan let out a soft murmur, sleeping soundly, making it hard for anyone to disturb her. This time, she didn't find herself in that strange place. Her slumber was refreshingly restful. Before opening her eyes, she languidly stretched, feeling invigorated and full of energy. Turning her head, she noticed that no one was beside her, but she felt no fear, knowing they would not leave her alone. They must be busy with something. She swung her legs out of bed. She spotted a pair of beast-hide shoes placed by the bedside, clearly the ones Mingho had been crafting before bed. The soles were made of several layers of sturdy hide, and the upper was crafted with care, complete with ventilation holes, perfectly designed to her liking. Though they differed from the shoes she had worn before, she was thoroughly satisfied with their quality for a first attempt. Slipping them on, she found them a perfect fit. After walking a few steps to test them out, she found the sensation soft and pleasant, even as she stepped on small stones without discomfort. Satisfied, she exited the cave, scanning the surroundings for her partner. Suddenly, a leaf gently landed on her shoulder, gliding down her silky dress to the ground. Instinctively, she looked up and saw Yunqi seated on a large, protruding rock at the cave entrance, playing with a few leaves. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over his face, making him look as if he were carved from marble. Shirhuan paused, silently admiring Yunqi's handsome features. He, too, gazed down at her, his beautiful brown eyes reflecting her image. Filled with genuine affection, that he had intended to tease her, but her steady gaze rendered him unable to read her emotions, making his previously relaxed posture stiffen with nervousness. Will Huan be angry? What are you doing up there? Why aren't you keeping me company? Hearing her words, Yunqi could no longer sit still. He leapt down, standing before her, eager to express his loyalty. That I wanted to hold you while you slept, but you said I was too hot to embrace. He pouted, feeling quite aggrieved at his response. Shirhuan couldn't help but smile, her lips curving upward. She gently petted his firm abdomen, soothing him. Next time, I won't mind your warmth. I enjoy your company so easily, she soothed the male, who beamed with joy. Just looking at this bright and handsome figure lifted her spirits immensely. Catching a familiar scent, she followed it to a nearby cave. Yunqi immediately interjected, following your instructions. The lamb soup is now a milky white color. Would you like to taste it? Absolutely. Hand in hand, they approached the stone pot. The soup, made from wild sheep that roamed freely, exuded a rich, savory aroma, thick and creamy like milk, that if only it had some cilantro to enhance the flavor. By the way, where did Mingho go? Sherwan inquired, gently sipping from the bowl Yunchi had prepared for her. It seems he went to find that cilantro you mentioned. He recalled seeing a plant that resembles it and thought to gather some of our old supplies for you. Yunchi replied earnestly. Sherwan had little interest in Mingho's supplies, likely just more hides, which she already had plenty of. However, she felt that his selfless act of offering should be rewarded when he returned. The lamb soup had cooled down enough to enjoy, and after savoring a bowl, Sherwan wiped her mouth contentedly, casually offering the empty bowl to Yunchi. Do you have anything to offer in return? In a leisurely manner, Yunchi's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed that Mingho harbored ill intentions, that he feared that if Huan questioned him, and he failed to produce something of worth, he would find himself at a disadvantage. With his standing in the family irrevocably altered, pouting in resignation, he lamented, before encountering you, I was not particularly fervent about finding a partner. Everything I acquired while accompanying the hunting team was surrendered to the tribe. Retaining it served no purpose. Now, I find myself regretting it immensely that I should have saved at least a little. He immediately thumped his chest, declaring, Rest assured, Huan, tomorrow I shall venture into the wilderness forest to hunt ferocious beasts and procure crystal stones for you to replenish your energy. Huan, seeking to tease Yunchi, found that beneath his carefree exterior lay a sincere heart, prompting her to playfully provoke him. What are crystal stones that can replenish energy? With little knowledge of the orc world, her understanding was limited to what she had heard from others. That it was said that deep within the forest to the north of the tribe, there existed elves and guardian beasts. Within these beasts resided a type of crystal stone, which, when consumed by orcs, could enhance their physical prowess and prolong their lives. For females, it could increase the survival rate during childbirth, and the offspring would possess superior talents. It is a form of energy carrier. She mused, reminiscent of what Au had once mentioned about the blessings of the beast god granting divine power, feeling as though she were part of a mythological tale. This sensation was truly enchanting as she incessantly questioned Yunchi. Chapter 32. Arousal again in the beastly realm. The low fertility rate posed a significant challenge, not only due to the scarcity of females capable of reproduction, but also because complications during childbirth often resulted in the deaths of both mother and offspring. Over time, this predicament jeopardized the survival of their race. In light of this situation, the orcs organized a grand ritual, presenting fresh game and fruits, beseeching the beast god for mercy and the blessing of fertility. Through the earnest prayers of the orcs, the beast god indeed bestowed blessings upon them. Selected females would receive unique divine powers. Some could enhance their physical capabilities, alleviating the pain of childbirth while ensuring that their offspring were born with exceptional talents. Others were granted temporary teleportation abilities, albeit at a significant cost, which could be utilized for life-saving purposes. Blessed females became the coveted targets of many males, and the tribe placed even greater emphasis on protecting them, as females were inherently prioritized. Sherwan listened with wide-eyed fascination, her belief in the existence of the beast god solidifying. The notion of orcs capable of transforming between human and beast forms made the idea of the beast god's existence far less difficult to accept. On the contrary, Sherwan felt exhilarated, yearning for the beast god's blessing herself, particularly the alluring teleportation ability. She was eager to discover the whereabouts of the beast marks from her two husbands after their union, as she bore no visible signs upon her body. The small cat-shaped beast marks prominently adorned Mingho and Yunchi's foreheads, exuding cuteness, a clear indication that these two males belonged to her. Are we in a fake union? Why can't I find my beast mark anywhere? Sherwan continued her search in vain. Yunchi gazed at her with affectionate amusement, the sparkle of mirth evident in his eyes. You want to find it in places you can see. What do you mean by places you can't see? She inquired, instinctively touching her face, fearing that it might be on her visage. That if that were the case, how would she find other husbands later? Her face would be covered in beast marks, rendering her too embarrassed to venture outside. Her beauty, which she held in such high regard, at risk. With a heavy heart, she touched her face, lamenting the absence of a mirror. She rushed to the water barrel, where her reflection revealed her stunning features, and she sighed in relief. Thankfully, there were no marks on her face. After a moment of respite, Shirhuan placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Yunqi. "Where's my beast mark? I can't find it anywhere. That you're not deceiving me, are you? Or have you already given my beast mark to someone else, which is why I can't find it?" Initially, Yunqi intended to tease Shirhuan, yet her words dampened his spirits, and he tossed her onto the bed, his eyes flushed with a fierce hue, betraying his inner turmoil. With a gentle bite on her cheek, he held back his emotions, resulting in a light nibble that made Shirhuan shiver. "My heart belongs solely to you. Do not question my affections." Given the circumstances, Shirhuan dared not speak further. Instead, she timidly pecked Yunqi's cheek, playfully exclaiming, "I was just joking. You're my favorite, Yunqi." Sensing the softening of her demeanor, Shirhuan boldly asked, "Now, my dear Yunqi, please tell me, where is your beast mark on me?" Recognizing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Yunqi remained silent and decisively removed Shirhuan's dress. "What are you doing? It's still daytime. This isn't appropriate." While such activities were undeniably pleasurable, moderation was key. Her waist could hardly withstand it, ignoring her protests. Yunqi stripped her down entirely, his gaze fixated on her alluring form, unable to suppress a gulp. Struggling to maintain his composure, he turned his head away, awkwardly pointing to the small of Shirhuan's back. "It's here. Mingho's is on the other side." Peering in the direction he indicated, Shirhuan found the angle unfavorable, rendering her unable to see anything. She attempted to turn around multiple times, yet found herself trapped in place. Spinning in circles, her bare body, radiating a captivating fragrance, caused Yunqi's face to flush crimson as he fixed his gaze on the cave ceiling, desperately trying to ignore the sight before him. After several fruitless attempts, Shirhuan resigned herself to the mystery of the beast mark, her curiosity igniting a sense of longing within her. Perched atop the tall male's lap, she traced the beast mark on Yunqi's forehead. Inquiring, "Does it hurt?" The silvery, luminescent mark appeared as though it were merely painted upon his skin, yet when Shirhuan's fingers grazed it, it felt alive, pulsating with waves of light that danced along the pattern. This only fueled Shirhuan's curiosity further. Turning around, she urged Yunqi to reveal the location of her beast mark, and as she reached to touch it, she encountered nothing but smooth skin, devoid of sensation. As if it had grown from within to do as I did. "Replicate the pattern of your beast mark for me. I am eager to see what it looks like," Shirhuan implored. Yunqi, captivated by the sight of his beloved, could not resist the allure of her glistening back, and tender kisses fell upon her skin, eliciting delightful shivers from Shirhuan. Bending down, she laughed. "What are you doing?" rewarding him with a kiss on the corner of his mouth. She coaxed, "First, show me the beast mark. I really want to know." With his hands encircling Shirhuan's waist, Yunqi rasped an affirmative sound, obediently tracing the outline of his beast mark on her lower back, the image of an adorable tiger head. A cute, chibi version of Yunqi that appeared utterly charming. As's warm hands made contact. Shirhuan instinctively shivered, the familiar tingling sensation radiating from her lower back, distracting her from the matter of the beast mark. Overwhelmed by heat, she found herself weakly collapsing into Yunqi's embrace, her voice trembling as she confessed, "I think I might be aroused again." Chapter 33. Bold conjectures the observant tiger, having watched for some time, reluctantly assisted Shirhuan in navigating her unexpected condition. Lost in her thoughts, Shirhuan mused about her lack of resolve. It was not until the moon hung high in the sky that their passionate encounter finally came to a close, leaving Shirhuan too exhausted to lift her arms. Embarrassed, she playfully kicked the satiated white tiger orc, exclaiming, "You did this on purpose." Yunqi, grinning with a hint of mischief visible in his small tiger teeth, replied clearly, "Huan, you enjoyed it too, holding on to me tightly." Caught in the act, Shirhuan covered her face with a hide, waiting until the heat faded from her cheeks before addressing the peculiar sensations within her body. She could distinctly sense the unusual intensity of her physical discomfort, overwhelming and fervent, leaving her breathless post-indulgence. Shirhuan had no choice but to scrutinize the peculiarities of her condition. While love between males and females was quite normal, Shirhuan possessed a remarkable capacity to accept it. Her husbands were robust, and she consistently relished their encounters. There was nothing amiss with that. However, today, she had sworn to the beast god that she harbored no desire for such activities. Her sole intention was to learn about the beast mark's appearance. Following the spot Yunqi indicated, she once more caressed the area of the beast mark, feeling nothing out of the ordinary, save for a warm sensation at her right wrist. As the warmth intensified, Sherwan distinctly observed a golden pattern emerging, an intricate, ancient design that added an air of mystery to her newfound mark. Yunqi watched anxiously as the mark materialized on Sherwan's wrist, resembling a beast mark as it seemed to grow from her very skin. "What is this? Huan, are you feeling unwell?" His voice was thick with concern. Sherwan, her eyes fixed on her wrist, shook her head in response. "It's warm, but I'm not uncomfortable," that I in her mind. There lingered bold conjectures that now required validation. That the golden mark emerged. It radiated a subtle golden light, which gradually stabilized before dissipating, leaving behind a mysterious pattern. Throughout this entire process, neither of the two spoke again. After a while, Sherwan gently touched it, feeling only the texture of her own skin, devoid of any other sensations. The pattern was completely intertwined with the skin on her wrist. Sherwan turned her head, scrutinizing the male, who wore nothing but a beast-hide skirt, modestly concealing his private parts. That he seemed unmoved, yet she was consumed by curiosity, pondering the connection between estrus and the mark on her wrist, subconsciously believing there must be some link. The peculiar reaction during the sacrificial ceremony, given her years of maintaining a virtuous lifestyle, made her suspicion feel far from baseless. The fatigue in her body dissipated swiftly, and the earlier drowsiness remained within manageable bounds. Despite Yunqi's seemingly aloof demeanor, which made him appear intimidating, he was, in truth, rather simple-minded and solely interested in hunting. Even matters of mating were beyond his comprehension. Sherwan contemplated that upon Ming Hao's return, they should discuss this situation as a family and seek the high priest's counsel, hoping it would not adversely affect her, immersed in her own thoughts. She realized there was much about this new world that was still unknown to her, and she could not afford to relax. Yunqi, with a worried embrace around Sherwan, could not hide the turmoil in his eyes. Huan, are you tired? Do you wish to rest?" This prompted Sherwan to genuinely feel a pang of hunger. Such exertion naturally led to a need for sustenance. However, she had no desire for roasted meat. Eating it daily, no matter how delectable, would soon become tiresome. Yunqi, a quintessential carnivorous beastman, noted that some females enjoyed wild berries merely for the sake of novelty. In truth, without meat, what else could one consume? Only when all their mates perished would the elderly females reluctantly resort to eating berries to stave off hunger, barely surviving thanks to the tribe's provisions. Sherwan, with utmost seriousness, inquired, "Is there any green vegetable or edible grass that your females prefer?" "Is there?" She believed in the necessity of a balanced diet, favoring greens over meat. Yunqi's attractive brows furrowed in confusion as he replied, "You know about the green glow grass in the tribe. It can be boiled in a soup, but its taste is unpalatable, and no beastman enjoys it. Beastmen relied on hunting for survival, and vegetables were difficult to preserve. Even if there were edible plants, they were unaware of their potential." Sherwan resolutely decided that after her estrus period concluded, she would diligently seek out green vegetables, ideally cultivating some herself. Observing his little female with a pained expression, Yunqi felt wronged, thinking that Huan must find him unsatisfactory. Believing he had let her down and felt incapable if she needed to rely on grass for sustenance, his pitiful demeanor made it difficult for Sherwan to ignore him. Gently stroking his silvery short hair, she smiled and said, "It's time for you to showcase your skills. Aside from roasting meat, do you know other methods of preparing it?" Though she did not fully comprehend, she understood that in the beast world, caring for one's partner and preparing pleasing meals were indeed the duties of an exemplary beast husband. Females only needed to enjoy themselves. Not to mention, the status of females was quite elevated. When it came time to direct their beast husbands, they would not hold back. Chapter 34. Not wanting to become a mother after nearly a day of absence, Ming Hao finally returned, bringing with him a significant haul, including a large bag filled with crystal stones. Sherwan, unimpressed by the stone-like objects, was rather fond of the intact cow he had captured. It was much larger than she had imagined, with horns that were considerably bigger. As she curiously examined the prey, she yearned to embrace the weary Ming Hao, but the scent of blood emanating from him made her wrinkle her little nose in discomfort. The subtle gesture did not escape Ming Hao's notice. "I'm dirty. I need to process the prey first. You should rest." His serpent-like tail coiled around the lifeless cow as he moved to exit, only to be halted by Sherwan's voice. Don't throw away the fatty parts. I have use for them. Clean them up and come back. I have something to discuss. Remembering something, she added, make sure to take a bath before you return. Ming Hao nodded earnestly. All right, I'll be back shortly. Sherhuan sat on the stone bed, lost in thought, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the mark on her wrist. Yunqi stepped outside to glance at Ming Hao but said nothing, focusing instead on preparing his feast. She had an inkling that her arrival in this realm was not merely to engage in romance and select a partner. There was something deeper at play. The black soil called to her, and she felt a need to revisit that place, uncertain whether it could only be accessed in dreams or through another means. While contemplating this, she felt the mark on her hand flicker, and she suddenly found herself in the same space as before, standing on the rich black soil with a distant golden glow. Upon entering this realm, Sherhuan felt no fear. Instead, she sensed a connection to this space. If she could cultivate here and monitor her crops at will, it would be akin to living a retirement life in advance. For a farming student, cultivating her favorite crops and studying their growth to produce high-yield harvests for the benefit of society was a dream come true. Grasping a handful of soil, she concentrated, and when she opened her eyes again, she was back in the cave. Yet, the black soil was no longer in her hands. That tactile sensation had felt so real. Undeterred, she thought, if she couldn't bring it out, could she bring something in? She resolved to find some seeds to plant. After a hearty meal, Sherhuan reclined in the freshly washed arms of Ming Hao. Her curiosity piqued by the newly acquired crystal stones. Is this truly what you caught in the wilderness forest, extracted from a fierce beast? Upon receiving a positive affirmation, her fascination only deepened. How does it replenish energy? It resembles the gemstones from my era, though I've never seen one this large. Ming Hao, despite his long journey, appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet, seeing Sherhuan so animated, he hesitated to rest. Yunqi and Ming Hao stayed with Sherhuan, finding comfort in their silence. Eventually, Sherhuan inquired, how does this item replenish energy? Yunqi assumed Sherhuan was unfamiliar with the use of these crystal stones from her previous tribe. Ming Hao replied, let me demonstrate, and you'll see. After receiving a confirming nod from Sherhuan, he took the crystal from her hand, placed it in his mouth, and then leaned toward her lips. She felt a cool sensation as it glided into her body. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief like never before. How does it feel? Ming Hao asked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Sherhuan gazed at him in astonishment, realizing the true power of the crystal. Her lips shimmered with a lustrous sheen, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief. This is incredible, Sherhuan exclaimed, feeling as though she could run a marathon without breaking a sweat. In her excitement, she did not overlook Ming Hao's fatigue. Since the crystal works so well, you should have one too. She picked up a crystal, ready to offer it to Ming Hao, but he firmly pressed her hand down. Save it for yourself. I'll just take a short rest. Yunqi added, males do not require crystals. It takes the death of several fierce beasts to find just one. Wasting it on me would be unwise. It's better reserved for replenishing your strength. Sherhuan felt robust, as if she were a bull, and saw no need for further sustenance. Yet she could not bear to disregard her partner's intentions, so she relented. Then you should rest well. Once you feel better, we can go out to have some fun. She was eager to find seeds and test the planting conditions of the black soil. Furthermore, she was uncertain when her estrus period would end, necessitating the presence of her beast husband for an extended time. Venturing out carelessly could pose a risk. After enjoying a spell of a lavish life where everything was provided, and with a handsome male by her side, Sherhuan felt as though she were living her dream retirement, that if not for the monotonous diet of daily meat and the absence of vegetables, she would have wished to continue this way indefinitely. After a period of recuperation, Sherhuan's estrus phase finally subsided, leaving her feeling refreshed and ready to venture out. However, she was concerned that the high frequency of intimacy over such a long duration might have resulted in pregnancy. Being young, she did not wish to become a mother so soon that if it turned out she was indeed expecting, should she keep the child? It was a significant dilemma. With her fingers intertwined, Sherhuan quietly sought out a Yu, inquiring about the importance of this matter and hoping to discover a method of contraception. Chapter 35. Is contraception possible? Ayu has been extremely occupied lately, attending to the high priest and monitoring the health of those blessed by the beast god, with the hope of bestowing new strength upon the tribe. The community eagerly anticipates blessings that would enhance their physical vitality, significantly increasing the survival rate during childbirth and contributing to the tribe's proliferation. However, most of the blessings tend to be rather trivial abilities, such as teleportation, which some females find useless, as they feel secure with their partner's protection and seldom venture outside, remaining within the confines of the tribe. If they wish to indulge in leisure, they risk attracting the attention of stray beasts, which often serves merely as a game of hide and seek for the cubs. Shirwan shook her head upon hearing this. If she possessed such an ability, her partner would surely be less worried about her outings. With a singular focus on motherhood, Shirwan comprehends the challenges of conception. The responsibility of propagating the next generation weighs heavily on both males and females, who regard it as their foremost duty. Frankly, she holds great admiration for these females, who, despite the potential hardships of childbirth, choose to forge ahead unwaveringly. Given the right circumstances, she would be open to the idea of having cubs with Yunqi and Mingho. However, she is not yet prepared to embark on that journey, at least not until she has a more complete understanding of this world. Ayu was so engrossed in her tasks that she had no time to attend to Shirwan. Finding a corner to herself, Shirwan observed the high priest's cave, which was filled with numerous females and their beastly partners. Each female orc was typically accompanied by 2 or 3 male orcs, some of whom wore expressions of joy as they gently caressed their bellies, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their cubs. Others displayed slight protrusions indicative of pregnancy, while their partners tended to them with utmost care, radiating sweetness. There were also young companions desiring to conceive more cubs. Shirwan noticed a pair of young, white tiger partners, curiously studying them. It seemed they had just confirmed their pregnancy, as the female was now lovingly stroking her belly and turning to converse with her partner. Her face adorned with the smile of soon-to-be parents. "May I touch it?" Shirwan finally couldn't contain her curiosity. The young white tiger female glanced behind her at the absence, who was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken. They held considerable truth. The tribe's great shaman had once proclaimed the necessity for females to have time to rest, discouraging frequent childbirth. However, this counsel was quickly disregarded by the orcs, fading into obscurity. Now, with Shirwan articulating such detailed reasoning, it surpassed even the shaman's insights. Regrettably, the shaman had grown elderly and seldom ventured out of the tribe. Otherwise, he would surely have been delighted to learn of Shirwan's thoughts. Having acquired contraceptive items, Shirwan was eager to return home, aware that her partner would worry if he returned to find her absent. Ayu immersed herself once more in her studies, though Shirwan's words lingered in her mind. Shirwan felt a sense of relief upon confirming she was not pregnant, reiterating the undeniable difficulty of reproduction in this beastly world, which explained the immense value placed on offspring. Yunqi accompanied the hunting party, while Shirwan sought some seeds, intending for Yunqi to scout the way. Previously, their excursions had followed the trails of wild beasts, neglecting the flora in the wild. This time, she aimed to gather insights from others, enhancing the purposefulness of their forays. Shirwan was indeed concerned for her safety. Since Mingho had captured a wild bull during their last venture, Shirwan's eyes gleamed at the sight of its fat. It reminded her of the beef tallow hot pot she had once enjoyed. Surely, tallow could also be used for stir-frying. Mingho had never heard of such a method, furrowing his brow in curiosity, asking how it was done. Shirwan, primarily acquainted with the consumption rather than preparation of food, recalled having observed the rendering of lard, which he presumed to be similar. It involved boiling fatty meat with water in a stone pot until the fat rendered, leaving behind the cracklings. She thought it was worth a try, reassuring herself that failure was not a grave concern. Should they wish to enjoy hot pot, she believed chili peppers must be indispensable. Shirwan trusted that the diversity of species in this beastly realm would yield chili peppers, or at least their relatives. Much like the cucumbers they consumed now, which had evolved from a species resembling foxtail grass through agricultural experimentation and hybridization. As a distinguished graduate in agricultural sciences, her current task was to venture into the wild, seeking to cultivate this rich black soil. Mingho diligently rendered the beef tallow. Upon hearing Shirwan's return, he peeked out, remarking that according to her method, it seemed to have turned out well. "Take a look," inside the stone jar. A creamy white substance resembled butter, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. Shirwan was eager at the prospect of enjoying hot pot, her mouth watering at the very thought. For Shirwan, life in retirement grew tedious over time. Without a mobile phone for amusement, the food was monotonous, and venturing out necessitated her partner's company, as the outside world was fraught with peril. She could only rest her chin on her hand, watching Mingho render the tallow. Sensing her despondency, Mingho, with a subtle tightening of his lips, casually inquired, "Why did you return so quickly from looking for Au? Did you not have time to play?" At this, Sherwan sighed again. Au was an orc with responsibilities unlike her, particularly as she sought assistance. Casting a guilty glance at Mingho, Sherwan was not one to keep secrets easily. After much hesitation, she tentatively asked, "Orcs seem quite enthusiastic about having offspring. If I do not wish to bear children at this moment, would you hold it against me?" Childbearing was a shared responsibility. In the customs of this beastly world, it was the male's duty to care for the offspring of his female. Different species had varying needs. Some young were born able to consume insects or meat directly, while many mammals required maternal milk. With 2 partners, the thought of bearing children for both was daunting. Mingho stirred the cracklings in the stone pot, declaring that this batch was nearly ready. After extracting the cracklings, he carefully set aside the fresh tallow and approached Sherwan, lowering his head to meet her gaze. "What matters to me is your happiness that as for children. Whether they come or not is of little consequence if you do not desire them. Then so be it." After a brief pause, he added seriously, "However, your heat cycle makes it easy to conceive that we should consult the shaman later. I will be more cautious to prevent any unintended outcomes." That Sherwan's cheeks flushed crimson, and Mingho appeared equally bashful. This marked the beginning of their mutual understanding. Once Yunchi returned, they would discuss his thoughts that in this beastly world. The female held dominion over the household, with the males fully obedient to her commands, a stark contrast to her previous life. Feeling uplifted, Sherwan set the dark medicine she had brought aside, watching Mingho as he continued to render the tallow. What could have been a mundane task became visually pleasing under the hands of such an attractive individual. Indeed, those with striking appearances made even the simplest endeavors appear graceful. With a moment of leisure, Sherwan felt the urge to engage in some activity. The green firegrass within the tribe possessed energy beneficial for the orcs. Might it be possible to transplant it into her own space? To date, she had yet to experiment with her black soil, and procrastination was not a viable option. Chapter 37. A fortuitous accident. Green firegrass thrived within the tribe. Found almost everywhere, lining the paths and growing on cave walls. Outside her cave, Sherwan discovered a cluster of the grass and, using a branch, carefully extracted several smaller plants with their root systems intact. Cautiously, she brought them into her cave, focusing her thoughts on the space she had previously visited. Opening her eyes in excitement, she confirmed her success. The plants had indeed entered with her. Glancing down at the grass still in her hands, she rejoiced, realizing that plants could be transported. Elated, she knelt and began to dig a hole in the ground with her bare hands, gently placing the green firegrass into the soil. Looking around, she noted the absence of water. Would it be detrimental not to provide any? In the past, she had envied the protagonists in novels who possessed spaces with spiritual spring water. Now, she found herself with just a patch of land. Lacking any other resources, that a sense of disappointment washed over her. Observing the green firegrass she had planted, she noticed it seemed to perk up, and she questioned whether it was merely her imagination. The grass she had chosen was only as tall as her palm, allowing ample room for growth, making it easier for her to monitor its progress. That appeared her mark was connected to this space. As a soul from another world, Sherwan began to awaken to her potential. She resolved to study the black soil within her space diligently. Brushing the dirt from her hands, she mentally commanded herself to return. And upon opening her eyes, she found herself back in her cave. Mingho was still occupied with the tallow rendering, and upon seeing the large jar filled to the brim, Sherwan nodded in satisfaction. "That should suffice. Let us venture out and see if we can find some edible plants to bring back." Mingho typically had no objections to Sherwan's suggestions, yet the prospect of going out still filled him with trepidation due to the previous incident where Sherwan had been captured. "Shall we wait for Yunchi to return before we set out?" Mingho inquired, seeking Sherwan's opinion. Although she was somewhat unfamiliar with certain matters in this beastly realm, Mingho endeavored to accommodate her needs for the sake of her safety. Understanding his concern, Sherwan replied dutifully, "Let us simply take a stroll around the vicinity of the tribe, avoiding any perilous areas. How does that sound? This way, even if danger lurked, assistance would be readily available." Moreover, recalling the golden light that had rescued her previously, she sensed a connection to the peculiar phenomena surrounding her. If genuine danger arose, the golden light would surely not abandon her. With this thought in mind, Sherhuan felt considerably lighter. Once Mingho had gathered their belongings, he transformed into his serpent form, allowing Sherhuan to sit atop his head as he carried her out. Typically, she rode on Yinchi's back, so this marked her first conscious experience of being carried by Mingho, which felt quite novel. The tribe was expansive, nestled within a valley. To exit, they needed to traverse an uninhabited area. Sherhuan frequently glanced down, eager not to miss any edible plants as they swiftly passed a thicket by the roadside. She spotted what appeared to be cabbage. "Mingho, let me down. I think I've found something edible." Mingho obediently came to a halt, tilting his head slightly to allow Sherhuan to descend with ease. Only after she steadied herself on the ground did he revert to his human form. Gazing at her with deep, enigmatic eyes, with no time to explain, she crouched down and parted the grass, revealing a small cabbage that bore an uncanny resemblance to those she had seen before. Undoubtedly edible. Exercising caution, she carefully unearthed it, ensuring she did not damage the root system. The valley was moist, and the soil was soft, requiring little effort to extract the cabbage. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed there was indeed no difference. It was the vegetable she remembered, albeit slightly smaller. Delicately securing her find, she was pleasantly surprised to have made a discovery before even leaving. Sherhuan felt an increasing sense of anticipation about what else she might uncover after departing the tribe. Tomatoes, as a delectable vegetable, had merely been ornamental plants until their edibility was discovered. She believed it would not be long before her land was filled with a bounty of consumable vegetables. She yearned to plant the vegetables immediately, and with no one around, Mingho maintained a permissive attitude towards her actions, not uttering a word of inquiry. Had he chosen to ask, Sherhuan would certainly have shared, as they were family, and she had no intention of concealing anything. However, in this situation, she felt it prudent to speak only when necessary, avoiding any implication of deliberate secrecy. At the time, she considered this complexity, but now felt a bit trapped by her own hesitation. Casting her gaze downward, she dared not meet Mingho's eyes. To her astonishment, beneath a nearby stone wall, she discovered a cluster of mushrooms. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a bunch of porcini, a fortunate find that required no effort at all. There were 6 plump specimens. Without the presence of chili peppers, a mushroom hot pot seemed like a delightful alternative. Placing the mushrooms into her small bag, she turned to speak to Mingho, only to notice a troubled expression on her beast husband's face. In such a brief span, she had done little. And before she could explain, had she already been discovered? "Huahuan, those mushrooms are toxic. If you enjoy eating greens, I'll find a way to get them for you. But please, do not consume anything poisonous," he said, his tone gentle yet laced with concern. "Porcini are not toxic," she replied confidently, certain of her identification. They were the same size as those she had eaten in her past life, so there was no mistaking them. She recalled seeing a female in another tribe who had mistakenly consumed such mushrooms, hallucinating visions of the beast god before quickly succumbing to foaming at the mouth. Mingho's expression reflected lingering anxiety at the thought of Sherhuan encountering a similar fate. Remembering the nursery rhyme about the red-capped mushrooms, Sherhuan couldn't help but laugh. "I don't know what happened to them, but I want to be poisoned. Trust me, Mingho, I've gathered edible ones that I'll cook them for you when we return." There were numerous varieties of mushrooms, with many vibrantly colored ones being toxic. However, Sherhuan recognized some of the common edible types. Initially seeking greens for her hot pot, she now found herself fortuitously stumbling upon a new avenue of discovery. The tribe's location was ideal for mushroom growth, so there was no need to venture out for vegetables, sparing Mingho further anxiety. She decided to scour the tribe for mushrooms first. Chapter 38. Let him die first. Sherhuan described the appearances of several common mushrooms to Mingho, particularly cautioning him against brightly colored varieties, which were likely poisonous. Mingho listened intently to her words, although he remained skeptical about the edibility of mushrooms. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to cause her distress and followed her lead. Searching for mushrooms within the tribe, they indeed found a substantial haul, a bag brimming with mushrooms, including white mushrooms, porcini, chicken of the woods, and morels. They even discovered some bitter greens, which thrilled Sherhuan, as they were delightful when prepared cold. Though it was a pity there were no seasonings available, perhaps due to psychological factors, Sherwan felt reassured there were no toxic mushrooms. She hadn't even encountered any deadly varieties. This place was distinctly different from her previous home. She was certain to avoid the vividly colored mushrooms, but had found plenty of small white ones. Seeing Sherwan's joyful smile, Mingho could not utter anything that would dampen her spirits. While searching for mushrooms, he kept a careful watch over her actions, ensuring she did not attempt to taste any of them, that he found it perplexing that, despite the deliciousness of meat, she preferred to eat greens and potentially toxic mushrooms. His beloved female deserved nothing less than indulgence. After a frantic search, they filled the beast's skin bag she had cleverly brought along, one for mushrooms and one for the vegetables they had gathered. They would soon enjoy a hot pot feast. With so many vegetables now available, it seemed plausible to find some wild leeks or wild onions without much trouble that in the wild, they often grew in abundance. And given the orc's limited knowledge of these greens, Sherwan felt confident she could locate a sizable patch. With the hot pot base secured, she had enough meat and greens for a meal. Although they still needed dipping sauces, one could not become a glutton in a single bite. With these ingredients, they were already quite fortunate. They would address the remaining needs in due course. Let us head back now. I want you to taste my cooking, Sherwan declared confidently, patting the bag of mushrooms she had gathered. Perched atop Mingho's head, she directed him back to the tribe. Mingho remained silent, worry etched on his face. Sherwan understood that no amount of words would suffice. She needed to demonstrate her skills to gain his trust. While some mushrooms were indeed toxic, they could be rendered safe and delicious with proper preparation. The orcs were still inexperienced with fire, and few in the tribe cooked meat, let alone gourmet meals. One fortunate aspect was that the orc world was free from the pollution caused by technological advancements. Towering trees flourished as though striving to reach the heavens, while the underbrush grew to human height. Vegetables thrived in this untainted environment, allowing her to eat with peace of mind. She merely wondered if their taste could surpass what she had experienced in her previous life. Upon returning to the cave, Sherwan eagerly emptied her gathered mushrooms onto the ground, sorting them into categories. Mingho's eyelids twitched at the sight, and he could no longer contain himself. How do you plan to prepare these? Let me assist you, shall we? Mingho's culinary skills were commendable, and the beef fat he rendered was pure and gleaming, devoid of impurities. Nodding in agreement, Sherwan entrusted him with the mushrooms she had foraged. Confident that her collection comprised only non-toxic varieties, she nonetheless requested Mingho to clean and slice them for safety. With no scallions, ginger, or garlic available, simply stir-frying the mushrooms would be a rare delicacy in itself. She poured the freshly rendered beef fat into a stone pot, watching as it melted slowly before adding the sliced mushrooms. Stirring them continuously, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, awakening their appetites. Occasionally inhaling deeply and swallowing, she eagerly watched the mushrooms as they shrank and sizzled in the pot. If only there were rice to accompany them, she could easily devour 2 bowls alongside this dish. Mingho, too, caught the enticing scent but remained impassive, mechanically stirring the mushrooms with skepticism in his eyes, though he did not voice his doubts. They need to cook a bit longer. I can hardly wait, Sherwan exclaimed. She had never cooked mushrooms herself. Her previous experiences involved ready-made dishes from restaurants. While foraging, she had only accompanied her fellow apprentices, knowing that mushrooms required a lengthy cooking time, ideally with some water to stew them. Her limited knowledge, combined with Mingho's anxiety, led her to feel somewhat uncertain. Yet, she continued to stir, watching as the mushrooms threatened to dry out completely. She pondered if they might be ready to eat now. Shall I leave it as is? It should be edible. She had primarily studied vegetables, with only a passing acquaintance with mushrooms, and had yet to gain hands-on experience before arriving here. However, she had eaten them before, so she felt confident. Eagerly, she grasped her makeshift chopsticks made from twigs and reached for the freshly sautéed mushrooms in the stone pot. Before she could take a bite, Mingho intercepted her, his calm tone betraying a hint of unease. For safety's sake, let me taste it first, and if all is well, you can eat afterwards, all right? Though he framed it as a discussion, his tone was resolute. With no choice, Sherwan nodded. You taste it while it's hot. I assure you, it's delicious and not toxic. Trust me. Deep down, Mingho believed her. However, having witnessed the harrowing demise of females who had consumed toxic mushrooms, he could not bear the thought of Sherwan enduring such pain. As her mate, he resolved that if anyone were to perish, it would be him first. In such a scenario, Yunk could still look after Sherwan. With a majestic and resolute demeanor, he used Sherwan's chopsticks to pick up a slice of mushroom and placed it into his mouth, chewing mechanically. Initially harboring no expectations, he raised an eyebrow in surprise as the flavor proved to be quite delightful. Sherwan, ever observant of her mate's expression, beamed with pride. So, what do you think? Isn't it wonderful? It was merely a stir-fry, with no salt added. The dish was all about the fresh and aromatic flavor. After swallowing, he admitted it's indeed quite good, with a unique taste. With a shift in tone, she continued, however, the more toxic something is, the more delectable it may taste. One must not indulge in wishful thinking. Subsequently, she sampled more of the food, exchanging wide-eyed glances with Mingho as they awaited any adverse reactions that as time passed. Sherwan grew weary, while Mingho exhibited no signs of distress whatsoever. She had heard whispers that those who consumed poisonous mushrooms might experience hallucinations. Seeing little sprites and bursting into laughter uncontrollably, she waved her hand playfully in front of Mingho's eyes, teasing, "How do you feel, my dear husband? Are you dizzy? Do you see anything peculiar, perhaps a blue sprite?" Mingho was preoccupied with thoughts of time. He had encountered a female previously who had succumbed rapidly to the effects. This time, having ingested the mushrooms for quite a while, he noticed no odd reactions at all. The mushrooms in the stone pot had cooled down, at least for now. It appeared they were harmless. Sherwan, brimming with confidence, patted her chest, declaring, "I told you, they're not toxic. This is the result of countless predecessors' experiments. I know precisely what can be consumed, how to eat it, and what to avoid, that I am well aware of all the nuances that." As she spoke, her face radiated pride, illuminating Mingho's gaze as if she were aglow. Chapter 39. While emotions remain unburdened, did you learn to appreciate mushrooms in the tribe? Mingho asked, his face a mask of concern. This posed quite a conundrum for Sherwan. She had spent less than a day in that tribe. Awakening to a daze, grappling with the reality of her transmigration, in principle, she should have clarified everything with Mingho, but fear lingered. What if he could not accept it, viewing her as an anomaly or a sacrificial offering to the beast god? The male before her was fixated on her, yet could she truly gamble on this matter? Despite having shared the most intimate of experiences, Mingho had freely bestowed upon her his cherished treasures accumulated over the years, holding nothing back. Yet, visibly, Sherwan's spirits began to dampen. Regretting his words that had inadvertently stirred Sherwan's sorrow, Mingho sighed. "If you prefer not to speak, I shan't pee or why did it had come to his attention that Sherwan had several suitors vying to become her beast husbands. He felt a pang of guilt for intercepting them, as if he had robbed her of so many potential mates. Cautiously, he suggested, "If you still think of them, when Yinchi returns, I'll take you back. Please don't be disheartened them." "Who are you referring to?" Sherwan queried, her expression riddled with confusion. "Where would we return to? This place is quite splendid." Her words brought relief to Mingho, as long as she bore no resentment towards him. He felt at ease. The Sherwan's focus shifted as she urged, "Let us hasten to consume the mushrooms before they become unpalatable." The thought of savoring them had lingered for a considerable while. Finally, she could forego meat, which, no matter how delectable, could become tiresome if consumed daily. She had always wondered why the absence of meat felt so torturous. The secret to maintaining a fine figure lay in a balanced diet of both meat and vegetables, supplemented by ample fruits. This was the key to good health. Her visage served as the best testament to this. Otherwise, her original self could not have attracted so many admirers, devouring the sought-ed mushroom slices with gusto. She lamented the absence of salt, finding the dish increasingly bland as she continued. Salt was scarce in the tribe. As a newly initiated female, she had received a small jar of it, but had unwittingly used much of it without restraint, leaving only a meager amount at the jar's bottom. She had intentionally refrained from adding salt during the mushroom stir-fry, saving the remaining for their hot pot, which would be incomplete without seasoning. Each mushroom they harvested yielded several specimens, which she planted in the fertile soil of her space. The remainder was divided in half. One portion was sought-ed for immediate consumption, while the other was reserved for the hot pot broth. She instructed Mingho on preparing the broth, watching him diligently follow her guidance. Meanwhile, Sherwan discreetly took some mushrooms aside, her thoughts shifting to her space, where she had become quite adept at utilizing it after an initial period of adjustment. Upon entering, she was eager to check on the growth of the green luminescent grass she had planted previously, Her astonishment. What had started as a few small patches had flourished into a lush expanse. The rapid development within such a short span was beyond her imagination. She could only envision the delight of cultivating vegetables and fruits in the future. Noticing a notable change in the terrain, she observed that the black soil had been partitioned into numerous small plots, with tiny enclosures for planting. The section designated for the green luminescent grass was neatly bordered, thriving vibrantly. It seemed she had discovered the secret to utilizing this land effectively, planting one type of mushroom per plot. She nodded in satisfaction, eagerly anticipating her next harvest. Hearing commotion outside, she reappeared in the cave, only to be met by Yunqi returning with a hunting party. As she emerged, she collided with Yunqi, who was about to enter. Instinctively stepping back, she was caught in her husband's swift embrace, his affection evident as he nuzzled against her. "Huan, I'm back. Look what I've found," he exclaimed excitedly, eager to share the assortment of grasses he had discovered. Glancing at them, Huan noted that most were mere weeds, and she chuckled at Yunqi's enthusiasm as she crouched down to inspect them closely. It was clear that her husband had put considerable thought into his foraging, having recalled her mentioning that certain wild grasses could be beneficial to females' health. However, to the males, all the grass may have appeared similar. Thus, he had taken it upon himself to uproot any grass he encountered, believing that it would surely include what Huan desired. While most turned out to be inedible weeds, she was delighted to find several edible plants among them, including a variety closely resembling oilseed lettuce. Upon closer examination, it was evident that it was not the same type commonly consumed in her previous world, but it was undoubtedly a relative. Her excitement soared as she stumbled upon a few strawberry seedlings. Naturally, they were wild strawberries, likely bearing tart fruit due to their lack of selective breeding. However, this did not deter her. As a botany enthusiast, she was determined to cultivate them into sweet and plump strawberries. Cradling the seedlings joyfully, she yearned to plant them in her space immediately. Upon noticing Yunqi's blank expression, her heart melted. She rewarded him with a kiss on his cheek, whispering, "You've worked hard, my dear tiger. You did wonderfully. That I found the grasses you wanted, and that's what matters. That I'll go searching for more tomorrow." Yunqi beamed with a somewhat foolish grin, eager to plant the strawberries in her space. She realized that her actions would surely not go unnoticed by her two beast husbands. Storing away the edible plants and precious strawberry seedlings, she beckoned to her husbands. Huan ultimately decided to share her findings with them. After all, they were to be her companions in daily life, and it was best to avoid secrets. The sudden solemnity in Huan's demeanor prompted a shared glance between the two males, each reflecting the other's concern. Wordlessly, they followed her into the cave. Unlike Mingho, Yunqi was not one to conceal his feelings. The youth's affections were earnest and fervent. "Huan, don't frighten me. Speak your mind," he urged, though Mingho remained silent. The unspoken understanding in his eyes was unmistakable. Huan paced back and forth, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. "What I am about to share might be difficult for you to accept, but I believe there should be no secrets between us. If it proves too much, I will respect your feelings." Seizing the opportunity while their emotions were still untainted, she felt it was not too late. Chapter 40. Quite impressive. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of both men, Huan concentrated and found herself back in her space, silently counting to 10 before reappearing before her partners. Upon her sudden return, darkness enveloped her momentarily, only to be embraced tightly by Mingho, his face a mixture of urgency and relief. Yunqi too appeared anxious, his complexion pale. "Huan, regardless of what secret you wish to reveal, I am unperturbed, as long as you do not abandon me," Mingho blurted out. Yunqi nodded in fervent agreement, his voice quivering slightly as he echoed, "I will heed your words, Huan. Please don't leave me." Gently patting Mingho's sturdy back, Huan explained, "I'm unsure how it happened, but I discovered a space where the land can cultivate numerous things." The green luminescent grass within the space had grown exceptionally lush. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a particularly vibrant specimen, shining even more than those found in the tribe. "This is the grass from my space. And there are other varieties I can cultivate as well." After a series of actions, the male gazed at Huan without blinking, fearful that he might vanish before his eyes once more. Yet, beyond that trepidation, there was an overwhelming sense of joy. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Huan, pondering the implication that, in times of peril, one could suddenly disappear and retreat into another realm, thereby alleviating the concerns for their safety and allowing them to act without hesitation. Shirhuan had not anticipated that Yinshi would first think of this. Indeed, her partner had consistently sought excuses to keep her from venturing outside, driven by a worry for her safety and a fear of not being able to protect her adequately. This realization suggested that she had acquired a means of self-preservation. If one could not be found, then danger would be averted. The prowess of Yunqi and Ming Hao was not to be underestimated. When faced with adversaries, they not only possessed the capability to defend themselves, but could also turn the tide and retaliate. Ming Hao's thoughts ran deeper. What kind of space was this? Could they perhaps glimpse it? If it allowed for storage, then when the frigid winter approached, they could have an endless supply of provisions. Only she had ventured inside before and had yet to attempt bringing others with her, that if she could lead the beastmen inside, allowing them to cultivate the land and harvest crops, wouldn't that be delightful? She was uncertain if it would work, but she was eager to try. Grasping one of the males by the hand, she inhaled deeply and shouted, "I wish to enter the space." In an instant, the scene shifted, and they found themselves within the realm. To her left and right stood her two companions, and a surge of excitement made Shirhuan leap for joy. She had already tested the limits. Aside from the soil within the space that could not be removed, the crops cultivated there could indeed be brought outside for consumption. Furthermore, plants could be introduced, and now, to her astonishment, she discovered that beastmen could also enter. The thrill was simply overwhelming. Yunqi, with his mouth agape, joined Shirhuan in joyous leaps to "My goodness, Huan, you are truly remarkable." Curiously, she glanced down at the lush green luminescent grass and the vibrant fungi that had just been planted. In contrast to their excitement, Ming Hao remained more composed. Perhaps this was a blessing from the beast god, though he had never heard of such a wondrous ability before. That if there was a mobile space that could accommodate beastmen at any time, did it mean that in the event of a major crisis for the tribe or an enemy assault, they could all seek refuge within this realm? How many beastmen could this space hold? Was there a time limit? What was the source of its energy? It was undoubtedly intricately linked to Shirhuan. Here, where the sun could not be seen, the plants thrived splendidly, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered in his mind. Shirhuan, however, was not one to dwell on uncertainties. With the fresh vegetables that Yunqi had brought back, she was eager to plant them immediately, envisioning a bounty of produce to enjoy. "You too. Plant the vegetables for me, sorting them by type, and then we can seek out additional varieties that we might even transplant some fruit trees, and soon we can enjoy delightful meals without having to step outside." She could hardly contain her anticipation. With that, she directed the two to cultivate the land within the space, bringing in the green vegetables. Although the males were adept hunters, they had never farmed before, and the heap of gathered vegetables left them momentarily perplexed about how to proceed. "What are you doing? Get to planting," Shirhuan urged. That it was Ming Hao who first examined the cultivated fungi and then the roots of the vegetables. As if he had grasped something profound, with a flick of his serpentine tail, he carved a shallow trench in the earth, tossing in a few tufts of grass before covering the roots with soil. Just like that, a row of oil lettuce was successfully planted. Shirhuan watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "How impressive!" reflecting on her own efforts to dig holes with her bare hands and carefully place each seedling into the ground. She wondered what it had all been for. With Ming Hao's capable strength, she felt fortunate to have such a beastman partner. Propping her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ming Hao. "With you around, I need not lift a finger." Upon hearing this, Yunqi felt a surge of determination. He could not allow himself to be outdone by this cunning serpent. Swiftly, he used his claws to dig holes and plant the vegetables, matching Ming Hao's speed. However, as he faced away, the soil he disturbed flew everywhere, covering Shirhuan in dirt. "Yunqi." Thankfully, Ming Hao reacted quickly, shielding Shirhuan from becoming too disheveled. Chapter 41. Uncontrollable factors. As Yunqi helped Shirhuan brush off the dirt, he flashed a sheepish grin. Huan, please don't be angry." Shirhuan was far from upset. She had initially anticipated a lengthy endeavor to plant the vegetables, but the two had completed the task in no time, deepening her desire to find more things to cultivate, ideally with seeds for convenience. Beyond his existing knowledge, this beastly world held many wonders he had never encountered before. Beneath its primitive facade, there were likely many species from her era that had long since become extinct, yet thrived here. "I must thoroughly study the species present in this realm," she resolved, feeling the ancestral urge to cultivate awaken within her. Once the land was prepared, Shirhuan led her partners out of the space. Sensing that they had spent a considerable amount of time within, yet little had transpired outside, Ming Hao cautioned her gently. Regarding the space, it's best not to reveal it to too many people. A personal space is an immensely tempting power. If others discover it, many may come to covet you. Shirhuan nodded earnestly. Did I understand? You are my partners, and we are family, which is why I did not keep it from you. Please don't hold it against me for telling you so late. Upon hearing her words, both Yunqi and Ming Hao felt even fonder of her, under the warm gaze of their admiration. Shirhuan shyly scratched her head. Let us eat first, then we can go for a stroll. Yunqi had just returned, having gathered so many items and hunted for food. He must be quite fatigued. Suddenly, she remembered that the freshly sought fungi had already been devoured by Ming Hao and Shirhuan. She needed to venture once more into the space to retrieve some fungi, hoping to showcase her culinary skills to Yunqi. However, before she could act, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she leaned against her head, struggling to maintain her balance. Thankfully, Yunqi was quick to react, catching her in his embrace just before she fainted, her last sight being the anxious expression of her partner. Huan, what is happening? When Shirhuan regained consciousness, she heard faint voices nearby. Beastman. You must take good care of your partner. How could you let her become so exhausted that she fainted? Truly thoughtless. An elderly voice scolded Yunqi and Ming Hao with palpable ire. Upon waking, Shirhuan felt remarkably light and had not experienced any sense of fatigue. Reflecting on her symptoms before fainting, she realized there had indeed been a slight weakness. She had intended to voice something, but had succumbed to unconsciousness instead. Yunqi hung his head, listening intently to the reprimand, nodding intermittently, muttering, I understand. Ming Hao, meanwhile, was deep in thought, his head bowed. When Shirhuan emerged, she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her beastmen looking so dejected under scrutiny. The reprimanding figure turned to her upon hearing her laughter, granting the males a measure of grace with a huff. Take good care of your female. With that, he strode away, once the figure had departed. Shirhuan inquired curiously, what happened to me? She felt as if she had merely taken a nap and was puzzled by the earlier severity of the situation. Ming Hao guided her back to their cave. Taking his time to explain, after you fainted yesterday, we consulted you, who found no issues. You simply wouldn't awaken, and this morning we called the shaman, who confirmed it was due to exhaustion. Yunqi looked relieved. Fortunately, we had crystal stones to replenish your energy. Otherwise, you would have slept much longer. He then shot a disapproving glance at Ming Hao. Did you take advantage of my absence to mistreat Huan? Ming Hao cast him a sidelong glance before seating Shirhuan on the stone bed. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Shirhuan assessed her body for any lingering discomfort, ultimately shaking her head. I feel quite well. It was merely a brief slumber. Upon exiting the space, you fainted. I suspect it may be because entering your space consumed a significant amount of energy, leaving you too fatigued to remain conscious. Ming Hao speculated. Shirhuan felt fine. Her body was well aware that as soon as she had stepped out of the space, she had been unable to sustain herself. It seemed she would need to limit their entries in the future. In truth, for merely cultivating vegetables, a beast husband would suffice. Regardless of who it is, the labor would be executed swiftly. With such robust laborers at hand, Shirhuan would hardly need to toil in the fields herself. The possessions Ming Hao brought back have remained untouched in the cave since they were entrusted to Shirhuan. Yes, she toyed with 2 crystal stones in her hands. A contemplative expression crossed her face. If the space relies on its own energy to function, then for Shirhuan, this presents a significant concern. Females inherently possess physical differences compared to males, with less energy available to sustain the operation of the space. If she cannot manage her energy expenditure or is unaware of it, as she was yesterday when she fainted without warning, it could prove perilous. The space is akin to a double-edged sword. Shirhuan must adeptly navigate its usage. The sudden appearance of the mark necessitates some exploration regarding how to manipulate the space, that if energy is required for its operation, at least the crystals in her possession are sufficient. As Ming Hao has accumulated quite a few as she examined the crystals, Yunqi bowed his head, feeling inadequate. Although he was also her mate during times of peril, he felt utterly powerless, clenching his fist. He resolved that this situation required an ample supply of energy crystals. He must seek out more for his partner. Huan, oblivious to Yun Qi's unusual demeanor, was instead scrutinized by Ming Hao, whose eyes glimmered with a spark of insight. Carefully placing one of the crystals against the mark on her wrist, Huan pondered whether the energy of the crystal could be absorbed. If it were to siphon her energy without her knowledge, rendering her defenseless, she would rather forego this space entirely. That if energy is needed, let it be drawn from the crystals. Her body must remain under her own control. If you understand this, then consume the crystal's energy. The three of them gazed intently at the mark on Huan's wrist and the crystals, eyes wide, fearing they might miss something. Gradually, the mark emitted a soft, radiant glow, and Huan felt a warmth enveloping her wrist, a comforting sensation coursing through her. In a moment, a crystal larger than her fist was entirely absorbed by the mark, significantly rejuvenating her spirit. Chapter 42. Reaching consensus after the crystal was absorbed, the three remained silent for an extended period. Yun Qi was filled with astonishment, while Ming Hao's expression was notably more complex. Huan, however, quietly reveled in the newfound lightness of her body. Ming Hao remained vigilant, closely monitoring Huan's condition, feeling relieved when no discomfort arose. "How do you feel?" he inquired, his tone as steady as ever, though Huan detected a hint of unease, grasping Ming Hao's hand and pulling Yun Qi's into hers. Huan earnestly stated, "You mustn't feel overly pressured. Currently, the benefits this mark has brought me are considerable. That as for yesterday's fainting episode, it was likely due to the excessive energy expended by bringing both of you into the space. I merely needed a short rest to recover. It is not a significant issue." Moreover, she recalled an encounter with a wandering beastman, where a flying beastman had descended from the sky, initially foreboding, yet a flash of golden light had appeared, saving her before she lost consciousness. Reflecting on the novel she had read, where characters were reborn and favored by the heavens, it did not seem unreasonable for her to be granted a space as a divine boon. This mark may have accompanied her since her rebirth, and for reasons unknown, perhaps due to receiving the beast mark or the blessings of the beast god during the ritual, it had garnered sufficient energy for her to utilize. Nevertheless, bringing others into the space was undeniably energy-intensive. Fortunately, she felt no adverse effects. Ming Hao was solely concerned with Huan's safety. As long as there were no major issues, the existence of the space remained advantageous. If life, plants, and beastmen could enter the space, could it not also store food and process game? Truth be told, Huan had yet to attempt this. The prey Yun Qi had brought back had already been partially processed. And now it was time for Huan to experiment with storing it within the space. "Perhaps you should rest a bit longer. You have just awakened. Let us avoid any further mishaps," Ming Hao suggested, still a tad anxious. Huan assessed herself, feeling invigorated by the crystal's energy. Placing her hand on the freshly wrapped meat, she effortlessly entered the space and, to her astonishment, discovered that instead of the black earth filled with vegetables, she had stumbled upon a brand new little room. Yet it was empty, awaiting Huan to fill it. The space was expansive, approximately 200 square meters, akin to a storeroom that if she were to add some shelves, the storage capacity would be staggering. The thought left her in awe. Setting the meat down, she exited to share this delightful news with her beast husband, with the black earth as a foundation. The appearance of the new room calmed both males considerably. Winter posed great challenges for beastmen, not only due to the harsh cold, but also the scarcity of food. Some beastman races could store sufficient fat to hibernate, while females, due to their biology, could not hibernate. No female of any race could. Thus, for the safety of the females, many hibernating males chose not to hibernate, significantly easing the survival prospects for females, albeit intensifying the competition for prey. If Huan's space could store ample food, they could safely weather the winter. Yun Qi rubbed his hands together, eager to take advantage of the current activity of prey, intending to stockpile food for Huan, so they could remain home and raise cubs. Huan's expression stiffened as she recalled her previous conversation with Ming Hao about her thoughts, which he had yet to share with Yun Qi. Yun Qi, yearning for his own cubs, looked to Ming Hao for assistance. "What should I do?" His enthusiasm clashed with Huan's hesitation to dampen the mood. Ming Hao, focused solely on Huan, paid little heed to Yun Qi's feelings. "If you want cubs, dream on," he replied coolly, instantly unnerving Yun Qi. "You scheming serpent. You took Huan's first time. Don't even think about stealing the chance to have cubs before me." Yunqi protested, nuzzling against Huan's neck like a distressed kitten, lamenting, Huan, it's fine if I don't have cubs as long as I have you. You mustn't allow this fellow to father cubs with you. Afterward, he cast a triumphant glance at Ming Hao, resembling a child reveling in a victory. Unintentionally voiced words from Yunqi relieved Huan. Before meeting her, he had not given much thought to coupling, let alone raising cubs. His earlier comments had seemed rather casual. With the conversation reaching this point, Huan decided to be forthright, stating, I truly do not wish to have cubs, and it is not because I am dissatisfied with either of you, but rather due to my own physical condition. I am not ready for cubs just yet. Please do not hold it against me, all right? As she conveyed these sentiments, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. Having previously discussed this with Ming Hao, her words flowed more smoothly this time. Observing Yunqi's expression for any signs of displeasure, she exhaled in relief when none were apparent. Huan, as long as you are happy. Whether or not there are cubs does not matter, Yunqi declared nonchalantly, his focus solely on Huan. However, he then turned to Ming Hao, challenging him, if you wish to have cubs, you must ensure mine come first. He could not allow this fellow to outdo him. With crystals in limited supply compared to Ming Hao's, and having been the first to encounter Huan, he was determined not to lose in the matter of cubs. Yunqi's childishness left Huan both amused and exasperated. Seeing his genuine indifference towards the issue of cubs, she could not help but chuckle. In my heart, both of you are equally important. After reaching a consensus, the subsequent matters proceeded with much greater ease. They were heading out for an outing. Ming Hao, possessing considerable experience in living independently in the wilderness, decided to bring along all the items from the cave. Taking advantage of the available space in the past, during large hunting expeditions within the tribe, they would often spend extended periods in the wild, essentially residing outdoors. With Huan now having a safe space, the trio resolved to venture farther, hoping to encounter ferocious beasts and gather some crystal stones for Huan, as there should be no more incidents of fainting. Huan stored the crystals within her space, along with a stone pot for cooking and some prepared seasonings. Thus, the family of three set out. Having previously ridden on the great white serpent and enjoying the experience, this time it was Ming Hao who transformed into the serpent, gently supporting Huan with his large head as they departed the tribe. Shortly after leaving, Ming Hao instructed Huan to hold on tightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Yunqi, prompting them to accelerate their pace in unison. Chapter 43. The monotony of food. Huan adapted remarkably well and relished her time in the wild. Fully devoted to her beastly husband, she had keenly discerned Huan's little preferences. She enjoyed playfulness. As long as safety was assured, there was nothing amiss. Ah, this is so much fun. Can we go even faster? Gliding through the jungle was infinitely more exhilarating than riding in a car surrounded by towering trees. The concept of a forest oxygen bar paled in comparison to the beast world. Huan's laughter echoed far and wide, startling the unsuspecting birds to flit about in a frenzy. After a while of play, Huan remembered their purpose for venturing out. She patted Ming Hao's head, and the great serpent immediately understood, slowing down. The white tiger, trailing closely behind, adjusted its speed accordingly. What is it? The serpent inquired gently. Huan had long dreamed of having her own orchard. The fruits of this beast world were different from those in her previous life, yet equally delectable. I want to transplant a few fruit trees into my space. The berries you brought me. But not too large, smaller ones will do. Under the enhancement of her space, the crops thrived exceptionally well. The trees had grown quite large, and Huan couldn't bear to claim them solely for herself, knowing other females would also enjoy them. She felt guilty thinking about how their partners might miss the berries and struggle to please them. The males were not as preoccupied with such thoughts. They primarily focused on bringing joy to their partners, finding whatever Huan desired. Yunqi, somewhat familiar with the area, lowered his head in contemplation before leading Ming Hao towards their destination. Huan simply sat atop the serpent's head, and before long, they arrived at a patch brimming with wild strawberries. The ground was densely covered with the small yet plentiful fruits that Huan had previously tasted. Eyes wide with astonishment, Huan realized that after arriving in this beast world, her first wish had been granted, freedom to strawberries. This was an exhilarating surprise. Each time her partners returned, they brought back an abundance of berries of various kinds, more than enough for her to savor. Huan, feeling ecstatic, wiggled her little feet and urged Mingho, let me down, let me down. I want to plant strawberries in my space. As soon as she touched the ground, she reached for the strawberry seedlings, only to be gently restrained by Mingho, who had reverted to his human form. This is something we can handle. Just watch from the side. Point out which ones you like, and I will dig them up for you. Glancing at his claws and recalling their previous farming endeavors, Sherwan chuckled with delight, realizing this was indeed a task ill-suited for her. She bent down to examine the plants, first searching for the larger ones. This one is perfect, and this one, and this one. She pointed to several large, fruitful wild strawberries. Following her instructions, her beastly husband swiftly uprooted the seedlings, roots and all, with remarkable efficiency. Watching him work, Sherwan clapped her hands in delight. After gathering a sufficient number of seedlings, she led one of her husbands into her space to quickly plant them in the fertile black soil. Strawberries were best cultivated in ridges, making them easier to harvest. Mingho diligently followed Sherwan's guidance, using his tail to create furrows in the soil, then planting the strawberries in the freshly turned earth, making the paths for future harvesting. How clever! Why didn't I think of that? Sherwan mused. Who says beastmen can't farm? Mingho is far superior to me, a mere agricultural major. Mindful of the energy consumption of her space, Mingho worked with unusual speed, urging Sherwan to bring him back outside. Although Sherwan felt no discomfort, she complied to avoid worrying her husband. Outside, Yunchi was busily gathering strawberries to serve as snacks for Sherwan. Seeing Sherwan and Mingho return so quickly, he exclaimed, "You finished already? I've only gathered this little bit." With a beaming smile, Yunchi presented a large handful of strawberries to Sherwan, who delighted in their sweet and tangy flavor. However, she lamented the lack of bread to accompany the strawberries, which felt somewhat lacking. She scooped a spoonful of strawberry jam, closed her eyes to savor the taste. Mingho and Yunchi had grown accustomed to Sherwan's occasional peculiar remarks. "Huahuan, tell us what you desire, and we will find a way to make it happen. If it can't be done immediately, we shall keep trying." Mingho's dark eyes were solely focused on Sherwan. "All right. The road ahead is long and winding. Finding the plants I want may take time, but fortunately, in this beast world, I have all the time in the world." After satisfying her hunger, Sherwan stored the roasted meat and the prepared strawberry jam in her space. Yunchi transformed into a great tiger, while Mingho coiled his tail around Sherwan's body, placing her on Yunchi's back. They set out to find a bamboo grove, as Sherwan wanted to create containers for storing items. On their journey, they encountered a herd of migrating wildebeests. The two males exchanged glances. With such plentiful prey, it would be a shame not to catch a few. Now that Sherwan had her space, she could store as much as she desired without spoilage. Better to have more than enough. Not knowing if Sherwan would be frightened by such a bloody scene, Yunchi intuitively led her aside while Mingho stalked the prey. Once the target was locked in, Yunchi placed Sherwan on a high rock. "Wait here for us, that we'll catch more meat for you. The kind you love to eat. If you feel scared, just look away. I'll be back soon." Sherwan obediently nodded as she sat on the rock, waiting patiently. Upon witnessing the obedient demeanor of Sherwan, a petite bundle of joy, Yunchi's heart softened to an overwhelming degree. Gently patting Sherwan's head, he turned to rejoin Mingho in their hunting expedition. Sherwan perched herself upon a stone, observing in awe as the formidable tiger, Yunchi, pursued their prey with swift ferocity. While the agile white serpent, Mingho, swiftly captured several solitary wild buffalo. Mingho selected 2 particularly plump buffalo, recalling how much Sherwan relished the mushrooms sautéed in oil. This time, he resolved to prepare an ample supply. After seizing the prey, he efficiently dispatched it with his tongue, ensuring a clean finish to avoid startling his little female companion. While Yunchi tended to the aftermath of the hunt, Sherwan leaped down from her perch. Bouncing joyfully towards the duo, as she approached, the pungent scent of blood enveloped her. Yet it was not enough to deter her appetite. She merely wrinkled her nose in mild distaste. This subtle reaction did not escape Mingho's notice. "Go play over there. I shall finish this shortly," he instructed, raising his serpent tail. She understood immediately, leaning in as he coiled his tail around her waist, placing her gently upon Yunchi's back. "You both go enjoy some time by the river and catch some fish. I will attend to this matter promptly." Once Sherwan was comfortably seated, Yunchi sauntered towards the riverbank. Despite his careful demeanor, a trace of blood splattered upon his fur, eliciting a quiet giggle from Sherwan as she sat atop his back. Amused by their cautiousness, both of them seemingly fearful of scaring her, Yunqi navigated through the forest's most spacious paths, ensuring that wild grasses and branches would not harm her. These areas bore no signs of beastman activity, only sporadic traces of wild fauna. Noticing his attentiveness, Sherhuan felt a swell of satisfaction. The great tiger was truly endearing. As the sound of rushing water crescendoed, she beheld a magnificent waterfall for the first time. Its grandeur breathtaking. The sheer size of the waterfall elicited a gasp of delight from her. The water cascaded down with such force that she could feel the mist upon her face from a distance. Rather than taking her to the base of the waterfall, Yunqi found a flat area to set her down, allowing her to appreciate the stunning scene without being overwhelmed by the cacophony. Play here for a moment while I assess the surroundings for any danger. Dio not wander off, he instructed before venturing to inspect several large trees. Remembering Sherhuan's mention of a treehouse, he seized the opportunity to experiment. Selecting a suitably tall tree that was spacious and well ventilated, he gathered several smaller, evenly sized branches, removing excess twigs to construct a shelter capable of accommodating 3 beastmen in their human forms. He meticulously cleaned the space, laying down some dry grass to create a rudimentary floor. Sherhuan admired the waterfall for a while before noticing a cluster of vibrant flowers blooming nearby. Their colors dazzling, she picked a few, delighting in their beauty. Yunqi, observing her affinity for flowers, decided to adorn the treehouse with some fragrant wildflowers and edible fruits. Satisfied with his handiwork, he believed that Sherhuan would find joy in resting there that evening. With everything prepared, Minghao returned with the processed game, arranging the meat into neat piles, for separated from flesh and various sinewy remains that it was hard to believe that moments ago, these had been a formidable herd of wild buffalo. Huan, store this prepared meat in your space. It will last you quite a while, he said, now in human form, crouching before her. Sherhuan nodded, waving her hand to gather the mountain of meat into her spatial storage. She then retrieved a stone pot for cooking, signaling that Minghao was about to render the beef tallow. After such a lengthy journey, they had yet to find any bamboo, which was necessary for storing the rendered fat. Contemplating, she gestured to Yunqi and Minghao, indicating the need for containers of varying heights for storing the tallow, wider ones for stews, and several smaller pots for her own amusement. Yunqi looked at her with a tender gleam in his eyes. Very well, I shall make you some jars. Minghao, having already mastered the process of rendering tallow, placed the trimmed fat into the stone pot with a bit of water, slowly coaxing the oil to the surface. Meanwhile, Sherhuan occupied herself by weaving with the sinewy remains of the beasts, passing the time as fish occasionally leapt from the river, splashing droplets onto her face, wiping the water from her cheeks. Sherhuan's round face bore an expression of defiance as she glared at the fish. Just wait until I catch you. Chapter 45. Exceptional quality, she requested Minghao to procure some flexible vines. What do you need those for? Be careful not to hurt your hands. Let me handle it, he cautioned, glancing between the pot and her. I want to get hurt. Don't worry, my dear husband, she replied dismissively, waving him off as she enjoyed the comforts of being cared for, yet she was determined not to be perceived as a mere idle companion. With so many fish in the river, it would be a waste not to catch some for grilling or making fish soup. That in this realm, all companions had their tasks, and she was resolute not to remain idle, though the physique of a female beastman is not as robust as that of their male counterparts. It was certainly stronger than her former human form. At least, she would not be harmed by the slender vines. One by one, she crafted a large fish basket, wide-mouthed and utilizing the resilient sinews as a closure. Carrying the basket towards the river, she first tested the water's depth with a long stick to ensure her safety before carefully removing her beast-skin shoes. Crafted by her mate, they must not be sullied. As her feet touched the icy water, a shiver coursed through her despite the warm weather. The river's temperature was startlingly cold. She lowered the oversized basket into the water, nimbly returning to shore, eager to wait for the unsuspecting fish to swim into her trap, destined to become her meal. Just as she stepped onto the bank, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Minghao had come to her side, and she playfully flailed, droplets of water splattering from her feet. I'm fine. Why did you come over? She asked, naturally pressing a kiss upon his cheek, her laughter ringing out. He gently caressed her delicate, smooth feet, causing her to instinctively withdraw. Her cheeks flushed as she nestled into his neck. The deep-set gaze of the male, held onto his little female. He was reluctant to scold her for sneaking into the water when she looked so adorably flustered. Clutching him tightly with her fragile hands, swimming is perilous, especially near the waterfall, that if anything arises, allow me to handle it, he advised. Sherhuan pouted defiantly, that I'm not that fragile. I know I can handle myself. I tested the waters beforehand. Perceiving her discontent, Mingho pressed his lips together, refraining from further words, that I end silence. He gently wiped the water off Sherhuan's feet with a clean piece of animal hide, placing her on a smooth, large stone and bending down to don her feet with fur boots that he affectionately caressed her small face before rising to prepare beef tallow. The taciturn beastman startled Sherhuan, yet when she observed him sweeping the area around her with his serpentine tail, clearing away sharp stones and anything that could cause harm, she felt a warmth in her heart. This seemingly nonchalant gesture transformed the small stones into mere dust, revealing his underlying concern for her well-being. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, her earlier gloom dissipated. Upon returning to the stone pot, Mingho naturally heard Sherhuan's laughter. His movements momentarily stilled, but he resumed melting the tallow as if nothing had happened. His little female deserved to be cherished. Meanwhile, Yunqi searched for suitable stones nearby to craft a vessel for the tallow. The stones along the riverbank were either too small or too fragile, leaving him without a viable option. After walking a bit further, he stumbled upon a massive stone, its texture remarkably sturdy, suitable for creating various items. Transforming his hands into claws, he struck the large stone, and soon a crack appeared, causing the entire boulder to splinter apart. Unlike before, the interior revealed a glimmering sheen. Yunqi had never encountered such a stone, and, recalling Sherhuan's fondness for the novel, he intuitively decided to bring this magnificent stone back. He sensed that this unique, large, and lustrous stone would surely delight Sherhuan more than any crafted vessel. With the stone, which was nearly the size of his beastly form, hoisted onto his back, Yunqi raced back, eager to present it to Sherhuan. Meanwhile, Sherhuan took advantage of everyone's busyness to check on her own land that a brief absence had left her feeling uneasy. The meat stored in the warehouse was haphazardly strewn on the ground, creating a disarray. With such a vast space, it would benefit from additional shelves to enhance its tidiness. Initially intending to fashion some shelves from bamboo, she quickly realized that in the depths of the primitive forest, even a single tree would be too much to manage. Thus, she opted to sketch the outline of her desired shelves on the ground with branches, ready to commence her project upon Yunqi's return. Having constructed her little treehouse, Sherhuan felt compelled to reside in it for several days, lest she squander Yunqi's heartfelt efforts. Therefore, she resolved to complete the shelves in the remaining days. During this time, she would collect any edible plants she happened upon and store them in her space. When Yunqi returned, carrying the large stone, the ground trembled slightly, startling Sherhuan, who hurried to Mingho's side and clung tightly to his waist. "Was that an earthquake?" she asked, still shaken. Mingho assessed the situation, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back, reassuring her, "It shouldn't be an earthquake, that I'm not sure what Yunqi has done. But this commotion is indeed of his making." And no sooner had he spoken than Yunqi's voice rang out. "Sherhuan, quickly, look what I found." The sight of the large stone preceded the sight of Yunqi's slightly pale face, as he carefully placed the stone on the ground, presenting it to Sherhuan like a treasure. From her angle, Sherhuan beheld an unadorned, hefty stone. Ignoring the 3 dark lines on his forehead, she remarked, "Ah, this stone is quite impressive. Yunqi, but are you not exhausted from carrying such a weight?" Realizing that in his haste, she had failed to appreciate the stone's value, Yunqi took her hand and guided her to the other side. "Look, isn't this a type of stone you've never seen before?" Astonished, Sherhuan gasped, "Ain't this jade? This quality, it must be jadeite. Goodness, such a large piece. If this were the modern world, she could achieve financial freedom with this single stone." Running her fingers over it, she confirmed its superb texture and quality. The sight of Sherhuan, enraptured by the stone, filled Yunqi with delight, knowing that the effort of bringing it back had been worthwhile. Chapter 46. An abundance of fish. The exceptional jadeite posed a quandary for Sherhuan. Using it to craft a pot would be a flagrant waste, as it would become sullied over the fire, losing its aesthetic appeal. That I end this beastly realm. Creating jade bracelets seemed utterly impractical. A mere slip could result in damage, and there was no one to appreciate such adornments. Food, on the other hand, would be far more appreciated by the beasts. Though she could disregard others' opinions, Shirhuan recognized that possessing raw jade was not enough. She required a skilled craftsman, and she lacked the tools or expertise herself that at most she could manage to make a bowl, which would still be a luxury. After a moment of contemplation, Shirhuan decided, "Please make me a few hairpins. I wish to style my hair." Previously, she had used branches to hastily secure her hair, or simply let it flow freely. Now that she had the means, it was time to treat herself better. Drawing a simple design in the dirt with branches, she planned to try making one and assess the outcome before proceeding further. Enthusiastically, Yunqi set to work on the hairpins, while Mingho observed the large jadeite, his expression inscrutable, pondering that he too should find a piece for Shirhuan when time allowed. Noticing the look in Mingho's eyes, Shirhuan swiftly changed her mind. Such a large piece should not merely be reserved for jewelry. That would take an eternity. Right now, crafting tallow is paramount. After much deliberation, she ultimately resolved, "Mingho, this jadeite is sufficiently large. Please create a tallow jar for me. Such a beautiful stone will surely yield an exquisite vessel." Upon hearing this, Mingho turned to Shirhuan, and upon receiving her affirmative gaze, he proceeded to join Yunqi in splitting the stone. Yunqi had already taken a smaller piece to begin crafting the hairpins for Shirhuan. Given the limited resources, he fashioned the simplest design, one end pointed and the other thicker. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Shirhuan was not hungry at that moment. With her partner occupied, she could not remain idle. Remembering the fish trap in the river, she felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of how many fish she might catch. Previously, she had fashioned a rope from beast tendons, allowing her to retrieve the trap without entering the water, merely by pulling on the two ends of the rope. However, she had overestimated her strength, and after much effort, she found herself unable to lift it from the water. Eventually, she sat on the bank, panting. When Yunqi arrived, he found Shirhuan exhausted but proudly displaying the finished hairpins. Naturally, he took the beast tendon from her hands and pulled forcefully, causing water to trickle from her woven bag, revealing a bounty of lively, plump fish. Wow, so many fish. How long can we eat? Each fish was robust, nearly the size of Shirhuan's thigh. She mused that even if she devoured one, she might not finish it, that if only we had chili, we could make spicy grilled fish. I could have another bowl of rice. Without chili or rice, Shirhuan felt a twinge of disappointment. After discarding the fish onto the grass, the lively creatures flopped about for a while before gradually succumbing. From her assessment, there were at least 20 or 30 fish, weighing over 100 pounds. With her ample storage space, she considered it a stockpile, a genetic inheritance that she couldn't resist. Now, Shirhuan had the opportunity to appraise the hairpins Yunqi had crafted. Their swift completion surprised her, and she noted that they were not hastily made. The pins were polished to a smooth, rounded finish, feeling delightful in her hands. Throughout this time, Yunqi had been anxiously watching for Shirhuan's reaction, and when she smiled and styled her hair, he unconsciously revealed his small tiger teeth in a broad grin. "I love them. Thank you, my wonderful husband." Shirhuan planted a gentle kiss on Yunqi's cheek before turning to the water's edge to admire her reflection, noting a few stray hairs falling by her cheek. She tenderly tucked them behind her ear, feeling beautiful in the water's reflection. The next dilemma was how to prepare the fish. Truth be told, she had grown somewhat weary of grilling. Other cooking methods seemed insufficient, and she lacked the ingredients to create anything appetizing. Resting her chin on her hand, she stared at the fish, while Yunqi mirrored her actions, squatting down and shaking his head adorably, though he did not quite comprehend what his partner was contemplating. When Mingho returned, he found the pair squatting before a pile of fish, their expressions comically vacant, but he couldn't help but chuckle. Shirhuan turned her head, and the first thing that caught her eye was a jade jar, resplendently green with rippling water patterns, appearing as if it had been forged by nature itself. That it was stunning. As Mingho held the jar, Shirhuan appraised it, delighted. "This is truly remarkable, beautiful indeed. Fill the pot with oil and give it a try." Mingho truly lives up to his name. Even the lid of the jar has been crafted with care. When it's time to use it, one needn't worry about soiling the oil that has been painstakingly rendered. The oil glimmers with a delicate golden hue, and once it solidifies completely, it transforms into a pristine, milky white. Such freshly prepared big-headed fish makes for an exquisite fish soup. Chapter 47. The long journey of exchange. Select a fish that appears to be meaty. Scale it and then gut it, ensuring all the innards are removed. Yunqi expresses his astonishment. "Huan, why must we discard these parts? Eating them together would surely enhance the flavor. Mingho casts a glance at him, continuing his task, and retorts, "Then you can eat them." That he thrusts a pile of bloody innards, unrecognizable in their grotesqueness, towards Yinchi's face. Yinchi recoils, covering his nose, and disdainfully exclaims, "What you've done makes it look like feces. I refuse to eat that." Their banter amuses Sherwan, who cannot help but laugh. Once composed, she explains, "It's best to avoid eating innards. Some organs process impurities from the body and can be unclean. It is advisable to consume well-cooked meat, as it may harbor parasites, thus reducing the risk of illness." Yunchi, though somewhat perplexed, understands that Sherwan means well. She would not lead him astray, and he nods in agreement. Finally, after meticulously preparing the fish, he scores the flesh with a sharp claw, marking the completion of their task. Next, they heat oil in a pan. Once hot, the fish is placed in, filling the air with a delightful aroma. The fish is fried until both sides are golden brown and crispy, after which hot water is added, and they await the creamy fish soup to be ready. Sherwan, unable to find wild ginger, resorts to wild scallions, believing that having something is better than nothing, and she adds them all in. She also gathers some mushrooms from her storage space to toss into the soup, enhancing its flavors. As Sherwan savors the fish soup, she detects no fishy odor, thanks to the mushrooms, and finds the taste exceptional. She even heats some greens to accompany her meal. Even Mingho, who is accustomed to raw meat, declares this to be the finest soup he has ever tasted, devoid of bitterness or strange flavors, that he resolves to prepare several more bowls, intending to use Jade for the next batch, with better resources. He wishes to create visually appealing dishes, enhancing their dining experience and uplifting their spirits, that in times of scarcity, Sherwan has never been one to begrudge herself. Today's fish soup has bolstered her confidence. If they can enjoy such a meal without ginger, the prospects are even brighter when she discovers more plants to gather. The salt distributed in their tribe has nearly been consumed, and soon they will face a shortage. Mingho's brow furrows with concern, clearly regarding this matter with gravity. Yunchi, usually nonchalant, adopts a serious demeanor. The salt they had previously consumed was a benefit provided by the tribe for newly joined females. Moving forward, acquiring salt would require contributions to the tribe. However, Sherwan currently resides outside the tribe. Having become accustomed to using salt liberally, she lacks an awareness of its scarcity. For orcs, salt is essential. Prolonged deficiency can lead to a series of health complications. Before establishing a partnership, Yunchi had contributed to the tribe, but at that time, he had not considered the necessity of acquiring essential resources, opting instead to exchange for decorative animal skins. Now, returning to the tribe involves a significant journey. While male orcs are capable of making the trip, Sherwan is currently reveling in her newfound freedom and wishes to experience the treehouse to its fullest. Where does the tribe acquire its salt? Typically, salt is derived from either sea or well sources. Yet she has never heard of a salt well within their tribe. It seems improbable that an orc tribe could possess the skill to produce salt. Yunchi's mood darkens as he recalls that every year, the tribe sends warriors to coastal tribes to trade for salt, returning with enough for the year, due to the long journey and the dangers along the way. Usually, less than half of the departing warriors return, and that is considered a fortunate outcome. His father, the leader of the expedition, sacrificed himself during a salt exchange, perishing while trying to buy time for his fellow warriors against a pack of ferocious beasts. His mother, unable to bear the loss, followed his father thereafter. Reflecting on these memories, Yunchi feels a profound sorrow. Sherwan, sensing his distress, comforts him with a hug, whispering that they have moved past those hardships. The arduous journey undertaken solely for salt seems unfathomable. Had she not lived in a technologically advanced society, she too might have faced the exorbitant costs of salt. Historically, salt has been a commodity tightly held by the ruling class, and the current situation in the orc world mirrors this reality. With coastal tribes maintaining a firm grip on it while inland orc tribes must venture far and wide for their supply. They set out laden with goods, only to return with salt. A laborious endeavor indeed. Sherwan formulates a plan. She does not intend to return to the tribe for salt, for life in the wild offers its own methods of survival. With the remaining salt, she will ration it carefully and simultaneously search for wild peppers and potential salt wells or salt lakes, that if she can locate a source, the Baihu tribe will no longer need to embark on distant journeys for salt. After sharing her plans with her two orc companions, She notices their eyes light up with excitement. Although some of her words are lost on them, their faith in her ability to succeed is unwavering. Yunqi embraces Shirhuan tightly, showering her with kisses on the cheek, exclaiming, "Huan, you can do anything." Mingho, more composed, gazes at her with fervent admiration. Chapter 48. Talents in everything after a hearty meal, relishing the warmth of the fish soup. Shirhuan feels a wave of perspiration and longs for a bath. Mingho is busy tidying up the used utensils and stone pot, and Shirhuan decides not to store them away, as they will be staying here for the next few days. She only needs to clean the pot. However, her orc companions will undoubtedly insist on taking care of her. For orcs, bathing typically consists of submerging their jaws in water. Even the weaker females would choose to swim in the river during the sweltering summer. Yet Shirhuan is reluctant to do so. Even if she were to dip in, she insists on taking a proper, clean bath. After all, rivers can harbor microorganisms and bacteria, and she cannot overcome her apprehensions. She instructs Yunqi to heat water for her. And he is more than willing, albeit puzzled. Huan, you can't swim, can you? The river water is not cold at all. After sweating, a dip in the river is incredibly refreshing, he remarks, already diving into the water. Seeing Shirhuan soaked, he encourages, enjoy the water while you can. Just remember, when you come out of the river, you must wash again with clean water. Otherwise, Shirhuan smirks mischievously. You want to be allowed to cuddle with me tonight. I'll wash. To be denied the chance to sleep beside Shirhuan would be the greatest punishment for him. He would endure anything, even shedding a layer of skin, just to comply. Shirhuan beams with delight, knowing just how to manage her two orc companions. However, even if she knows no one is around, she still feels shy in the open air. She quickly rinses off the sweat and washes her hair, wrapping herself in a piece of animal skin before being lifted by her orc partner and placed in their small treehouse, her cheeks still flushed. She resolves that even if they are only staying for a few days, she wants them to build her a small bathing shelter. Nothing too large, just enough to ensure privacy. That IT was a challenge to endure the intense gazes of both men earlier, if she had only one orc partner. Perhaps she wouldn't feel as anxious. After all, she has done more embarrassing things before. But with two stunning orc partners, both with exceptional physiques, balancing their attention is no easy feat. Mingho enters shortly after, using a smaller, softer piece of animal skin to tenderly dry Shirhuan's hair. Yunqi, undeterred by Mingho's advance, gazes intently at Shirhuan, his voice low and husky as he says, Huan, leaving unspoken meanings hanging in the air. Before her stands the bright and cheerful white tiger, while behind her is the composed and steady white serpent. Shirhuan feels a shiver run down her spine. She has long accepted that she would have multiple orc partners and repeatedly assured herself to treat them equally. Yet, in this moment, how can she navigate the situation? Being intimate with two handsome men simultaneously challenges her remaining sense of propriety. The small confines of the treehouse inevitably mean that one will be neglected, and she cannot bear the thought of that. Struggling to ignore their eager gazes, Shirhuan yawns, realizing she is quite fatigued from the day's activities, that if you're tired, then rest, they suggest. The hair was nearly dry. And Mingho understood that Shirhuan's endurance to last this long was quite remarkable. With a heart full of tenderness, he embraced her gently, soothing her to sleep by softly patting her back. Yunqi, too, laid a softer hide atop the already prepared animal skins, ensuring Shirhuan could rest comfortably. They would go to great lengths to fulfill Shirhuan's desires and would never put her in a difficult position. For instance, just moments ago, being as astute as they were, how could they not perceive Shirhuan's unease? They simply could not resist teasing her. In a household practicing polyandry, such a day was bound to come. The little female appeared to be even more tender-hearted than they had imagined. Regardless of whom she chose to accompany her today, they would harbor no grievances, for survival in the beastly world was inherently structured this way. Moreover, Shirhuan would eventually have other beastly husbands, after a delightful slumber. When Shirhuan awoke, she found none of her husbands by her side. The animal skin clothing she was to wear was already placed not far from her pillow, easily within reach. Since Mingho had fashioned her a garment from shed snake skin, she had not donned any attire made from animal hides, for the comfort of the snake skin was unparalleled. The previous garments were stored away in her space, and this time they were clearly not from that collection. Upon unfolding the neatly arranged clothing, her eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, Mingho was remarkable, He could take a single suggestion and transform it into something tangible. She had merely mentioned the style of trousers. And today, a finished product had materialized. The top resembled her previous ones, snugly enveloping her two little buns, ensuring no accidental exposure, while the trousers were stylish wide-leg pants. Once donned, they fit perfectly, revealing her belly button, making her feel as though she could strut down a fashion runway at any moment. That Mingho's craftsmanship was simply outstanding. He excelled at everything he undertook. Chapter 49. A plethora of blades. Sensing Shirhuan had awakened, Yunqi set aside the jade he had been polishing. As soon as Shirhuan emerged from the treehouse, Yunqi opened his arms wide in greeting. The treehouse was elevated, lacking a ladder. Yesterday, her movements in and out had been facilitated by her husband's embraces. Clearly, he anticipated her leap. Shirhuan, without hesitation, smiled gently and leapt into his embrace. Throughout the entire process, she maintained a smile directed at Yunqi, her eyes brimming with trust in him. Given the height, even if Yunqi had failed to catch her, she would only have tumbled slightly, suffering no serious harm. In Yunqi's eyes, Shirhuan appeared as a graceful butterfly, fluttering into his arms and heart, never to escape again. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he had been utterly captivated, bound to her for eternity. "Haha, this is delightful," Shirhuan exclaimed joyfully. Yunqi, without a moment's hesitation, jumped down, his heart filled with elation. Such was her trust in him. Shirhuan wrinkled her little nose, catching a whiff of a delightful aroma. This season, there was no concern over food and drink, especially since they were in the wild, with a small river nearby. Not seeing Mingho's figure, Shirhuan understood that her husbands had their own plans. Dividing their tasks, they took turns accompanying her. The fish soup they had consumed the previous night was a favorite among them. So while Shirhuan was still asleep, Yunqi had prepared another pot of tender fish soup using the same method as before. Although Shirhuan had not voiced her disappointment, both Yunqi and Mingho, being exceptionally clever, sensed her regret over the absence of ginger. It had indeed slightly diminished the flavor, having heard Shirhuan describe wild ginger on more than one occasion. Mingho had ventured out early in search of it. Whether out of a lingering desire to find this ingredient or sheer coincidence, he had indeed succeeded. Uncertain of the quantity required, he cleaned the ginger thoroughly and simply tossed a whole piece into the pot. After it had cooked, both males sampled it and found the taste to be quite pleasant, with much of the fishy odor diminished. The fish soup simmering in the stone pot was at the perfect temperature, the firewood beneath it consistently providing warmth. Cold fish soup, regardless of how many seasonings were added, would inevitably retain a hint of fishiness. After spending a significant part of the day outside, Mingho returned with a bountiful harvest. A large bundle of vibrant greens in tow, his dark eyes fixed on Shirhuan, who sat upon a stone waiting for Yunqi to serve her fish soup, his gaze deep with affection. The little female yawned lazily as she accepted the creamy fish soup, the warm, fragrant aroma wafting toward her. Just the scent alone was enticing. Drinking it must surely be delightful. That Yunqi's lips curved into a subtle smile. Mingho placed the items he had brought back on the grass not far from Shirhuan, refraining from approaching her first. Instead, he went to wash off the dirt and sweat from his body with the clean water he had prepared the day before. Although Shirhuan had never explicitly expressed her distaste, he sensed that his little female preferred cleanliness, especially after returning from the outdoors, dirty and sweaty. She was delicate and cherished cleanliness. Yet, watching her eat was a pleasure in itself. Yunqi sat nearby, holding a piece of raw jade, partially transformed into his beast form, employing his claws to polish it. The sound of his sturdy claws scraping against the jade echoed unpleasantly, reminiscent of chalk squeaking against a blackboard, sending shivers down Shirhuan's spine. She couldn't help but shudder, realizing that this was the sound produced during their polishing process. That it was indeed an unpleasant noise, but the speed at which they worked rivaled that of a machine. She watched quietly, finding it quite fascinating, occasionally sipping her fish soup. Freshly washed, Mingho approached, still glistening with moisture. Noticing Shirhuan's attention was captivated by the jade polishing, he raised an eyebrow in amusement. Using his snake tail, he drew over a piece of raw jade to polish it as well, utilizing the scales of his tail for the task. Shirhuan was quickly drawn to him, surprised by the remarkable resilience of Mingho's snake scales. The scales along the tip of his tail stood erect, resembling sharp blades that he polished just as swiftly as Yunqi. Beastmen, in their beast form, were generally quite large. Mingho's snake body was thicker than her waist. and even the tip of his tail was broader than her thigh. That moment, an inappropriate thought sprang to Sherwan's mind. Since her arrival, she had yet to possess a proper kitchen knife. She wondered if Mingho could spare her a few scales, which she could fashion into knives. That would be quite useful. One scale could serve as a cutting knife for vegetables, while another could be crafted specifically for slicing meat. Perhaps she could even make a few small throwing knives for self-defense. The mere thought of being equipped with hidden weapons thrilled her, prompting her to laugh heartily while cradling her bowl. Her laughter drew the attention of both males, causing their polishing to pause as they gazed at her with curiosity. They wondered what had sparked her amusement. Was the polishing process truly that comical? Did it threaten their towering image in her eyes? This was of utmost importance. For a moment, both males felt a twinge of anxiety. Ahem, I'm perfectly fine. You may continue, Sherwan said, tilting her head back to finish the remaining fish soup. She wiped her mouth and retrieved a pair of completed animal skin boots from her space. With her husbands occupied with their tasks, she naturally would not remain idle. Just moments ago, Mingho had brought back a plethora of items, and she had only glanced at a few, noticing several excellent plants suitable for her space. Chapter 50. Quite advanced yet, she hesitated to ask for the scales, fully confident that her husbands would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. Striving to make it the best they could, and finding ways to accomplish what seemed impossible, Mingho would not hesitate to shed his own scales for her. Shaking her head, Sherwan began to organize the newly acquired plants. This time, she had also received eggplants and peanuts. Surprising Shun as Mingho polished, he caught sight of Sherwan joyfully examining the eggplant. His dark, deep eyes sparkled with her laughter. She wondered if this vegetable was edible. Many females adored its vibrant color and used it to adorn their caves. This edible find would be set aside to grow in her space for a while, allowing them to taste it later. Sherwan's culinary skills are quite commendable. During her leisure moments, she enjoys pondering over various culinary techniques. The preparation of eggplant offers a multitude of options, whether sautéed or fried. The crops from the fertile black soil have proliferated, with some being readily available for consumption, albeit requiring some processing. Currently, the only edible option is wild strawberries that would be delightful if there were a greater variety of fruits. During her idle time, she tends to harvest the ripe crops from her space and store them in the warehouse. However, simply placing them there feels somewhat wasteful. One cannot become plump in a single bite. Progress must be made steadily and methodically. Perhaps she has been too short-sighted, failing to recognize the abundance of bamboo around her, as the primeval forest yields an inexhaustible supply of timber. Why expend effort elsewhere? The beastman can construct sturdy shelves to store more items in the space, making retrieval much easier. In this world inhabited by beastmen, trees are abundant, and the little that Sherwan utilizes is merely a drop in the ocean. Upon realizing this, she conveyed her thoughts and requests to her beastman partner. Mingho presented Sherwan with a bowl, polished smooth and even from his snake scales. She couldn't help but glance at his sharp, scaled physique, which did not go unnoticed by Mingho. The intensity of her gaze, penetrating and silent, stirred something within Sherwan. Yin-Chi, deep in thought, then set out to chop wood, prioritizing Sherwan's request before attending to anything else. They busied themselves with the task of cutting trees for shelves. Sherwan chose to keep her distance, preferring to remain in her space, utilizing a small wooden spade crafted by Mingho to plant eggplants. The aesthetic appeal of the eggplants reminded her of the time when tomatoes were first introduced, initially as ornamental plants that no one dared to consume. However, after someone bravely tasted one and found it delightful, their popularity surged. It became evident that the beast world could not be assessed through the lens of her previous era. But perhaps she could apply that same logic to search for tomatoes. She genuinely relished the idea of eating them. Despite her short time in this realm, she observed that the beastmen held a certain fear of vividly colored flora and fauna, likely associating beauty with danger. For instance, the alluring mushrooms and vividly colored venomous snakes had once caused significant trouble for the beastmen. Sherwan harvested peanuts, uprooting the plants laden with their bounty, setting aside a few for herself as snacks and reserving the remainder for seeds. Having previously accompanied her professor on field trips, she had grown accustomed to solitary labor and found it invigorating rather than tiresome. Sitting on the ground, she felt no discomfort as she placed the seeds into the small hole she had dug, subsequently shifting to the next. Both within and outside the space, no one was idle. Sherwan worked within her limits, taking breaks when fatigue set in to stretch her legs, Despite getting a bit muddy, she brushed herself off, with the dirt falling away without leaving a trace on her silver-white beast skin attire, which was remarkably waterproof and stain-resistant. Though her arms bore some evidence of the soil, her snakeskin clothing remarkably left no marks. Having donned her snakeskin attire, Sherwan found herself disinclined to wear garments made from beast hides. Fortunately, her beastman partner had accumulated enough snake skins over the years for her to wear for quite some time, and she had no worries about lacking clothing in the future. After brushing off the dirt, she gathered a selection of mushrooms and greens. After such a busy period, it was time to eat. Her partner had toiled so hard, and she felt compelled to show her appreciation, emerging from the space. She found her beastman had constructed numerous shelves, towering even higher than herself. Leaving her momentarily speechless, it seemed rather inconvenient for her to use. Sensing her thoughts, Yunqi proudly remarked, Huan, fret not, this is just a portion. Pointing to what Ming Hao was working on, we have built 2 tiers of shelves with a staircase for easy access. They had evidently conspired together, as Sherwan had only mentioned the need for a framework that would facilitate the easy placement and retrieval of items without the risk of being struck on the head by something perched too high. Such experiences were drawn from her own life, and she had casually suggested a 3-tiered shelf that was shorter than her. The finished product presented before Sherwan was genuinely stunning, resembling a modern bunk bed. The 2-tiered shelf featured a staircase for access, robustly constructed, with each step ingeniously designed as a drawer. Had she attempted to create it herself, she might not have conceived such clever use of space. Every time she entered the warehouse, she merely deposited her items and left, as it appeared rather barren and uninviting. She had never truly noticed the height of the warehouse, only aware that it was quite spacious. The large shelving unit seemed perfectly suited for her needs. Chapter 51. I absolutely adore it. Placing her hands on the newly constructed shelves, Sherwan closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, she found herself in the warehouse. Seeking an appropriate spot to arrange her items systematically, she organized the food piled in the corners, categorizing it. Meat on one shelf and ripe vegetables in another. This warehouse acted as a preservation bag. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval, free from spoilage. Thus, Sherwan was free from the worry of decaying produce, alleviating much of her burden. Carrying a bundle of vegetables, Sherwan realized she needed a basket to enhance her aesthetic while transporting her harvest. A home, built from nothing, was a project she held dear, and she took great care in adding to it. Let me showcase my culinary skills. Observe closely as I demonstrate this once, Sherwan declared confidently. While she enjoyed cooking on a whim, it was impractical for her to be responsible for every meal. She wished to relish the care provided by her beastman. With hot oil sizzling in the pan, she tore scallions into small pieces by hand and tossed them in to release their fragrance, followed by the slices of meat prepared by her partner, continuously stirring that an extraordinary aroma wafted through the air, captivating the beastman, who watched in awe as the crimson raw meat transformed in color. Unfamiliar with these cooking techniques, he gazed intently at Sherwan as she expertly wielded a small wooden spoon. Ming Hao, feeling anxious, recalled that the oil was a product of his own labor, splattering occasionally and leaving a burning sensation on his skin. Even his resilient hide felt discomfort, let alone the delicate female. Several times when hot oil splashed, Ming Hao readied himself to shield Sherwan, yet she remained unfazed, stirring the contents without a hint of injury. Next, she added the freshly washed vegetables, stirring once more before sprinkling salt to ensure an even distribution of flavor. Finally, she served the dish onto a newly polished wooden plate, the pale pink meat harmoniously mingling with the tender greens, a delightful red and green combination that was unexpectedly pleasing to the eye. The mere sight of it was enough to make one's mouth water. Yunqi brought over chopsticks, and under Sherwan's encouraging gaze, he eagerly picked up a piece of meat, nervously placing it in his mouth. He chewed cautiously, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Sherwan. She maintained a smile, confidence radiating from her, asking, "How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Pair it with the greens for a balanced, nutritious meal." Yunqi nodded vigorously, astonished to discover that meat could be so delectable without any fishy taste. "Did you really prepare your meals this way before? Did no one care for you?" Ming Hao inquired, his demeanor darkening as he hesitated to make a move. Sherwan was taken aback by his question, opening her mouth, but unsure how to respond. He was aware of her past in the former tribe. where the original owner was rather thoughtless, and she felt no inclination to dwell on it. The manner in which she prepared her food was undoubtedly unique in the beast world. Ming Hao, perhaps due to his history of wandering, seemed to contemplate more deeply than Yun Qi, who exhibited blind trust in Sherwan. This did not imply that Ming Hao cared for her any less. She could sense his concern. Initially, he had given her half-cooked meat or portions that were inedible, leaving her cautious about food. The memory of their mushroom foraging expedition, where he had approached with trepidation, remained vivid in her mind. Now, she yearned to explain everything, but the words escaped her, leaving her only able to say, "I just enjoy eating this way, without needing anyone's assistance." Yun Qi and Ming Hao exchanged concerned glances, quickly reassuring her. "Now that we are here, we will certainly take good care of you." Ming Hao's expression softened slightly at this. Yun Qi still bore the look of someone who felt abandoned, clutching his chest. Huan, you must not doubt my feelings for you." Ming Hao refrained from asking further questions. Indeed, his little female was unlike any other. She possessed an admirable independence, managing splendidly even in the absence of a male companion. Devoid of arrogance, that I in the beastly realm, females who favored cooked food were not uncommon, and many existed. Most females would live with their parents during their formative years, receiving care from their tribes, even those with considerable talent. Raised under the tribe's protection, would find partners upon reaching adulthood, thus never needing to fend for themselves or prepare their own meals. Only a select few females, typically those who had lost their partners and offspring, or those unable to bear children, would learn to care for themselves as they aged without anyone to look after them. The Sherwan's situation was quite unique. As long as she wished, numerous males would eagerly care for her. Even in the previous tribe, she would hardly have found the necessity to fend for herself. Thus, where had she acquired her remarkable skills and peculiar knowledge? Ming Hao was at a loss to articulate his feelings. He had once held a disdain for delicate females, yet now found himself strangely hoping that Sherwan would depend on him a little more. Such females instilled a heightened sense of protective instinct in males, making it difficult not to cherish them. "Ming Hao, why are you dawdling? If you don't eat soon, I will finish it all. This is specially made by Huan, and it tastes divine." Yunk regarded Ming Hao as if he were a fool. Returning from his reverie, Ming Hao focused his attention on the delectable feast before him. He had carefully observed Sherwan while she cooked, memorizing the recipe to prepare it for her next time. The utensils he crafted while building the stand included an array of wooden bowls of various sizes. Plates, chopsticks, and spoons. Each item, regardless of its size, served a purpose. Some could be used as bowls, while smaller ones functioned as plates, and the elongated, square ones could hold different dishes. Each spoon varied in size, yet all were meticulously polished to perfection, free from splinters and crafted from pure, natural wood. The craftsmanship was truly astonishing. Were these two truly authentic residents of the beastly realm? She had never encountered such an extensive set of utensils before. It felt almost surreal. Sherwan freely lavished praise upon her mate, her compliments flowing as if they were free of cost. The excessive flattery even caused Ming Hao to blush, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "All right, Huan, let us eat first." Sherwan merely demonstrated a few techniques, and they quickly grasped it, leaving the remaining dishes for them to handle while she awaited her meal that in her previous life, when she cooked meat at home, she enjoyed adding soy sauce. Without it, the dish felt somewhat lacking, devoid of soul. Although she had yet to find ginger and garlic, she felt confident with the green onions she had in her era. The common dishes on the table had not always appeared as they did. They had been selectively cultivated from numerous relatives to become the most suitable for human consumption. The plants she cultivated in her space resembled those from her memories. Undoubtedly related, and as long as they were edible, that sufficed. The taste might differ slightly, but it was not a deterrent. Chapter 52, A Joyous Affair. Ming Hao prepared mushrooms, while Yunk sauteed some greens. Both experienced the novelty of cooking together, finding the endeavor quite enjoyable. Using a flat stone as a table, they laid out the prepared dishes alongside their utensils, establishing a sense of ritual that brightened Sherwan's spirits. The warm dishes, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, delighted her senses that as she sampled the tender, flavorful meat she had cooked, she relished its texture, wishing for some chili to enhance the experience. Nonetheless, it was already quite delectable. Enjoying her stir-fried meat, she savored some mushrooms, followed by a sip of fish soup. This was the most satisfying meal she had had since arriving in the beastly realm. The satisfaction of preparing her own food was unparalleled. Though it was unfortunate that there was no rice to accompany it, that if there was no rice, steamed buns would suffice. She was determined to find some. As for wheat and rice, Sherwan was uncertain whether they would be as readily obtainable as other plants. After all, the rice people consumed today had undergone countless iterations before reaching its current form, and wheat had a similar history that in this beastly realm. One could not afford to be overly optimistic. What does rice taste like? You seem to desire it greatly. It must be delicious, right? Yunk, wishing to see Sherwan's spirits lifted, earnestly sought to find some. In truth, rice was rather unremarkable on its own. But when paired with delicious dishes, it transformed into something extraordinary. How to describe it? It was soft and sticky, lacking strong flavor, yet incredibly filling, each grain a glistening white. What Sherwan referred to as merely processed. Edible rice. While the wild rice they sought bore no resemblance to her description, that Yunk's thoughts were much simpler. He had seen a female consume a soft, sticky, white substance that grew on trees, which many cubs and females delighted in. As Sherwan paused in her movements, her eyes sparkling with excitement, she exclaimed, "Take me to see it." This beastly realm held many wonders she had never encountered before. One must maintain a sense of reverence. She was not so arrogant as to only consume familiar foods. Assimilating into local customs was equally important. Mingho, too, understood what Yunk was referring to no rush. If you truly desire it, I can fetch some for you to enjoy. Though it is a bit of a trek from here, that he hesitated to take Sherwan so far, concerned for her well-being. He feared she would tire. Let us consider that place our destination, enjoying the journey along the way. While Sherwan longed for rice, her urgency was not overwhelming, and she did not wish to burden her partner with undue pressure. Her appetite was modest. After a few bites, she felt satisfied. The portions of each dish were generous, and she had yet to grasp the full extent of her mate's appetite. Traditionally, he would prepare cooked food for her first before partaking himself. Under Sherwan's guidance, she gradually accepted the idea of avoiding raw water and reducing her consumption of raw meat. The dishes she prepared, be they meat or vegetables, were devoured entirely, with only the greens and mushrooms remaining, as Sherwan indulged heartily while the two males ate sparingly. Ultimately, their preference lay with meat, and thankfully, she had generously provided it. Once satiated, Sherwan perched herself on a stone by the riverbank, observing the fish and shrimp in the water. Her fishing net, with large holes designed specifically for fish, revealed an abundance of shrimp today. She adored shrimp, though she disliked peeling them. With two beastly partners now, catching shrimp was an effortless endeavor. Eager to plunge into the water, she was halted by Yunk, who declared, "We have enough fish, and if Huahuan wishes to catch more, let me handle it." The fish in her space were ample, but she yearned for shrimp. These river shrimp were tender and would be especially fragrant when fried. Sherwan didn't need to inquire. They had certainly never tasted such delicacies. Crisp and fragrant river shrimp. Just the thought made her mouth water, but I'll catch some for you. Let's gather plenty to fry all at once. They will make delightful snacks. Yunk transformed into his beast form and leaped into the river, his massive body causing the water level to rise considerably. Recognizing the commotion, Sherwan wisely distanced herself from the bank, only to see countless small fish and shrimp being tossed ashore in a flurry of splashes. Even at a distance, she could feel the droplets of water on her face. The method was straightforward yet effective, far surpassing her attempts with the net. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she found it difficult to judge the situation. As Yunk tossed fish and shrimp onto the shore, Sherwan scurried about, collecting them eagerly, recalling a game she had played in the past. "Yunk, toss them here. I'll catch them." "All right." With a basin in hand, she dashed back and forth, catching the falling fish and shrimp, reveling in the experience without feeling fatigued. It was genuinely enjoyable. Ha. This is so much fun. Sherwan's laughter was infectious, prompting Yunk to exert even greater effort in catching fish. Wave after wave of fish and shrimp soared into the air, landing in Sherwan's little wooden basin until it overflowed, spilling onto the ground as she rushed to catch the next batch. Only when a small mountain of seafood formed did they finally cease their activity. Though many fish remained uncaught along the shore, they would not perish in such a short time. Mingho swept his long tail, guiding them back into the river, where they resumed their lively swimming. The mound of shrimp varied in size, with some as large as a fist and others as slender as a pinky finger. The larger shrimp could be prepared in various ways, such as oil braised, while the smaller ones were perfect for frying. Every part of the catch would be utilized effectively. After a quick rinse, she would simply toss the small shrimp into the hot oil to fry. She currently lacks nothing more than oil, which could last for quite some time. The fish in the space, left untouched, serve little purpose. They engage in handicrafts, utilizing numerous branches which are now repurposed as firewood. The forest is abundant with pine trees. The winters of the beast realm are exceedingly harsh, and they have not mastered the art of food preservation. At most, they can only cure their provisions with salt. But this method is not sustainable for long, especially given the meager salt reserves within the tribe, which are insufficient to support such practices. Thus, some males venture out to hunt even in the depths of heavy snow, driven by the necessity to feed their partners. For the absence of food leads to starvation. If only they could learn to prepare smoked fish and cured meat, they could endure the lean times with greater ease. The beast realm places great emphasis on procreation, perhaps for this very reason. Weak females and their young, without sustenance, succumb to the frigid temperatures, leaving only the strong to survive. Solving the issue of food would significantly reduce the mortality rate among the orcs. As for warmth in such a vast forest, it is wise to gather firewood regularly, for the rate of regeneration is swifter than their consumption. The White Tiger tribe surely intends to return, and Shirhuan is more than willing to impart her knowledge of preparation methods. For the orcs have been quite amiable towards her. The process of smoking fish and meat involves drying out the moisture using smoke, rendering them hard, and allowing for prolonged storage, a testament to the wisdom of countless ancestors. Salt is not strictly necessary, but it certainly enhances longevity and flavor. Chapter 53. The bamboo forest. The beastmen have gathered the pine branches required for smoking fish, needing only smoke, without the necessity of an open flame. However, this is within the primitive forest, where even a slight misstep could spell disaster for the orcs. To ensure safety, Yin Chi finds a cave, not too large, just enough to accommodate the fish and meat. He constructs a rack to hang the fish and meat, igniting the pine branches below. After several days and nights of smoking, once the moisture has evaporated, the provisions will be ready for consumption and can be stored for an extended period. With the weather warming, this serves merely as a trial. Should the results prove satisfactory, Shirhuan plans to teach the other orcs upon her return to the tribe, allowing them to venture out less during winter and thus safeguarding many lives. Ming Hao grows increasingly intrigued by Shirhuan's peculiar ideas. The vegetables, which previously bore no appeal to him, transform into something indescribably delicious under Shirhuan's influence. Compared to other females, Shirhuan is quite slender. Yet her skills far surpass those of her peers, making her endlessly fascinating. Prior to this, without Shirhuan's prompting, Yunqi and Ming Hao would also prepare for the impending cold and rainy seasons, strategizing for their future. With Shirhuan's space, many tasks become simpler. At the very least, her life can be sustained comfortably at any time. Now, she aims to share her food preservation methods, consistently surprising those around her. In the cave, it suffices to periodically check in and add some pine branches without the need for constant supervision. Shirhuan attentively observes Yun Qi frying small shrimp, a large pot of shrimp bubbling in hot oil. Emitting a delightful sizzle, Ming Hao gently pats Shirhuan's head, presenting her with a freshly woven small basket, and speaks, Huan, I will go hunting and bring back plenty of the meat you enjoy, storing it in the space that I won't venture too far. If you feel tired, you may sleep, for Yinqi will take good care of you. Shirhuan savors a strawberry. She sweetly feeds one to Ming Hao, asserting, I will take care of myself. Just be cautious while hunting, that I would be heartbroken if you were injured. Ming Hao swallows the strawberry, feeling its sweetness envelop him, then leans down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips before transforming into a great white serpent and swiftly disappearing into the adjacent forest. Shirhuan pauses, gazing in the direction he departed, then smiles to herself. They are already partners. What is there to feel shy about? Ming Hao's hunting prowess is swift. He can return with an abundance of game suitable for Shirhuan. He first cleans the meat by the water's edge downstream, ensuring that the finest portions are set aside for her. Large cuts are stored in the space, while smaller pieces are cut into manageable sizes for her convenience. Once all is secured, Ming Hao remarks, I discovered a grove of bamboo on the other side of the forest. Do you still need bamboo? Whatever Shirhuan desires, he will fetch for her, and as the storage rack is already prepared. He simply seeks confirmation. Yes, I do, she replies. The space preserves freshness. Cooked food remains unspoiled. This batch of fried shrimp can be stored in bamboo tubes, serving as a snack during their hunting expeditions. There are also some climbing plants that require a trellis for optimal growth. Minghao nods in understanding, preparing to go chop bamboo. Shirhuan calls out, I want to go too. Perhaps we can also dig up some bamboo shoots. At this moment, Yinqi has nearly finished frying the shrimp and eagerly joins them. Shirhuan claps her hands, storing the fried shrimp in her space. Then let us go together. Perched atop Minghao's serpent form, she contemplates the possibilities of using bamboo, that if they find bamboo shoots, she can plant some in her space. Once established, they would require no further care, growing effortlessly soon. She envisions a small grove and an abundance of bamboo shoots. They quickly arrive at a small hill crowned with lush bamboo. And without needing to search meticulously, Shirhuan already spots numerous tender shoots. Yunqi digs for shoots while Minghao chops bamboo. Shirhuan finds a safe spot to play, ensuring her own security. Every part of the bamboo is valuable. It can be fashioned into furniture. While fresh, it can be roasted over a fire to bend it into desired shapes, perhaps a bamboo bed and a few small chairs. To lead a fulfilling life, one must invest effort in enhancing their home. The thicker bamboo will be used for food storage, while the thinner, more uniform pieces can be crafted into furniture. Although Shirhuan cannot perform such labor, she possesses the knowledge, and her beast husband can easily extrapolate from her guidance, accomplishing the tasks with minimal exertion. Under the influence of fire, the evenly sized bamboo bends. Minghao employs his serpent tail to cut, fixing the necessary parts with small bamboo pegs, as Shirhuan instructed. In areas where Shirhuan is uncertain, the male persists through trial and error, ultimately creating unexpectedly beautiful pieces. Their first creation is a bamboo bed, with rows of verdant bamboo sitting in harmony, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. To Shirhuan, it is nothing short of a work of art. She joyfully lies upon it, rolling around. It could comfortably accommodate several individuals. Though termed a bed, it resembles a grand platform, since Shirhuan has emphasized the importance of comfort in sleep, ensuring that one can roll without falling off. This is how their spacious bed came to be. Minghao, eager to continue, aims to craft the desired small chairs for Shirhuan. With the experience gained from building the bed, the chairs will soon follow. Shirhuan glances at the sky, collecting the bamboo shoots Yunqi has dug into her space, and suggests they take the bamboo home to work on tomorrow, saying, we should return for today. We have gathered enough bamboo, and we can come back later. Once Yunqi completes his tasks, he readily pauses, standing beside Shirhuan. Minghao trims the upper halves of the bamboo that will not be used, gathering the necessary pieces together for Shirhuan to store in her space. Shirhuan's presence facilitates their work. Recalling how she felt pity when Yunqi carried heavy stones back previously, she understands that while her beast husband is strong, she is equally willing to alleviate their burdens. After all, her concern for her beast husband is paramount. Once everything is settled, Shirhuan rests on Yunqi's back as they return to their treehouse. Upon seeing their dwelling, she muses that bamboo could also be used to construct a house, a smaller one that could fit in her space. If they were to live outdoors, there would be no need for further construction. This treehouse is well made, partially connected to the great tree, rendering it immovable. She feels a pang of regret. It is only when Yunqi mentions that he could craft her a larger and better one that her sorrow lessens. Chapter 54. The Magical Space. Yunqi's eyes gleam with excitement. Witnessing Shirhuan's melancholic expression lingers in his mind. That it is his honor to create a treehouse that his partner loves. With experience gained from crafting items from bamboo, he feels confident in constructing a bamboo house. His eagerness to get started amuses those around him, and no need to rush. The bamboo forest will still be there. Let us take our time, make the small chairs first, and then we can work on the house, he reassures. The males expressed no objections to Shirhuan's suggestions, nodding in agreement. They were eager to see the smoked fish inside the cave and added a few pine branches for flavor. This time, there was an abundance of bamboo shoots. Shirhuan selected a few tender ones to prepare for dinner, intending to stir-fry them with meat for a delightful taste. She entrusted the chosen bamboo shoots to the beastmen, who took turns cooking, while she ventured into her space to plant the remaining tender shoots. The leftover shoots were stored in the warehouse for future meals. The dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat accompanied by fried small shrimp and a pot of stewed meat enhanced with mushrooms, promised to be delectable. Sherwan had a modest appetite and was easily satisfied, while the beastmen, with their larger frames and greater workloads, required more substantial portions. Thus she prepared extra meat for them. It was well known that there existed a tribe fond of bamboo, and now they too were enjoying its taste. The two males, who had primarily consumed meat, felt a mix of emotions regarding this newfound addition to their diet. The bamboo shoots were delightfully crunchy, and Sherwan relished them, prompting the beastmen to partake as well. Stir-fried with meat, the flavor was fragrant, and they consumed a good amount, though stewed meat remained their predominant choice. During the stewing process, they utilized the spices given by Au, resulting in a dish whose aroma was tantalizingly rich. These spices, in their crushed form, were not cultivable within the space. Fortunately, Yunchi was knowledgeable about the names of various spices that if Sherwan wished to achieve self-sufficiency, she would need to gather all sorts of plants from daily life into her space, ensuring she always had the freshest ingredients at hand. After the meal, Sherwan retrieved a small bed from her space. Each time they hunted, the beastmen would bring back hides, and Sherwan had an abundance of them. Based on the dimensions of the bamboo bed, she planned to create a suitable hide mattress to ensure a comfortable sleep. Layering hides could lead to uneven surfaces, making it uncomfortable to lie upon. By stitching several pieces of hide together, she intended to craft a large mattress to be placed in the bamboo house for immediate use. Ideally, she desired to use hides of the same color for aesthetic appeal. Pointing at a reddish-brown hide, she remarked, "This color is quite lovely. Please make me a cloak for winter." She envisioned her cloak's design. It must be visually appealing, capable of enveloping her entirely, with openings for her hands. As she spoke, she gestured to her own form. Yunchi withdrew his hands from the hide stitching to prioritize crafting her cloak, while Mingho continued to work on the mattress, selecting pure white hides, devoid of any blemishes. Perhaps it was due to their shared affinity for the white hue, as all three were the white-furred kind. Sherwan busily sifted through hides in her space, discarding those with imperfections and saving the better ones for later. Her strong beastmen partners had accumulated a substantial collection of hides, always mindful not to mar the integrity of the skins during the hunting process to maintain their appeal. With a generous spirit, Sherwan presented the selected hides to Mingho, who adeptly used his serpent tail to trim away unsuitable portions before swiftly stitching them together with a bone needle. As they worked on the chosen hides, Sherwan simply observed, preferring not to lend a hand, as her beastmen were reluctant to let her do so, fearing she might injure herself. As she watched, her eyelids grew heavy, a yawn escaped her, and she succumbed to slumber atop the pile of hides. Hearing her steady breathing, the beastmen softened their movements even further. Once Yunchi finished the cloak, he set it aside and gently lifted the peacefully sleeping Sherwan, exchanging a knowing glance with Mingho as they returned to the small tree house. Carefully laying her down, Sherwan smiled sweetly in her dreams, prompting a tender moment where Mingho couldn't resist kissing the corner of her lips before attempting to withdraw. "I end her slumber," Sherwan murmured, clutching Yunchi's head to prevent him from leaving. Muttering, "Don't go." Yunchi froze for a moment. Realizing Sherwan showed no signs of waking, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she had not stirred. With this realization, he settled down beside her, content to simply gaze at her sleeping face, his heart swelling with joy. When Sherwan eventually awoke, the melodious calls of birds in the forest roused her. Noticing the absence of her beastmen, she stepped out of the treehouse and lifted her gaze to the sun-drenched forest, where towering trees allowed for ample light. The symphony of chirping insects and singing birds was a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the forest she had encountered before. Mingho appeared in her line of sight. Gliding towards her from a distance, swiftly closing the gap, he extended his serpent head beneath her feet, allowing her to step atop him effortlessly. Once seated securely, they made their way to the large stone slab that served as their dining table, already adorned with a bountiful breakfast. Rather than a mere breakfast, it was more akin to a hearty brunch, seamlessly combining the two meals. Mingho joined Sherwan in her meal, and each time he watched her relish her food, his own appetite surged. After she had her fill and set down her chopsticks, Mingho promptly took the remnants, consuming them voraciously. While he was away washing the dishes, Sherwan examined her space. The bamboo shoot she had planted had sprouted overnight, with small bamboo already emerging. The other leafy greens had stopped growing once they reached a suitable size for practical use. Sherwan was thrilled by this discovery, having worried that the rapid growth of her space might lead to missed harvests, which would result in waste. After gathering the ripe vegetables, she stored them in the warehouse for future meals. What began as mere seedlings had transformed into a lush, mature plot. The plants growing in the wild were not as suitable for consumption as those cultivated in her space, which it seemed had been nurtured exceptionally well, rivaling her memories of vegetables. Once she finished her harvest, Sherwan exited her space to find Mingho weaving with some vines, her diligent beastman never at rest. Yunqi had already departed for hunting. Despite the ample food available in her space, he was determined to bring home the finest game for Sherwan. Chapter 55. Do not hold back. Mingho regarded Sherwan's sweet smile after her nap. She appeared revitalized, stretching her limbs. Sherwan noticed the intense gaze of the great white serpent upon her and approached him without hesitation, asking, "What shall we do today?" The household still had many items to procure, requiring a gradual approach. After returning from the bamboo grove, Sherwan had placed the bamboo on the open ground. She had observed the newly crafted chairs, both large and small, with the larger ones intended for the two males and the smaller one for herself. Acknowledging the significant size difference between them, though Sherwan considered her height of 168 centimeters to be quite reasonable, it paled in comparison to her partners, both exceeding 190 centimeter. Mingho took Sherwan's hand, directing her attention to the freshly made bamboo chairs. "That we made quite a few more. You can store the ones we frequently use in your space, that if we are to build a bamboo house, we will need a substantial quantity, and there is still much to be harvested." Sherwan paused, realizing she had not examined closely enough. Initially, she had only glimpsed a sea of green bamboo, but upon closer inspection, she recognized that they had crafted far more than just a few. She estimated there were at least 20, varying in size, and aside from a few with minor flaws, it was evident that their craftsmanship had improved significantly with practice. It was remarkable that they had achieved such a feat early in the morning, showcasing their impressive learning abilities. Selecting the 3 most aesthetically pleasing ones, Sherwan placed the remainder into her space, intending to bring them back to the tribe for Au, who rarely had time to spare. Realizing their bamboo supply was dwindling, Sherwan felt an urge to return to the grove for more. However, Yunqi had gone out. She knew he would worry if he returned to find her absent. "How about you go chop some bamboo, and I'll wait here for Yunqi? Then we can go together," Sherwan suggested. "Absolutely not." Mingho firmly rejected her proposal, then quickly clarified, "It is far too dangerous for a female to be alone in the wild, but we have all the time in the world. Yunqi will return shortly." Reflecting on his words, Sherwan acknowledged the truth. If any danger arose, she would struggle to handle it, and it was imperative that her beastmen remain together for her protection. From her space, she retrieved some strawberries and offered a handful to Mingho. Savoring the enhanced flavor of the strawberries, which had improved thanks to her space's nurturing, she resolved that once they returned from the bamboo grove, she would ask her beastmen to take her in search of the berries she had previously enjoyed, as eating strawberries alone, no matter how delicious, would eventually become tiresome. Fortunately, Yunqi returned shortly, bringing with him a bounty of grass, which he eagerly laid in front of Sherwan, cheerfully exclaiming, "Huan Huan, see if there's anything edible among this." I searched for quite a while. At first glance, there appeared to be only tall grasses, and the edible plants she had initially sought were rather low-growing. However, the common ones had already been collected by the beastmen. The current ones, which had been mentioned by Sherwan, were taller and somewhat classified as wild vegetables. They could be consumed when tender, but it was evident that they were no longer suitable for eating now. In response to Yunqi's eager gaze, Sherwan hesitated to speak candidly. She gently touched Yunqi's ear and suggested, "Let us first gather some bamboo, and we can revisit this later." Without suspicion, the great white tiger flicked its tail and nodded towards Sherwan's back, inviting her to mount, and proceeded to carry her to the bamboo grove. After collecting a substantial amount of bamboo, at least 1,000 stalks, Sherwan's eyes grew weary watching the beastman tirelessly chop away. Lacking experience herself, she was uncertain how many bamboo poles were required to construct a bamboo house. Observing the small hilltop gradually becoming bare made her feel inexplicably anxious. Fortunately, bamboo grows quickly, and they had chosen only the best for harvesting. Ensuring a uniform thickness, once a large stack was amassed, Sherwan stored it in her spatial realm. While gathering bamboo, Sherwan also discovered several clusters of small mushrooms not previously found in her space. She carefully harvested them and transplanted them into her spatial realm. The bamboo grove was filled with fresh air, making the labor feel effortless as she gazed at the towering pile of bamboo in her space. She resolved to construct something grand. After all, there was plenty of bamboo available. She envisioned a tall fence, complete with windows and a door, that in the future, when conditions allowed, she could even build a larger house. For now, having a small bamboo dwelling would suffice to make her happy. As she felt a bamboo stalk, Yin-Chi chimed in, "Whatever you wish for, we shall create it, but I fear you may not voice your desires." Shirhuan was unlike the small females he had encountered before. Her independence often made him feel inadequate in her presence. It was only through her continuous requests that he felt needed. Ming Hao remained silent, his deep, dark eyes fixed on Shirhuan, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Puffing out her small chest proudly, she declared, "I know a great many things. Given the chance, I shall teach you. And once you learn, you can pass it on to the tribe's beastmen in exchange for contribution points." It had not occurred to her that she was thinking so far ahead. Ming Hao, being a wandering beastman, lacked any sense of collective honor. Shirhuan was his entire world, and as long as she was content, he was willing to do more. Yin-Chi, however, was different. The White Tiger tribe had always lived communally, and a significant part of his upbringing had been under the care of the tribe's uncles and aunts, fostering a deep emotional connection to his community that if they could teach the tribe how to prepare cooked meals and create simple furniture, life would undoubtedly become much more convenient. Regarding Yin-Chi's optimism, Shirhuan merely smiled in silence. The items she had created so far were still rather rudimentary, like the bamboo house, bamboo bed, and bamboo chairs, things that could easily be replaced. The beastmen had previously used stone-made items for a long time, and they were quite accustomed to them. To suddenly persuade them to change would be difficult. Living in caves could be damp and detrimental to their health over time, likely leading to resentment. The beastmen had always lived this way. Why should Shirhuan's opinion matter? Thus, she contemplated waiting until she discovered something of value before returning. That night, as Shirhuan lay in the small treehouse, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, much to the frustration of the two males who accompanied her. Ming Hao playfully twirled a strand of her hair, carelessly bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent. His alluring voice whispered in her ear, "What troubles you? With us by your side, how can you not find rest?" Yin-Chi, with wide eyes, cradled Shirhuan and suggested meaningfully, "Restlessness is only natural. With a handsome beast man like me beside you, how could you not be tempted?" Huan. Shirhuan, bemused, realized that she was not one to be shy. Since leaving the tribe, it seemed an eternity had passed without any romantic exchanges. It was no wonder the two beastmen were vying for her attention. Yet, she found her current thoughts unrelated to such matters. Moreover, while she was not one to shy away from intimacy, she felt unable to engage in anything too provocative with both partners simultaneously. Resigned, she pouted, holding one beastman's hand in each of hers, and softly inquired, "I was merely contemplating the improvements we discussed for the beastmen's lives. Is the cold season truly as dreadful as you often claim?" In the memories of the original owner, she recalled that during heavy snowfalls, hunting was impossible, leaving only the option of consuming aged, preserved meat. Without proper storage, one would either rely on the tribe's emergency rations or simply endure the hardship. Even with the tribe's provisions, many cubs and females succumbed to the harsh winter each year, passing away in their sleep. That if she could pass down the method of making smoked meat, it might reduce the mortality rate among the beastmen. However, many beastmen lacked hunting skills. Only a few, like her formidable partner, possessed such prowess. Regardless of their capabilities, once they had families, their priorities shifted to caring for their females and cubs. For the older beastmen, their hunting abilities diminished over time, and before the onset of winter, they might not have sufficient food stored. If there existed a substitute for meat that could become a staple food, even the old and weak beastmen without hunting abilities could survive during tough times. Yun-Chi's expression darkened as he recalled a particularly harsh winter when the snowfall was so immense that no one could leave the tribe. The snow accumulated higher than their beastly forms, and venturing out meant certain death. Even under such dire circumstances, hunting was still necessary, and that year, many lives were lost. The food stored by the tribe was prioritized for the cubs and females, leaving the once valiant warriors who had contributed to the tribe unable to hunt due to the ravages of time. In a bid for the tribe's survival, they had huddled together in a cave on the back mountain. leaving food for the younger generation. Back then, Yunqi was just a naive cub, unaware of the tragedy unfolding, that he only knew that many beastmen had mysteriously vanished overnight, including the kind grandfather who would often greet him with a smile. Shi Huan, moved by Yunqi's recollections, felt an unexplainable melancholy. She lived in an era of prosperity, devoid of worry for food and drink. Yet she recognized that prior to her flourishing time, countless ancestors had fought valiantly, endured suffering, and sacrificed their lives for the sake of future generations, paving the way for the comfortable lives they now led. She had always felt that her arrival in this beastly world carried a sense of responsibility. While she was granted a new life, could she also contribute something meaningful to this world? Many aspects of life here resonated with her previous existence, such as the vegetables in her spatial realm, which were edible for the beastmen, albeit they might not yet comprehend their benefits. Once she discovered rice and wheat, cultivating superior seeds in her spatial realm, and subsequently promoting their widespread planting in the beastmen's world would surely help them weather the cold season with ease. Moreover, she believed that the beastmen's diet was unhealthy. A balanced nutrition comprising both meat and vegetables was essential. Meat was delightful, but consuming it daily would inevitably lead to monotony. Resolutely, she embraced Yunqi, resting her head against him, and softly declared, "We must hasten our search for rice, for once we have food, the specter of starvation will vanish." Yunqi reciprocated her embrace, burying his face in her neck and murmuring an agreement. "Let us sleep now. Tomorrow brings a fresh start," she soothed, gently patting his back. Minghao took her hand, intertwining their fingers tenderly, silently offering her strength as he hummed an unknown melody. Shi Huan found herself lulled into slumber by his gentle tone. Just before drifting off, she hazily pondered whether to grant both beastmen the opportunity for separate nighttime companionship, as she sensed their growing desires. The dwindling remnants of her modesty made simultaneous intimacy seem implausible. Perhaps she could build another small dwelling, allowing for more comfortable moments without embarrassment. Thus, upon waking the next day, Shi Huan shared her thoughts with her beastmen. The two males exchanged glances, filled with a sense of resignation. The beastmen possessed keen hearing. Constructing an additional small house would not conceal the enchanting sounds of Shi Huan's passionate moments. Even from a distance, Shi Huan could be surprisingly bold at times. Yet she became inexplicably shy regarding these matters. Regardless, since they were already in the process of building a bamboo house, for the sake of her partners, they could only expedite the project, hastening the arrival of their joyful life together. Apart from occasionally preparing meals for Shi Huan, the males devoted themselves tirelessly to the construction of their new abode. After satisfying her hunger, Shi Huan lounged in the rocking chair crafted by her beastman, basking lazily in the sunlight. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, causing the chair to sway wildly with her sudden movement. Upon briefly glancing at the plants Yunqi had brought back the previous day, she had hastily deemed them useless. However, a casual sweep of her gaze revealed something astonishing. Was that a corn stalk among the pile? Walking barefoot upon the ground, Shi Huan felt fortunate that Minghao had previously crushed the sharp stones scattered about, fearing that her clumsiness might lead to injuries upon her delicate feet. Carefully, she retrieved a corn stalk from the pile of grass, examining it several times to confirm it was indeed corn, albeit still in its juvenile stage, revealing only a small ear, hardly noticeable without close inspection. Having lain on the ground for a day and a night, it had begun to wilt slightly, clutching the stalk, which still bore its earthy roots. Shi Huan found herself enamored with it. With a swift motion, she stepped into her space, cautiously planting it, and after a moment's wait, felt a distinct sense of relief as the leaves unfurled. Indeed, her space was a treasure. She intended to inquire with Yunqi about the source of this cornstalk, yearning to see the location firsthand, and hoping to discover more, as corn was a significant staple. Upon exiting her space, she was promptly seized by Minghao, who lifted her and placed her atop a stone, gently wiping the dirt from her feet with a damp animal hide. His tone was tender, yet a hint of discontent was discernible in his voice, questioning her haste in going barefoot, concerned for her safety. Playfully, she stuck out her tongue, admitting she had momentarily forgotten, grateful to Minghao for clearing the stones, thus sparing her feet from harm. Hearing her words lightened Minghao's expression, though he feigned seriousness, ultimately unable to maintain it against Shi Huan's playful demeanor. Chapter 57. The flower field, he could hardly bring himself to utter a harsh word to his beloved partner. For he had already anticipated such a situation, meticulously clearing all areas Sherwan might traverse, ensuring her safety before feeling at ease. Meanwhile, Yunchi was diligently crafting their future home. When Sherwan glanced over, she felt her gaze. And the male tilted his head playfully. Huan, our new home will soon be ready. I shall be the first to cuddle with you. Such words left Sherwan at a loss, mindful of Mingho's presence. As she adhered to a policy of equitable treatment, with a chuckle, Mingho presented her with the freshly harvested berries he had washed, inviting her to enjoy them while he returned to constructing their bamboo dwelling. Eager to complete their home and embrace a life filled with happiness, the construction of the bamboo house progressed more swiftly than Sherwan had anticipated, taking several days. During this time, the smoked fish from the cave was ready, which Sherwan stored in her space for future enjoyment. Eagerly, she sought Ed the smoked meat with bamboo shoots, and the beastman, upon tasting it, remarked on its exceptional flavor. Huan, this meat is delicious. The orcs in the tribe will surely adore it. If it's tasty, then eat more. We have plenty to last us a long while, she replied. They planned to seek out fruits growing in trees that could serve as food, yet Sherwan could only imagine what they might be like. Only by witnessing them firsthand could she truly comprehend. After their meal, they prepared to depart. Although their time spent here had been brief, Sherwan had grown fond of it. Mingho tenderly patted Sherwan's head, saying, if you like it here, we can return to play when we have the time, that he was indifferent to where they lived, for what mattered most was being beside Sherwan. Wherever she was, that was home. Indeed, the beast world is vast, and I wish to explore more. It is only natural to feel a sense of attachment, as there are many places awaiting our adventures. Once the bamboo house was completed, they retrieved the previously made bed, chairs, and small tables, arranging them in suitable positions. Observing their modern-style furnishings, Sherwan felt a surge of excitement. In this world of beasts, there were many unfamiliar aspects, yet her beastman endeavored to provide her with the home she envisioned. After making their preparations, they set off, with Yunchi carrying Sherwan on his back, while Mingho followed closely behind. When Yunchi accompanied the hunting party into the wilderness, he had encountered trees bearing enormous fruits at the edge of the forest. The fruits were soft and sweet, and some orcs had brought back a few, which the females found delightful, though they regarded them merely as snacks, never considering them as staple foods. Orcs primarily consumed meat, and while berries might suffice for occasional munching, it was inconceivable to suggest they could replace meat in their diet, and no one had ever contemplated storing non-meat food to prepare for the cold seasons. Until Sherwan saw the edible fruits for herself, she maintained a cautious stance. The wild forest was a distant journey. Prior to this, Sherwan had asked Yunchi, where did you find those grasses yesterday? Just in a clearing at the foot of the mountain. Why do you ask, Huan? Yunchi replied nonchalantly. She yearned to try her luck at discovering more corn stalks, feeling certain there was more than one that among the bundle of grasses Yunchi brought back, there was a single corn stalk, leading her to boldly speculate that her beastman had intended to gather those grasses, inadvertently including a corn stalk. Being indigenous orcs, their understanding of these plants was limited. They only retrieved what they deemed useful, potentially overlooking what might be edible for Sherwan. Now, with her accompanying them in search, there was no need for her beastmen to make repeated trips outside. Reclining against Yunchi's broad, soft back, Sherwan languidly suggested, let us go take a look. There's no rush. We should relish this splendid time together. With no beasts in pursuit, they had ample time, treating it as a leisurely outing. Along the way, they paused to admire beautiful flowers, picking some to play with in their hands. Yunchi, aware of his little female's fondness for flowers, remarked as he watched her joyfully gather them, I know a place with a vast expanse of yellow flowers. Though they seem ordinary up close from a distance, they appear as a golden sea, truly breathtaking. Huan is sure to love it. After collecting a handful of flowers, Sherwan raised her head, curious. Why have you never mentioned this before? I want to see what these golden flowers look like. Yunchi had only just remembered, and since his partner was interested, he felt compelled to take her to see them. Ensuring Sherwan was securely seated on his back, he began to dash swiftly across the grassy terrain. Sherwan clutched tightly to the white tiger's fur, feeling the wind rush past her, her long hair flowing freely. She relished the exhilarating sensation of running. And after a short while, as the landscape opened up, a splendid field of golden rapeseed flowers revealed itself before her. Estimating it covered at least dozens of acres, it was a natural bloom, not cultivated, which only added to its awe-inspiring beauty. One could hardly fathom the amount of oil that could be pressed from the seeds once harvested, a true culinary treasure. Regrettably, the flowering rapeseed had already surpassed the edible tender leaf stage. However, that was of little concern, for her space could cultivate more suitable edible rapeseed leaves. She planned to transplant the entire plant, roots and flowers alike, into her space, confident that it would not be long before they enjoyed fresh rapeseed. It was difficult for Sherwan to resist the allure of such a vast field of rapeseed flowers, recognizing that it would take some time for the seeds to mature, but once they did, she intended to return to harvest them. The oil extracted would sustain them for a long while. I declare, this field of rapeseed flowers is now mine, that will return when it's ripe, Sherwan exclaimed with excitement. Yunqi, puzzled by her enthusiasm for the flowers, replied, Huan, such a vast expanse of blooms is indeed beautiful, but it won't be long before they wither, and when you come back, you'll only see a patch of green. Sherwan teased, when the time comes, you will understand the true value of this rapeseed flower field, that it is essential to mobilize all the orcs within the tribe, for the extraction of rapeseed oil demands a considerable workforce. The traditional oil extraction equipment must also be constructed, and a reward that would entice the orcs must be devised. She is unwilling to part with her orc husband, dedicating all her time and energy to the oil extraction process. Chapter 58. Grazing. After frolicking in the fields of rapeseed flowers for a while, they diligently cleared away some weeds before continuing their journey, aiming to return before the rapeseed blooms reach maturity. For the seeds belong solely to her. The male orcs travel at an astonishing speed. In their beastly forms, their pace is nothing short of remarkable. However, considerations must also be made for the delicate little female accompanying them. A brief sprint can be exhilarating and even enjoyable for her, yet prolonged exposure to the fierce winds can become overwhelming, regardless of her strength. Perched upon the back of Yunqi, she endured the journey in silence. While Yunqi focused solely on the path ahead, oblivious to the well-being of Sherwan, Mingho rode alongside Yunqi, periodically glancing back at Sherwan to ensure her comfort, ready to halt if any signs of distress arose. When Sherwan's complexion appeared slightly off, Mingho would insist on a break, either calling for Yunqi to rest or offering to carry her himself. Traveling atop the great white serpent posed some risks. But fortunately, its massive form allowed for alternative seating arrangements, albeit with a compromised view. After 3 days of intense travel, her orc husband could no longer bear the sight of her fatigue, though Sherwan had maintained her spirits. The effects of wind and sun had rendered her face quite pale. Mingho, with a firm demeanor, declared, "You must rest. Let us find a clearing to set up the bamboo hut and recuperate before we continue." Touching her own cheek, she felt no discomfort. Yet her husband's worried expression was unmistakable. Very well. With a flick of her wrist, an exquisite 2-story bamboo hut materialized before them that was furnished with all the necessities, including a stone pot for cooking placed neatly upon a bamboo platform. The upper level of the bamboo dwelling was connected by a single staircase leading to a spacious room designated for Sherwan's rest. The 2 rooms on the lower level served as quarters for the males, marking the commencement of a rotation system for shared nights. Each day, a male would accompany Sherwan to bed, while the other would either rest in his own room or patrol to guard against wild beasts. Notably, the bamboo hut lacked a kitchen space, as Sherwan had high standards for food preparation. Cooking often involved oil, which amid smoke and heat would inevitably damage the bamboo. Thus, Sherwan had insisted on the absence of a kitchen within the hut, opting instead to set up the cooking area nearby. After meals, they would dine outdoors, simplifying their routine. The orc husbands obediently adhered to Sherwan's wishes, as establishing an outdoor kitchen was a trivial matter for them. Aside from breakfast, which the 2 males prepared themselves, Sherwan shared lunch and dinner with her husbands, always retrieving pre-prepared ingredients from her space before each meal. She would specify what dishes to prepare and how to cook them, ensuring they incorporated vegetables. Despite their aversion to raw greens that as the days passed, the variety of grass available from her space increased, allowing for more diverse meals. One morning, after a night spent together, Mingho descended the stairs, feeling invigorated, only to find Yunqi holding a bundle of grass. Both of them exchanging glances. For them, Each type of grass bore a distinctive name thanks to Sherwan, but to the males, they all seemed indistinguishable. Yet, as long as it was edible, they were content. After preparing a meat stew that morning and stir-frying the grass with oil, Yunshi, chewing on some grass, looked quizzically at Mingho, who appeared unperturbed. "It's strange. Do you actually enjoy eating grass now?" Yunshi questioned that I do not take pleasure in it. "But do you dare to refuse?" Mingho replied nonchalantly, "Of course not." These were the tasks assigned by Sherwan, ensuring they consumed their vegetables for the sake of maintaining their health. Although they may not have understood the importance of vitamins, they recognized Sherwan's intentions and complied, enduring the experience with a mixture of discomfort and satisfaction. After a night of tender moments with her great white serpent, Sherwan rose late, only to be greeted by a dull ache in her lower back, a reminder of the previous evening's intimacy. She blushed at the thought, reflecting on how the usually steadfast serpent transformed in their shared moments. Rubbing her sore back, she pondered the lack of contraceptive measures among the orcs. She had conveyed to her husband her desire to postpone childbirth. Despite the serpent's overwhelming desires, he had shown restraint. Yet, being a modern individual well-versed in reproductive knowledge, she understood that even with precautions, unintended outcomes could still occur. In the Orcish world, procreation was a natural occurrence, and while many females conceived, the challenge lay in the safe delivery of their offspring. A moment's miscalculation could lead to tragedy. Hence, the tribe placed great emphasis on safeguarding their females. The females were acutely aware of the challenges of motherhood and took pride in their ability to reproduce. Sherwan personally admired this reverence for the continuation of their race, recognizing it as a fundamental principle of the Orcish society. However, she did not share in this sentiment. Looking out the window, she found herself curious about the birthing process among the females. The hardships they endured, and whether medical interventions could reduce mortality rates. Modern medicine, particularly in the fields of obstetrics and gynecology, had evolved significantly over time, transitioning from a perilous ordeal to an increasingly safe experience. She mused whether there were aspects that could be improved. Contemplating whether to inquire about this with her husband, she quickly dismissed the thought. Mingho was a wandering orc, having had little interaction with females throughout his life. She might be the first female he had truly connected with, and that connection had been forged under extraordinary circumstances. Yunshi, having grown up in the tribe, had little hope in this regard. Prior to meeting her, he had shown no interest in partnerships, much less in the idea of offspring. In her eyes, he had merely been a playful young man. It was only after developing feelings for her that his skills began to emerge. Thus, she resolved not to burden her husbands with her inquiries. Chapter 59. It is that lad's privilege. Mingho and Yunshi had become quite adept at cooking, heating oil in the pan before adding chopped green onions for fragrance, followed by the main ingredients. However, their salt supply was running low. While Sherwan's meals contained a touch of salt, the orcs paid it no mind, for their own meals had previously been devoid of seasoning. As long as Sherwan was content, that was all that mattered. The aroma of their stir-fried creations wafted through the air, enticing small creatures who had never encountered such delightful scents. They sensed the prowess of Mingho and Yunshi and, drawn by the allure of the food, could only observe from a distance. When Sherwan emerged, she was met with the sight of monkeys frolicking in the trees and the swaying tail of an unknown creature peeking from behind a trunk. However, these were merely small animals, not the beastly forms of the Orcish kind. Accepting the glass of water Mingho offered her, she adhered to her daily ritual of starting each morning with a cup of warm water, which was always prepared by boiling and then cooling. Noticing her gaze lingering on the curious animals, Mingho feigned casualness as he inquired, "Are these creatures bothering you? Shall I chase them away?" "Oh no. Please do not. These creatures are all fluffy and utterly delightful." It seems she has risen a tad earlier than usual today, not due to any disturbance, as her sleep quality has always been commendable. After yawning, she splashes her face with warm water from a wooden basin before taking a seat on a small chair to dine. During her meal, she can feel the curious gazes from all directions. However, as soon as she looks their way, they promptly retreat. Mingho and Yunshi have already eaten, and this is now Sherwan's breakfast combined with lunch. Concerned about her appetite, they always serve her a little more than necessary. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, any leftovers are devoured by the beastman. Today is no exception. After a satisfying meal, she rinses her mouth with a cup of warm water, seizing the cover of a large rock for concealment. She discreetly retrieves a bamboo tube containing small shrimp, which she had previously fried and stored. Crisp and fragrant, she opens the lid and pours a few in her hand to sample the taste, finding it as delightful as when freshly fried, demonstrating the space's ability to preserve food's freshness impeccably. She approaches the base of the tree where the observing small animals are hidden, sensing her movements. They swiftly flee to a safe distance, peeking out to quietly observe Shiyun. As if anticipating this, she smiles and pours the small shrimp onto a thick leaf, then calls out to them, "I wonder if you can understand me. These are for you that I hope you enjoy them." With that, she steps back, allowing them space to indulge. Even the unawakened little creatures seem to relish her offerings. When the time is right, enjoying cooked food should not be out of the question for them. Returning to her beastman companion, they do not interfere with Sherwan's actions, merely watching over her. As long as there is no danger, she is free to do as she pleases. The curious little beings, seeing her return, have one among them, presumably a leader, step back after a couple of paces to ensure safety before gesturing to their companions. They all rush forward, sharing the small shrimp Sherwan provided. They have never tasted such delectable shrimp before. Huddled together, they whisper and discuss the nature of this food and how it is made, while Sherwan leans against the railing of her small abode. Gazing at the fluffy animals that to her astonishment, she discovers a creature she has never seen before, resembling a blend of a cat and a monkey, with what seems to be wings sprouting from its back. Observing her reaction, it is evident that she has never encountered such a creature. Yunchi wraps his arms around Sherwan from behind, tenderly explaining, "This is actually a little winged tiger. Those are their wings on their backs. They are still in their juvenile stage. When they mature and their wings fully develop, they will be quite beautiful. There are rumors in the Beastman continent that they are relatives of our white tiger clan." "Ah, they are beastmen too? But they are so small. Their juvenile stage seems rather diminutive." Sherwan expresses her surprise. Mingho interjects nonchalantly, "They are not beastmen, merely ordinary wild beasts, small in stature. They lack meat, and their flesh is rather dry and unpalatable." Yunchi raises an eyebrow in displeasure, retorting, "Naturally, that cannot compare to your snake beast meat, which is perfect for nourishing Huan. These two typically exhibit a loving rapport, yet in moments like this, they find themselves at odds." A development Sherwan had not anticipated. She hurriedly shifts the topic, pointing to the group of little creatures and asking, "With wings, they should be able to fly, right?" Yunchi shakes his head, lamenting, "If they harness the wind. They can glide at low altitudes and achieve short flights, but compared to flying beasts, they still fall short." Sherwan understands. Such adorable little creatures are meant for admiration, not consumption, perhaps a final mercy from the beast god. She cannot fathom how perfect they would be if they were beastmen. "Did I remember you white tigers can swim?" Sherwan inquires, seeking confirmation from Yunchi. "Indeed, did I not enter the water to catch fish for you?" Yunchi replies proudly, puffing out his chest, subtly hinting at his prowess as a warrior. "Our white tiger clan is favored by the beast god." Sherwan pouts, pondering, "If they are favored, why can't they fly?" Yunchi's expression falters, his tone growing irritable as he points to the little winged tigers that have wandered off, stating, "Legends say they are favored. Yet look at them now." Mingho, taking a neutral stance, adds, "I have heard that on the other side of the wilderness forest, there are winged tigers. They resemble our white tiger clan, but are more favored by the beast god, with wings capable of flight. Isn't that akin to the impressive tigers I saw in childhood cartoons? Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. I must see them if given the chance." Sherwan muses, her yearning evident on her face, much to Yunchi's discontent. "Their wings are nothing special. In a fight, their fur gets all ruffled, not even as appealing as chicken wings. They pale in comparison to our pure white tiger clan," he scoffs. Sherwan chuckles softly, playfully responding, "Then perhaps I shall reconsider. I initially thought to bring one back as my beastman. My great tiger is splendid, always looking magnificent in a brawl." "Of course." Yunchi beams with pride, delighted by her discerning taste, his earlier irritation swiftly dissipating, replaced by joy. The beastman continent boasts a plethora of races, many of which are both powerful and strikingly beautiful. As long as they meet your liking and possess adequate strength, I shall capture one to be your beastman," Yunchi asserts confidently, even considering enlisting Mingho's help if necessary. "It would be an honor for that lad to become your beastman." Chapter 60. Pets. Having already secured 2 beastman partners, Sherwan realizes that it would be impractical to remain monogamous. However, she has not truly contemplated acquiring additional beastmen. For now, she feels quite content. There are many beastman races she has yet to discover, and her curiosity often compels her to observe them more closely. Perhaps it is due to their strangeness or simply their aesthetic appeal. If she finds one she likes, she will certainly express her interest. She cannot guarantee that upon encountering a handsome beastman, she will not feel a twinge of attraction. Moreover, in this society where one female may have multiple males, should the right opportunity arise and both parties are interested, it would be a most favorable outcome. However, if her beastman were to forcibly bring someone home, it could easily lead to domestic discord, and she would find it challenging to maintain equilibrium in her household. Such occurrences will never transpire within her abode. Mingho gently states, with your charm, Huan, I fear you won't even need us to intervene. If you gaze at a male for too long, he might mistakenly believe you are interested, and he may even pursue you. Our concern will then be how to deter those undesirable beastmen who seek to court you. Sherwan scratches her head, pondering if Mingho is jesting. She hardly considers herself that captivating, if sensing her thoughts. Mingho's dark eyes glimmer slightly as he nods. I am not joking so. If he is not a male you fancy, it would be best not to stare too long, that if you find someone appealing, just inform me, and I shall incapacitate him, allowing you to forge a partnership. Sherwan exclaims, that is entirely unnecessary. Her expression turns serious as she asserts, the beastman I seek must not only possess looks, but also align with my heart's desires. Much like you both, that it was only after getting to know you that I agreed to have you as my beastman. What if he is handsome, but unhygienic or weak? If I like someone, I will communicate that to you. Should we consider adding a new member to our family, I hope he gains your approval as well. Lastly, do not take it upon yourselves to decide. Do you understand what I am saying? Both Mingho and Yunqi nod in agreement, acknowledging her words that Sherwan's stance brings them joy, as it reflects their respect for her feelings. Mingho gazes intently at Sherwan, his emotions rarely laid bare, yet now his eyes burn with intensity, causing her cheeks to flush. Yunqi, bolder and more fervent, tightens his embrace around Sherwan, nuzzling against her neck and exclaiming, Oh Huan, you are truly the best female. I adore you so much. Having you as my partner is pure bliss that in the past, many females would overlook single males, opting instead to have their beastmen knock them unconscious and bring them back to their dens as mates. Once they were united, even if the male had affections for another female, he could not retract his choice. Beastmen must prioritize their females above all else, even in dissatisfa after a day of rest. Sherwan felt revitalized and proposed to continue their journey. Her insatiable curiosity would not permit her to linger indefinitely, as she yearned to behold the legendary fruit that could serve as a staple food. Seeking early solace in its discovery, with no choice but to acquiesce, Mingho reminded her of the inherent dangers of venturing into the wild with a female companion. Thus far, fortune had favored them, as they encountered no peril along the way. However, should they stumble upon a pack of ferocious beasts or rogue beastmen, she must retreat in her space to safeguard herself. Sherwan nodded vigorously. They had reiterated this advice countless times, and she felt as though her ears might develop calluses. Having endured an encounter with rogue beastmen once, she had no desire to relive that experience. Patting her small chest, she assured them, with my space, I can certainly protect myself. You must also promise to look after yourselves and avoid injury. Their strength was self-evident, yet the warmth she felt in her heart for being so considerate of them was undeniable. After tidying up the stone pot and other cooking utensils into the bamboo house and placing them on the platform, Sherwan waved her small hand, causing the expansive bamboo structure to vanish in an instant. Once everything was in order, she climbed onto the back of Yunqi, and they were ready to embark. Suddenly, Mingho's expression shifted dramatically. Who is there? He exclaimed as the serpent's tail swept through the trees, sending dust swirling into the air. That a voice soon followed. Please temper your hostility. We mean no harm. Sherwan clutched the fur on Yunqi's back, her expression tense, as she reflected on her earlier words about their fortunate journey thus far. Only to be swiftly met with the reality of danger, as the figures drew nearer. She discerned that they were a group of young male beastmen, bare-chested save for a skirt made of animal hide around their loins. Their well-defined muscles and impressive physiques were striking, but Sherwan found herself indifferent. What preoccupied her thoughts was whether the group had witnessed her concealment of the bamboo house. If they had, she would be in peril. The space was a coveted treasure, regardless of the circumstances. When their gazes met, the male's eyes briefly flickered with surprise at the sight of such a delicate female. Huan rolled her eyes in annoyance and turned her head away. Ming Hao, sensing her discomfort, positioned himself protectively in front of Huan and declared sternly, "If you harbor no ill intent, then leave us. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." The male beastman, taken aback by Ming Hao's brusque demeanor, especially in the presence of such an attractive female, felt his pride wounded, and his expression soured. Just as he was about to retort, another male beside him intervened, smiling as he said, "She's my little pet that we heard about your food and came to inquire about your recipe." Huan glanced over and indeed saw the small winged tigers lounging nearby, their big, watery eyes fixed on the group, displaying an eager grin at her attention. These little creatures were their pets. Although she could not see Yunqi's expression, she could sense his displeasure while sitting atop him. After all, they were tigers, and it was no wonder that Yunqi felt unsettled at the thought of the little winged tigers being cared for by other beastmen. Huan felt a twinge of conflicting emotions. She had once adored cats and wished to have a few at home. However, her busy schedule had thwarted her plans, now that she had transformed into a cat beastman. The thought of keeping cats as pets felt strangely incongruous. Leaning closer to Yunqi's ear, Huan whispered, "If we were to fight them, do you think you could win?" She remained vigilant, observing the group of male beastmen. Upon uttering her question, their expressions shifted noticeably, and the powerful frame beneath her trembled slightly. Ming Hao, without turning, responded with a hint of amusement in his voice. Huan, your beast husband can certainly protect you. Just remember, you needn't whisper. Beastmen have keen senses and can hear everything. What does that mean? Huan pondered, realizing that her inquiry had been overheard, prompting the change in their demeanor. She thought she had spoken softly enough. Weren't beastmen supposed to possess extraordinary hearing? Why was it that she still struggled to master the transformation between her human and beast forms? Sensing the female's embarrassment, the male beastman attempted to adopt a friendly demeanor, explaining, "We merely wish to invite you to our tribe, that I am a bear beastman, and our nearby tribe, renowned as the Peacock tribe, is home to many beautiful females like you." Suddenly, Yunqi recalled, that makes sense. The Peacock tribe and our white tiger tribe maintain a good relationship. The beastmen from that tribe are quite impressive. Huan, would you like to visit? The bear beastman was indeed robust, and the mention of the Peacock tribe piqued her curiosity. She felt a genuine desire to see what the peacock females looked like. Surely, the sight of a male peacock displaying its feathers would be stunning. With her mind made up, Huan sought confirmation, asking, "So, it's just an invitation to play? You want to pressure me into doing anything I dislike?" The bear beastman promptly thumped his chest in assurance, stating, "Under the witness of the beast god. Aside from rogue beastmen who forfeit their nature, no tribe's beastmen would harm a female. Each one of you is someone we are bound to protect." Yunqi teasingly remarked, Huan, this fellow likely finds you adorable and wishes to invite you to their tribe, where the young males can court you, that there's no harm in going to take a look." Ming Hao chimed in nonchalantly, noting that the males of the Peacock tribe were reputed to be handsome, albeit lacking in strength, and offered no objections as long as she could defend herself. Huan replied, "Thank you for considering my interests." The bear beastman watched their discussion with a gentle smile lingering on his lips. Ultimately, Huan reservedly nodded, "Very well, lead the way. Let us visit your tribe." As they journeyed toward the tribe, Ming Hao unceremoniously educated Huan about the characteristics of the Peacock tribe members. Their females were particularly popular among beastmen, with some traveling great distances to court them. However, the males of their tribe were equally renowned, with many being more alluring than the females, albeit lacking in combat prowess. That if you find one you like, as long as their strength is adequate for self-protection, I have no objections, he added. Yunqi solemnly echoed, "The strength of males is forged through countless battles. To become your beast husband, they must be prepared to face our fists. Those who could endure would grow stronger. Those who could not would simply perish." Huan thought to herself that these two were relentlessly encouraging her to seek a beast husband and visit the Peacock tribe. Yet now they spoke in ways meant to intimidate her. That it was truly vexing. They had already declared her intentions to merely observe the Peacock beastman, not to pursue a mate. "Enough if you keep this up. I won't go at all. That I've said it before. I'm not interested in finding a husband right now. Having both of you is sufficient for me, Sherwan asserted firmly. The bear beastman, who had been quietly leading the way and eavesdropping on their conversation, suddenly interjected seriously. You still need a flying beastman. From their dialogue, it was clear that Sherwan only had these two husbands, both recently bonded. It was evident that any male capable of bringing a female into the wild must possess considerable strength. However, even the mightiest of beastmen could falter when confronted by a horde of ferocious beasts or rogue beastmen. Thus, when females sought husbands, they should always consider having a flying beastman, especially for someone like Sherwan who lived in the wild. In times of danger, a flying beastman could facilitate a female's escape. For a powerful male, it was not a difficult task to maintain one's strength. Ming Hao and Yun Qi had expressed their concerns for Sherwan's safety on numerous occasions. And only after she gained her space, a protective talisman, did they dare to take her out for adventures. Sherwan paused, taken aback by the bear beastman's interjection, ready to retort angrily. Yet Ming Hao interjected. He is correct. Huan, you indeed require a powerful flying beastman husband. Not only can he protect you in times of peril, but if we are traversing the wilderness, being carried by a flying beastman would be far more comfortable. Though Ming Hao and Yun Qi were swift on land, the force of their running created a powerful wind that discomforted Sherwan. After weighing the circumstances, it became evident that having a flying beastman as a husband was quite necessary. However, she pondered, could peacocks even fly? In her understanding, peacocks were flightless. After she posed that question, the bear beastman, who had been quietly leading them, timidly responded, they cannot. Not only could they not fly, but their beast forms also lacked the imposing presence of the white tiger and white serpent before them. Sherwan pouted, mentally grumbling. Then why bring it up? You, big bear, cannot fly either. Are you hoping to volunteer? Muttering her grievances, which only she could hear, brought her some comfort. She sincerely hoped those male peacocks would not disappoint her. From the interactions between Xiong Qi and Sherwan with her partner, it is evident that she is a Na'vi young female, her emotions vividly displayed upon her countenance, shifting like the wind. Beneath her delicate facade likely lies a rebellious heart, difficult to control. Otherwise, how could she so thoroughly manage the wayward snake beast? Accompanied by Xiong Qi, they traversed a quaint forest and then a vast sea of flowers, eventually arriving at the Peacock tribe. Truly, as the most beauty-loving of beastmen, Sherwan was utterly astonished by the spectacle that unfolded before her eyes upon witnessing the Peacock tribe, her expression one of disbelief. Nestled amidst the undulating hills were peacocks of various hues, their burrows adorned in vibrant colors, making Sherwan feel as though she had stepped into a fairy tale. The caverns were draped with lush vegetation, teeming with flowers she had never encountered before, their vivid colors reminiscent of dopamine, and even pastel macaron shades, appearing almost unreal. Sunlight cascaded upon them, imbuing the scene with a dreamlike quality. Chapter 62. Something is amiss, uncertain of the type of tree whose leaves shaded the caverns. They provided a delightful shelter from the sun, undeniably picturesque. Yun Qi gently set Sherwan down and, transforming into his human form, looked at her with a sense of pride, as if to say, Huan, have I not met your expectations? Our tribe excels in such flamboyant displays. Xiong Qi led them further up the mountain, where they inevitably encountered some peacock chicks. To Sherwan's surprise, their beastly forms did not conform to her traditional image of peacocks. Indeed, they were aptly described as floral peacocks. Here, she beheld a kaleidoscope of vibrant peacocks, each more captivating than the last. Her curiosity piqued. She observed the peacock chicks, their round, inquisitive eyes mirroring her own wonder. There were yellow, red, and blue peacocks, each boasting a magnificent tail, with each feather adorned with unique eye patterns, resembling intricate designs that was no wonder they loved to adorn themselves. They were simply enchanting. Some of the larger chicks, upon seeing the striking female before them, boldly displayed their plumage, despite their still juvenile state. Sherwan, utterly captivated by this breathtaking display, noted that even the young peacocks had feathers that were splendidly developed, their youth adding an extra layer of charm. This journey had proven worthwhile, as Sherwan reveled in this visual feast. Feeling joyous, she longed to retrieve some treats from her spatial pouch for these little creatures. However, she quickly realized that revealing her spatial abilities in their tribe could lead to unforeseen consequences. Promptly restraining herself, she gently patted one of the little peacocks on the head, introducing herself, "I am Sherwan," but faltered, remembering she had yet to inquire about the name of the bear-beast man who had escorted her. Pointing to the bear-beast man observing their interaction, she added, "I was invited by him to visit your tribe. And once I settle in, I shall return to play with you and treat you to delicious food." Being young, the little ones immediately perked up at the mention of treats, after spending ample time playing with the chicks. She bid them farewell as they scampered off, then took the hand of her beastly partner and followed Xiongqi. Feeling somewhat awkward, he glanced at Sherwan and introduced himself, "I am Xiongqi." Sherwan graciously nodded. "Hello, Xiongqi. I am Sherwan, and this is my partner Ming Hao and Yun Qi." After exchanging names, a goofy smile spread across Xiongqi's face, among the males accompanying them back to the tribe. Only this bear-beast man and a slender yet handsome male remained. Pointing to the latter, Xiongqi introduced, "This is Qing Lin, a peacock beastman." It was only then that Sherwan turned her gaze to the male. Having previously only glanced at the beastmen of this tribe, they were all striking, yet in unison they lacked distinctiveness. Now, standing beside the robust Xiongqi, the contrast of their differing styles captured Sherwan's interest. The peacock beastman was not weak, as he possessed a well-defined musculature. However, standing next to the more imposing Xiongqi, his physique seemed less pronounced. The accommodations for guests in the peacock tribe were splendid. Conveniently close to the residences of the tribe members, as they made their way, many beastmen discreetly regarded them. Xiongqi walked at a deliberate pace, seemingly allowing the tribe to notice his return with guests. From their initial meeting, aside from displaying an unusual astonishment at her beauty, Xiongqi had adhered to a rather conventional demeanor, failing to exhibit any overt desire for companionship, rather exuding an air of respect that he seemed unaware of. Sherwan could not fathom the reason behind this behavior. Did he witness her using her spatial abilities? If so, his calm demeanor was perplexing. Even when he first laid eyes on her, there was no evident possessiveness, only an appreciation for her beauty. Moreover, Xiongqi appeared rather simple-minded, lacking any ulterior motives. Glancing at her two beastly partners, Yunqi likely had dealings with the Peacock tribe, as the White Tiger tribe was not far from here. Ming Hao's expression remained unchanged, betraying no unusual emotions. Meeting her gaze, he lovingly locked eyes with her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing at all." Could it be that she was overthinking? Perhaps this bear-beast man was merely hospitable, inviting them to enjoy his tribe. Truth be told, the Peacock tribe was indeed a picturesque destination worth visiting. In her previous abode, it would have been overrun, a veritable hotspot for social media influencers. Upon arriving at the cavern, Xiongqi stated, "You may rest here. Feel free to explore the tribe. Later, someone will bring food for you." The previously silent peacock beast man appeared anxious, as if wanting to say something, but was halted by Xiongqi's smile. "Consider yourselves in your own tribe. Do not hesitate to ask for anything you need." Ming Hao responded nonchalantly, inquiring, "Can we explore anywhere in the tribe?" Xiongqi paused, then replied, "Of course." Ming Hao nodded, falling silent. Once they departed, Sherwan could no longer contain her curiosity. "Is there something amiss with this tribe? You brought me here for an adventure, did you not?" Upon her utterance, both Yunqi and Ming Hao exchanged complex glances. Yunqi quizzically remarked, "Do you not adore beautiful things? This tribe is stunning. I know of a place behind the mountain where many exquisite stones can be found. You will surely love it. Later, while they are distracted, I shall take you to collect a few to keep in your space for enjoyment." Ming Hao nodded in agreement. "Since they invited us, you should relish your time. Once you have had your fill of fun, we shall depart." Thus, it seemed she had indeed been overthinking. Her beastly partners were simply accompanying her for the sake of enjoying the beauty of this place. Setting aside any potential dangers, Sherwan felt confident in her and her partner's ability to handle whatever may arise. Retrieving a sealed bamboo tube filled with a small shrimp she had shared with the little winged tigers in the woods, she intended to distribute some treats to the peacock chicks she had encountered earlier. However, upon their initial arrival at the tribe, she had no pouch to carry anything, making it impossible to pretend to retrieve items. "Please make me a small backpack that I can carry with me. When I take things out of my space, I can pretend to pull them from the bag." As she spoke, she gestured the size and shape of the desired backpack, one that could accommodate 2 bamboo tubes. Chapter 63. Time to return home. Ming Hao crafted 2 backpacks for Sherwan. one fashioned from snake skin that harmonized with her skirt's color scheme, utilizing leftover fabric from previous garments. Shirhuan, ever the hoarder, had saved every scrap, finding a practical use for them. The other was made from standard beast skin, allowing her to alternate between the two. Shirhuan donned one on each shoulder, adorning them with thoughtful embellishments, each one delighting her. Being on foreign territory, Shirhuan proceeded with caution, even using the stone pots for cooking from the tribe after thoroughly washing them beforehand, filling her backpack with a few bamboo tubes. Yunqi remained at home preparing meals while Minghao accompanied her on her outing. First, they sought out the group of little peacocks, as Shirhuan was determined to fulfill her promise of treats. Upon returning to the gathering place of the chicks, she found that the number of playful peacocks had dwindled, and wisps of smoke were rising from several caverns. Scanning the area, she did not spot any familiar little peacocks, especially the one that had performed the peacock display for her. Seizing a playful little chick, Shirhuan retrieved a bamboo tube from her backpack, unscrewing the lid to release a delightful aroma of the small shrimp within. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent, the chick halted in its tracks, gazing longingly at the golden morsels, swallowing hard. "Tell me, little one, where does the chick that displayed for me today reside? If you do, these will be yours." "What do you say? Really? Is it true?" The little cub could hardly believe his eyes. He had never encountered such an aromatic delicacy before. Without hesitation, Shirhuan placed the bamboo tube in the little cub's hands and said, "Now that you have it, can you tell me where your home is?" Just then he exclaimed, "Ah, he's coming!" Pointing behind Shirhuan. "You can ask him yourself. Whatever he gives me is mine." The little cub transformed into a peacock-like creature, clutched the bamboo tube in his beak, and darted away in a flash. Shirhuan turned around to see the adorable little creature that had initially fanned its feathers at her, now tilting its head in curiosity, looking at her with utmost cuteness. "Sister, are you looking for me?" After a brief excursion, he had been called back home for dinner by his father. Peering out of the cave, he spotted Shirhuan again, and his fondness for this sister compelled him to run back out. Shirhuan nodded and pulled out several bamboo tubes from her bag, offering all of them to the little peacock. "Here are some treats for you and your friends. I truly adore you all." The keen noses of the beastmen detected the fragrant aroma instantly. While still in her bag, the scent was faint, but once she revealed them, the irresistible fragrance of the shrimp-like delicacies could not be concealed. Seeing the little one's expression, Shirhuan knew her visit had been worthwhile. "Thank you, sister." He glanced back towards the cave where a stunning woman was watching them, and said, "I must return for dinner. Mother will worry." "Goodbye, sister." Without hesitation, he turned and dashed back to his nest, and it was amusing how the little cub instinctively knew when it was time to return for a meal. Shirhuan watched him sprint back to his mother before she stood up and took Mingho's hand to head back. With her eyes closed, she inhaled the rich fragrance of flowers and grass that filled the air. The myriad of scents blended harmoniously, surprisingly pleasant rather than overpowering. "Did you like that little cub from earlier? I could catch him for you to play with," Mingho remarked in a tone that sent a shiver down her spine. "That is someone else's little cub. If I were to catch him." His mother would surely worry that Mingho's serious demeanor revealed the earnestness in his eyes. "You like him?" As Shirhuan's gaze became somewhat distant, she was on the verge of forgetting that Mingho was a wandering beastman. A serpent beastman at that, carrying an inherent cold-blooded nature. For so long, he had behaved obediently in her presence, yet his lack of experience in communal living made him prone to missteps at times. "I liked him earlier, but now I do not. You must not make decisions on your own and bring him back." After a moment's thought, she added, "Other people's cubs are indeed adorable, but I have no desire to claim ownership." "Do you understand?" Mingho remained noncommittal, yet under Shirhuan's gaze, he nodded earnestly. "I will not do anything you dislike. That is acceptable." Having grown up alone, Mingho undoubtedly endured many hardships, a fact Shirhuan was already aware of. Some aspects of life could be quite unfeeling, but he always seemed to think of himself first. They were already a family. Patience was as night fell, the mountains surrounding the tribe sparkled with luminescent stones, their tiny lights gathering to resemble a sky full of stars. Walking alongside her beastman husband instilled a sense of tranquility and contentment. Upon returning to the cave, Yunqi had prepared dinner, utilizing ingredients from the space. And although the Peacock tribe had sent meat, it was of a type Shirhuan did not favor. After a long day out, she felt a bit weary and, with no entertainment, sat heavily on the stone bed. which was already cushioned by several layers of animal skin, providing a soft and comfortable seat. She sighed lightly. The Peacock tribe seemed peaceful and serene, yet she could not fathom why that bear beastman had gone to such lengths to invite them over for a visit. In his beast form, Yunqi lay before Shirhuan, resting his head on his paws, his round brown eyes fixed intently on her. From this angle, Shirhuan finally understood how fitting the term adorable was to describe Yunqi. She reached out and ruffled his head, voicing her confusion. Yunqi, however, appeared puzzled. Females are inherently precious. If our tribe encounters one, we would invite her to join us, let alone a charming female like you that if she could also choose a beastman from our tribe. It would be a contribution to our community wouldn't that be awkward? Just inviting any female you see to come and play. She questioned, did I ask everyone so forward? Yunqi looked at her as if it were the most natural thing. That's how it is for everyone. She began to see things from a broader perspective. Perhaps she had been too narrow-minded, applying her modern sensibilities to the thoughts of beastmen. They were direct and spoke their minds. Females were scarce, especially in the wild. For whatever reason, males could invite females to their tribes, regardless of their marital status. Males preferred inviting females with partners, as aside from the primary beastman. An adult female typically chose her mate from within her own tribe. For beastmen from other tribes, pursuing a female required more effort. With this realization, Shirhuan's understanding of the beast world deepened. Although Xiongqi might not have personal feelings for her, his contributions to the tribe were significant, providing opportunities for other beastmen, which was indeed beneficial. Chapter 64. Her unparalleled charisma upon awakening from her slumber, Shirhuan found herself gazing into Yunqi's large eyes. This time, she was greeted by the comforting presence of a partner at her side. Instantly brightening her morning, did I end the past? Waking up meant seeking tasks to occupy her time. But now, as guests in another tribe, there was little to do. It was the perfect opportunity to spend quality time with her partner. Evidently, Yunqi had been awake for a while. He assessed Shirhuan's condition before transforming into his human form and heading to the adjacent stone cave. I'll fetch you something to eat. Mingho went to the tribe to see if there is anything fun. We'll go together when he returns. Feeling her stomach's pangs, Shirhuan brushed her disheveled hair and retrieved a fresh outfit from her space. The mark on her wrist radiated warmth, indicating that a new batch of vegetables had matured in her space, reminding her it was time to harvest. After collecting the newly matured crops from her space, she placed the vegetables in the storage area, intending to use them when needed. This was the first time the peanuts had matured. Neither Mingho nor Yunqi had likely tasted boiled peanuts before. Before long, Yunqi returned, carrying 2 large wooden bowls filled with an array of food. One bowl contained the dishes Shirhuan frequently enjoyed, while the other held many unfamiliar items. There are plenty of beastmen in this tribe who, like you, prefer vegetarian options. See if anything appeals to you. He squatted down and set the bowl on the stone table. In the bowl were over 10 different types of food. Yunqi had combined the meat Shirhuan liked with the tribe's offerings to create this meat and vegetable breakfast. She picked up her chopsticks and eagerly sampled some of the unfamiliar items. The variety was extensive. Some wild vegetables she had previously seen in the wild, mistaking them for mere weeds, were quite pungent and not to her liking. After tasting several irregularly shaped morsels of varying colors, her gaze flickered with interest at a yellow food that had a crunch reminiscent of cucumber. Its flavor fresh and delightful. What is this? It's delicious. If I could acquire the seeds, I would love to plant them in my space. Yunqi pondered for a moment. I believe it's called long melon. The seeds shouldn't be hard to get. We can inquire about them later. Shirhuan nodded happily, returning to her meal. Selecting her favorite dishes, she filled her belly, leaving behind the wild vegetables that she found unpalatable. Noticing this, Yunqi took note of her preferences, intending to trade for seeds later, ensuring he wouldn't bring her the food she disliked in the future. While Yunqi was busy washing the bowls, Shirhuan casually retrieved the peanuts she had stored in her space. Now that we are in this tribe, we should try to trade for some salt. Once these peanuts are cleaned, boiling them with spices and salt will make for a delightful dish. Boiled peanuts are truly a humble delight. The peanuts produced in the space, freshly harvested from the earth, still bore traces of soil. Now, having been cleaned, they are fit to be directly immersed in water for boiling. Upon witnessing this scene, Shirhuan felt a sense of astonishment. It seemed that the fertile black earth of the space could not be brought into the outside world. Yunqi followed Shirhuan's instructions to boil the peanuts, easily exchanging them for salt with the people of the tribe. Utilizing the space's fried small shrimp. During this time, She gathered some flowers and herbs from the stone wall outside the cave, crafting a bracelet for herself to conceal the marks on her wrist. Upon her arrival yesterday, she had noted that the orcs in this tribe had a strong appreciation for beauty. They adorned themselves with exquisite flower crowns made from various blossoms and animal hides, decorating their wrists and ankles. Some even wore necklaces to avoid any complications concerning the mark on her wrist. She decided to keep it covered. After satisfying her hunger, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. After stifling several yawns, she stood up to stretch. Spending the entire day merely eating and sleeping was not her intention. Reminded of her purpose for visiting this tribe, which was to indulge in leisure, she retrieved another batch of peanuts from the space, filling a small basket woven by Ming Hao, placing a handful in each compartment. Just as she was preparing, Ming Hao entered, cradling a collection of items. Noticing her engrossed in her task, he squatted down beside her to help. Once they had finished sorting, he presented his treasures to Shi Huan with a flourish. "What is it? Why the air of mystery?" "These are the luminous stones from the mountainside, that I collected some from the back hill for you. Rest assured, they were not pried from the tribe's stone walls." He emphasized that he had noticed last night that Shi Huan had a fondness for these sparkling objects. But in the presence of the tribe, she felt shy. He, however, had no such reservations. After inquiring with Xiongqi, he learned that such stones were abundant in the back hill and brought back a great many. Shi Huan examined the stones, emanating a soft radiance, picking one up to inspect in the sunlight. Under its glow, the stone shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, and at night, it emitted a gentle glow. It was undeniable that Ming Hao had a keen understanding of her preferences. She simply could not resist such beautiful items. Planting a kiss on Ming Hao's cheek, she exclaimed, "I adore this." Ming Hao smiled at her, replying, "As long as you like it, that's enough." When she had arrived at the tribe the previous day, she had been preoccupied with her thoughts, failing to take in the surroundings of the cave properly. In truth, this cave was even larger than the one she had resided in at the White Tiger tribe, featuring several rooms both inside and out, resembling a small suite. This cave, carved from the mountainside, had walls made entirely of solid rock, devoid of any soil, a veritable stone chamber. There was even a stone room designated for nests, where some orcs preferred to rest in their massive beast forms. Indeed, Yunqi's formidable beast shape could easily fit within this chamber. Adjacent to the stone room where Shi Huan had rested last night, there was another spacious stone chamber, which was where Ming Hao had spent the night. Further back, there were two smaller stone rooms. One appeared to be a storage room, filled with rudimentary wooden shelves and various animal skin bags, some showing signs of having held items. The other was utilized by Yunqi as a kitchen. Currently preparing peanuts for Shi Huan, she casually surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction before stepping outside. Xiongqi, a solitary bear orc, had invited them to the Peacock tribe and even arranged for such a large stone chamber for them to reside in. His intentions were evidently questionable. Her charm was indeed irresistible. Initially, he had earnestly advised her to seek a flying orc as a mate, but it had all been a fade. "Shi Huan, is that you?" A male voice called from the entrance. Chapter 65. Beauty and affection, as if summoned by the mention of his name. Xiongqi appeared, clearly unable to resist her allure, though the voice seemed somewhat off. Shi Huan leisurely stepped out to see how she might politely decline without losing her composure. She was not particularly fond of muscular men. Upon stepping out, she was met by an unfamiliar male accompanied by a strikingly beautiful female, who seemed somewhat familiar. "What brings you here?" From behind the alluring female peeked a small cub. "Sister." It was the adorable little cub from yesterday, prompting Shi Huan to recall that the beautiful female must be the cub's mother. The male who had called her out returned to his partner's side, a concerned expression on his face as he supported the stunning female. Following his gaze, Shi Huan noticed the slight protrusion of the female's abdomen, indicating she was with child. It was no wonder her perception had faltered. The female's captivating features were so enchanting that it was easy to overlook her condition. Yunqi and Ming Hao paused their activities, standing protectively beside Shi Huan, their stoic expressions exuding an aura of intimidation. Even without uttering a word, until they understood the situation, they presented a united front in defense of Shi Huan. The male at the female's side, however, was not pleased with their demeanor. A fleeting flash of anger crossed his face, but he quickly suppressed it upon noticing the female beside him. The beautiful female gently patted her partner's hand, speaking in a soft, soothing voice. Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions, that we have come to exchange for some of those peculiar small shrimp. She tenderly caressed her abdomen, her face radiating warmth and affection. Since becoming pregnant, my appetite has diminished significantly. I can hardly eat anything. However, the few buckets of shrimp that my little one brought home last night greatly whetted my appetite, and I indulged a bit. At this point, the beautiful female appeared somewhat shy, her cheeks lightly flushed, making her even more alluring. Thus, we have come to see if you have any needs for exchange. It has been quite some time since I have eaten so much. And my partner is delighted. Understanding dawned on Shi Huan. The enchanting sister had a fondness for her fried small shrimp. Given the ample stock in the space, she was more than willing to assist. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "No need for exchange. I have plenty. I am thrilled that you enjoy them. I shall fetch you some right away." Turning to enter the cave, she discreetly retrieved bamboo tubes from the space. Ming Hao and Yun Qi followed her inside, helping to carry the items. When they emerged, each of them was laden with an abundance of bamboo tubes, seemingly unrestrained by any cost. Had it not been for the three of them being unable to carry any more, Shi Huan would have retrieved even more. Looking up at Shi Huan and her companions, the beautiful female and her male partner were left dumbfounded by the generous display. They had expected to merely exchange for a few tubes to satisfy their cravings, not to receive such a bounty. The pregnant female, clearly unable to assist with the gathering, was given several bamboo tubes by Shi Huan for her cub to carry. Ming Hao, without hesitation, handed over the tubes he held to the male accompanying the beautiful female. Showing no reluctance whatsoever, the male fumbled to accept the heap of bamboo tubes, instinctively offering the animal skin bag they had brought as a means of exchange. "This is what we brought to trade. You may have it all." Ming Hao accepted the bag, glancing inside to find a collection of colorful items that would surely appeal to the female, nodding in acceptance. Seeing him accept the offer, the male let out a quiet sigh of relief. Shi Huan, having noticed the exchange between the two males, slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh dear." Ming Hao quickly fetched an animal skin bag to gather these bamboo tubes together. "It would save us all this trouble." The pregnant female, taken aback by Shi Huan's playful nature, covered her mouth and stifled a giggle. Shi Huan, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled softly. She had grown accustomed to storing items in the space and had not used an animal skin bag in quite some time, so she momentarily forgot. However, upon closer inspection, she found the beautiful sister even more enchanting. Her skin was flawless, and her eyes sparkled with an affectionate glimmer, evoking a sense of infinite warmth that if she were a male, she would undoubtedly pursue her. Alas, she was already bound to another. Yet, it was evident that the female's complexion was not quite right, with noticeable dark circles beneath her eyes, perhaps due to her lack of appetite. Feeling a surge of compassion for this seemingly delicate female, Shi Huan grasped her hand, gently patting it, noting, "You must take care of yourself for the sake of the little one in your belly. You need to eat well." The beautiful female's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully replied, "Thanks to the shrimp you provided, I find that I can hardly taste anything else. My body simply cannot tolerate it. But the small shrimp smell so delightful that I can enjoy them. I want to eat more." Feeling the warmth of Shi Huan's kindness, she found herself opening up more. Originally, Rocky was supposed to bring Bianchi with him, but my cravings led me to accompany him. "Oh wow, the cub's name is Bianchi? I was wondering why he wouldn't say anything yesterday. And beautiful sister, what is your name? It must be as lovely as you." "I am called Sang Sang. You are truly adorable." Amused by Shi Huan, whose playful antics evoke laughter from her, Luo Qi finds himself in high spirits for the first time in ages, despite his poor appetite. Witnessing his partner's newfound vitality inspired by just a few words from Shi Huan, Luo Qi's demeanor towards her softens considerably. As Sang Sang smiles, Shi Huan is even more eager to engage in conversation with the enchanting older sister. However, Ming Hao, keenly perceptive of Shi Huan's uncontrolled emotions, wears a grim expression that he has always been aware that his partner is visually driven, easily captivated by beauty, and has always supported her in her pursuit of the beastly husband. But seeing a pregnant female raises questions. Neither he nor Yun Qi has ever received such tender glances from her. "Huan Huan, you should eat now. Sang Sang, being with child, also needs ample rest. It's time for us to return." Ming Hao attempts to restore Shi Huan's composure. Yun Qi, equally perplexed by Shi Huan's warm enthusiasm towards a female, recalls their earlier encounter at the cave entrance. where the elevation made their view rather unremarkable. The male was scrawny, and his female companion appeared equally undernourished, clearly not well cared for. In stark contrast, his Huan is healthy and radiant, a sight that brings joy to all who behold her. Indeed, Ming Hao's words draw Huan back to reality. Conversing with a pregnant female outdoors may not be entirely appropriate. Beautiful Sang, do come visit my home. Huan enthusiastically invites. It is evident that Sang longs to spend time with her. If only Ming Hao's threatening gaze could be disregarded. This is somewhat awkward. That male seems rather fierce. How can such a lovely female like Huan be paired with such a menacing male? It tugs at my heart. For a moment, the two stunning females share an uncanny bond of mutual admiration. It is then that Sang's partner, Luo Qi, perceptively interjects. Sang, a shaman will be visiting today to check on your health. It seems you won't be able to play with Huan after all. Indeed, upon hearing this, Sang gently caresses her belly and expresses her disappointment to Huan. It seems today may not work out. I've been unable to eat properly, and my partner is quite concerned. However, she quickly brightens, adding, but with the little shrimp you gave me, I'm sure I can manage a proper meal. Next time, I'll invite you to our home. Reluctantly, Huan bids farewell to Sang and her companions. It turns out that Luo Qi is a wolf beastman, exuding the aura of a formidable gray wolf, with Sang seated upon his back, resembling a delicate little white rabbit. Amused by this thought, Huan ascends the steps and returns to the cave. Upon seating herself, she casts a discontented glance at Ming Hao. Why are you so harsh with Sang? She is afraid to visit us now. She is well aware of his perception. She is attuned to such sensitivities. Yunqi observes Huan, arms crossed, and then glances at the silent Ming Hao. A smirk of schadenfreude forming on his lips. Look at you now, my friend. Serves you right for being so possessive. What? Huan's displeasure is palpable as her gaze sharpens. Yunqi straightens, a light bulb illuminating his mind as he recalls the stone pots simmering in the kitchen. Huan, I'll check on how the peanuts are cooking. After Yunqi leaves, Ming Hao purses his lips before finally speaking. You've never looked at me that way. What way? Huan raises her gaze to meet his. Her eyes filled with confusion. She is a female, and she admires beautiful women. It's not as though she would act on it. Why are you so anxious? Ming Hao feels no guilt. He knows that in the beast world, same-sex attractions exist. He recalls his childhood when a female abandoned her husband and offspring for a younger female, leading to tragic consequences for the forsaken male. Now, with Huan, he understands love's sweetness. If he were to be cast aside, he would suffer far worse than those melancholic forsaken males. Huan has never seen Ming Hao appear so despondent, engulfed in a palpable sense of dread. Not wanting to witness him in such a state, she rises and embraces him, soothingly caressing his taut abdomen. Don't think such things. I have you both. With such wonderful husbands, I could never bear to part with you. Yunqi emerges from the kitchen, holding a wooden basin of freshly cooked peanuts, only to overhear Huan affirming her commitment to Ming Hao. What about me? He interjects, pulling at her affection. Huan, unable to resist, takes one hand in each of hers, declaring, You are both my treasures. I adore you both immensely. Just thinking of your beautiful faces makes me want to eat 2 more bowls of rice. Having finally attained a blissful existence of having both men by her side, why should she entertain despair? With a playful kiss on their cheeks, she ensures their spirits are lifted. Relieved, Huan resolves to handle each bowl of water with care, avoiding any spills. The freshly boiled peanuts still emit steam as she picks one up, feeling its heat. After switching hands and allowing it to cool, she cracks it open to reveal tender, pink morsels within. The texture is soft and chewy, enhanced by spices and salt, yielding an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Having devoured one, she craves more. Just then, a hand extends toward her, offering several plump peanuts. Turning to see Ming Hao's dark, expressive eyes, she beams and grasps his hand, consuming the peanuts he presents. The sensation of the peanuts' warmth lingers in her palm, while Ming Hao's pupils momentarily shift before settling back into calmness. Yunqi watches eagerly as Huan is pampered by Ming Hao. Feeling overshadowed with the large basin of peanuts he holds, he has long known of Ming Hao's cunning nature and feels a pang of jealousy at being outdone in courtship. After receiving a generous serving of peanuts, Huan feels pleasantly satiated. Their energy is filling. And while they await the discovery of staple crops like rice or wheat, peanuts can serve as a suitable substitute, though we should send some peanuts to Sang Sang. We have plenty in storage, Shirhuan proposes, still pondering the alluring female. Minghao retrieves the beast skin pouch that Luo Qi provided, stating, "Here are the items Sang Sang intended to exchange with you. Play with them for a while. I will deliver the peanuts." Shirhuan is immediately captivated by the contents of the pouch, nodding in agreement. "Please take both boiled and raw peanuts. Let's see which she prefers." Yunqi places the drained boiled peanuts into a woven basket, while Shirhuan retrieves a whole basket of freshly harvested peanuts from her spatial warehouse, sufficient to sustain Sang Sang for a couple of days. She urges Minghao to hurry with the delivery, reminding him, while the shaman is there, let her try a few peanuts to check for allergies. If all is well, she can eat freely. Minghao, feeling disheartened, listens to Shirhuan's instructions, fearing she might insist on accompanying him to Sang Sang's home. Struggling to maintain his composure, he is touched by Shirhuan's concern for another female. This side of Minghao is endearingly charming, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor that naturally fosters Shirhuan's reliance on him. His behavior elicits a desire for closeness from Shirhuan, subtly elevating their emotional bond. Rising on her toes, she plants affectionate kisses on the forehead of her adorable companion. "You are simply too charming, Minghao. Hurry back. We shall feast together upon your return." Minghao can hardly believe his fortune. Even Yunqi, who cannot bear to watch his possessive antics, casts him numerous side glances, yet he remains helplessly enchanted by Shirhuan's affection that I in a world where multiple males vie for attention. Competition is inevitable, and power dynamics dictate relationships. Many females shy away from jealous partners, as such rivalry often leads to disharmony and emotional exhaustion. Typically, the primary partner is the strongest or has a deep-rooted bond with the female. Having grown up together, Shirhuan has never explicitly acknowledged Minghao's status, leaving him feeling uncertain. Until long after they have walked away, Minghao remains dazed, as if under the spell of Shirhuan's kiss. Delivering items to that bothersome female suddenly feels less irksome. Yunqi, too, is carefree, as long as he is with Shirhuan, blissfully content. The peanuts, before cooking, bear a crisp, sweet flavor, which transforms into a soft, sticky delight when boiled with salt. Regardless of how they are prepared, they are simply exquisite. Huan, these peanuts are delicious. You are truly remarkable. How did you discover that they are edible? Ah, this knowledge has been passed down through countless generations of my ancestors. So we must cherish this hard-earned food. She is merely a bearer of tradition, and dares not speak recklessly, that as for which ancestor first discovered that peanuts are edible. She, too, is quite eager to know. It is truly remarkable. Yet alas, such knowledge has long been submerged in the river of history. Upon hearing this, Yunqi's handsome visage was overtaken by a look of compassion, for Huan's past had been fraught with hardships. Peanuts are indeed delightful to eat. The elders of the tribe have said that only the incapable orcs, unable to catch prey, would resort to consuming grass. Huan and the orcs of her tribe must have endured much suffering from bitter herbs before stumbling upon these delectable foods. When Huan sensed Yunqi's peculiar gaze, she wondered what he was imagining, that I in a certain sense. He was correct, oh, my charming and wise ancestor. She playfully bent her fingers and rapped gently on Yunqi's smooth forehead, admonishing him not to look at her with such pitiful eyes. The life she had led was, indeed, far more comfortable than theirs. She had not regarded these backward orcs with such pity and had generously shared her ancestors' discoveries with them. I wonder if Sang Sang will be delighted upon receiving the peanuts. Tomorrow I shall visit Sang Sang. Grabbing the beast hide bag that Minghao had given her, she had only glanced inside hastily earlier. But it was filled with an array of vibrant trinkets that perfectly matched her aesthetic point one by one. She pulled them out, polished glowing stones strung into bracelets, each uniquely shaped, a true one-of-a-kind adornment. There were also many colorful shells, varying in size and form. Being inland and far from the sea, Huan understood that gathering such beautiful shells must not have been an easy task. The items Sang Sang had brought for exchange were likely just a selection for Huan to choose from. But she had not anticipated Huan's generosity, so she could not afford to be stingy. There is even a necklace made of red peppers. She gazed at it multiple times, confirming that it was indeed red. Spicy and peppery. How fortunate it was to acquire such a treasure effortlessly. The chain of peppers, varying in size, was likely encased in some resin-like substance, preserving the color and shape of the peppers within. Had this been in the past, she would have mockingly laughed at the thought of someone wearing a pepper necklace. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry from joy. Sang, "You are truly wonderful." The largest pepper strung in the center was evidently ripe, and its seeds could be directly sown into the ground. This meant that with the aid of her space, she could soon harvest peppers. How could she not be excited? Today's exchange had been exceedingly fruitful. This pepper necklace alone was worth far more than her fried shrimp. She carefully returned the glowing stone bracelet, the lovely shells, and other trinkets back into the beast hide bag, as these were likely items Sang cherished. First, she would extract the pepper seeds and plant them in her space, inviting Sang over for a meal once they matured. "Yunqi, please help me remove the outer skin of this, but be careful not to harm the seeds inside, you understand." She solemnly handed the pepper necklace to Yunqi, as it greatly pertained to her future culinary delights. "All right." Yunqi matched her seriousness, recognizing the importance of the matter, but he delicately held the vibrant necklace, applying a gentle pressure until a crisp sound resonated. Following that sound, a transparent thin shell peeled away from the pepper, revealing a perfect red pepper. "Is this acceptable, Huan? I haven't damaged the seeds, have I?" "Yes, absolutely perfect." She eagerly parted the lively skin, revealing a cluster of plump white seeds before her, causing her eyes to brim with tears of joy. Without further ado, she exclaimed, "I'm off to the space to plant them." In the blink of an eye, she vanished from Yunqi's sight. After planting the peppers, Huan joyfully rubbed her eyes, still overwhelmed with emotion. It had been a tremendous effort. Her mind raced with thoughts of various dishes. This world was rich in resources. With an abundance of edible beasts, she would create a magnificent feast with peppers. Having harvested a new round of mature crops, Huan emerged from her space with red-rimmed eyes. Yunqi, observing the sudden change in her demeanor, was alarmed that I asked something wrong with the space. "Have you been bullied?" "No, the space is wonderful. What could possibly be amiss?" She brushed aside Yunqi's concerned hand and made her way to a small cave behind, where fresh water was stored. She eagerly plunged her hands into the cool, refreshing liquid, washing them thoroughly before daring to rub her swollen eyes. She had been careless. These peppers were indeed fiery. Huan took her seat on a small bamboo chair, watching Yunqi busily prepare her favorite dishes with a focused expression on his sunlit, clean face, bringing her a sense of unexplainable peace that as she reveled in this atmosphere. Yunqi suddenly turned to her, and their gazes met, intertwining with mutual affection. She paused momentarily, quickly regaining her composure, her eyelashes fluttering as she puckered her lips, sending a bewitching kiss towards Yunqi. "Just you wait, I'll have you utterly enchanted." Indeed, Yunqi's lips curled upward, and he could no longer contain himself, breaking into a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Clearly, he was quite taken with Huan's playful antics, and a tinge of crimson appeared on his sun-kissed skin as he feigned calmness, continuing his tasks. How had she never noticed how endearing her beastly husband could be, especially when he was so dedicated to his work? In matters of affection, the dynamic of give and take revealed a plethora of delightful surprises. Watching him as he bent to grill fish for her, the flickering flames cast dancing shadows across his face, softening his features. Yunqi was truly irresistible. "Huan, the fish is ready. You should eat it while it's hot." Yunqi presented her with the freshly grilled fish. Having filled her stomach with peanuts earlier, she was no longer hungry. There is a saying that one craves what they cannot have. How could grilled fish compare to Yunqi's presence, with the agility of a tiger pouncing on its prey? She leaped onto Yunqi, wrapping her legs around his sturdy waist as he instinctively supported her. "What's wrong, Huan?" Before he could finish his question, her lips silenced him, leaving only the sound of their shared breaths, heartbeats quickening in an intoxicating rhythm. Just as Yunqi was familiar with Huan's reactions, she too understood his preferences. Embracing his neck, they both settled into a comfortable position among the soft grass, amidst the passionate entanglement. Yunqi managed to set the grilled fish on the table, then lowered his head, lost in the bliss of their kiss, utterly reluctant to part. Upon returning with the freshly cooked fish, Mingho observed the two entwined figures for a while before lowering his gaze. He picked up a steaming fish from the table and began to eat, lost in his thoughts. Huan, unperturbed, pulled Yunqi closer for a lingering kiss. Both were slightly disoriented by their own emotions until Huan could no longer withstand Yunqi's fervor. Pushing him away gently, their cheeks brushing together as they steadied their breaths. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself staring into a pair of deep, dark eyes, her heart momentarily halting in a fleeting moment. She felt a thrill akin to being caught in an illicit affair. She had changed. She was no longer the same person. Mingho's gaze lingered on her flushed lips for a few seconds before he averted his eyes, returning to the fish he had already devoured half of, seemingly indifferent to the flavor. Yunqi, however, held Huan tightly at the waist, adjusting her skirt that had become disheveled amidst their earlier passion. "Huan, I truly adore you like this." His eyes sparkled with affection, reminiscent of a starry night. She fanned her face with her hand, attempting to cool herself down. Being caught by Mingho was no great concern. They had shared far more intimate moments. And with a thick enough skin, she was unafraid. Quickly regaining her composure, Huan gently pulled back slightly. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Yunqi, then glanced at the towering male presence of Mingho, who remained silently observant, yet ever so present. With a playful touch to her moist lips, she replied, I like this too." Mingho's pace of eating hastened noticeably, soon leaving only the fish's tail. Huan noticed this, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she playfully pushed Yunqi's head away when he leaned in again, playfully ruffling his enticing ear tips that had betrayed his own feelings. "Time to eat," she declared, rising first to her seat, picking up her chopsticks to serve herself a portion of stir-fried meat. "Yunqi, your cooking skills are becoming increasingly superb." Then she turned to Mingho, inquiring, "Why were you gone for so long?" Mingho's gaze flickered, and he replied softly, "When I left, the shaman happened to be there." Sang lingered a while after eating the peanuts. "She is fine, which is why I returned." Upon hearing this, Huan clapped her hands together, exclaiming, "Well done. My Mingho is truly remarkable, the epitome of a good beast husband. You've taken my words to heart. Splendid," she proclaimed enthusiastically. "I must reward you properly." With a tender grasp of Mingho's resolute and composed visage, she bestowed upon him a fervent kiss. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yunqi could vividly discern the intertwining of their forms, observing Huan's delicate tongue, which, from this perspective, fixated on the enticingly pink flesh that occasionally peeked out, while the Adam's apple of Mingho moved uncontrollably up and down. Just moments ago, the soft and moist sensation lingered on his lips, yet now he could only gaze vacantly, lost in thought. They had shared countless encounters before, yet each one evoked a lingering sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to Huan, her beastly partner was ensnared in a whirlwind of thoughts until she was reluctantly compelled to push him away, having been overwhelmed by the intensity of his fervent kisses. As soon as she released him, she found herself yearning to draw nearer again, the fervor in her gaze causing her heart to race. "Mingho," she exclaimed. He replied, his voice husky and alluring. "Open your mouth." In a swift motion, a pair of chopsticks laden with vegetables was directed into his instinctively open mouth, as he mechanically chewed the green she offered. The usual flavorless grass transformed into a hint of sweetness that danced on his palate, reaching deep into his heart, effervescent with delight. Mingho gazed at Huan, content with the moment. His beloved was personally feeding him. Meeting Yunqi's eager gaze, Huan responded with a bright smile and quickly offered him a bite as well. Placing the chopsticks on the table, she elegantly rose from her seat and stretched luxuriously. "I truly cannot deal with you all. Eat your food obediently." Upon returning to the cozy stone cave, she fervently cooled her flushed cheeks, preparing herself for the exhilarating experience ahead. However, the thrill was invigorating. With a hearty laugh, she rolled about on the soft stone bed adorned with animal pelts, calming her excited heart. Upon lifting her gaze, she encountered the unwavering stares of her two beastly partners. "Did you finish eating so quickly?" she inquired, receiving two earnest nods in response. Almost forgetting, she realized that their masculine appetites were insatiable, far surpassing her own. With that in mind, she waved her hand, and a large stone materialized in the modest stone chamber, a piece of jade she had yet to decide what to do with, now surrounded by glowing stones. Her jade seemed less precious, merely a decorative item in her space, unutilized in her endeavors. With a grand flourish, she declared, "Hollow out the center for a bathtub." As she spoke, she gestured to illustrate her vision of lounging within, envisioning future baths accompanied by a fine glass of red wine. What sheer indulgence! With insufficient resources, she resolved to gather more. Swiftly, she harvested a batch of green firefly grass from her space, stating, "I also desire to drink firefly grass juice." Thus, one partner set about polishing the stone while the other prepared the broth. And finally, Sherwan enjoyed a moment of tranquility. She marveled at how those females with numerous partners managed their family dynamics. Even with just two, she felt overwhelmed. Should she desire to gather more uniquely styled partners, she feared her heart might be willing, but her strength would falter. It seemed imperative to visit Sang Sang the following day, to glean wisdom and perhaps engage in friendly camaraderie. That woman was exceedingly clever. With time on her hands, she decided to check on her newly planted chili peppers, which had sprouted tender green shoots. This filled her with immense confidence. If the peppers had germinated, surely Hot Pot was not far behind. She believed it wouldn't be long before she could achieve self-sufficiency. Chapter 69. How infuriating! Reclining in her precious jade bathtub, strawberries glistening on her left, and a refreshing glass of green firefly grass juice on her right. She reveled in the steaming atmosphere enveloping the stone chamber, its mist enhancing her aura of mystery. What sheer bliss! Even in this savage realm, she could indulge in such luxuries. With a mere beckon, handsome men would come forth to massage her, offering a life even deities might envy. Suddenly, she reflected on her days spent braving the wilderness, where even bathing was marred by shyness that in just a few short days. Her transformation had been nothing short of astonishing. She felt like a different person. Once her principles were shattered, they could never be reclaimed. Accepting this reality, she beckoned toward the cave entrance. "Xiao Haozi, come massage this princess." Though she received no verbal response, he obediently began to massage her at her request. With her legs draped over the edge of the bathtub, she instructed him in the techniques she had taught him earlier. As Sherwan lay back, her eyes fluttered shut in comfort, indulging in the ultimate pleasure. Mingho followed her guidance meticulously, but his gaze wandered uncontrollably in the humid air of the stone chamber. He felt utterly captivated by his little female. "So delightful," he murmured, wishing for a change of position. Sherwan propped herself up on one arm, drawing her legs back and causing ripples in the water. She rested one arm on his knee, and he, ever so patient, placed his hand back to continue the massage. Adjusting her position within the bathtub, her legs curved as she turned to face Mingho, whose gaze fell upon her arm, diligently repeating the massage motions. Sherwan's delicate fingers began to dance upon his thigh, inscribing symbols as she observed his reactions. The frenzied flutter of his eyelashes and the relentless motion of his Adam's apple, prompting a triumphant smile. She would mesmerize him. The sudden splash startled her, and before she knew it, she had slipped into the water. After being swiftly rescued, a long-overlooked realization struck her. "You are unclothed." How infuriating! It was all her serpent's fault for being so indiscreet. That tiger could hardly be any better. They were all the same. They lived in a cave high above, and should a female happen to glance upward while ascending the steps, her purity would be compromised. Such a thing could not be tolerated. However, before addressing that matter, she resolved to punish this wayward scoundrel. Mingho, perplexed by Sherwan's words, was too preoccupied with thoughts of her alluring form to dwell on their meaning. "Are you hurt?" he asked, rising from the bathtub to stretch his legs. "That I'm perfectly fine," she reassured him, adjusting her posture while still in his grasp, one hand entwined around his neck, the other playfully poking at his chest. Her lips forming a pout as she declared, "You are very naughty. I must punish you." Mingho's mind was a blank slate, unable to comprehend what punishment entailed. His jade-like face bore a hint of confusion. His typically decisive thoughts momentarily stalled, leaving only instinct. "Tell me you like me," Sherwan coaxed, seizing the opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Mingho replied, his voice gravelly, "I like you." With the answer she sought, Sherwan's face lit up, emboldening her to lean against his sturdy arm and leap from the water, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their closeness intensified with this audacious act, separated only by a layer of animal hide. She nestled her head against his elegantly sculpted collarbone, entranced by the rhythm of his pulsing Adam's apple, inhaling the unique scent of his masculine essence. "Mingho," she whispered, her voice melodic, laced with allure, drawing him deeper into her enchantment. She pressed soft kisses along his neck and collarbone, watching as his skin flushed under her teasing. Her mischievous little feet flitted about, finally managing to dislodge her animal hide skirt, allowing it to fall to the ground. While Mingho remained oblivious to its absence, at last, They could be forthright with one another, but Mingho's once rich voice had turned husky, imbued with desire, while Shirhuan sweetly called his name, igniting a spark of passion within him as she playfully ignited the flames of temptation upon his body. Kissing his cheeks, neck, collarbone, and finally his chest, each touch tinged with her essence. Finally, she straightened up and whispered in Mingho's ear, "Shall we go inside?" At that moment, Mingho felt his lost thoughts return. Cradling Shirhuan, he carried her to the resting chamber. Their brief journey ignited with her playful touches. Gently placing her upon the bed, Mingho instinctively leaned in, as he had done on countless occasions before. Yet Shirhuan evaded his approaching lips, pressing a finger against his smooth forehead. Pushing him back slightly, confused, Mingho inquired, "Huan." She firmly pushed him away and swiftly turned, gazing down at her bewildered partner from above. With an alluring flick of her hair and a bashful smile, she transformed into a captivating enchantress. Beauty could be a potent weapon. She grasped Mingho's chin, asserting her dominance over the fierce beast. Unsurprisingly, her efforts elicited a delightful murmur from him. "Do you understand now?" Naturally, she received a puzzled glance. Mingho did not respond to her, and Shirhuan did not expect him to say anything. This manner of intimacy between them was a first, filling her heart with joy. The luminous stones in the cave emitted a faint glow, and under this meager light, Mingho gazed at Shirhuan with greedy eyes. Both their bodies and minds were exhilarated, and Mingho was eager to discover what surprises Shirhuan would unveil next. But he yearned for her, and Shirhuan did not disappoint him. She leaned down to kiss him. Yet, each time he sought to advance further, Shirhuan would unflinchingly retreat, pressing down on his chasing head, refusing him that eye in that moment. His muddled mind finally grasped the meaning of Shirhuan's punishment. She was indeed serious about disciplining him. However, he truly did not understand what Nanda was. Chapter 70. The Nanda tutorial. As Mingho regained his scattered thoughts, a spark of inspiration struck him. Supporting her waist, he thought, "Whatever you want, Huan, just don't be angry. I'll do as you say." Even in such circumstances, he still considered Shirhuan's feelings, prioritizing her wishes above all. His words carried a hint of grievance, causing Shirhuan's heart to flutter. Having achieved her goal, she had teased him, ignited the fire, and heard what she wished to hear. Yet, being in such a lofty position felt somewhat exhausting. She playfully slapped the well-remembered perky backside, exclaiming, "You must keep your word." The sensation was simply delightful. The elasticity was remarkable. Mingho felt no pain, only a tingling rush surging from the struck area to the crown of his head, causing the great serpent to shiver. His masculine face flushed crimson, dark, enigmatic eyes shimmering with emotion. Receiving the signal, he turned the tables, emulating Shirhuan's little tricks. Before long, the previously domineering female had softened under his advances. That at first, Shirhuan could still lead, but Mingho learned too swiftly. He no longer charged headlong, but instead keenly observed her reactions, causing her to completely succumb to his onslaught. Shirhuan sensed this time was different. She grew too lazy to ponder, merely allowing herself to revel in the experience. Little did she know, Mingho's learning ability was peaking at that moment, but as she neared her limit, he would rasp in a sultry voice, "Do you like it, Huan?" Shirhuan could hardly respond. All she could manage was an "un." They were inseparably intertwined, each due to the disparity in their physiques. Shirhuan provided loose-fitting shorts, ensuring they would not hinder their work or lead to any unintended exposure. Given such provisions, it is imperative to strive for excellence. As for the upper garments, if they prefer a more generous fit, then let it be so. Others in their community also favor such styles, and she chose not to dwell on it. They were quite adept at garment making, yet crafting such exquisite leather attire was a novel endeavor for them. Previously, a single large hide would suffice, tied around the waist to venture outdoors. Now, under Shirhuan's insistence, they could only comply. After only a few attempts, Yin Qi, with a pained expression, inquired, "Huan, if I wear such leather attire, I'd be ridiculed by the other beastmen." "Nonsense! Who would dare mock you? You are a paragon of Nanda, a model of the beastly realm," Shirhuan declared with righteous indignation. However, Yin Qi, still feeling bashful, expressed, "But what if I need to relieve myself? This is rather inconvenient." Shirhuan suddenly understood. "Here, simply create a slit and leave an opening. You can manage it like this." Her explanation was vague, yet Yin Qi listened intently, his expression one of enlightenment. did I end these days devoid of internet escapism. Sherhuan found fulfillment in keeping herself occupied. After they fashioned several pairs of loose shorts, Sherhuan felt satisfied. Next, she intended to venture into the woods to seek out any plant roots suitable for crafting toothbrushes. Before that, she decided to visit Sang Sang. The contents of the leather bag she had received yesterday were of little consequence to Sherhuan, yet should be quite precious to Sang Sang. She was already content with the bountiful peppers she had received. Riding on Yun Chi's back, they set off to play with Sang Sang, that if she too enjoyed vegetables, perhaps Sherhuan could teach her mate the method of oil extraction. In the future, when they desired fried shrimp, they could prepare it themselves, which was not difficult at all. Minghao had previously visited and was familiar with the route, leading the way until they reached the entrance of their cave, where Sang Sang was joyfully playing with her young ones. Sherhuan, unable to contain her excitement, stood on Yun Chi's back and waved enthusiastically at Sang Sang, exclaiming, "I'm here to play with you." "Calm down, Huan Huan," Yun Chi gently admonished, turning to ensure she landed safely with Ming Hao's assistance. "All right," Sherhuan replied cheerfully, clutching the leather bag as she dashed towards Sang Sang, Bian Chi, and his brothers. Recognizing Sherhuan as a familiar playmate, eagerly approached, their adorable little cubs melting Sherhuan's heart. She approached Sang Sang, saying, "Sang Sang, I selected some things I liked, and I brought back the rest for you. It must have been quite a task for you to collect these." Sang Sang was taken aback by Sherhuan's generosity, having initially felt a tinge of regret over the exchange. Yet, with her mate bringing her delicious peanuts the day before, she felt she had already come out ahead, even considering Sherhuan too generous. After a moment of surprise, she hurriedly declined Sherhuan's kindness, stating, "The food you gifted me is far more precious than these items. Without you, my young one, and I might have starved, and no matter how valuable or cherished an item, it was of little use if she could not survive, and no matter what Sherhuan said." Sang Sang remained resolute in her refusal to take anything back. Sherhuan could only smile helplessly, conceding, "All right then." She truly felt she had gained much from this exchange. Sang Sang invited Sherhuan into her stone chamber, allowing the beastmen to entertain themselves. Aware of Sherhuan's fondness for playing with the little ones, she noticed that Bian Chi, with his round face, was especially gentle, letting his cubs play alongside Sherhuan. Sherhuan fully enjoyed her time, cuddling and playing with the cubs. "You adore these little ones so much. I believe it won't be long before you have your own," Sang Sang remarked, observing that despite Sherhuan having only 2 mates, they were both quite formidable, capable of providing for her young ones. Sherhuan, however, paid no heed to Sang Sang's encouragement about having children, stating, "There's no rush to as." She counted the charming little cubs gathered around her feet. She was astonished to find there were 9 to Sang Sang. "It seems you are not much older than I, yet you have already given birth to so many." Her childish comment elicited laughter from Sang Sang, who covered her mouth and explained, "I may not be much older, but I have only given birth twice. I am currently expecting my 3rd. The more cubs, the better." "Does that mean you could have 4 or 5 in one go?" Sherhuan curiously inquired, reaching out to gently touch Sang Sang's not-so-prominent belly. "Oh, it kicked me." The moment she placed her hand on it, she felt a vigorous little kick. "It seems they really like you," Sang Sang remarked. "Luo Qi is the father of this litter. He often tries to engage with the cubs, but they never respond. They must know the food you provide is delicious." Experiencing fetal movement for the first time, Sherhuan felt an indescribable sense of novelty. She picked up a small peacock, stroking its feathers as it softly cooed in her arms. "How marvelous," she mused, unable to fathom how it would feel to carry cubs herself. Especially with so many at once, it must be quite a challenge. "Being a mother is truly magnificent," Sang Sang said with a radiant smile, eagerly anticipating her upcoming litter, after indulging in the joy of playing with the cubs. Sherhuan finally had the opportunity to admire Sang Sang's cave. Compared to her own dwelling, Sang Sang's cave exuded a warm, homely atmosphere, every detail meticulously designed with her touch. The walls were embedded with luminescent stones, ensuring the space remained bright even in darkness, while an array of flowers and greenery filled the cave, perfuming the air with delightful fragrances. Suddenly, a vivid splash of red captured Sherhuan's attention. My goodness, Chapter 72. Tomatoes. The surprises bestowed by Sang Sang were abundant, as Sherhuan discovered tomatoes in this place. Nestled among the floral decorations, the tomatoes were the size of her fist. their red and green hues blending beautifully. Thankfully, Shirhuan had been observant. Otherwise, she might have missed them. As she carefully revealed the tomatoes, her excitement grew. There were indeed 2 plants bearing a generous yield of fruit. Regrettably, she lacked the knowledge to cultivate them properly. Having broken stems placed in water only preserved their fleeting beauty, treating them as mere decorations to be picked. After 2 or 3 days, they would inevitably rot. These were brought back by Sang Sang's mate from the back mountain. As her pregnancy had made her sensitive to odors, making it difficult to eat, the scent of flowers at home provided her with some comfort. Even during the past few days when she could eat, her mate would bring back the freshest flowers daily, and the discovery of these 2 tomato plants was purely coincidental. They were brought back solely for their aesthetic appeal. Now, it was evident that Shirhuan had developed a fondness for these 2 little red spheres. Sang Sang, noticing their shared taste for vibrant ornamental plants, offered, "If you like them, I'll give them to you. It's a pity there are only 2. The other females don't care for them." Despite their appealing appearance, they all claim they are toxic. That is simply because you are unaware of their goodness. Shirhuan dared only to voice her thoughts internally. Confirming once more, she realized these were indeed the tomatoes she had longed for. Some fruits appeared red and green, among which surely lay seeds for cultivation that if planted in her space, she was certain they could yield high-quality tomatoes. Sang Sang, "These 2 little red spheres, may I trade for them?" She offered, returning the contents of her leather bag to Sang Sang, which should be quite advantageous for her. Upon hearing Shirhuan's proposal, Sang Sang's eyes brightened momentarily before she swiftly declined. No need for a trade. They were just picked from the back mountain. If you like them, feel free to take them home. While there was a clear distinction between the items exchanged, Shirhuan felt that the small shrimp she had brought were merely average. Sang Sang had indeed traded precious items for them. As long as both parties perceived the exchange as equitable, it could not be deemed that Shirhuan had taken unfair advantage. For Sang Sang, the tomatoes were mere decorative items. Yet, in Shirhuan's hands, they could create much greater value. Firmly refusing to relinquish her leather bag, she carefully cradled the 2 tomato plants. Sang Sang, "I truly adore these 2 little red spheres. I must take them home now. You won't mind, will you?" "Of course not." She chuckled at Shirhuan's cautious demeanor. Beautiful flowers were common, but such unique red spheres were a first for her. It was entirely reasonable for Shirhuan to be enamored with them, and she found her endearing, much like Bian Chi's little cubs who guarded their food. Shirhuan, grinning as she held the 2 tomatoes, said, "I'll head back now. I'll invite you to my home for dinner another day." Yes, she turned to leave with the tomatoes. She recalled that her visit was not solely for the contents of the leather bag, but to share the joy of healthy eating with Sang Sang. "I'll use that method to prepare other dishes as well. You can give it a T or Y. As she spoke, she keenly observed Sang Sang's expression, anxious that she might find it troublesome. "Are you truly willing to share that with me?" Sang Sang asked, her expression brimming with excitement. Had she not been pregnant, Shirhuan was certain she would have jumped for joy. "What's the trouble? Just let my mate leave one for you. Your mate can prepare it for you whenever you wish to eat." Had Shirhuan not been in a rush to plant the tomatoes into the space, she would have stayed behind to provide guidance. The existence of the space must remain a secret. One can only enter it after returning to their own cave, ensuring no one is watching. "How delightful it would be. I am immensely grateful to you, Huan Huan. Your arrival in the tribe has brought me such joy." Ever since Shirhuan came to play, a smile has not left Sang Sang's face. Her beast husband feels this most acutely, his cheeks flushed with color, his complexion noticeably improved. Everyone is deeply appreciative of Shirhuan. The most direct expression of this gratitude is that even Ming Hao, who wears a cold expression and is indifferent to the beast husbands, they still cheerfully engage him in conversation. As for Yun Qi, he is naturally cheerful and blends effortlessly with them. When Shirhuan emerged, she saw Luo Qi and Ming Hao, who were comfortably draped over each other as shoulders. From her vantage point, she could not discern Ming Hao's expression, but judging by Luo Qi's demeanor, their interaction seemed quite amicable. "Just right. Ming Hao, you stay behind and teach the method of oil extraction to Sang Sang's beast husband," she instructed, and upon noticing the 2 beast husbands who turned at the sound of her voice, she playfully blinked at the tomatoes in their hands. "Yun Qi, take me back." Shirhuan's excitement mirrored her delight from the previous day when she discovered the peppers, observing the characteristics of the red spheres. They resembled a certain delectable plant she had previously mentioned. Could this be it? Yunqi shared in her enthusiasm, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes, let us hasten back and store them away, urging Yunqi to return so she could plant them in the space and settle her mind. Yunqi swiftly transformed back into his beast form, a gleam of pride in his eyes, that he turned to bid farewell to Ming Hao and the others, saying, "You better handle the matters entrusted to you by Huan well. Or don't even think about coming back." Shi Huan's focus remained solely on the tomatoes. Upon hearing his words, she nodded earnestly. "It's quite simple. Really, just a bit troublesome. You all should learn well from Ming Hao." Luo Qi and the other beast husbands, eager to ensure their partners could eat, had contemplated numerous methods, but the only cooking techniques they mastered were boiling and roasting, which were unpalatable for Sang Sang. It was only with the addition of shrimp and peanuts that she could manage to eat a bit more, as she could not tolerate any fishy taste, feeling both anxious and distressed. It was already a rare kindness for Shi Huan to share, and now she was even willing to leave a beast husband behind for their benefit. They were determined to learn diligently. And thus they looked at Ming Hao with newfound warmth. The thought of a space filled with tomatoes, whether eaten raw or cooked, was simply exquisite. Go forth and do your best. Yunqi, let us head back. Sang Sang bye-bye. Once the great white tiger carried Shi Huan a distance away, Ming Hao, with an unkind expression, swatted away Luo Qi's arm. Get lost. Luo Qi, unfazed by Ming Hao's demeanor, queried curiously, "This go for it. Is that the oil you're going to teach us to make? And what is this white?" He continued, "Your previous tribe must have been a super tribe, right?" Sang Sang's other beast husbands wore expressions of realization. Indeed, Shi Huan was the little female from the great tribe, possessing beauty and a pleasant temperament with a capable beast husband. Are we still learning? Enough talk. Learn. Chapter 73. Xiong Qi found it strange coming from a great tribe is just cool, though Ming Hao wore a frosty demeanor. He taught with utmost seriousness, and Luo Qi and the others learned swiftly. Even Sang Sang's slightly older cubs came over with curiosity. Given their young age, they could discern clearly the qualities of delicious food. Shi Huan, seated upon Yunqi's back, gazed towards the direction of the cave ahead, but alas, it was daytime, and the cubs occasionally scampering about the tribe could not run too fast, while it wouldn't have been an issue to delay. Her excitement in this moment compelled her to urge Yunqi forward. Perhaps the more one is in a hurry, the more prone they are to mishaps. Even though Yunqi was cautious, he collided with a sudden wolf that leapt into their path. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to adjust in time, preventing Shi Huan from falling off his back. Glancing back at her to confirm she was unharmed, he then shot a fierce glare at the intruder. The other party had not anticipated encountering anyone in the tribe, but they too were agile and quickly regained their balance. However, the female seated on the beast's back, caught off guard, rolled off and landed face first on the ground. As Shi Huan witnessed this scene, she could not contain her laughter, letting out a soft chuckle. "You despicable," Qing Lin, having finally risen from the ground, heard Shi Huan's teasing voice. Shi Huan sat high on the back of the great white tiger, while Qing Lin was sprawled on the ground. The disparity in their positions was evident, and it was clear who held the advantage. Turning her ire towards the bear beastman, who had come over to assist her after transforming back, she snapped, "With your size, can't you watch where you're going? You think someone like you can become my sister's mate? Dream on." The bear beastman, addressed in this manner, merely maintained a calm expression as he helped her up, then turned to Shi Huan and Yunqi, saying, "I was too hasty and collided with you. My apologies." To Shi Huan's surprise, this bear beastman was none other than Xiong Qi, who had invited her to the tribe. "Why are you apologizing to them? If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have fallen." "How rude!" Qing Lin was seething with anger. In the presence of the great white tiger, a known outsider, she could only suppress her fury. Both parties bore responsibility for the accident, and although Shi Huan felt a bit guilty for laughing, she sincerely expressed her regret. "Are you all right? I didn't mean to laugh. I truly couldn't help it. And my beast husband didn't mean it either. I'm truly sorry." Xiong Qi's eyes brightened upon seeing Shi Huan. Then he casually said, "As long as no one was hurt, let us consider it forgotten that we have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." Transforming back into his beast form, he gestured for Qing Lin to climb on. They had business to attend to. Qing Lin begrudgingly climbed onto the bear beastman's back, casting a fierce glare at Shi Huan before turning to focus on her own affairs. "Wait, why do you look so familiar?" She called out to the departing Xiongqi, suspicion written all over her face. Just moments ago, when she was on the ground, she could not clearly see the features of the little female, only recalling a somewhat familiar voice, thinking it belonged to a female from the tribe who had taken a beast husband from the White Tiger tribe. Now, upon seeing her face clearly, she felt an uncanny sense of recognition. White Tiger, you are that little female who competed with me for a male. She recalled that their tribes had maintained a good relationship. During the ritual, she had finally spotted 2 males, and it was during her first pursuit of a beastman that she encountered this irritating little female as beast husband. Now she appeared to be in a partnership, showing up in her tribe. What a stroke of bad luck. Sherhuan, clutching the tomatoes in her arms, wore a puzzled expression. She had no recollection of this raucous female. My beast husband is mine. I have no need to compete with anyone that I'm in a hurry, so I must take my leave. She patted Yunqi's tiger head and nodded to Xiongqi. Let us go. Not so fast. You must apologize to me. Did you hear? You bumped into me. Don't think you can run away so easily. Qing Lin shouted excitedly, standing up on the bear's back, flailing her arms. Sherhuan felt her eyelids twitch. This was the female Xiongqi fancied. Her taste was quite lacking. Yunqi, who had remained silent, impatiently licked his fur. Xiongqi, your little female is quite loud. Shall we settle this with a fight? In the world of beast men, various conflicts often arise, and as was the case today, the most straightforward and swift resolution was for 2 males to engage in a duel. The outcome would clarify everything without unnecessary complications. If one was unwilling, they would simply fight. Sherhuan shared this sentiment. Sometimes, violence could resolve many issues simply and directly. However, Xiongqi clearly had no intention of fighting. He turned and spoke gently to the irate Qing Lin, who immediately deflated, sitting quietly without further protest. Only then did Xiongqi address Yunqi and the others. Qing Lin is not my little female. I am single that we have matters to attend to, so we must leave. Should your tribe have any issues, feel free to seek me out. Yunqi averted his gaze, uninterested in continuing the conversation. Your tribe is quite fascinating. We had a wonderful time, Sherhuan chimed in, giving Xiongqi face. Once they had walked a distance away, Sherhuan and Yunqi began to voice their confusion. Are the beastmen in your world so open? That female named Qing Lin was already seated on Xiongqi's back. Are they not a pair? Yunqi ran toward their cave, responding to Sherhuan. Males who pursue their favored females may invite them to ride on their backs, enjoying outings together. Alternatively, they might be females raised by the same mother from a young age. So that as a sibling relationship, Sherhuan speculated that no, wait. When we first met, you also let me sit on your back. So you had your eye on me back then, presenting yourself so aloof. As Sherhuan learned more about the world of beastmen, she increasingly realized that her 2 beast husbands were quite extraordinary. She bent down to twist Yunqi's fluffy tiger ear, teasing him. Oh, so you were trying to intimidate me, were you? At that time, I didn't know what kind of male you liked. The females in the tribe all said that would appeal to females. Yunqi, feeling aggrieved, attempted to rationalize her situation, particularly regarding that young man Mingho. When he sought her out, he referred to Sherhuan as his little female companion, urging him to take good care of her. Yet, the reality was far from that. It was entirely natural for him to be drawn to Sherhuan, who was unlike any female he had encountered before, intelligent, courageous, and full of ideas. Every moment spent together brought him joy. Fearing Sherhuan might feel upset, he hastily added, Don't overthink it. I don't fancy loud females. I only like Huan. She didn't overthink it. After all, they were like an old married couple, and she was well aware of her beast husband's feelings for her. Nevertheless, the orc Xiongqi was indeed quite peculiar. Chapter 74. Both palms and backs of hands are flesh with no time to dwell on such matters. There were more pressing concerns at hand. Yunqi quickened his pace, racing back to their cave, swiftly transforming into human form to embrace Sherhuan as he entered. Pleased with Yunqi's actions, Sherhuan planted a kiss on his face, remarking, You're beginning to understand me more. With such a capable beast husband by her side, it was difficult for Sherhuan not to be spoiled. The tomatoes they had brought back could not be planted directly in the black soil. They first needed to extract the seeds. Retrieving 2 wooden bowls, she used her hands to crush the tomatoes and carefully extracted a seed, saying to Yunqi, This is the seed I want. Let us find more. The fruits from the 2 tomato plants were firm, with some green patches, and Sherwan found herself unable to squeeze them at all. Yunqi glanced at her with concern and softly said, Huan, let me take care of this. Your hands will hurt. After considering his words, she agreed, noticing the sticky juice on her hands, and stood up to wash them. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered how excited she was to have found them, yet had not tasted them yet. In a whimsical moment, she licked the tomato juice from her hand and exclaimed, Wow, so sour. It's making me pucker, as they grew naturally in the wild without any post-harvest selection. It was no surprise that the initial taste would be quite jarring. Sherwan began to understand why no orc would eat them. They were merely regarded as ornamental plants. Perhaps it would be best to cultivate them in her space until they reached a more palatable state before consuming them. Inside the cave, there was water stored by her beast husband. Sherwan insisted that any water she used must be boiled, and they soon developed the habit of using only cooled, boiled water for everything, including washing their hands. Initially, Sherwan thought she was being too strict, but seeing her two beast husbands enjoying the process, she relented. Ever since they started using boiled water and eating cooked food, Sherwan had not experienced any stomach pains, which was indeed a relief. Yunqi worked swiftly, and by the time Sherwan returned from washing her hands, he had already finished squeezing nearly 30 tomatoes, gathering a small bowl of seeds, the tiny seeds, soaked in juice, radiated vitality and vigor. Holding the little wooden bowl, Sherwan exclaimed excitedly, I'm going to plant the tomatoes in my space. And with that, she vanished before Yunqi's eyes, accustomed to this by now. Yunqi patiently awaited Sherwan's return, in truth. They were reluctant to let her go each time she ventured to plant and harvest, but entering that space might drain her energy, leaving her weak. Sherwan was still exploring the use of that space. Each time she entered, she felt a surge of life, as if the space changed a little with each visit, aside from the increasing number of plants filling the area. She couldn't shake the feeling that the initial golden light seemed to draw closer to her. What was once a distant, unattainable glow now appeared to have a discernible outline, although still far away. Yet, she was increasingly confident that through her efforts, one day she would reach out and touch that golden light. With this thought, she felt invigorated. Previously, she had to dig holes with her bare hands. But now, with the little wooden shovel provided by her beast husband, her work became significantly more efficient. The black soil in her space never grew weeds, as long as she dug a hole and buried the seeds. The space would provide the necessary nourishment without needing to water them. Thus, every visit to her space to plant was a joy for Sherwan, that if only she had such fertile land during her school days. She would dream of it and awaken with a smile. The area designated for the bamboo shoots had flourished into a vibrant bamboo grove, with tender shoots sprouting abundantly from the ground. With so many bamboo shoots, she could never consume them all if only she had a panda for a beast husband. Ah, the thought was too delightful to entertain. After collecting a few fresh bamboo shoots, Sherwan emerged from her space. Upon seeing Mingho return, she raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised that he had stayed longer than she anticipated. She had assumed he would return immediately after they did. Did you teach them all? I did, he replied. Sherwan couldn't help but chuckle to herself. She knew this fellow had little patience for others. Had she not insisted he teach, Mingho would have likely ignored Sang Sang and her beast husband entirely. Once one beast husband learned, it was only a matter of time before the others followed suit. How wonderful! She stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Mingho's cheek, pointing at the freshly dug bamboo shoots. That's a reward for you all, a grand feast. They certainly had fond memories of bamboo shoots. The occasional taste was quite delightful, though they were ultimately carnivorous beings. Their expressions were neither particularly good nor bad, just somewhere in between, vegetable-like. She found their lively demeanor utterly endearing. Today, we'll eat something else, and I assure you, you'll want more. Today, as plans had slightly shifted due to the arrival of the tomatoes. But the mission to find toothbrushes remained unchanged. She was determined to brush her teeth. With a newfound awareness of her own capabilities, she realized that accompanying them would only be a hindrance. Whether it was Mingho or Yunqi, they could accomplish much in her absence, often sneaking out while she slept, which was ample proof of their resourcefulness. Holding two bamboo sticks in her hands, Sherwan grinned mischievously. "Ull draw lots. The one who picks the longer stick stays home with me to work, while the shorter one goes out to find the roots I need." Naturally, they were more than willing to remain with Sherwan. But one of them had to venture out to AT this moment. The water-fetching Master Sherwan had a sudden epiphany, realizing that she might have indeed been unfair to Mingho earlier, that I in the spirit of fairness. She thought both palms and backs of hands are flesh. I don't want to see either of you upset. Thus, she devised this method. The path was chosen by herself, alleviating any pressure on her. With Sherwan's endless innovative ideas, surprises were always in store. Just like now, Yunchi was outside the Peacock tribe, laboriously digging at the roots of a tree that he eagerly drew out a bamboo stick. Expecting it to be the longer one, that his eyesight was exceptional. Unless the hidden portion in his hand was longer than both of Sherwan's palms combined, it was clear that his stick was the longer one. However, to his astonishment, the other stick was only slightly shorter, almost indistinguishable unless closely examined. Sherwan placed her hand over her heart and declared earnestly, "You are all my treasures, my most important beast husbands. The best in my heart. I am thoroughly satisfied with your performance, and they are all quite long. Drawing this one doesn't mean you're inadequate. Perhaps today, just isn't your day. Yunchi, you understand my heartfelt intentions." Yunchi felt he grasped her meaning, yet was left with an ambiguous understanding. All he knew was that Sherwan was pleased with him. Thus, he was even more determined to find that brush quickly so they could return home and embrace their partner. Chapter 75. Hair-pulling. Those left at home must also work diligently as for the roots of that particular plant. It was uncertain whether they could be found, and even if they were, their utility was questionable, most likely serving as a mere substitute. In an era before the invention of modern toothbrushes, bristle brushes made from pig hair were commonly used, which Sherwan found to be quite accessible. She needed to simultaneously craft both toothbrushes and toothpaste. Recalling a catchy advertisement from her previous toothpaste purchases, she remembered that bamboo charcoal had absorptive properties, but more importantly, there was salt. Ancient emperors utilized salt for dental hygiene. Having previously scoffed at the notion of time travel to an era devoid of conveniences, she now realized that this primitive society was even more lacking than the ancient times. With her head down, she plunged in her work. Her mind felt as though it might burst with ideas. Yet she struggled to recall what resources were available. Her thoughts raced with snippets of advertisements. Hemostatic and anti-inflammatory, certain white medicine, two-sided needles. We carefully select pearls from the deep sea. Tea is refreshing. What flavor? What in the world had she been reading? If given the chance to start anew, she would undoubtedly invest in herself as a VIP, allowing her to explore more useful insights. The refreshing scent of mint, derived from a medicinal herb called Liang Mian Jun, would be delightful. Pearls, in truth, are not difficult to find, yet for the current Sherwan, it poses a bit of a challenge. She can only hope for an opportunity to stroll along the seaside to gather more pearls. Mint grows abundantly within the tribe, and on the roadside, there is an abundance as well. The female creatures are particularly fond of the fragrance of mint, which also possesses insect-repelling properties, with every household's cave entrance adorned with it. Outside Sherwan's cave, there grows a plentiful supply. Not knowing the precise recipe is of little concern, as she can experiment gradually, with ample raw materials at her disposal. Sherwan has gathered everything she could find. In this time, fortune smiles upon her as she discovers lime, which also has sterilizing properties, bringing it all back home, that a little of this, a little of that. After several trials, the results seem less than satisfactory. The toothbrush remains uncreated, as she resorts to cutting small pieces from the bark in her space, applying toothpaste upon it to clean her teeth. She can feel a cleansing effect, yet it is still a far cry from the comfort of using familiar toothpaste. While engaged in what seems like the umpteenth experiment, Minghao's demeanor is gentle, diligently attending to Sherwan's requests without a hint of impatience. Sherwan, holding bamboo from her space, fills a bamboo tube with the paste Minghao has concocted, sealing it with mud after it is filled, before placing it over the fire to bake. Her delicate face, resembling jade, is now streaked with yellow mud and black ash, resembling a little calico cat. Minghao cannot suppress a smile as he takes the freshly sealed bamboo tube from Sherwan, addressing her with his charming, magnetic voice. "It's quite smoky here. I'll tend to the charcoal. Would you like to wash your face?" Sherwan feels no fatigue. Rather, she finds it all quite amusing, reminiscent of the joy of playing in the mud during childhood. Now grown, she seizes the opportunity to indulge in the playfulness she missed in her youth while accomplishing her tasks. "No need. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. With her bamboo tube snatched away, she grabs a small stick to poke at the bamboo tube that has begun to carbonize, her smile unwavering. Seeing Shi Huan so joyful, Ming Hao recognizes true happiness in her. Their family is indeed restless and full of vigor. If Shi Huan wishes to play, let her play, but the fire remains a perilous element. In such a short time, the cave has grown hazy, with smoke refusing to dissipate. Having lingered in the confined space for too long, one begins to feel the smoke's effects. Shi Huan wipes the sweat from her forehead and urges Ming Hao. What are you doing? Get to work. I sense we're on the verge of success. Her instincts are rarely wrong. Hesitating to remind Shi Huan to step outside for fresh air, especially given past incidents of smoke poisoning while playing with fire in the cave. Ming Hao considers that the stone chamber they occupy is also their dining area, which Shi Huan refers to as the living room. The chamber used for cooking has a designated ventilation opening. And after enduring painful lessons, the beastmen have learned to utilize it. In the midst of her excitement, Shi Huan, undeterred, Ming Hao resolves that once they finish this, he will take Shi Huan outside to play with fire. Determined to shift locations, Shi Huan agrees, acknowledging that carbon monoxide poisoning is indeed undesirable. They carry all their utensils outside, and as Shi Huan emerges with her belongings, she spots Xiongqi and that domineering female Qing Lin loitering outside the cave. The latter's expression filled with indignation. Xiongqi? Shi Huan inquires, perplexed. What brings that little female to my home? You can't be serious. After all this time, do you still want to settle the score? She can somewhat empathize. Having fallen flat before, she wishes for a chance to redeem herself. Yet ultimately, she acknowledges that it was rather unkind of her to have laughed at someone else's misfortune. Turning to the visibly upset Qing Lin, she sincerely states, you should stop dwelling on past humiliations. Allow me to apologize and offer you some food as a peace offering that I shouldn't have laughed. Everyone has their moments of embarrassment. This statement only deepens the frown on Qing Lin's face. Yet she merely takes a few deep breaths, suppressing her anger as she retorts, stop talking. Sensing the tension, Xiongqi hastily interjects, Shi Huan, we didn't come here to fight. Confused, Shi Huan furrows her brow. Then what do you want? Embracing Ming Hao, who has set down his belongings, she adds, my beast husband is wonderful. I have no intentions of seeking a new one, to be honest. She feels no attraction towards a muscular male like Xiongqi. Qing Lin rolls her eyes dramatically, scoffing at Shi Huan. Xiongqi wouldn't pursue you. He is interested in my sister, Qing Ning, who is far more beautiful and refined than you. You look so dirty. Where's the femininity in that? You're the one who is unlovable. I'm the cleanest and most beautiful. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Come on, let us fight. Shi Huan, incensed by the insult to her appearance, resolves to teach this audacious female a lesson today. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepares to charge at Qing Lin, who has never encountered such a situation and is utterly bewildered. Retreating behind Xiongqi, don't come any closer. Xiongqi, equally alarmed, finds himself torn between protecting Qing Lin and enduring Shi Huan's playful but persistent attacks, which feel more like gentle tickles. He realizes that this is more torturous than battling with a male. Meanwhile, Ming Hao observes Shi Huan's spirited outburst with amusement, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of Xiongqi intending to harm her. No one shall lay a finger on his female. Chapter 76. Sisterly flowers, why are you running away? You have the audacity to speak, yet lack the courage to fight. Shi Huan chases Qing Lin around Xiongqi. Stop right there, Qing Lin. Terrified, has never faced such a scenario and is on the verge of tears. Wah, are you insane? I spoke the truth. Your face is indeed dirty. She doesn't see what the fuss is about. Xiongqi, are you just going to stand by and watch me being bullied? Tell my sister when we get back, and you can forget about ever being her beast husband. Shi Huan's disdain for Qing Lin grows. Don't you have a beast husband of your own? So it turns out Xiongqi has a crush on your sister. What a mess. Xiongqi, caught in a dilemma, realizes he came seeking Shi Huan's help. Yet here they are embroiled in chaos, unable to ignore the foolishness of Qing Lin. Thus, he reluctantly appeals to Ming Hao. Ming Hao, you wouldn't want Shi Huan to get hurt, would you? Please manage your female. None shall lay a finger on my female in my presence. Ming Hao retorts with a hint of sarcasm. You've clearly spent too much time with this foolish girl and forgotten that males only heed their own females. This bare beast man truly baffles Shi Huan. Despite his formidable strength, He willingly submits to the whims of a peacock female, who isn't even the one he desires. Shi Huan finds this amusing. If Xiongqi isn't pursuing her, there is no pressure. If this were now, it would be akin to tussling with her future sister-in-law daily, which is quite absurd. She had initially thought Xiongqi to be decent. But now it seems that appearances can be deceiving. Xiongqi, you spend all your time with Qing Lin. If I were Qing Ning, I wouldn't accept you as my beast husband either. Get away from me. Finally, Shi Huan seizes the moment, pushing him aside while capturing the exhausted Qing Lin, twisting her hands behind her back. Shi Huan raises her hand, poised to strike her face, causing Qing Lin to scream in terror. Ah. Shi Huan, hand raised and caught between laughter and exasperation, never intended to actually hit her. After all, a pampered little female like Qing Lin wouldn't be able to hold her head high in the tribe if she were to be struck. It might even lead to her getting scolded. This is, after all, their peacock tribe. With her hand held high yet gently lowered, Shi Huan covers the mouth of the now terrified and trembling Qing Lin. Stop screaming. You're going to deafen me. The little female, still in disbelief and feeling no pain, opens her eyes and quivers her voice. What do you want, Shi Huan? Having noticed the dirt and mud on her hands, and now feeling quite sweaty. Realizes her appearance is far from pristine. Then I'm asking you, what do you want? Did you come to my doorstep just to argue? Without a beast husband in sight, Shi Huan finds no reason to engage with the young female. After a bout of energetic running, she feels a bit winded. After catching her breath, she takes the water Ming Hao offers and drinks it all at once. Once her breathing stabilizes, she can speak properly again, tossing Qing Lin at Xiongqi, who hastily catches her. Feeling wronged after the scuffle, Qing Lin curls up in a corner, too intimidated to speak. That it is then that Xiongqi states, "We did come here with a request." The shaman in the tribe discovered a peanut while treating Sang Sang, found it delightful, and brought some back for Qing Lin's sister, Qing Ning, to taste. She enjoyed it immensely, so we wanted to trade for some peanuts. When they collided, it was due to their eagerness to rush to Sang Sang's home to exchange for peanuts. The shaman, having aged, struggled to articulate his words clearly, yet he understood that peanuts, being a delicacy unfamiliar to them, were certainly scarce. Hence, they hastened to make the exchange, fearing that if they delayed, they would miss out. Qing Ning and Qing Lin, the daughters of the chieftain of this peacock tribe, had been cherished since childhood, especially after the chieftain's wife bore 2 daughters, which the orc community regarded as a sign of divine favor. Particularly, Qing Ning, being clever and resourceful, took it upon herself to assist the chieftain in caring for her younger sister after their mother's untimely passing. Upon reaching adulthood, she bonded with a wolf orc she had grown up alongside, becoming partners and soon expecting offspring, which the diagnosis suggested were likely female cubs. Consequently, under the community's affectionate gaze, Qing Ning rarely ventured out after her pregnancy. Whatever she desired to eat, Qing Lin would find a way to procure. Xiongqi, having grown up alongside Qing Ning, also watched over Qing Lin, due to the wolf orc's breeding customs, which favored a one male to one female partnership. Qing Ning resolutely chose the wolf orc and dismissed any other suitors. Xiongqi had long since claimed Qing Ning for himself, even in the absence of other males. He was more than willing to care for her. When Shi Huan heard such a melodramatic tale, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Many things then began to make sense, such as the urgency in carrying Qing Lin to Sang Sang for peanuts. And Shi Huan understood why Qing Lin had ceased to bicker with him. Upon finally arriving at Sang Sang's abode, they were informed that the peanuts had actually been given by Shi Huan, with whom they had just quarreled. Thus ensued the awkward moment of lingering at the cave entrance, hesitant to enter. Shi Huan was certain that had it not been for the stuffy cave, and if they had moved their items outside to roast, Xiongqi and Qing Lin would have lingered at the entrance for much longer. Then why didn't you accept my offer of a few peanuts? Is there some grave ailment? Don't argue with me, Shi Huan inquired, perplexed. So after being reprimanded by me, you've learned your lesson, have you? It seems you're still a child nurtured in love. Lacking any sense, she observed, noting the common flaw among the females of this tribe, who were often spoiled. That in the tribe, males were nearly always at the beck and call of the females. Just the other day, Shi Huan had chased Qing Lin for quite a distance, leaving him too frightened to speak with her. And oh wonder the females seldom ventured outside the tribe, even in a scenario of multiple males to one female. What difference did it make to the female, who was akin to a domesticated pet? Sure, Huan could comprehend the dangers lurking beyond their borders, and the many concerns that males harbored, yet the more they feared, the less they dared to venture out, which hardly ensured the female's safety. If a group of rogue orcs were to attack a tribe, Sure Huan had recently observed many issues plaguing the Peacock tribe. While it was indeed beautiful, they had failed to prioritize their defenses, let alone the males who frequently ventured out to hunt. When danger approached, the females had no means to protect themselves, rendering them sitting ducks for the rogue orcs. Chapter 77. One killed. One left. Qing Lin cowered behind Xiongqi, too frightened to meet Sure Huan's gaze. "You must not speak of my brother Xiongqi in such a manner," she declared with a tone lacking in menace. "Will you or will you not give us those peanuts?" When Sure Huan glanced over, Qing Lin immediately shrank back, truly fearful of her. Sure Huan found it amusing, as she had no intention of targeting the young female. It was perhaps beneficial for her to learn fear, to see if she would dare speak out of turn again, especially toward her. Regarding their desire for peanuts, Sure Huan was more than willing to oblige. The more individuals who cherished peanuts, the more others would strive to obtain them. She encouraged these robust orcs to cultivate the land, ensuring that even with the approaching harsh winter, they would have food to sustain them, sparing them the perilous hunt in the cold and preserving their strength. Uncertain of Qing Ning's temperament, Sure Huan held little hope, given the spoiled nature of Qing Lin, the chieftain's daughter. She turned back to the cave, retrieving fresh peanuts from her space, and after a moment's thought, also brought forth the smoked fish and smoked meat she had prepared, not forgetting the fried shrimp. Each item she produced was modest in quantity. The females could manage only 2 meals at most, while the males might not even suffice for a single meal. Having arrived at the Peacock tribe, Sure Huan aimed to introduce the techniques of smoking fish and meat, and, if possible, teach them agricultural practices as well, an endeavor worthy of merit. Ming Hao packed the food Sure Huan had retrieved into a beastskin bag. Though he was puzzled, he asked no further questions. Supporting whatever Sure Huan wished to do, a large basket of peanuts was unveiled. Qing Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. Overcoming her fear, she stepped out from behind Xiongqi, grabbed a peanut, and eagerly began to shell and eat it. "Sweet and crunchy, it's truly delicious. I'll exchange my game for your peanuts, that if you desire any wild game, I can fetch it for you," Xiongqi offered earnestly after receiving the peanuts. Sure Huan gestured towards another beeskin bag filled with smoked fish. "These are also edible. Take them back and see if your Qing Ning enjoys them, that if she does, I can teach your tribe how to make them, provided the chieftain is present. These unacquainted with refined flavors, once they tasted it, would surely crave more, and at that point, they would need to labor in exchange. Merely knowing how to hunt had its limits. Agriculture was the key to growth and strength." Sure Huan pointed at the peanuts. "I am willing to exchange only these. The remainder depends on your tribe's sincerity." Qing Lin's eyes widened as she glanced between the basket of peanuts and Sure Huan's earnest gaze. "You have many more peanuts. Do you think so?" Sure Huan rolled her eyes. "You wouldn't assume I would give you all of them, leaving none for myself, would you?" "Who would be so foolish?" Qing Lin, in fact, held that very thought. Such a large basket of fruit would take ages to gather in the wild. She had never encountered anything like it, let alone something so delectable. Xiongqi, upon hearing that Sure Huan could teach the orcs to make smoked meat, was visibly excited, as if he was eager to learn immediately. Sharing a glance with the earnest bear, Sure Huan felt a sense of helplessness. "Don't be too hasty. This is no small matter. If your chieftain agrees, the males in the tribe must also contribute their efforts. There is much to be done. Not everyone could swiftly embrace new ideas. Typically, those in high positions were rather stubborn, lacking the adventurous spirit of the youth, let alone the willingness to learn new concepts. Originally planning to implement this upon returning to the White Tiger tribe, the opportunity now lay before her, and she felt it would be a shame not to try. Xiongqi nodded solemnly. "I will return and discuss the farming matter with the chieftain. You need not worry." "Very well," Sure Huan responded with satisfaction. After obtaining the desired food and an unexpected delight, Xiongqi instantly transformed back into his beast form, bidding farewell to Sure Huan and quickly departing with Qing Lin. Once they had left, Sure Huan resumed her task of burning bamboo charcoal with Ming Hao. "Wait a moment. Did I not mention the word farming at all? How then did Xiongqi know she wished for the tribe to cultivate the land?" She had only mentioned the name of the peanut, and an outsider might think it was simply a fruit growing on trees. The orcs would hardly go to the trouble of digging up peanuts. It was likely that few in the beast world were even aware that peanuts were edible, especially in the Peacock tribe. Qing Lin thought it was some kind of fruit. The peanuts from Shirhuan's space were pristine, devoid of any dirt. Aside from her modern sensibilities, no one would know that peanuts were unearthed from the ground. She had always felt that Xiongqi gave off a peculiar vibe. Ming Hao. I think. Huan, look what I brought back for you. Just as Shirhuan was about to voice her confusion, she heard Yun Qi's booming voice. She swallowed her words and turned to see Yun Qi returning from outside. It was clear he had been on quite the adventure, his striking silver-gray hair adorned with grass clippings. And in each hand, he carried a vividly colored wild chicken that as Yun Qi moved, the chickens flapped their wings vigorously, clucking incessantly. Shirhuan marveled at the impressive size of the wild chickens. If they were hens, they could lay eggs for consumption. Though wild chickens were difficult to domesticate, the initial domestication of chickens was a gradual process. Since Yun Qi was able to catch them, he could likely tame them as well. Are these roosters or hens? Shirhuan scrutinized them, noting they looked different from the wild chickens she remembered. Their colors were more vibrant, ruling out the possibility of one being male and the other female. They were either both roosters or both hens, but the distinction between genders was quite significant. Typically, the more colorful ones were males. Yet Shirhuan could not discern it in this case. Ming Hao took one of the chickens, turned it over to examine it, and declared, "These are 2 hens. Would you like to raise them, Huan?" Shirhuan had little hope of this venture, but to her surprise, they were indeed hens. "Both of them?" she asked, astonished. Yun Qi looked at the chicken in his hand and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, both are hens. I still feel a bit reluctant. If we take good care of it, we can have fresh eggs every day." Before leaving, she specifically reminded Yun Qi that if he could catch a chicken, she wanted to prepare a dish of marinated chicken with fresh bamboo shoots, which would be exceptionally delicious. Now that she has actually caught one, she finds herself hesitant. The chicken in Mingho's hands is evidently much calmer and more docile than when it was in Yun Qi's grasp. It seems to understand who poses a greater threat. How about we keep one and slaughter the other? Chapter 78, she possesses an abundance of skills. Cluck, cluck, cluck. As soon as Shirhuan uttered these words, the 2 chickens responded in a chorus of clucking that echoed endlessly to, "Oh dear, how noisy." Impatiently, Shirhuan rubbed her ears and cast a sharp glance at the 2 chickens that it was quite a challenge to choose. After all, they were both chickens. "All right, let us do this. Whoever lays an egg, I will keep. How does that sound?" After a moment of silence, the clucking intensified. Indeed, all living beings possess a spirit, even wild animals. Both chickens flapped their wings in an earnest attempt to produce an egg. However, laying an egg is not an easy feat. Shirhuan instructed the 2 beastmen to set them down. With their presence, there was no need to worry about them running away. Even if they did escape, they could easily be recaptured and stewed. At that point, negotiations would be far less amicable. She retrieved 2 bamboo stalks from her space to weave a nest for them. Before nightfall, if they laid an egg, they would be nurtured. If not, they would be cooked for a dish of marinated chicken. The beastmen didn't know what marinated chicken was, but since Shirhuan had requested it, they believed it must have her reasons. Even if it was merely for fun, pleasing Shirhuan was a worthy endeavor. Yun Qi adeptly sliced the bamboo with his claws, while Mingho quickly interlaced the stalks in a dizzying display of skill. It didn't take long before a cage, just large enough to hold 2 chickens, was completed, perfectly situated outside the cave. That moment, Shirhuan glanced at the 2 chickens, which had inexplicably quieted that if they didn't lay eggs, they would have to drink chicken soup. Oh dear! Suddenly, just as she finished her thought, one of the chickens, under the watchful gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, delivered a warm egg. Bravo! What a remarkable little fellow! Although Shirhuan couldn't discern any difference between the 2 chickens at a glance, she instinctively knew that this was the one from Mingho, the chicken with a keen sense of awareness. "Since you've laid an egg, you shall be the hero," she instructed Yun Qi to place the chicken inside the cage. Cradling the still warm egg, Shirhuan expressed her satisfaction. "From now on, we shall have eggs to eat." "You must have tasted eggs before, right?" Yun Qi shook his head, expressing a sense of disbelief. Such a small thing seemed rather troublesome to eat, and the shell was difficult to digest. Mingho's gaze shifted momentarily before he nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled having eaten both bird eggs and chicken eggs during his childhood when food was scarce, and they were quite palatable. Hearing this, Shirhuan felt a pang of sympathy. You shall not wander anymore. I will prepare delicious meals for you." She then turned to head towards the kitchen, only to pause and remember there was still another chicken. What if this chicken doesn't lay any eggs? Shirhuan elongated her tone, the implication clear. The chicken sensed an ominous aura, tucking its wings tightly and burying its head like a quail. Shaking his head in disappointment, Mingho shared a knowing glance with the now dominating male figure looming over the trembling quail. Just then, the chicken that had previously laid an egg erupted into a series of sharp clucks, producing another egg. Oh! The chicken in Mingho's grasp emitted a faint sound, while the one that had just laid an egg regarded Shirhuan with a complex expression. Casting a reluctant glance at the other chicken, "Do you wish to trade this egg for that chicken?" she tentatively inquired. To her surprise, the chicken flapped its wings, its eyes sparkling with determination. That moment. Mingho too was taken aback. Huan. This world of beasts held an enchanting mystique. Beastmen could transform into wild creatures, and even the wild chicken seemed to comprehend human speech. The most astonishing aspect was that beastmen consumed wild beasts. Well, humans are animals too. Are not higher-order animals permitted to eat other animals? With this thought, Shirhuan soon felt at ease. Thankfully, this wild chicken could not speak. Otherwise, she would truly hesitate to consume it. Then we shall not kill it. Let us keep the two chickens together and watch over them closely, that if they attempt to escape, we shall swiftly end them and bring them back for chicken soup. Mingho casually tossed the two chickens back together, and they huddled closely, shivering and devoid of any thoughts of fleeing. Without chicken soup, they would have to resort to making smoked meat instead. Shirhuan had only tasted marinated chicken once, yet it lingered in her memory. Though she had never attempted to prepare it, given the limited resources available, she would make do with whatever she had. After all, Yunqi and Mingho were unlikely to venture out to procure authentic ingredients. She sliced the smoked meat into thin strips and boiled the ribs stored in her space. After blanching them, she tossed them into a stone pot with beef tallow for salt. Once the meat was nearly cooked, she added water. Throughout her cooking, the beastmen observed closely, having developed a mutual understanding. They relished meat, and this time, they had included an unusually generous amount. The pot they used was the largest available. This dish was not difficult to prepare. They could easily make it for themselves while she slept, sparing themselves from eating bland boiled meat. They had no idea how to treat themselves better. Just because she was asleep didn't mean she was oblivious to everything. While the meat simmered, she had the beastmen process the bamboo shoots, which were tender and had yet to sprout. After cutting the shoots, they were briefly blanched to remove any bitterness before being added to the long-simmered broth. As she lifted the lid, a rich aroma wafted forth, since no salt had been used during the smoking process. Shirhuan added some salt into the pot, followed by the bamboo shoots, allowing them to simmer for an additional 15 to 20 minutes. The rest was left in the capable hands of her beastmen, as Shirhuan humbly shied away from the spotlight. Yunqi eagerly watched the bubbling stone pot, and Shirhuan had never seen him express such anticipation for a dish. "You all can make this more often. The bamboo shoots in our space are endless. I love soup, so you should eat more meat." Mingho's dark pupils reflected Shirhuan's smiling face. Indeed. Yunqi's little tiger teeth shone brightly. "I will make this for Huahuan every day." She had countless dishes she could prepare. If only she had enough ingredients, particularly soy sauce, she would love to make braised pork for them, ensuring they would delight in the meat. If she could find yellow soybeans, she could attempt to make her own soy sauce. She had always been fascinated by ancient methods of production, whether it was oil extraction, brewing, or paper making. Her roommates used to tease her, pointing out that there were modern technological means available, and these items were not expensive. Why go through so much trouble to replicate something that could be bought at a supermarket? It seemed pointless. Yet, she simply enjoyed it, watching the processes over and over. Perhaps, in some unseen way, it was all leading to this moment. What she had once done to pass the time would indeed prove useful one day. However, she had yet to discover any soybeans. It was surprising that the only commonly used seasoning she possessed was salt, which was also a scarce commodity that needed to be conserved. Chapter 79, lifting the lid, revealed a rich and fragrant broth with tender meat that prompted Shirhuan to nod in satisfaction. Sitting at the table, she awaited her serving, eager for a generous bowl. Taking a sip with a small wooden spoon, she sighed in delight, her eyes squinting with pleasure. Seeing Shirhuan's satisfied expression, Yunqi and Mingho also took a sip from their bowls. discovering the delightful taste. Huan, I've never tasted such delicious soup before. Even stewed meat doesn't compare. Yunqi was evidently enamored. Mingho, usually reserved, was now drinking the soup with an eagerness that was palpable. That don't just drink the soup. We have vegetables to eat as well. She served them some greens. While the soup was simmering, the beastmen had prepared a variety of dishes, resulting in a feast ample enough for their family meal. With a small appetite, Sherwan quickly felt satisfied. Each time she finished her meal, the beastmen would hasten to clean up the leftovers. They took turns washing the dishes. With so many dishes, washing would be a frequent task. Sherwan admired her hard-working partners, finding them particularly handsome while they worked, that if she were to gather a few more beastmen in the future, mealtime would require much more preparation. She despised washing dishes. The more beastmen there were, the more hands there would be to share the workload, alleviating any concern she had. Yunqi returned from an outing, bringing back a substantial amount of plant roots. They gathered together. And at Sherwan's request, Yunqi peeled the skin off the roots and then rubbed the fibrous plant material together until it resembled a frayed brush tip, which he presented to her. This resulted in the most effective bamboo charcoal toothpaste she had created thus far. Using a brush-like tool for cleaning teeth. After meals, it was evident that it worked wonders. The taste was somewhat peculiar, but not unpleasant, thanks to the generous addition of mint, leaving a refreshing sensation. She smiled, revealing her 8 white teeth to Yunqi with sparkling eyes. What do you think? Are my teeth whiter? Yunqi, captivated by the brightness in her eyes, paused for a moment before closely inspecting her teeth and enthusiastically replied. It really seems to be effective. Huan's teeth are both white and neat. They look stunning. Sherwan found herself at a loss, overwhelmed by his exaggerated and ostentatious compliments. She had no desire to hear him continue his ramblings. Her face, smeared with ash, resembled that of a calico cat. Yet in his eyes, it was all beautiful. Lacking a mirror, she could not see for herself, but she felt that the effect was indeed present. At least better than being unclean, that I think it's quite satisfactory. Indifferently brushing aside Yunqi's flattery, Sherwan contemplated her next course of action. However, Yunqi was relentless, nuzzling his nose against her cheek. His voice soft and tender as he murmured, Huan, you smell delightful. The darkness enveloped the sky. He leaned in to kiss her cheek, feeling it insufficient, securing the back of her head with one hand. He pressed down firmly, refusing to be denied, advancing further in his conquest, savoring the fragrant allure of her dampened skin. His lips crashed against hers with fervor, as if he intended to devour her whole. In the midst of their entangled breaths, she could feel the heat of Yunqi's breath, tinged with a hint of sun-kissed sweetness, threatening to scorch her. Just as passion ignited, an untimely giggle interrupted their intimate moment, shattering the romantic atmosphere. Sherwan felt caught in a state of indecision, and after a brief hesitation, she chose to push him away. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet the words that escaped her lips were far from endearing. Oh dear. You smell atrocious, and there's ash falling from your hair. Hurry and wash up. Having dug through the earth for most of the day, Yunqi was well aware of Sherwan's penchant for cleanliness. He quickly stole a kiss before saying, Then I shall go boil some water. Huan, let us bathe together. The mention of bathing. Sherwan bit her lip and stole a glance at Ming Hao's busy figure, barely perceptible, before nodding in agreement. Receiving her affirmation, Yunqi merrily set off to prepare the water, while Sherwan felt a twinge of fondness for him. Sherwan patted her flushed cheeks, shaking her head in exasperation. She had grown accustomed to such encounters. The beastmen were preoccupied with their own tasks, allowing Sherwan the leisure to observe the 2 chickens in their cage, daring to interrupt her reverie. Such audacity! Producing 2 eggs daily. If one were to be absent, she would serve it up as soup. With a playful smirk, she fixed her gaze on the clucking hen that refused to lay an egg. The slightly larger hen spread its wings in a protective gesture, prompting Sherwan to arch an eyebrow. You may shield it, but if it doesn't lay, I'll stew it all. With a flirtatious flick of her hair, she turned only to find herself locked in the depths of a pair of dark, penetrating eyes, staring intently at her glistening lips. Ming Hao's gaze was unwavering, and she widened her eyes in surprise. Her own eyes reflecting nothing but him. Ming Hao leaned closer, teasing her without making any further advances, tossing and turning. Yet Sherwan found it increasingly difficult to breathe under his gaze, instinctively parting her lips. In that fleeting moment, Ming Hao suddenly captured her mouth with his own. His kiss was as fierce and rapid as his nature, infused with a tenderness uniquely reserved for Shi Huan, intoxicating her. Shi Huan's breaths quickened, and she could still hear Yunqi boiling water just a stone's throw away, preparing for what was to come, while she languished in the fervor of their kiss. Her scalp tingling with excitement. Though she longed to push Ming Hao away, he held her tightly, his tongue exploring her mouth like a conqueror savoring the sweet, fragrant taste of her essence, drawing her breath into him. Shi Huan, already enraptured, felt the dual allure of the beastmen render her weak. Collapsing into Ming Hao's embrace, he released her momentarily, allowing her to lean against his shoulder, giving her a brief respite to catch her breath. While he peppered her lips with gentle pecks, Huan Huan, he murmured, his voice husky as he called her name, met only with her speechless gaze, brimming with unspoken longing. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he lowered his head once more, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss, as if he had finally discovered a treasure of the world, unwilling to let go. Shi Huan was lost in the enchanting aroma of him, a heady mixture that clouded her senses. Dazed from the kiss, just as she felt herself on the brink of breathlessness, Ming Hao finally released her lips. When Shi Huan opened her glistening eyes, she noticed a delicate silver thread connecting their lips. She instinctively knew what it was, watching Ming Hao with rapt attention as the taut muscles of his throat moved alluringly, igniting a fluttering sensation in her chest. Embarrassed, she closed her eyes, burying her face into his broad embrace. While he chuckled lightly, causing her to feel the vibrations in his chest and in a fluster, she playfully pounded his chest with her small fists, trying to quell the heat rising to her cheeks. Ming Hao, Shi Huan murmured, attempting to extricate herself from his hold. This could not continue. It felt as though a day had passed, and he had become so adept at this that she could scarcely withstand it. The beastman's capacity for learning was astonishing. Had she possessed such comprehension during her studies, she would have easily excelled in any university. Ming Hao did not impede her departure. For the moment she wriggled free from his grasp. She fell into another searing embrace. Unbeknownst to her, Yunqi had approached silently, and she had been oblivious to the extent of his observations. With the presence of multiple beastmen, such situations were bound to be witnessed in their limited space. Peeking up at Yunqi from his embrace, she sighed in relief upon seeing no sign of discord in his expression. Her cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat warm. Being a modern individual, she found it challenging to adapt to the beast world. Surely the natives had long since acclimated to a polyandrous existence, making such scenarios commonplace. With this thought in mind, she wrapped her arms around Yunqi's neck and, in a voice sweet enough to coax water from stones, asked, "Is the water ready? Then carry me to bathe." After a day filled with mud and fire, a thorough cleansing was indeed in order. Yunqi lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers, and softly replied, "All right." He scooped her into his arms and carried her to the bathing area. As Shi Huan nestled against his neck, she remained blissfully unaware of the subtle tensions brewing between the males. Their gazes clashing fiercely in her blind spot, in the center of the bathing room, stood a grand bathtub crafted from massive jade, radiating a unique luster, ample enough to accommodate two with ease. Intricate carvings adorned its edges, each detail showcasing the sculptor's exceptional skill, the patterns as vivid as a work of art. Testing the water temperature with her foot, Shi Huan nodded at Yunqi, who pressed a gentle kiss to her neck, one hand supporting her waist while the other began to remove her garments. Instinctively, she reached to tug at her own clothing, meeting his dampened gaze. His eyes tinted with a hint of crimson as he lowered his gaze to meet hers. Despite his typically gentle demeanor, she sensed an underlying grievance in Yunqi. She stammered, I can manage by myself. It's inconvenient for you to carry me." Upon hearing this, Yunqi relinquished his grip on her clothing, remaining silent as he turned to kiss her collarbone and neck, leaving marks like blooming flowers. Their petals layered and vibrant. Shi Huan bit her lip, unfastening her waterproof outfit, feeling shy despite not fully understanding why. The moment felt undeniably intimate. With utmost care, Yunqi lowered Shi Huan into the water, where the verdant waves enveloped her in pleasantly warm currents. She closed her eyes in bliss. The experience of soaking in such a luxurious tub felt like being transported into a dreamlike realm, offering her profound relaxation. Yunqi's gaze ignited with desire as he caught a fleeting glimpse of her luscious lips, then buried his face in her neck, kissing and nibbling her tenderly. Huan, he murmured, his kisses trailing downward. Sherwan had never witnessed this side of Yunqi before and instinctively raised her hands to halt his advance. Yet he was undeterred, deftly pinning her hands behind her back. Her figure resembled two ripe peaches, exuding an enticing allure, their juices glistening on the surface, captivating him utterly as he delighted in tasting their sweetness, unable to resist. Huan, you are so sweet. The male gasped heavily, his voice hoarse as he expressed his sensations after tasting. Yunqi inhaled a breath of pleasure. A familiar, yet unfamiliar tingling sensation surged through her scalp in waves, rendering her so weak that she could only lean against the male's strong arm. Resembling a floating water lily that a hint of alluring charm, unbeknownst to her, laced her voice, causing Yunqi's scalp to tingle at the sound. He lifted his gaze from her bosom, meeting her eyes, which shimmered with unshed tears. Faced with her timid gaze, he found himself unable to unleash any of his grievances. She had done nothing wrong. Yunqi took a deep breath, lifting Sherwan up in the water, allowing her to rest against him. Kissing her forehead and temples tenderly, his hands exploring her body with an instinctive grace. The rhythmic heat of his breath brushed against her ears, prompting Sherwan to shrink her neck, attempting to escape the blush-inducing sound. However, as she merely shifted her hips, a muffled groan escaped him, and Sherwan immediately realized, freezing in place. She was no longer the innocent newcomer to the beast realm. Even Sherwan, though somewhat slow on the uptake, sensed that something was amiss with Yunqi. She turned to face him, only to hear another muffled sound filled with both pleasure and pain. In a fleeting glance, she captured the vulnerability hidden within his fiery gaze. The downturn of his lips revealing his grievances and unfulfilled desires. Excitedly preparing for a shared bath with Sherwan, he emerged only to find Mingho, that rascal, holding on to Huan and looking at him provocatively. As male's possessiveness surged within him, leaving him with pent-up frustration with no outlet. Despite taking several deep breaths, he could not quell the wicked fire in his chest. Huan had never looked at him with such fascination. His skills were undoubtedly commendable. It seemed there was a disparity among beastly husbands. The serpentine nature was truly infuriating. Desperate to prove himself, he feared that he might end up making a fool of himself. Perhaps Huan simply did not harbor feelings for him. Bowing his head, he resembled a discarded puppy, and Sherwan could not bear to see Yunqi in such a state, typical of someone who thrived on gentle coaxing rather than forceful demands. Sherwan favored the cunning serpent. She was baffled by how things had turned out. It was all a consequence of her infatuation with beauty. She could only cup Yunqi's handsome face in her hands and sternly ask, "Are you certain you want to bring up other males at this moment?" The great tiger stared wide-eyed at Sherwan, bewildered as she uttered, "Male, you are playing with fire," in dealing with a jealous partner. Words were unnecessary. Sherwan had her own methods. Swiftly taking the initiative, she pressed herself against him, refusing to be denied. Sherwan felt she had exerted too much force, her teeth clashing against Yunqi's lips, tasting a hint of blood as she bit down fiercely in a fit of frustration. Yet, she maintained a leisurely observation of Yunqi's expression, her neck arching slightly, revealing a sharp jawline, her brows furrowed in impatience, and soft moans escaping her closed eyes. Sherwan adored him like this, completely in control of the rhythm. A faint smile gracing her lips. "Do you like me like this?" she asked with a playful smile. Yunqi gasped, "Yes, I like it when Huan sees me." Sherwan paused, seemingly unaware of the weight of his words. Evidently, her influence was not as subtle as she believed. With a slow smile, she said, "Then you mustn't harbor secret thoughts behind my back that my beast husband cannot be just the two of you. After all, you taught me that, such a wonderful Huan." He wished to keep her hidden away. Yunqi, breathing rapidly, replied, "Has Huan found another male she wishes to reclaim?" Sherwan pursed her lips, a dimple appearing on her cheek. Remaining silent while tightening her grip, her movements swift. Chapter 81. A duel between males. Sherwan laughed brightly, unwilling to reclaim a beloved, for how could she bear to see him upset? Yunqi took a deep breath. Firmly encircling Sherwan's waist, content that Huan was happy, assuring her that he would get along well with the others. His fingers traced the sharp contours of the male's form in this captivating beast realm, where handsome men abounded in diverse styles, dazzling to behold. Sherwan finally grasped the dilemma faced by ancient emperors with their myriad concubines. Some were as gentle as jade, others radiantly handsome, or mature and steady. Each possessed a unique charm. Yet, she had but one partner, and she wished to see none of them in sorrow. Having you all is sufficient. I cannot indulge in all of you, she asserted earnestly. Were it not for encountering suitable single males, she would not seek a beast husband at all. She preferred to let things flow naturally. Yunqi suppressed the surging heat in his chest, his gaze fixated on Shirwan's face. The weight of her words was indeed profound. Meanwhile, Shirwan's expression retained an ever-present mockery. Her fingertips danced with an enticing flame, whimsically tracing the canvas that was Yunqi. He seized her mischievous hand, his voice hoarse and trembling. Huahuan, please pamper me well. Shirwan raised an eyebrow, the corners of her lips curving upward. You little rascal. The two became inseparable, splashing water around them, transitioning from the bathroom to the stone bed adorned with animal skins. Shirwan was so exhausted that she could barely lift her fingers. The satiated white tiger wore a persistent smile as he donned clean animal furs, contentedly cradling Shirwan to sleep. Shirwan, already utterly fatigued, felt the faint warmth emanating from the mark on her wrist, that a mysterious force quietly worked within her, flowing like golden rivulets, seeping into the delicate plum blossom marks on her body, easing her furrowed brow. Each thread of golden energy felt like a meticulous craftsman, diligently mending her weariness, rejuvenating her spirit, that he sensed the warmth coursing through her, nourishing her body. Shirwan, utterly exhausted, closed her eyes, surrendering to the magical process. Feeling the energy surge and the transformations within her body. When she finally opened her eyes the next day, she discovered that the plum blossom marks had vanished completely, and she felt invigorated. In her dazed state, she vaguely sensed the changes occurring within her body. Recalling something, she swiftly entered her space, and indeed, as she had anticipated, the once cleared fields had now expanded significantly. The areas planted with crops, along with the planting space, had all increased. The distant golden light seemed almost within reach, yet when she attempted to grasp it, she found it elusive. Had she leveled up? She had done nothing at all. She pondered the means of upgrading her space, first ruling out crop planting, as she had been doing so for quite some time without witnessing any changes. Surely it could not be due to her saucy antics. She found the thought amusing. After all, the plum blossoms had completely disappeared after a night's rest, and Yunqi's diligent efforts had yielded no remnants. Unable to contain her laughter, she heard the sound and saw her beast husband entering from the stone chamber. Awake, Shirwan retrieved a set of animal skin garments from her space, and with Mingho's assistance donned them. His gaze appeared earnest, solely focused on helping her dress. Having spent ample time together, Shirwan had discerned that while the great serpent appeared gentle and composed, and his actions were steady and reliable, he was in reality quite astute. Wasn't it just a matter of leaving him to teach Sang's beast husband how to render oil, then returning ahead of Yunqi to seize the opportunity to bully him? The two had initially clashed before becoming acquainted. There existed a unique camaraderie among beast husbands, and Shirwan paid it no mind. Nonetheless, certain words needed to be said. She gently tugged on Mingho's earlobe, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction as she communicated with him in a calm tone. Her attitude sincere. We are family. I shall not interfere with how you handle outsiders, but I hope the beast husbands can find a way to coexist peacefully. If neither of you can manage a friendly relationship, then I think I shall cease to take in any more beast husbands. That if there is danger and no cooperation, I will eventually be captured and tortured by the wandering beasts. This passage expresses the thoughts of Shirwan as she observes the tension between Yunqi and Minghao, both significant figures in the narrative. As the head of her household, she realizes that failing to pacify her beastly husband could lead to inevitable complications. Within the stone chamber, Minghao and Yunqi exchange a glance, their eyes gleaming with determination. The discord among the orcs is about to be resolved swiftly and decisively, as an intense confrontation looms ahead. Without unnecessary words, they exit the cave in unison, transforming into their beast forms, prepared to tackle their issues through the most direct means of male confrontation. Their bodies are taut. The stark black and white patterns on Yunqi emanate a formidable aura, while Minghao's elongated figure and hissing tongue further accentuate their primal essence. Their gazes lock, as if they possess the ability to penetrate each other's souls. The ensuing clash is ferocious, akin to a tempest. Each impact resonates with the struggle of strength, sweat trickling down their brows as their breaths quicken. Yet, their resolve remains unwavering, showing no signs of retreat. That I end this fierce battle, they exhibit the essence of masculinity through their sheer power and skill. Neither yielding an inch, each maneuver brimming with force that seems to rattle the very air around them. The onlookers from the tribe, drawn by the commotion, peek in to witness this display of male prowess and beauty. Many females, eager to pursue dominant males, choose their beastly husbands to engage in combat, as this serves as a direct demonstration of strength. Sherhuan is well aware of their capabilities, after observing for a moment. Her stomach growls, prompting her to allow them to vent their frustrations while she stretches and returns to the cave for sustenance. Ultimately, the outcome of their conflict is of little concern to Sherhuan. She merely notes their triumphant expressions upon their return, united once more as brothers who have faced life and death together. In truth, it was never a matter of great significance, after a hearty meal. Sherhuan lounges comfortably in Yunqi's embrace, her gaze drifting toward the playful antics of the young cubs outside. The duo possesses remarkable strength, and the younglings, predominantly male, engage in spirited play, embodying the Orcish admiration for power. Following their return from battle, the larger tiger and snake find their brood in playful skirmishes with other cubs, a vital part of their growth, observed with amusement by the adult orcs. Did you also grow up this way? Playing in clusters, she muses intrigued and turns to ask softly. Minghao glances at her, seemingly unimpressed. What is so amusing? In my mother's litter, I was the sole cub, which is why I am strong that I have never experienced the camaraderie of a litter. Yunqi responds with a hint of regret in his tone. This revelation seems to brighten Ming Hao's mood somewhat, prompting him to refrain from further comments. Chapter 82. The abundant fertility. Ming Hao's rule for survival has always been the law of the jungle. The strong prevail, while the weak perish. This harsh environment has shaped his indifferent demeanor. Conversely, Yunqi, raised in a communal tribe, finds it exceedingly rare to have only a single cub in a litter, which accounts for his enhanced strength, as all nutrients are absorbed by one. Sherhuan's curiosity is piqued. She wonders how large a female's belly must be if she were to bear multiple cubs, imagining the immense difficulty it would entail. During the early stages of her own pregnancy, Sang Sang had little appetite, and the thought of bearing cubs was daunting. She instinctively touches her flat abdomen, anxious. I am terrified of childbirth. It seems unbearably painful. Ming Hao lies beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist, his hand covering hers. Snake eggs are small. You won't suffer. The legacy I inherited was but a diminutive one, birthed with little discomfort. Yunqi casts him an annoyed look, but nods in agreement. Indeed, snake eggs are easier to bear than those of the larger tigers. That don't worry. Huan. If you don't wish to bear children, we simply want that the mere thought of the agony of childbirth sends shivers down her spine. Despite their restraint, there are moments when they cannot avoid mishaps. She harbors a fondness for cubs, yet she cannot bear the thought of enduring tremendous suffering simply for the sake of love. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly hears Sang Sang's voice calling, Sherhuan, come out and play. Emotions rise swiftly, only to recede just as quickly. Before she can respond, Yunqi rises, scooping her up in his arms. Sang Sang awaits outside, astride her leopard beastman partner. I happen to overhear your conversation. Huan, are you thinking of raising cubs? She teases, her playful tone revealing her own improved spirits and vibrant appearance. Sherhuan smiles back, allowing Sang Sang's jest to pass. With you pregnant, what could we possibly play? Her own condition has improved significantly, yet it pales in comparison to Sherhuan's agility and freedom. Unburdened by the dual weight of pregnancy, Sang Sang chuckles. Our tribe has a female about to give birth. It's entirely natural to feel apprehensive. Let's go take a look. Sherhuan replies, I would like to see. But will she allow us? Are we sure we won't be turned away? Still, her curiosity about the birthing process is piqued. She has heard that peacocks lay eggs, while Ming Hao has mentioned that snake beasts do as well. Her eyes sparkle with intrigue, and Ming Hao, reading her thoughts, anticipates her eager curiosity. Without waiting for her response, he lifts her and places her atop the back of his white tiger form, following Sang Sang and the others to witness the birthing of other females. As they traverse a short distance, Ming Hao approaches Rocky, whispering, What is the situation with the female giving birth? Is there any danger? Please don't frighten my Sherhuan. Rocky, having learned from Ming Hao, now regards him with reverence. Rest assured, this female is laying peacock eggs, and all is proceeding smoothly. Upon hearing that it involves egg-laying, Ming Hao's worries dissipate significantly. Not far from their cave lies the dwelling of the birthing female. Already surrounded by a throng of curious females, predominantly young ones, mirroring Shi Huan's inquisitiveness. The males accompany their partners, keen to learn, though most males show little interest in witnessing the birthing process, as their beast husbands would disapprove. It is the females, driven by curiosity, who gather, some even dispatched by the tribe's chief.